Chapter 251 The world changes drastically, a huge trouble. In the forest, Guan sat in meditation under a tree, leaning against the trunk, playing with the 7 stars mirror. The 7 stars mirror, which emitted an aura rivaling that of a carefree primordial immortal, became small and exquisite in his hands, looking nothing like an immortal path supreme treasure. Snowflakes fell through the gaps in the leaves, landing on him and melting into vapor. 7 heaven and earth flying immortals had suddenly fallen, causing the heavens and the earth to mourn, and snowflakes continued to fall. While holding the 7 stars mirror, Guan also used his divine sense to trace the primordial deist talisman. He was very curious about Ji Xiaohu's ancestry and divine skills. When the primordial deist talisman fled, he specifically used his divine sense to follow it. Although the primordial deist talisman crossed the rules of heaven and earth, hiding in places unreachable by living beings, he could still track it. He noticed that the primordial deist talisman did not leave the continent but returned to the Ji family. However, it was not to the branch family where Ji Xiaohu was born, but to a branch family located in the Great Zhong dynasty. Guan thought of Ji Xiaohu's decisive appearance earlier and felt a little sentimental. He did not expect Ji Xiaohu to go all out directly. That mysterious shadow should be her past life. Ji Xiaohu seemed to be practicing a method similar to the primordial reincarnation skill. The difference was that while the primordial reincarnation skill accumulated qi fortune and talent through reincarnation, Ji Xiaohu already possessed great power herself, and she could even summon this power, crossing ages and reincarnations. What would Ji Xiaohu be like at her peak? He did not know. He just felt it was a pity for Ji Xiaohu to fall in this life. Third Miss, I hope you have good fortune in your next life and are no longer coerced by your family, Guan thought. Seeing that the primordial deist talisman still remained in the Ji family, he was very puzzled about the relationship between Ji Xiaohu and the Ji family. If it was only a relationship in this life, why not reincarnate into a different family? Perhaps he could ask the soul of the branch family, Ji Zhan. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. That was Ji Xiaohu and the Ji family's destiny. Why should he interfere, and what reason did he have to investigate? Guan treated everyone around him like this, not prying into their pasts, but cherishing their current companionship. After this battle, he looked forward to meeting Ji Xiaohu again in the future. By then, would Ji Xiaohu be another person, or still the third miss of this life? The mirror of the 7 stars mirror reflected Guan's handsome face. His eyes seemed to cross the vast ocean of time, reaching the other side of destiny. Guan focused on the 7 stars mirror. This was a truly well-preserved immortal path supreme treasure, even stronger than divine exotic city. Even after being attacked by his mana, the 7 stars mirror did not develop a single crack. Instinct told him that the 7 stars mirror could become even stronger, it was just that the realm master of heavenly meaning and others could only unleash it to that level. He connected his mind with the 7 stars immortal spirit. Immediately, the 7 stars mirror began to change, its edges transforming from the shape of a divine beast to floral patterns, and its overall color turned dim. At first glance, it was just an ancient and plain mirror, nothing resembling a supreme treasure. He revealed a satisfied smile, then placed the 7 stars mirror into his bosom. He stood up, looking at the still falling heavy snow, but feeling that the sky had become brighter than before. It's time to go home. The summer snowfall lasted for 7 days. When the heavenly phenomena dissipated, news about the 7 stars spirit realm had not yet spread, but the Supreme Sect had already been alarmed. To be precise, the entire immortal cultivation world of the 3 dynasties was sending people to investigate, and there were even continuous streams of overseas cultivators arriving, heading for the 7 stars spirit realm. But this time, no great cultivator dared to fly over the Supreme Sect. A great storm was brewing. After Guan returned to the Supreme Sect, he acted as if nothing had happened, occasionally checking the primordial deist talisman to see if Ji Xiaohu had reincarnated. Life remained leisurely, but Guan felt more relaxed than before. At least the 7 stars spirit realm was no more. That's right, it was going to be gone. Guan's divine sense surveyed the ocean, seeing the cultivators from the Star Sea congregations chasing down the 7 stars spirit realm cultivators everywhere. It wasn't just the Star Sea congregations, other major forces were also following to devour the 7 stars spirit realm's territory and chi fortune, showing him the scene of survival of the fittest. One day, someone came to visit Guan. It was none other than the 9-finger Divine Lord, who served as a guest elder of the Supreme Sect. Although this man was of the 2nd level of the wandering immortal realm, his maximum lifespan reached 800,000 years, and his current lifespan was 180,000 years. He suspected the 9-finger Divine Lord had once fallen from a higher realm. When the 9-finger Divine Lord first joined the Supreme Sect, it was Guan who had shown him around, leading to their friendship. Chu Jingfeng was still following him for training. Under the tree, Guan and the 9-finger Divine Lord sat face to face, with an Xin helping to pour tea. The 9-finger Divine Lord smiled and nodded at an Xin, then chatted with Guan, praising him for managing the Medicine Valley in an orderly manner. Since meeting Guan, his heart had become calm. Overseas, no matter where he went, the air was filled with scheming and power struggles, but Guan's Medicine Valley had a sense of tranquility, and he felt this atmosphere was related to Guan himself. He had also inquired about Guan from Chu Jingfeng, and Chu Jingfeng's evaluation of Guan was the same as his own. He definitely wouldn't imagine that I have the cultivation level of the 2nd level of the wandering immortal realm, also it's probable he hasn't heard of the term wandering immortal in this short life. The 9-finger Divine Lord held the tea bowl, looking at Guan with a smile. Guan raised his bowl as well and smiled back at him. If this old fellow knew I was at the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal, could he remain this calm? Guan thought, finding it very amusing. The 9-finger Divine Lord suddenly said, "Lately the world has been unstable, you need to be careful, try to stay out of the valley as much as possible." Hearing this, Guan frowned and asked, "Senior, has something major happened?" The 9-finger Divine Lord hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "To be honest, the holy land of this continent, the 7 stars spirit realm, is about to collapse. This will inevitably affect the balance of both the continent and the ocean. Without the pressure of the 7 stars spirit realm, it's inevitable that more great cultivators will invade this continent." Guan asked in surprise, "How could that be possible? That's a holy land." The disadvantages of destroying the 7 stars spirit realm hadn't escaped Guan's consideration. But there were pros and cons to everything. Even if the 7 stars spirit realm wasn't destroyed, who knew what calamity it planned next? If it weren't for him, the immortal cultivation world of the 3 dynasties and the beings of the continent would have long perished in the demon calamity. Guan had a clear conscience. Considering his own safety, he only thought about being a savior. He never shouldered the world's safety. He was first a man, then an immortal. It's indeed incredible. That was a colossus standing for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know who did it. The 9-finger Divine Lord sighed. Guan asked, "Since the world is about to fall into chaos, why doesn't Senior stay in the Supreme Sect? The ocean is surely more dangerous than the continent, isn't it?" He hoped to fully bring the 9-finger Divine Lord into the Supreme Sect's camp, so he wouldn't have to deal with some minor threats. Truth be told, killing didn't have that much appeal to him, compared to the longevity offered by medicinal herbs. The 9-finger Divine Lord nodded and said, "I'm planning to stay for a while, because I have a suspicion in my mind." "What suspicion?" "Haha, that I cannot tell you, lest you get entangled in karma." "Really? Then please don't say it. Though I'm unaware of your realm, your world is definitely not one I can tread." Ha ha ha. Hearing Guan's words, the 9-finger Divine Lord laughed heartily. Throughout his life, he had met many people, but few were as calm and open-minded as Guan. Although he hadn't revealed his true cultivation level, even his superficial level was enough to make most core formation realm cultivators go out of their way to please him. Guan was different. Their friendship was one of a gentleman's, without any interests involved, making him feel very comfortable. Guan didn't listen to him much. From time to time, he would talk about amusing things in his valley. Though plain, they had a unique flavor to the nine-finger Divine Lord. Having stood atop the clouds for so long, occasionally looking at the lives of mortals was quite nice. Later, Guan invited the nine-finger Divine Lord to play a game of Go. After explaining the rules just once, the nine-finger Divine Lord understood. At first, the nine-finger Divine Lord's moves were messy, but after about 40 moves, he started to develop his own strategy. From blind defense to strategic preparation, he improved rapidly. Guan became interested and started playing seriously. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. In the end, he won. The defeated nine-finger Divine Lord was not angry. Instead, he looked at the board with interest, savoring Guan's strategies. "Interesting, let's play again," the nine-finger Divine Lord said, looking up. Guan then called out to Xiao Chuan, who was passing by, asking him to play, stating that Xiao Chuan was better than him, making Xiao Chuan raise his chin. The nine-finger Divine Lord didn't care who his opponent was as long as they knew how to play. Thus, the two began to battle on the Go board, attracting other disciples to watch the excitement. Yang Jian stood by Guan, watching the game. He wasn't interested in Go, he preferred Chinese chess with its more straightforward and intense battles. However, he could sense the nine-finger Divine Lord's profound aura, indicating that this person was very powerful, prompting him to watch the excitement. They played until dusk, and Xiao Chuan was dazed. The nine-finger Divine Lord stood up contentedly, looked at Guan, and said, "All right, I need to go to the main city of the sect. I'll come back later for another game. I think this Go contains the true meaning of Dao. Good game." His gaze fell involuntarily on Yang Jian. "Oh!" The nine-finger Divine Lord's eyes changed immediately. Although Yang Jian had concealed his cultivation, the nine-finger Divine Lord could tell at a glance that Yang Jian's physique was special. Guan quickly said, "You already took away Chu Jingfeng, don't even think about taking my disciple. He is with me for life." The surrounding disciples looked at Yang Jian with complex expressions. Could Yang Jian really be a genius? Yang Jian echoed, "That's right. I will serve my master for life and will never acknowledge another master." Next to him, an Xin showed a look of envy, thinking of her own master in her youth. If she had extraordinary talent, would her master have been willing to keep her by his side? Net. But then she let it go, thinking her senior Anhao had exceptional talent but still couldn't stay with the master. The nine-finger Divine Lord gave Yang Jian a deep look, then turned his gaze to Guan and said, "Your disciple is indeed extraordinary. Make sure he stays in the Medicine Valley and doesn't descend the mountain. Otherwise, he might cause you trouble." After speaking, the nine-finger Divine Lord leaped into the air, like a white crane flying toward the horizon. His words made the surrounding disciples look at Yang Jian with even more curiosity, but Yang Jian remained calm and indifferent. "Cause my master trouble? Provoking my master, that would be the real trouble." Chapter 252, Chapter 252 The Influence of Sword Venerable Feudao. For the Medicine Valley, the matter of the nine-finger Divine Lord was just a small episode, which did not affect the daily life of the valley. Instead, Yang Jian's status grew higher, and other disciples began to show him respect. If Yang Jian becoming Guan's disciple might have been due to Guan's favoritism, now even the nine-finger Divine Lord favored him, indicating that Yang Jian was truly a genius, merely unrecognizable to the ordinary eye. Early the next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley. In the coming month, all the Medicine Valleys would enter a period of harvest, which he looked forward to greatly. Time quickly reached the end of summer. A piece of news suddenly stirred the entire immortal cultivation world, sweeping through the Supreme Sect like a storm. The news came extremely abruptly. Guan had just returned to the Mystic Valley when he heard disciples within the valley discussing. This morning, a cultivator swept across the sky above the Mystic Valley, announcing a grand event that shocked the world. The demonic tribulation originated in the Holy Land of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, where Sword Venerable Fuedeo descended to the realm, slaying demons and reconstructing the Holy Land. The amount of information contained in this event was immense. Even the servant disciples at the bottom of the immortal cultivation world were intensely discussing it. Seeing Guan return, Lujia immediately approached him to inform him of this matter. I never thought the demonic tribulation was secretly orchestrated by the Holy Land. No wonder they did not intervene in previous calamities. Lujia said angrily. The scandal of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm reminded him of his previous experiences within the Supreme Sect. Could it be that there is no absolutely pure righteous path in the world? Guan listened attentively, and when he heard Lujia praise Sword Venerable Fuedeo as invincible in the world, he smiled and echoed the sentiment, appearing as a worshipper of the Sword Venerable. After chatting for a long time, he hurried to Outer Gate City. Because he had gone to Niancha Cave Mansion last night, he did not bring the Blood Prison Great Saint. On his way to Outer Gate City, Guan saw the figures of many disciples. Recalling 100 years ago, seeing disciples outside the outer gate was a rare sight, testifying to the current strength of the Supreme Sect. Upon reaching Outer Gate City, it was bustling with people. The noise filled Guan's ears, and almost everyone was excited, with the name Sword Venerable Fuedeo on everyone's lips. Guan made his way to the heavenly repair platform, where there were even more people. However, this time, disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Supreme Sect were stationed at the edges of the platform, temporarily forbidding anyone from stepping on it, with even Disya being driven off. Guan saw circles of people surrounding the heaven-cutting axe, including Ji Hantian and Gu Zong, with Zhou Yujian, the guardian of the heaven-cutting axe, forced to the back, looking dissatisfied. He sensed several familiar auras that he had encountered in the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. They were the geniuses he had saved from the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, now kneeling before the heaven-cutting axe, accompanied by loose immortals who were explaining the transformation of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. Their sincerity was apparent. The Seven Stars Spirit Realm had a profound heritage. Destroying the higher echelons was not enough to completely dissolve it, but if the remaining members could rebuild a new Seven Stars Spirit Realm for the benefit of all beings, it would be a good thing. Guan's gaze involuntarily turned to Disyat. The son of the Demon Emperor had now fully integrated into the Supreme Sect and even became a high-ranking member. Sensing his gaze, Disyat glanced back at him, nodding to acknowledge him. Guan nodded in return, feeling somewhat nostalgic, as the two had grown distant over time. He wasn't angry or sad. Some people naturally drifted apart over time, not always from disdain but simply because they had no common topics after a long period without contact. He did not approach further and instead walked away. Besides Disyat, he had many friends in Outer Gate City. Though most were drinking buddies who could chat, drink, and enjoy an afternoon together were indeed friends. Guan wanted to hear their praises for Sword Venerable Fuedeo. It wasn't just the Supreme Sect, all sects under heaven were fervently spreading the news. Sword Venerable Fuedeo single-handedly ventured into the Holy Land of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, slaying immortals within, a feat that was thrilling and awe-inspiring. After this battle, no one dared to question Sword Venerable Fuedeo anymore. People marveled at his strength, overshadowing discussions of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm's sins. Most cultivators, upon hearing about the Seven Stars Spirit Realm's crimes, at most cursed a few times without feeling disillusioned, as they were accustomed to such events. It was merely that the Spirit Realm's sins were grander. But Sword Venerable Fuedeo was different. Each of his actions shook the cultivators. Every time they thought they had overestimated him, he would achieve another earth-shattering feat. Sweeping through a holy land alone, how exaggerated was that? Immortal cultivation was not like martial arts, the higher the realm, the harder it was to take on many opponents at the same level. The 7 stars spirit realm, a holy land hiding immortals, could be swept through by one person? In the following days, Yalan, Zhenqin, Shenzhen, Guyu, Zolin, Wuzhu, and others came to talk to Guan about this event, each extremely excited. Shenzhen, unable to contain her excitement, wanted to write a book about Sword Venerable Fuedao but was stopped by Guan, fearing she might offend the Sword Venerable. Though he had heard different people praise Sword Venerable Fuedao, Guan still enjoyed it each time, never growing tired of it. After the first wave of excitement passed, the immortal cultivation world began to discuss the character of Sword Venerable Fuedao. Despite annihilating the high-ranking members of the 7 stars spirit realm, he offered them a chance, showing the true nature of an immortal to the world. Mighty and reckless, that was a demon. Strong yet benevolent, caring for all beings, that was an immortal. As the entire immortal cultivation world started worshipping Sword Venerable Fuedao, many imitators emerged, some copying his name, others his style. One thing was certain, Sword Venerable Fuedao was influencing the immortal cultivation world with his actions. One day, Guan arrived at the mountain god temple on the North Sea Mountains. Besides Sage Xianmiao, there were 3 other cultivators in the temple, seemingly resting there by chance. The 4 were discussing Sword Venerable Fuedao. Sage Xianmiao, who mostly stayed there and seldom interacted with people, was shocked upon hearing that Sword Venerable Fuedao had forced the 7 stars spirit realm to reform. That was the 7 stars spirit realm, a behemoth never dared to be provoked or even inquired about by their ancestors of the 3 Pure Ones mountain, almost obliterated by Sword Venerable Fuedao. Since the event was confirmed by cultivators of the 7 stars spirit realm themselves, many details were revealed, solidifying Sword Venerable Fuedao's strength. It was said that Sword Venerable Fuedao didn't even use spells or divine skills, but with one sword, he slew 7 immortals of the 7 stars spirit realm. Even the 7 stars mirror, the spirit realm's supreme treasure, couldn't withstand one of his swords. Sage Xianmiao felt like he was listening to a story. Why did he feel that Sword Venerable Fuedao was stronger than the mountain god? No, both the mountain god and Sword Venerable Fuedao were mighty beings above all others. Perhaps they even knew each other. Sage Xianmiao's mind was filled with fantasies. Seeing that the 3 cultivators had no intention of leaving soon, Guan moved to the edge of the North Sea. He stood by the lake, gazing at the vast expanse of water, his divine sense probing the lake bed. Buried at the bottom was the immortal king crown, untouched to this day. Back then, deeming it dangerous, he buried it. Now, having dealt with the divine exotic city and the 7 stars mirror, he felt he could understand the immortal king crown. With a wave of his hand, the lake's surface rippled. The immortal king crown and the short flute capable of summoning the 9 nether 13 evil immediately flew out, landing in his hand. He put the short flute into his storage bag and held the immortal king crown with both hands. Under the sunlight, the dark gold immortal king crown shimmered, the grooves on it giving it an ominous appearance. Guan immediately sent his divine sense into the immortal king crown. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth, ruffling Guan's robes and stirring waves on the lake. It was quite a spectacle. Just as expected. The internal restrictions of the immortal king crown were similar to those of the 7 stars mirror, but not as complete. Many restrictions were still recovering, indicating that it was a damaged immortal path supreme treasure, more damaged than the divine exotic city, lacking even the formation of a new immortal spirit. While probing the restrictions, Guan also learned about the immortal king crown. Besides containing immense power, the immortal king crown could also devour chi blood, accelerating its recovery. The evil emperor was drained of chi blood by the immortal king crown, leaving only his soul. The evil emperor was only at the Mahayana realm, unable to withstand the immortal king crown, but now, Guan at the 9th layer of carefree primordial immortal could easily endure it. Guan began to refine the crown's master recognition restrictions, making it his own dharma treasure. The process was complex, but having dealt with the divine exotic city and the 7 stars mirror, it was no longer difficult for Guan. An hour later, Guan successfully made the immortal king crown recognize him as its master. He removed the hairband from his head and wore the immortal king crown, tying his hair beneath it. With a thought, the crown transformed from an emperor's crown to a Taoist's crown. Despite having many grooves, its reduced size made it less eerie, enhancing his ethereal aura. Guan took out the 7 stars mirror and began to groom his hair. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. As expected, clothes do make the man, and adornments enhance even a Buddha's appearance. Even with his outstanding looks, fine decorations added to his charm.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. In the future, pairing it with exquisite robes will enhance my charisma, Guan thought to himself. After all, he was a core formation realm cultivator. Looking good did no harm. Although he aimed to cultivate discreetly, there was no need to live too restrained. If anyone targeted him for his refined appearance and refused to reason, Guan could only reason with them from a 9th layer carefree primordial immortal's perspective. He wandered by the lakeside, admiring the North Sea scenery until dusk. Read new adventures at m_vlenovelbin.net. At dusk, a cultivator flew from the horizon, landing beside him, and asked, "Deist friend, may I ask which sect you are from?" Guan cast a lifespan detection at the other person. Guo Guhong, Core Formation Realm 8th Layer 373/500/950. A very ordinary cultivator. However, 130 years ago, such a person would have been a significant figure to Guan. Guan replied, "I am from the ancient Sky Sect. What does Deist friend require?" Guo Guhong, clad in grey, wearing a hat and carrying a long box, looked travel-worn. He glanced at the lake and said, "I heard that the North Sea has shown anomalies lately, with the supreme treasure about to emerge. I wonder if Deist friend has heard anything about it." Just as Guan was about to respond, Guo Guhong suddenly raised his hand, forming a claw with his right hand, aiming at Guan's heart. Chapter 253, Chapter 253 The same person. Guo Guhong developed animosity towards you and harbored killing intent. Do you wish to perform lifespan detection on him? Seeing Guo Guhong make a move against him, Guan only wanted to laugh. This fellow was truly vicious, striking as soon as the thought of killing arose, indicating that Guo Guhong frequently engaged in such actions. Unfortunately, this time he chose the wrong opponent. Boom! As Guo Guhong's claw touched Guan's chest, a force exploded, causing dust and stones to fly under Guan's feet and stirring up ripples on the lake, while Guo Guhong instantly turned to ashes. Guan raised his hand, brushed his temples, and continued forward, dispersing the ashes that had been Guo Guhong with a step. The prompt to seize lifespan was directly ignored by him because the lifespan was too short. The North Sea shimmered with the light of a setting sun, and a large fish leaped at the end of the lake, resembling a crescent moon in midair. The sun set and the moon rose. 2 days later, Guan, in the form of a mountain god, arrived at the mountain god temple. The small figure jumped down from the eaves, and Sage Xian Miao, upon hearing the movement, opened his eyes. Seeing it was Guan, he quickly stood up and saluted. "How is the cultivation of medicinal herbs going? I need more herbs for my alchemy." Guan landed on the ground and walked towards the courtyard gate, asking. Sage Xian Miao stood behind him, like a mountain, but the posture was very respectful. "Not bad. But I wonder how much you need," Sage Xian Miao replied. Then they left the mountain god temple and began to gather medicinal herbs. During this time, Sage Xian Miao narrated the events that had occurred recently, even mentioning who had passed by the mountain god temple. He indeed did not lie. As the carefree primordial immortal, Guan could see the past events here, and Sage Xian Miao did not hide anything. Guan was not interested in the matters he talked about, but he was satisfied with his attitude. Having guarded this place for decades, Sage Xian Miao's attitude remained devout, and Guan felt it necessary to reward him. After Guan finished gathering herbal materials, the two arrived at an open space. He still left half of the herbs for Sage Xian Miao. Sage Xian Miao wanted to discuss Sword Venerable Fuedao with the mountain god, but he did not know how to start, so he remained silent for a moment. You have been diligent over the years. I am very pleased. Would you like to learn a sword technique? Guan stood on a rock, looked at Sage Xian Miao, and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao was stupefied for a moment and instinctively replied, "Of course, I would." Guan raised his hand and pointed his index finger at him remotely. In an instant, Sage Xian Miao fell into a daze. He did not know how much time passed. Sage Xian Miao gradually woke up. When he opened his eyes, he no longer saw the mountain god's figure. The sunset cast dappled shadows of leaves on his face in the forest. Vast star suppressing heaven boundless sword. Sage Xian Miao was shocked. Could such a profound sword technique exist in the world? Moreover, why did this sword technique seem somewhat similar to his Li family's sword technique? However, he had been cultivating at Three Pure Ones Mountain since childhood. Although he was related to the Taixuan imperial family by blood, he had not delved into the Li family's heritage. The mountain god also knows the sword Dao. I wonder how his swordsmanship compares to Sword Venerable Fuedao's. Sage Xian Miao couldn't help but think. After hearing about Sword Venerable Fuedao's prowess, he always speculated about Sword Venerable Fuedao's cultivation level unconsciously. He had to admit that Sword Venerable Fuedao's personal charm was indeed compelling, making his heart yearn. Remorseful, remorseful. How could I be disloyal to the mountain god? Sage Xian Miao struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, but another thought arose within him, a thought even he could hardly believe. Could the mountain god and Sword Venerable Fuedao be the same person? Before the overseas cultivators invaded, how could there have been two super-existences above the Seven Stars spirit realm simultaneously on the continent? The news of Sword Venerable Fuedao vanquishing the immortals of the Seven Stars spirit realm continued to spread. In the following days, the Supreme Sect and the Seven Stars spirit realm announced their friendship, pledging to protect the people of the mainland together henceforth, setting an example for the righteous path, which established the Supreme Sect as the foremost sect in the immortal cultivation world of the three dynasties. This event greatly enhanced the Supreme Sect's influence, attracting an increasing number of people to join. The autumn wind blew through the Supreme Sect yet failed to bring desolation there. In the mountains and forests, Guan sat on the back of the blood prison great saint, turning his head to look at the group of young boys and girls that had just brushed past them, feeling nostalgic. This group of youngsters was led by two adult men, one a village chief and the other a teacher, on their way to the Supreme Sect to seek the immortal path. Such a scene was rare, especially in the mountains between Mystic Valley and Tianya Valley. Guan looked forward again, asked casually, "What do you think of the Supreme Sect nowadays?" The blood prison great saint thought for a while, then said, "Pretty good. It seems to be improving, and it indeed qualifies as the righteous path. Whether it be Medicine Valley or the Outer Gate City, the atmosphere is great." Find your next read on m_vlenovelbin.net. He knew that the Supreme Sect's current prosperity was all due to the one on his back. If the Supreme Sect ever displeased Guan, today's glory could turn into an illusion at any moment. Having been a steed for a long time, the blood prison great saint developed some feelings for the Supreme Sect. Although there were some unsavory characters in Medicine Valley, most were not bad overall. Compared to the lower realm sect he came from, the Supreme Sect was more harmonious. Apart from not being strong enough, it matched his ideal place for immortals. He could also feel the Supreme Sect's rising fortune lately and believed that in 1,000 years, its strength would be immeasurable. Qualifying as the righteous path is good enough, Guan said with a soft laugh. One man and one ox walked through the mountains, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. An ancient hour later, Guan rode the blood prison Great Saint leisurely into Tianya Valley. He sensed the presence of others in the valley. Li Xuandao had arrived. Guan remained unhurried, leisurely progressing forward. Li Xuandao was in a courtyard, drinking tea, with a young boy practicing swordsmanship behind him. The boy seemed to be only 7 or 8, yet his sword movements were fluid and very nimble. Luo Hun stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the boy with the sword, worried he might hurt himself. When Li Xuandao saw Guan from afar, a smile appeared on his face. This kid has become quite ostentatious, but he knows how to enjoy life, Li Xuandao said with amused disbelief. Guan rode a majestic demon pet, wearing a luxurious and exquisite blue robe with an extravagant dark gold crown that made him look very much like an immortal lord of the mortal world. Lv Xian, who was meditating at the mountain peak, also saw Guan and was dazzled by his attire. For some reason, there was an aura about Guan that made him uneasy, an instinctual unease he couldn't quite explain. Seeing Li Xuandao's gaze, Guan patted the bull's back, making Blood Prison Great Saint quicken its pace. Soon, Blood Prison Great Saint reached the courtyard. Guan dismounted and quickly walked into the yard. "Uncle, long time no see." Guan raised his hand in a salute. Out of habit, he cast a lifespan detection on the young boy. Li Lingtian, Energy Cultivation Realm 4th Layer 8/110/8999. A lifespan limit of 8,999 years? That was something. Guan was curious, but his face remained calm. Indeed, it's been a long time. I've been here for 2 days, waiting specifically to see you before I leave, Li Xuandao said with a laugh. Nowadays, he was in high spirits. The 3 dynasties' contention continued, but everyone could feel the Taixuan dynasty's dominance. In the coming years, Li Xuandao was likely to unify the land, a feat no one had accomplished for thousands of years. Li Xuandao's cultivation level also advanced rapidly, nearing the 9th layer of the unification realm. This guy could catch up with LV Badian within a century. The two started to chat. Guan talked about his Medicine Valley in response to Li Xuandao's concern, mentioning trivial matters, which Li Xuandao listened to intently. Aside from Guan's relationship with Li Yi, Li Xuandao was very satisfied with how Guan managed Tianya Valley over the years. After chatting for a while, Li Xuandao started to tease Guan about his current appearance, which was vastly different from before. One must enjoy life when it's going well. Unlike you and senior brother Li, who can stir the world's affairs, I can also live a glamorous life in my small world, can't I? Guan laughed, touching the immortal king crown on his head as he spoke. Li Xuandao laughed, "It seems your crown lacks gems. Need my help? Or shall I send you a better one?" "A better one? I doubt you can afford it." Guan shook his head to decline courteously, and Li Xuandao did not insist. He waved to Li Lingtian, who immediately ran over, curiously watching Guan. Looking at his small face, Guan couldn't help but think of 15-year-old Li Yi, their brows and eyes were somewhat similar. "This is senior brother Gu, who has the best relationship with your brother Li Yi," Li Xuandao introduced to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian immediately saluted Guan, in a very mature and adorable manner. Guan was about to think of what to give as a meeting gift when Li Lingtian asked, "Senior brother Gu, I heard you wrote Journey to the West. Have you met Sun Wukong?" Guan was stunned, glancing at Luo Hun, who looked away. Li Xuandao kept his smile, obviously knowing this all along. It reminded him of the time he had asked Guan about investiture of the gods. Guan suddenly thought, had Li Xuandao known he was Panan all along and tried to probe him intentionally? But that no longer mattered. "Yes, in my dream. In reality, I accepted an apprentice named Yang Jian," Guan replied, patting Li Lingtian's head with a smile. "True Lord Erlang Yang Jian? Is he powerful? Can I spar with him?" Li Lingtian became excited, clenching his little fists. Guan laughed, "Of course, but you'll have to grow up first." Li Lingtian nodded obediently, then, like a little adult, said, "Senior brother Gu, you must ensure your apprentice trains hard. My uncle says I have the best life grit in the world, and I fear your apprentice might not be a match for me." Li Suandao gave him a stern look, "Your father always taught you to be modest." Li Lingtian complained, "Uncle said so, and mother said everything in this world was created for me, so I can be confident n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Li Suandao's face turned visibly displeased. Guan found it amusing and said, "All right, senior brother Gu will make sure he trains hard. Promise me you'll train well and not fight with others before sparring with my apprentice. Can you do that?" Chapter 254, Chapter 254 True Yangjian, False Sun Wukong. Hearing Guan's words, Li Lingtian didn't think too much and directly agreed. Li Suandao was very unhappy, and scolded Li Lingtian. As a result, Li Lingtian got angry and started to talk back. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Next came the lesson with a slap. Li Lingtian was picked up by Li Suandao, hung over his leg, and his butt was spanked harshly. This scene reminded Guan of scenes from his childhood in his past life. The memories of his past life were hazy, as if they were distant recollections. Guan didn't expect Li Suandao to have this side. He wondered whether Li had been educated in this way when he was a child. However, he could see that Li Lingtian's mother seemed very unusual, and Li Suandao's words about his mother showed considerable helplessness. Guan looked at Li Lingtian's karma and peered into his past. Soon, Guan understood some information. Li Lingtian's mother came from the ocean, with the surname Yang, from a great family. For her, Li Suandao had deposed the former queen and made her the new queen. He also decided to cultivate Li Lingtian as the crown prince. After peering into Li Lingtian's past, Guan sighed to himself. Having a strong background as a mother indeed allowed for recklessness. However, Li Lingtian's life grid was also extraordinary. He was born overseas, and during his birth, there were thunderstorms that attracted the protection of great cultivators in the family. After his birth, Li Suandao officially married Empress Yang, and the Yang family even dispatched special guards to protect Li Lingtian's growth. Currently, there were already 2 Mahayana cultivators guarding from afar. Previously, Mahayana cultivators were rare, but now they continuously flowed into the immortal cultivation world of the 3 dynasties. Perhaps the Yang family also saw the potential of this continent and made an advance bet, with Li Suandao, who was about to unify the 3 dynasties, being a good candidate. Li Lingtian was indeed extraordinary. No matter how much Li Suandao hit him, he didn't cry. Instead, he stubbornly glared at Li Suandao. This boy was simply a little demon king, and in the future, Li Suandao and Li would probably suffer. "Uncle, that's enough. The child can be taught slowly in the future. Right now, he didn't actually do anything wrong, it was just his way of speaking. I didn't feel offended." Guan spoke up, giving Li Suandao a way out. After hearing this, Li Suandao looked embarrassed. He looked at Guan and said, "This boy is naturally strong and has a small mind. It's better not to let him compete with your disciple, lest he really remembers it." Li Lingtian climbed down from his father's leg and hid beside Guan, grabbing Guan's arm and sticking his tongue out at Li Suandao. Guan could feel Li Lingtian's strength. This boy was only 8 years old, yet it seemed he could easily crush a stone. "It's okay. My disciple is also very strong," Guan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Suandao could only shake his head and not persuade further. He thought that in this world, only An Hao could be compared to his youngest son. Even Lv Xian was not as talented as Li Lingtian. After that, Li Suandao changed the topic to talk about sword Venerable Feudao. At the mention of this topic, Guan became excited and discussed it eagerly with him. Li Xuandao thought he was also an admirer of sword Venerable Fuedao, which was quite normal. Even he, the Emperor of Taixuan, felt his blood surge upon hearing about sword Venerable Fuedao's deeds, much less ordinary cultivators with low cultivation levels. After chatting for an ancient hour, Li Xuandao left with Li Lingtian. Before leaving, Li Lingtian waved at Guan and said, "Senior brother Gu, don't let Yang Jian forget this matter. When I grow up, I will come to duel with him." Find your next read at m_vlenovelbin.net. Guan nodded with a smile, secretly looking forward to Li Lingtian's defeat. In terms of ultimate lifespan, Yang Jian's was higher. In terms of age, Yang Jian was older. And in terms of teachers, could Li Lingtian find a master like the carefree primordial immortal? Given that Li Xuandao treated him well, he would properly guide Li Lingtian to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. After collecting the medicinal herbs, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to leave. After traveling 100 miles away from Tianya Valley, the Blood Prison Great Saint said, "Master, that boy's qi blood is not simple." He could tell at a glance that Li Lingtian's bones were extraordinary and his qi fortune was special. "Indeed, not simple. But do you think he can compare to Jianer?" Guan asked casually. "Definitely not. There is no one more monstrous than that boy." Mentioning Yang Jian, the Blood Prison Great Saint sighed deeply. He watched Yang Jian transcend the mundane, which made him revere Guan even more. It was Guan who discovered Yang Jian. Otherwise, Yang Jian might have been as mediocre as other disciples in the valley for a lifetime. "The cultivation technique I taught you must be diligently practiced. 1,000 years later, this world might be a completely different place. Even if Mahayana remains powerful, its status will surely be lower than now. Master, rest assured, I will not disgrace you. It's not about disgracing me. You cultivate for yourself. Hehe, I plan to follow you for life. You, Oxhead, are you planning on sticking with me? I hope Master will show mercy." The collapse of the Seven Stars spirit realm caused greater turmoil over the ocean. When Guan went to Immortal Seeking Island, many people were discussing it. At the private gathering of Sage Tanghai that he attended, those cultivators were also amazed by Sword Venerable Fuedao's strength. After this battle, the name of Sword Venerable Fuedao spread across the sea, gaining wider fame than on the continent. The turmoil at sea didn't affect the continent. The Star Sea congregations and the surrounding major forces did not dare touch the continent where Sword Venerable Fuedao resided. Instead, many cultivators rushed to the continent seeking opportunities. In this context, the continent welcomed peace. Guan's life also became more stable. He focused on planting medicinal herbs, waiting for the outer world cave to yield a harvest. During the waiting period, he continuously expanded the cave, planting more medicinal herbs. Nowadays, he could move the outer world cave, so he felt more secure in planting. Tianqing and Tianbai helped Tian Yao with many affairs, and there had been no incidents in the outer world cave and Nianzhou cave. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. 10 years passed. This year, Xiao Chuan released his primordial reincarnation skill, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. His ultimate lifespan reached 286 years, far less than Yelan's. This was related to his attitude towards cultivation. He was not as diligent as Yelan. No matter what, Xiao Chuan could at least live another 100 years. After releasing his cultivation level, Xiao Chuan bade farewell to Guan. He planned to return to his hometown and experience the life of an ordinary person again. If possible, he would have children. Although Guan did not see him off, he protected Xiao Chuan along the way with his divine sense, fearing any mishap. Half a month later, when Xiao Chuan returned to his hometown, Guan temporarily shifted his attention away from him. In the middle of summer, the Third Medicine Valley welcomed visitors. Guan personally greeted them, and saw a man and woman walking from the valley entrance. Yang Ni, Divinity Transformation Stage 5th Level 318/1200/1360. Li Lingtian, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 18/350/8999. Gu An's gaze fell on Yang Ni. She was Li Ye's mother's younger sister. When the Ephemera sect caused trouble back then, she was involved. After protecting Guan for a while, she left. Over the years, Guan would occasionally catch glimpses of her with his divine sense. She wandered all over, cultivating in various places. She occasionally encountered trouble, but on the whole lived fairly well. Yang Ni was dressed in red, with the treasure sword at her waist. Her face was still as delicate. She seemed a bit dazed seeing Guan from afar. The boy she once needed to protect had now become a core formation realm cultivator, and his appearance had also greatly changed. Following Yang Ni, Li Lingtian glanced around, seemingly looking for someone. The 18-year-old Li Lingtian wore white clothes with gold patterns and a golden dragon pearl crown on his head. He had an elegant demeanor. Honestly, Guan thought he was more handsome than Li Yi. The arrival of these two attracted many disciples' attention, but seeing Guan personally step up to greet them, they did not approach. Yang Ni, long time no see. Guan said with a smile as he approached the two. Yang Ni eyed Guan and said, "It's been years, you boy. Your aura has changed greatly, you finally look like a cultivator." Guan smiled and said, "Not too bad." He looked at Li Lingtian, pretended to hesitate, and asked, "You are?" Li Lingtian also eyed Guan, then laughed and said, "Senior brother Gu, it's me, Li Lingtian. I have come to fulfill my appointment." After saying this, his gaze drifted into the distance, searching for Yang Jian. Guan shook his head and chuckled, then invited Yang Ni and Li Lingtian to sit down and chat. However, Li Lingtian insisted on a duel first. Guan had no choice but to call Yang Jian, then he took them out of the valley to find a secluded place for the duel. Li Lingtian thought Guan was worried about losing face, so he did not refuse. Along the way, Li Lingtian kept staring at Yang Jian with eager eyes, making Yang Jian uncomfortable. 10 years had passed, and Yang Jian's cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of the core formation realm, his apparent cultivation level brought up to the foundation establishment realm. Guan walked in front, chatting with Yang Ni, catching up on old times. She had many things to say upon seeing Guan again. She didn't come with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had insisted on coming when he overheard Li Suandao arrange for her to come to the Supreme Sect. Empress Yang also has the surname Yang, I wonder? Guan suddenly asked. Yang Ni glared at him and said, "Don't ask. We can't compare to the Empress's Yang family." Clearly, although they shared the same surname, they were not related. Li Ye's mother, Ms. Yang, was the woman Li Suandao once loved most. He even gave her the heavenly residence sword. Now Li Lingtian's mother also had the surname Yang, making Guan speculate a lot. Could it be that Li Suandao was drawn to Empress Yang because of her last name rather than her background? By the way, that boy Li Lingtian has no sense of control. If he hurts your disciple, don't mind. Don't worry, I will be watching carefully and intervene promptly to prevent serious injury. Yang Ni reminded. Guan smiled and said, "It's fine. They are both in the foundation establishment realm. It's normal to get hurt during a duel. If Li Lingtian was about to be beaten to death, he would also intervene." Behind them, Li Lingtian looked at Yang Jian and finally spoke, "You are called Yang Jian? Why this name?" Yang Jian replied, "Because I liked reading Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West when I was young. Coincidentally, I also like it. But I prefer Sun Wukong. Is it Yang Jian versus Sun Wukong today? I just don't know if you are the real Yang Jian." Li Lingtian said with a grin. Yang Jian glanced at him and said, "I also like Sun Wukong. Whether I'm the real Yang Jian, this fake Sun Wukong will soon know. Chapter 255 Vulnerable. Guan and Yang Ni, walking in front, could hear the tension in the voices of Yang Jian and Li Lingtian. Guan didn't mind, after all, it was Li Lingtian who first provoked Yang Jian. While he taught Yang Jian to be humble, he couldn't allow him to develop a meek personality that got bullied. Yang Ni, on the other hand, didn't expect Guan's disciple to have such a tough character. From what she remembered, Guan had always had a gentle disposition. However, against Li Lingtian, being too tough could be a disadvantage. Although Yang Ni didn't like Li Lingtian, she had to admit that his talent was extraordinarily strong, almost like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. After a while, the four of them reached the woods. Without waiting for Guan and Yang Ni to speak, Yang Jian and Li Lingtian had already squared off. Li Lingtian asked, "What rules do you need?" He could see that Yang Jian's cultivation level was lower than his, so he wanted Yang Jian to set the rules. Li Lingtian never liked bullying others. Yang Jian looked at him calmly and said, "Let's just fight directly. I'll show mercy." Although Yang Jian didn't know Li Lingtian's identity, he had to show Guan respect since Yang Ni and Guan seemed to be on cordial terms. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Li Lingtian was momentarily stunned. This guy really didn't give in. Li Lingtian didn't think much of it, after all, this was his first battle since he started cultivating, something he had anticipated for 10 years. "Then let's fight." Li Lingtian let out a loud laugh, moved his feet, and a fierce wind scattered the surrounding leaves. He dashed towards Yang Jian like lightning, his legs sweeping out like a long whip, exceedingly fierce. Yang Jian reacted just as quickly, almost instantly lifting his knee to block Li Lingtian's sweeping leg. Li Lingtian's eyes widened, and his smile became ferocious. Yang Jian's strength excited him greatly. "Such fast reactions," Yang Ni said, standing next to Guan. Yang Jian surprised her. Both Li Lingtian and Yang Jian, with merely their speed and reactions, had already surpassed Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Yang Ni even thought she wasn't this strong when she was in the core formation realm. It turned out Guan really had confidence. Li Lingtian leveraged the force to jump back, his body stretching in mid-air. He punched out, and spiritual power formed a golden dragon shadow that charged at Yang Jian. A dragon's roar exploded, echoing through the woods. Yang Jian didn't retreat, instead, he advanced, dispersing the dragon's shadow with a wave of his hand and stepping up to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's pupils contracted suddenly. Bang! Yang Jian struck Li Lingtian's abdomen with his elbow, causing Li Lingtian's eyes to widen and his mouth to open, spitting out blood. Immediately, Yang Jian's fists and kicks followed like a storm, beating Li Lingtian's body severely, making him feel like a sandbag, unable to stay grounded. "This is impossible." Yang Ni's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Li Lingtian's strength well, although he hadn't sparred with others. Li Suandao had prepared many puppets as grindstones for him. In her view, Li Lingtian had already surpassed the Foundation Establishment realm. If he had not spent so much time practicing spells and divine skills, his cultivation would have reached the core formation realm by now. Such a monstrous talent being beaten so completely? It was unbelievable. Yang Jian's fist and kick speed even made this divinity transformation realm cultivator quite shocked. As Yang Jian engaged in battle, she could sense an extremely dangerous aura from him, something she had never felt before. Although Yang Jian's cultivation level couldn't threaten her, she felt an inexplicable reverence. Seeing that Li Lingtian was about to be beaten to death, Yang Ni was about to intervene but was stopped by Guan. "Don't worry, Jian knows his limits. This is a good opportunity to temper this prince's character, otherwise, he'll create too many enemies in the immortal cultivation world with his arrogance," Guan said with a smile. Yang Ni glanced at him, looking at his profile, and felt somewhat dazed. Why was he so calm? She suddenly felt that Guan must have gone through a lot over the years she was away. The key question was how such a talented individual could have taken Guan as his master? Yang Ni turned her gaze to Yang Jian. She had to admit, at this moment, Yang Jian looked like the true genius, and Li Lingtian appeared so incapable, completely unable to display his talent. Soon, Yang Jian landed, raising his right leg to use his foot to catch Li Lingtian's body. At this moment, Li Lingtian's clothes were torn, his hair disheveled, his face covered in blood, and his body appeared extremely feeble. Yang Jian slowly placed Li Lingtian down with one foot. Throughout, his expression didn't change, as if this battle hadn't given him any sense of achievement. Li Lingtian lay on the ground, barely opening his eyes. Yang Jian stood in front of him, looking down at him. For the first time, Li Lingtian saw someone from this angle, feeling almost crushed inside. He hadn't expected the battle to turn out this way. Yang Jian was faster, his fists and feet heavier, and his cultivation level was lower. He could feel that Yang Jian didn't even use spiritual power, relying solely on speed and qi to beat him. Why was it like this? Could it be that I am not the most talented in the world? Li Lingtian's eyes lost their sparkle, and he buried his face in the ground, his shoulders trembling. He cried. He couldn't accept his defeat. Guan walked over, and Yang Jian quickly saluted him. Seeing Yang Jian's respect towards Guan, Yang Ni's expression became more peculiar. Guan squatted beside Li Lingtian and said softly, "Your talent is indeed rare, but you must always maintain a reverence for the world. Remember, there are always people stronger than you. If your opponent today had been your enemy, you would be dead." Li Lingtian clenched his fists, his body trembling even more violently. Yang Ni said nothing. After the initial shock, she even felt somewhat gloating. The whole journey, Li Lingtian's arrogance was unbearable for her, and seeing someone put him in his place was rather satisfying. She didn't like Li Lingtian, and had even less fondness for Empress Yang. Yang Jian remained silent. He felt he wasn't qualified to teach Li Lingtian, the only reason he was stronger was that he had a master that others didn't have. Guan took out an elixir and fed it to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian slowly got up, turned towards Yang Jian, and even though his face was bloody, his expression was still stubborn. "I won't accept this. I will win next time," Li Lingtian said through gritted teeth. Yang Jian raised his hand, scaring Li Lingtian into retreating behind Guan. But on closer inspection, Yang Jian was simply saluting him. Li Lingtian, both relieved and embarrassed, wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Yang Ni laughed, "With your current state, you still dare to challenge him again? Perhaps you should focus on becoming stronger first." Li Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Guan. "Senior brother Gu, can I stay in your medicine valley?" He wanted to see how Yang Jian usually trained. All his life, he hadn't been lazy, and he even had no friends, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. But this complete defeat was difficult to accept. "No problem, if you have any issues in the valley, go to Jianer. After all, he's technically your junior," Guan said with a smile, causing Li Lingtian to brighten up. Yang Jian felt a headache coming on. 10 years ago, he had heard Guan mention Li Lingtian, which gave him pressure. Now, it seemed, Li Lingtian was just like this. His real opponent was still that senior brother he had never met. So, the four of them left the woods and returned to the third medicine valley. The disciples in the valley were curious about what had happened when they saw the previously high-spirited Li Lingtian looking so pitiful. Yang Ni didn't stay long. After chatting with Guan for a while, she flew off to the inner sect, seemingly carrying out a mission. After handing Li Lingtian over to Yang Jian, Guan went upstairs to read. Until evening.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Li Lingtian, now dressed in clean clothes, walked out of his courtyard, not seeing Yang Jian, so he wandered around. Soon, he was attracted by some disciples playing chess and went over to watch. Unfortunately, neither Go nor Chinese chess interested him. His eyes were caught by the passing Blood Prison Great Saint. Blood Prison Great Saint was cursing, frustrated after failing to catch a white spirit rat. Li Lingtian approached and asked, "You, Oxhead, you seem pretty unique. What's your name?" Blood Prison Great Saint glared at him and replied, "Bull Demon King, ever heard of it?" Experience new stories on mvlenovelbin.net. After speaking, Blood Prison Great Saint continued on, ignoring Li Lingtian. He remembered Li Lingtian. 10 years ago, he thought Li Lingtian might be a remarkable figure. Who knew he'd be helpless in front of Yang Jian? Useless. Li Lingtian stood there, mumbling, "There's Yang Jian and Bull Demon King. Is Master Pewdie also here?" If there was no Master Pewdie, how could Yang Jian be so strong? But he didn't think of Guan as Master Pewdie because Guan didn't seem that strong. On a hot summer day, inside the Imperial Study, Li Suandeo sat at the desk, frowning as he read the letters on the desk. After a while, a figure walked quickly in, came to the desk, and bowed deeply. This person was clad in intricate armor, exuding charisma, with a stern face and fierce eyes. This was Ye Yan, a disciple taken by Guan in the Mystic Valley. After a century, Ye Yan was no longer the ordinary youth he once was but a general with a formidable presence. Li Suandeo asked, "How much do you know about your master?" Ye Yan frowned and asked, "My master? What happened to him?" He didn't answer immediately, although he hadn't seen Guan for a long time. He remembered the grace given to him and wanted to protect his master even against Li Suandeo. Li Suandeo waved his hand, sending the letters on the desk to Ye Yan. Ye Yan took them and read carefully. His expression changed dramatically, showing shock. How is this possible? The Crown Prince's prowess is by no means simple, yet he was utterly defeated by a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Yang Jian, my master's disciple. Ye Yan muttered to himself. He had met Li Lingtian and even taught him spear techniques. Li Lingtian's talent once made him lament the unfairness of the heavens. He even suspected Li Lingtian was an immortal reincarnate. Last year, Li Lingtian had shown power comparable to the core formation realm. How could such a talent lose to a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Li Suandeo pondered, with Guan's abilities, he couldn't have taught such a disciple alone. Do you think someone more powerful is behind him? Though often troubled by Li Lingtian's arrogance, Li Suandeo hadn't expected such a crushing defeat. It left him feeling uneasy. Chapter 256, Chapter 256 Former Lord of Divine Exotic City. In the Imperial Study, upon hearing Li Suandeo's words, Ye Yan replied, "I am not sure either. When I left that year, I hadn't seen Master make acquaintances with any great cultivator." He was also puzzled in his heart. He felt that Mystic Valley had extraordinary chi fortune. Su Han, who had disturbed the Taixuan dynasty's immortal cultivation world decades ago, was his senior brother. To this day, whenever he thought of Su Han, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, he, Zhen Qin, and Su Han followed Guan to the Third Medicine Valley to cultivate. Who could have imagined that they would each achieve such accomplishments? Although Su Han's life or death was unknown, the commotion he caused had already proven his strength. They were no longer the insignificant minor cultivators they once were. After hearing his words, Li Suandeo did not speak further but fell into deep thought. For a while, the Imperial Study was engulfed in silence. Each harbored their own thoughts, wondering if there was a powerful figure behind Guan. After a long time, Li Suandeo spoke, "You may leave now. The negotiations with the great Zhang dynasty are nearing conclusion. You need to prepare to go to sea. This matter concerns the 1,000-year plan of Taixuan, and it must not be taken lightly." "Yes." Ye Yan accepted the order, then saluted and left. Li Suandeo gazed out the window, his eyes wandering. "I must advance to Mystic Heart soon, or many things cannot proceed." Li Xuandao thought silently. Compared to Li Lingtian's achievements, he cared more about his own. To this day, only Lvxian knew that he had hidden his cultivation level, and now even Lvxian was unsure of his true level. Li Xuandao's ambitions were grand. He wanted to be an immortal emperor, eternally in power. For this, he needed strength to protect himself. Li Lingtian suffering this setback was also good. It would make him more diligent in his cultivation, ensuring he didn't create trouble for his imperial authority. Thinking of this, Li Xuandao smiled. Yang Jian, not bad, I will look forward to your future. Under the blue sky and white clouds. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Among the mountains, Li was meditating on the lake. He was bare-chested, surrounded by mist. His hair floated continuously, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura, causing the lake's surface to shimmer like a sword's light. A figure leaped over the towering mountains, descending from the sky and landing on the lake, causing a flurry of ripples. His feet did not touch the lake's surface. It was Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku wore a robe made of animal pelts, his long hair reaching his waist. His entire demeanor was wild. Enjoy new chapters from MVL. Hands on his hips, he laughed and said, Brother Li, and how has caused another big commotion recently? Do you want to know? Li did not open his eyes, answering, Go ahead, what has he done now? The three of them joined the Star Sea congregations together. Although Li held the divine exotic city and was renowned within the sect, his growth speed could not compare to Anhao. Anhao was the greatest genius in the history of the Supreme Sect, and it was the same in the Star Sea congregations. He made all other geniuses pale in comparison. He has mastered the flame primordial treasure body. It is said that this physique could dominate the mortal world in ancient times. Although the Star Sea congregations have the method of cultivation, he is the first person to succeed in tens of thousands of years. Zhang Buku sighed. Since ingesting a demon core, his talent had also transformed, making him a genius. But compared to Anhao, he still fell short. When they met, it was always awkward since they both came from the Supreme Sect. They had to be polite, but Zhang Buku disliked Anhao. This dislike had no reason. For some reason, looking at Anhao's face always made him feel annoyed, as if he had seen Anhao somewhere before. Li opened his eyes, frowning. He had always regarded Anhao as his goal, but the more he chased, the more powerless he felt. Anhao seemed to be the protagonist of this world, making everyone else fade into insignificance. The flame primordial treasure body, he had heard of it. Once mastered, the person would transform into a radiant sun, invincible in the world. Zhang Buku continued, the sect is planning to explore the sea-breaking rift today. I have signed up. Are you going? Li shook his head and said, I still need to improve my cultivation level, I don't want to go. Of course, if you want me to accompany you, it's not impossible. Zhang Buku snorted, I don't want you to come with me. Being with you is too unlucky. I mainly came to tell you this so you wouldn't be looking for me. Li glared at him and replied irritably, hurry up and go, you're the unlucky one. The two started bickering again. When Zhang Buku mentioned Guan, Li conceded. Zhang Buku left satisfied. Li watched Zhang Buku's departing figure, cursing silently that when Zhang Buku returned, he would give him a good lesson. Another year of the Spring Festival had arrived. In the Third Medicine Valley, the disciples were busy hanging lanterns and decorations. Li Lingtian was also bustling with the disciples, mainly following Yang Jian. Seeing Yang Jian busy, he had no choice but to follow. In the pavilion, Guan was discussing a peculiar book with Shen Zhen. The two were expressing their views, arguing vehemently, neither convincing the other. Suddenly, it seemed Guan sensed something, frowning. Shen Zhen noticed the change in his expression, waved her hand in front of him, and asked, What? Are you angry? Guan shook his head and said, "No, I just thought of something and got distracted." "Thinking about something? You don't respect me." Shen Zhen glared, angry. She stood up, put the book on the table into her storage bag, and then left. Guan did not stop her, he couldn't be bothered to cater to her whims. He sat back in the treasured chair that Shen Zhen had occupied earlier, communicating with the divine exotic immortal spirit in his heart. "Are you sure?" he asked in his heart. The voice of the divine exotic immortal spirit sounded, "Sure, it's definitely his aura. Although I have never seen him, the city retains his aura. I cannot be mistaken. The former master of divine exotic city is in that rift." The rift it mentioned was the one that spanned the ocean. Its appearance had even led to rumors of a world-destroying sea tide. The divine exotic immortal spirit had just sensed the aura of the former master of divine exotic city from that rift. Guan wanted to know the former master's cultivation level from it, but unfortunately, it did not know. In its words, the divine exotic city had been born after it left that person's hands. This was true for all immortal spirit treasures, they could only serve one master. Once the master perished, the immortal spirit would also vanish. At this moment, Liya was still in the Star Sea congregations, far from the ocean rift. Only the divine exotic immortal spirit sensed that aura. When Guan looked at the rift, he saw many cultivators fleeing from it, as if something terrifying was chasing them. When his divine sense approached the rift, he felt a powerful aura that deterred him from recklessly probing further. The presence that he could feel was strong. There might be a carefree primordial immortal hidden in the rift. Guan withdrew his divine sense, no longer paying attention to it. The world had countless major forces, and there were numerous great cultivators. As long as they didn't threaten him, he was too lazy to meddle. After all, that rift was extremely remote from the mainland, separated by 2 continents and countless islands. Guan chatted with the divine exotic immortal spirit for a while longer. Once he was sure that the former master could no longer control divine exotic city, he felt relieved. He got up and went downstairs. As he walked down the stairs, he saw the busy disciples in the valley, and a smile appeared on his face. The calamities in this world never cease, but if they can be delayed by a few decades, it can grant a generation a stable life. Guan thought this and then walked towards the place where the most disciples were gathered. Under an old tree, dozens of disciples were gathered, discussing fervently. Among them were 2 people playing Go, one of whom was the 9-finger Divine Lord. The other was the best Go player in the valley, one of the senior disciples in the valley, respectfully addressed as Elder Lu. He had stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for 100 years, from youth to old age. Because of his modest cultivation talent, he never thought of leaving the valley. At this moment, Elder Lu was frowning deeply, with his right hand holding the Go piece trembling, hesitant to play. The 9-finger Divine Lord's expression was calm, but he was internally sighing in relief. This old man's Go skills were too formidable, he almost lost. Since playing Go in the Third Medicine Valley, the 9-finger Divine Lord had become fascinated with the game, feeling that it contained infinite mysteries similar to the essence of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, he frequently came to the Third Medicine Valley to play. Go was invented by Guan and had yet to be widely promoted. Currently, it was only popular in the Medicine Valley. Guan created Go merely out of boredom. He did not intend to promote it. Even in his past life, he was simply an enthusiast of the game. At this moment, Guan squeezed through the crowd and saw Elder Lu sweating profusely. He couldn't help but say, "Xiao Lu, why don't I play for you? Shameless wandering immortal, bullying my Medicine Valley mortals? Intolerable." Elder Lu looked up and saw it was Guan, then quickly stepped aside. The other disciples were excited. In their minds, Guan was the best Go player since he invented the game. As Guan sat down, the 9-finger Divine Lord smiled and said, "Little friend, do you think there is still a chance in this game?" Guan laughed, "If you came 3 moves later, there would indeed be no hope. The smile on the nine-finger Divine Lord's face froze instantly. A wandering immortal's prowess in Go lay in their ability to simulate countless possibilities in an instant, choosing the best moves. From the first move Elder Lu made, the nine-finger Divine Lord had already seen the outcome. Knowing the rules of Go, the nine-finger Divine Lord could surely win against ordinary folks. However, it was precisely because he could simulate countless possibilities that he appreciated the subtleties of the game. He did not play Go to win but to experience the process and comprehend his own deist sorcery within the game. He did not expect Guan to see through his strategy. Under his gaze, Guan placed a piece on the board, turning the tides instantly, making him frown. He immediately placed a piece, and Guan followed suit. Unlike others who played slowly, these two played at lightning speed. They were competing in their ability to simulate. The disciples around them watched, barely daring to breathe. Li Lingtian also squeezed in to join the excitement. Seeing the aura of the two playing, he was interested in Go for the first time. One piece after another, the sound of pieces being placed formed a melody, exuding a sharp aura. Suddenly, the nine-finger Divine Lord paused, withdrew his hand hanging in the air, placed the piece down, and said, "I lost." As soon as he said this, cheers erupted around them. Elder Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead, revealing a broad smile. The nine-finger Divine Lord stared at Guan, as if trying to see through him. Though this boy had an extraordinary aura, his cultivation and physique were not impressive. How did he manage to win? Chapter 257 Variables. Night fell, and fireworks rose in the Third Medicine Valley, brilliant and beautiful. The pavilion area was filled with dining tables, with over 1,000 people toasting and drinking, making for a spectacular scene. Guan ignored the nine-finger Divine Lord's gaze and chatted with Yu Yingying next to him, inquiring about Lu Lingjun's situation. He had actually always been following up on Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun's Ascension Sect had already been established and had joined forces with the Supreme Sect to occupy an island. They were currently busy mining spirit mines. Overall, things were going smoothly. Yu Yingying had always been in correspondence with Lu Lingjun. In the immortal cultivation world, letters were either exchanged using spells or dharma treasures or delivered by demon pets. Yu Yingying came from the Star Sea congregations and had communication means connected with the ocean. After chatting for a while, Guan took the opportunity to leave and went to the Mystic Valley to visit the disciples there. It wasn't until late at night when the disciples returned to their rooms that he went to the Niancho cave to celebrate the festival with Tian Yaoer and the other two girls. Unlike others, Tian Yaoer and the two girls no longer had family. They would follow him for their whole lives, so every year during festivals, Guan would never forget them. While enjoying the delicacies, Guan was also concerned about Tian Yaoer's cultivation. Tian Yaoer had now reached the 6th level of the divinity transformation realm. It was not slow progress at all. She was already talented, and with the continuous consumption of medicinal herbs and elixirs, her cultivation progressed rapidly. More than her cultivation level, Guan was more concerned about her achievements in the primordial earth immortal skill and the limitless freedom step. Cultivation level is the main trunk of the tree, but spells and divine skills are the branches and leaves, both are indispensable. Tian Yaoer was very proud of her cultivation achievements, holding her delicate nose high, looking quite complacent. Guan was worried she might slack off, so he spoke about the cultivation progress of Anhao and Yangjian, though he didn't mention their names, only referring to them as two disciples. Continue reading at MVL. As she listened, Tian Yaoer's head gradually lowered. Tianqing and Tianbai, sitting on either side of Guan, listened as if they were hearing a story, occasionally exclaiming, making Tian Yaoer feel even worse. When Guan finished, Tian Yaoer pouted and said, "What's so great about them? Sooner or later, I'll surpass them n/o/vel/b/jn. .c//om." Guan laughed and said, "You are also considered my disciple." Why don't you formally acknowledge me as your master? No way. Absolutely not. Tian Yaoer stood up immediately, excitedly speaking with her eyes wide open and her teeth gritting, looking somewhat demonic rather than her usual cute self. Guan helplessly said, "Why are you so agitated? If not, then not. I am unwilling to accept anyway." Tian Yaoer sat down and turned her head away. Tianqing chuckled and said, "The young lady doesn't want to be a disciple. She wants to be the mistress." Hearing this, Tian Yaoer's pretty face turned a bright red. She wasn't angry, and Guan noticed that she stealthily gave a thumbs up to Tianqing, a very concealed action hiding under her sleeves. Tian Bai joined in the fun, teasing Tian Yaoer. Tian Yaoer tried to clear it up, but the more she explained, the worse it got. Guan watched their staged performance and secretly sighed. Looks like I need to help them improve their acting skills in the future, it's too clumsy. It won't be reliable to let them handle tasks. That night, at their persistent request, Guan chose to stay overnight. Under the tree, Guan leaned against the trunk, holding a book in his hands. Tian Yaoer was reading Journey to the West, but her mind was entirely on him. She looked at the mask on Guan's face, wanting to take it off but afraid Guan would get angry. Though their relationship was already close, she always feared losing everything. Even when acting spoiled, she gauged Guan's tone, afraid of his displeasure. "You want to take off my mask?" Guan suddenly asked. Tian Yaoer instinctively wanted to deny it but couldn't help nodding upon hearing his gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Guan took off his mask and placed it on Tian Yaoer's face. Tian Yaoer hurriedly pulled off the mask, thinking Guan was teasing her, only to realize that Guan hadn't put on another mask. Seeing Guan's handsome face, she was stunned. Because Guan always wore a mask, she always thought the worst, imagining he had an ugly or frightening face. She didn't expect such good looks. The reason Guan was willing to remove his mask was that after so many years of interaction, Tian Yaoer was already completely isolated from external causes and effects. Even if she knew his true face, it wouldn't matter. Of course, the most important reason was that he was strong enough. Though not unmatched in the world, he could at least face all causes and effects on this land. "I know you've always wanted to see my face. Tonight, I'm letting you be happy. From tonight onwards, you must work harder in your cultivation. Stop overthinking. Since I've accepted you, I will not abandon you. You are destined to be the longest companion with me. Look to the long term. One day, I will take you out to travel and see the world. Like the green bull spirit under Lord Lao Zi of the Great Monad in Journey to the West, it could trouble Sun Wukong. I hope you can also stand alone in the future. Your strength is my honor." Guan spoke sincerely. These words were from his heart. Be it in Hao or Yangjian, one day they would eventually leave him. Yelan also had her own cultivation journey. Regardless of how many years she had left, Tian Yaoer, with a maximum lifespan of 18,000 years, was the one who could accompany him the longest. Tian Yaoer was deeply moved after hearing this. She nodded heavily and said, "Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will also train Tianqing and Tian Bai well. I am your honor. They are my honor. If they can become top experts in the world, it will make you even prouder." Guan laughed and said, "Just like what's written in the Supreme Immortal Venerable? In the future, if they offend others and need you to step in, which forces me to step in?" Tian Yaoer giggled and said, "Yes, beat the small ones first, then the big ones. You are the older one." "Nonsense, your master will always be young. You do look young." They started chatting, envisioning the future. Guan also enjoyed talking. He could only talk about the future with Tian Yaoer. It was impossible with others around him because they didn't know his cultivation level. Even if they knew, how could mortals talk about the future with immortals? It's not that he didn't want to, but it was hard to connect on the same level. The next morning, Guan arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he stepped off the transmission array platform, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord greeted him, trying to pull him, but he quickly withdrew and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want to do?" The Nine-Finger Divine Lord withdrew his hand, coughed, and said, "I want to have another game with you, no, a best of 3. He also realized he was a bit presumptuous but felt Guan's reaction was too excessive. If he intended to harm Guan, Guan wouldn't be able to escape. Little did he know, Guan wasn't afraid of being harmed by him but was afraid of accidentally shocking him to death. In the face of deduced gang primal energy, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Guo Guhong made no difference. "All right, let's play," Guan said with a stern face. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord didn't mind and turned to lead the way. "Today, I'll defeat you utterly," Guan thought to himself. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had almost cost him a wandering immortal's life and must be properly punished. Half an incense stick's time later, Guan stood up and stretched. The disciples around noticed the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's grim face and dispersed, leaving only the two of them under the tree. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stared at the chessboard, his eyes vacant. He couldn't accept this reality. In the distance, Li Lingtian stood beside Yang Jian, curiously asking, "Who is that deist? He seems quite extraordinary." Yang Jian replied, "He is an elder of the Supreme Sect. Do you think his background is significant or not?" After speaking, he turned around and continued sweeping the grounds. Li Lingtian observed the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and thought to himself that the elders of the Supreme Sect should be quite powerful, shouldn't they? Why not find an opportunity to spar with him? Li Lingtian urgently needed a victory to build his confidence. The cultivation of other disciples in the valley was too weak to mention. He couldn't bypass Yang Jian to challenge Guan, so he set his sights on the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. This old man liked playing chess with mortals. Maybe he could also spar with him, a junior. He could ask him to suppress his cultivation realm to the core formation realm. He wanted to see if he could fight across realms. Although losing to Yang Jian deeply frustrated him, he didn't think he lacked talent. He just chose the wrong opponent. He didn't believe he could choose wrong twice. If he couldn't even beat senior brother Gu in chess, then he surely wouldn't be better in combat. Thinking of this, Li Lingtian showed a silly smile on his face. Under the tree, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord lifted his head and looked at Guan, asking in a deep voice, "Impossible. I shouldn't have lost to you. Who exactly are you?" He was a wandering immortal. Why did he lose? Guan looked up and smiled smugly, saying, "I am an immortal." "What do you say to that?" "An immortal? Exactly, you can call me the chess immortal. Get lost." Tch. Guan turned and left, his sleeves brushing away. Watching his back, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord revealed a bitter smile. No matter how he looked at it, Guan didn't seem like a disguised great cultivator. Though his cultivation was at the level of a wandering immortal, his vision far surpassed that realm. He couldn't help but shift his gaze back to the chessboard. Could it be that he hadn't truly understood the game of Go? Even after deducing countless possibilities, so what? Go was all about variability. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. Spring passed and summer came, and the temperature of the world continued to rise. On this day, Guan brought Yang Jian and Li Lingtian to Tianya Valley. He rode on the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint's Bull, slowly moving forward. Li Lingtian followed behind, dispirited. Obviously, they could fly, but instead, they had to walk. Was senior brother Gu intentionally tormenting him? But seeing Yang Jian walk calmly, he could only endure. He couldn't lose to Yang Jian in this regard. Rumble. Thunder roared in the distance, and Li Lingtian turned back to see storm clouds churning on the horizon. Yang Jian seemed to sense something, stopped, turned back to look, and frowned deeply. Li Lingtian walked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yang Jian ignored him, turned, and followed the blood prison great saint. Li Lingtian felt hurt. Yang Jian's indifference always made him frustrated. He understood that in Yang Jian's eyes, he wasn't worth mentioning. Yes, if he were Yang Jian, he wouldn't talk much with someone significantly weaker either. Yang Jian came up to Guan and asked, "Master, I have an uneasy feeling, as if something big is going to happen." Guan replied, "Perhaps indeed a disaster is looming." Yang Jian asked in confusion, "Could it be that the Seven Stars spirit realm hasn't given up?" Guan didn't answer but instructed, "Carefully sense it. I want to know what you can feel." Chapter 258, Chapter 258 Immortal King's True Blood. After hearing the master's instructions, Yang Jian calmed his mind and carefully sensed the surroundings. His steps didn't stop as he followed the blood prison great saint. Li Lingtian followed behind, secretly curious. He frequently looked back at the thunder clouds in the sky, but he couldn't feel anything, which made him very frustrated. Could it be that he didn't even have as much insight as Yang Jian? The speed at which the thunder clouds swept across the sky was fast. Before Guan and the others reached Tianya Valley, the thunder clouds had already swept over their heads, with torrential rain about to pour down. Yang Jian looked up at Guan and said, "Master, I feel the breath of destruction, everything in heaven and earth might be annihilated." These words made Li Lingtian's expression strange. Is it really that mystical? He suddenly thought that Guan was not simple, profound, and unfathomable. Could Guan be hiding even greater secrets? Was it because the Emperor and the Crown Prince knew something that they favored senior brother Gu? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Lingtian pondered. Guan didn't continue the conversation but patted the blood prison great saint's ox back, urging him to sprint. "Let's see who gets to Tianya Valley first." Guan left these words, and the blood prison great saint leapt forward, with the ox hooves creating wind, moving majestically, quickly rushing out of the forest. Yang Jian and Li Lingtian hurried to catch up. At the mention of a competition, Li Lingtian got excited, but to his dismay, he found himself indeed the slowest. Yang Jian was one thing, but what was the background of this uncouth ox head, and why was it so fast? Inside Tianya Valley, Guan dismounted from the blood prison great saint's back and led Yang Jian towards the cluster of pavilions. Li Lingtian didn't follow, his gaze was fixed on the blood prison great saint, his eyes bloodshot. The blood prison great saint raised his ox head, glanced at him disdainfully, and spat out a word that nearly drove him mad. "Trash!" Li Lingtian was livid, watching the blood prison great saint's back, wanting to curse back, but the words were stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. He suddenly started doubting his life. Was he really trash? Sure, he was stronger than many, surpassing disciples of Medicine Valley and the Royal Palace, but in the grand scheme of the world, how big were those places? He remembered Guan's words, "There is always someone better out there." The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more bewildered he became, standing dazedly in place. This time, Guan brought Yang Jian because Li Suandao wanted to meet him. He wasn't afraid of Li Suandao's scheming, having gotten to know him over the years. He respected Li Suandao's character, and since they were like-minded individuals, they always believed themselves to be the strongest. When Li Suandao saw Yang Jian, he was amazed by his talent and growing fond of him. He was very enthusiastic in his questioning, showing extreme concern, which Guan thought surpassed his previous treatment of himself. When Li Lingtian entered the courtyard and saw this scene, he felt even worse. After chatting for over an ancient hour, Li Suandao decided to give Yang Jian a gift, asking what he wanted. Yang Jian instinctively looked at Guan, which intrigued Li Suandao. What had Guan done to enamor Yang Jian like this? He had always believed that someone more formidable was behind Guan, and that Guan was just a guise. He had suspected Guan of hiding his strength, but having known him since the age of 15, nothing could have been faked. Knowing Li Suandeo's identity, Yang Jian said, "I would like a weapon I can wield comfortably, heavier but not too large." Li Suandeo laughed, "Are you serious, Yang Jian?" Yang Jian, showing an embarrassed look for the first time, nodded in agreement. Li Suandeo immediately agreed, promising to give him a satisfactory weapon within 3 years. In the end, Li Suandeo didn't extend any invitations or try to recruit Yang Jian. Guan, who had earlier considered recruiting Yang Jian for the military, realized he had been overthinking. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. As Guan prepared to leave, Li Suandeo instructed Li Lingtian to continue following him. Guan didn't refuse, thinking that in the Third Medicine Valley with so many people, one more mouth wouldn't matter. Li Suandeo likely didn't expect him to guide Li Lingtian in anything specific. Cranes flew across the sky in rows, and the sea breeze blew into the immortal-seeking island. Guan walked through the streets with Yang Jian, and Hu Xiaojian led them beside Guan. Today marked Guan's first time bringing Yang Jian to immortal-seeking island, where Yang Jian looked around in amazement, finding everything novel. He was curious about how far this island was from the Supreme Sect. Guan instructed Hu Xiaojian to introduce immortal-seeking island to Yang Jian. Hu Xiaojian enthusiastically complied, leaving a good impression on Yang Jian. The more Yang Jian learned about immortal-seeking island, the more astonished he became. Compared to the Supreme Sect, immortal-seeking island seemed like a place of true immortals, with so many immortals coming and going frequently. As Hu Xiaojian introduced the island, he also guided Guan to purchase high-rank medicinal herb seeds. 2 ancient hours later, Guan brought them to Sage Tangha's residence. Over the years, Hu Xiaojian had become one of Guan's people. During Guan's absences, Sage Tanghai had taken good care of him, so he was familiar with the residence. Today, many immortal path cultivators were in the residence, with more than 10 loose immortals and over 40 in the Nirvana realm. These cultivators were Sage Tangha's friends, who were all familiar with Guan. Not only was Guan a loose immortal, but his wealth was also astonishing. When discussing medicinal herb transactions on Immortal-Seeking Island, Meng Lang's name often came up, making many speculate he had a powerful force behind him. Otherwise, why would he need such a vast amount of medicinal herbs? The great cultivators were very enthusiastic toward Guan's disciple, offering various meeting gifts. Guan had Yang Jian accept them all, as he was equally generous when these cultivators brought their disciples to visit, reciprocating the gesture. Soon, the 3 of them sat down at their own table. Hu Xiaojian whispered, "The sea-breaking rift has brought calamity, it is said that a peerless evil demon is hidden within. Countless cultivators have perished in the seabed, and its true identity remains unknown." Guan asked, "Have the great sects taken any action?" He could see the situation at the sea-breaking rift, where many cultivators and demons were heading right now. The sea-breaking rift, known as the sign of the world-destroying sea tide, is also believed by many to hold opportunities since heaven and earth had been submerged by the ocean numerous times. Each time, an era's immortal cultivation civilization sank to the seabed. Yes, there's action from the Star Sea congregations and other great sects, but there's been no success. Instead, more people are dying. Hu Xiaojian continued. Yang Jian sat on the side, listening attentively. After chatting for a while, Hu Xiaojian began discussing the sea's happenings. To Yang Jian's surprise, he heard a familiar name from his mouth. Anhao. Having cultivated the flame primordial treasure body, Anhao's reputation soared, with everyone in awe of his incredible talent. Yang Jian had heard that Anhao had gone to the Star Sea congregations to cultivate, he didn't expect him to become so renowned at sea. As a servant disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, Yang Jian knew little about Anhao, only that he was the strongest talent in the Supreme Sect's history and the sect leader's disciple. To Yang Jian, Anhao was always a legendary figure. He wondered what Anhao's elegance was like. Yang Jian suddenly felt curious, could it be that his master knew Anhao? And how was so powerful, it didn't seem like someone the Supreme Sect could cultivate. He had researched the Supreme Sect, and before Sword Venerable Fuedeo's rise, there wasn't even one Mystic Heart Realm member. There were rumors about and how being Sword Venerable Fuedeo's disciple, but they were mostly speculations. Such rumors weren't uncommon. The immortal cultivation world was full of those suspected to be the Sword Venerable's disciples. If and how was indeed his unseen senior brother, he would be convinced because and how was the most brilliant talent he had heard of. The master must be extremely fond of the senior brother. Yang Jian thought silently as he looked at Guan. Although he had been transformed now, deep down, he still harbored an inferiority complex. He wasn't born a genius, his talent was crafted by his master changing his fate against heaven, so he always feared that everything he had could disappear. His mentality was quite similar to Tian Yaoer. Noticing Yang Jian's gaze, Guan didn't respond. After a while, Sage Tang Hai appeared, greeted everyone, and began explaining the purpose of the gathering. It concerned the sea-breaking rift. Upon hearing these 5 words, the cultivators began discussing fervently. Sage Tang Hai scanned the room and said in a low voice, "I received information that at the bottom of the sea-breaking rift lies a hidden world, dangerous yet containing the cave of an ancient immortal king. In the deep-sea spirit palace, someone obtained the immortal king's true blood, transforming their body and comprehending divine skills, and it was by these skills they fought their way out." The cultivators couldn't help but be moved. No one knew the realm of an immortal king, but throughout history, they were always the zenith of the immortal path, with only the greatest of each era qualifying to become immortal kings. Such an opportunity, how could they not be tempted? The higher the cultivation, the more one needed such opportunities. The loose immortals present may be high and mighty on immortal-seeking island, but when it came to higher realms, they had no direction. Not just breaking major realms, even breaking a minor realm depended on fortune and opportunity. I plan to explore it, and those willing to join may sign up. I will share the information when we depart. This is extremely dangerous, and I can't guarantee safety. Think it over carefully, there is no obligation based on our relationships." Sage Tang Hai spoke sincerely. Over the years, besides holding auctions, he had occasionally organized such expeditions. Though not always successful, there were no bad rumors about him, and his character was trustworthy. The cultivators began discussing among themselves. Sage Tang Hai did not specifically invite Guan, as every attendee was personally invited. Once inside, Guan wasn't particularly significant, in fact, everyone was equally important. Ultimately, Guan didn't sign up, while a third of the attendees did, while more chose to avoid the risks due to their long lifespans. After the gathering concluded, Guan led Yang Jian back. Returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Yang Jian still felt like it was a dream. This journey had been too surreal, broadening his horizons. This world was vast, and the Supreme Sect was just a drop in the ocean. Guan began to patrol the Medicine Valley, picking the matured herbs. He wondered if he could accumulate 100 million years of lifespan before the calamity struck. From his current perspective, the sea-breaking rift wasn't enough to shake the great heavenly spirit land, which harbored many terrifying forces. Chapter 259, Chapter 259 Reincarnation. What Guan saw and heard on Immortal Seeking Island was just a microcosm of the great forces at sea. Although the sea-breaking rift had the appearance of fierce demons, it also contained opportunities that countless cultivators and demons pursued eagerly. However, as long as this matter didn't affect Guan, he was too lazy to care. Even if people he knew ventured into the sea-breaking rift, he would not stop them. Everyone had their own choices, and during the previous calamities on the continent, many people he knew were also involved. Nov. L. B/JNN. Opportunities were always obtained through struggle and adventure. When the ocean raised storms, the 155-year-old Guan was still living a farming life. Occasionally, he used his divine sense to look at the sea-breaking rift and then at outer heaven. The influence of this sea-breaking rift was great. Guan saw that recently more and more heaven and earth-flying immortals had returned from outer heaven. There were also increasing conflicts on the ocean. When someone brought out treasures from the sea-breaking rift, the bloodshed had already begun. Moreover, Guan noticed a special situation that added more variables to this catastrophe and made him more wary of the sea-breaking rift. The time came to late autumn. Guan was chatting with Yelan. The two of them stood in front of a wooden fence, watching the disciples sweep away the fallen leaves. Unifying the world is a good thing. As for whether to follow the dynasty northward, that's up to you, Guan said. The Taixuan dynasty was about to unify the world. Li Xuandao invited the Supreme Sect to send people north to discuss with the great Zhang dynasty, firstly to show support, and secondly to go north together and establish a base in the former demon lands. Before the heavenly ranking conference, the Supreme Sect's northern plans were always delayed, with someone secretly sabotaging them. Because of this, the Supreme Sect had sacrificed some disciples. Now no force dared to oppose the Supreme Sect, and the Supreme Sect was also preparing to establish a subsect in the north. Yelan was talking about going to the subsect. If she went to the subsect, her status and position would be promoted, and she was very tempted. If she didn't go, with her current cultivation level, she could only be an elder in the inner sect, but the power she would obtain would be small. Yelan hesitated. I really want to go, but I'm afraid I won't see you as often in the future. Guan laughed and said, that's just the early stage. Once the teleportation array is built, you'll be able to see me whenever you want. Although Yelan liked him, her life was not only about Guan. She couldn't revolve around him, and he also hoped that Yelan could live more wonderfully. The splendor of life, romantic love was just a part of it. Especially after cultivating immortality, the weight of love was even smaller. So-called love itself began with desire. Cultivating immortality and cultivating the mind naturally could control physical desires, but spiritual desires would become greater. In the early years, Yelan had thrived in the outer disciple deacon hall, and she still had a desire for power in her heart. However, this desire was less important compared to her regard for Guan, which made her very hesitant. Hearing Guan's words, Yelan felt reasonable, nodded, and said teasingly, if I leave, won't you, senior brother, feel more at ease? Guan said indignantly, what are you talking about? I feel at ease whether you are here or not. Yelan couldn't help but lightly hit him. Guan reminded her not to slack off in her practice after going to the subsect. The senior brother and sister chatted and began to reminisce about the past. As dusk approached, Yelan left. Guan had just sat down at his desk and was about to flip through a book when he suddenly sensed something. He directed his divine sense towards the great Zhang dynasty. The long-hidden primordial deist talisman had finally made a move. It merged into the abdomen of a woman from a Ji family branch, which surprised Guan. Was this considered reincarnation? After reaching the carefree primordial immortal realm, Guan could already spy on the yin-yang rules of the world, but he still couldn't see where reincarnation was. Those souls would rise into the sky within 7 days after death, disappear after reaching a certain height, and those that did not rise within 7 days would turn into vengeful spirits, repelled by the heaven and earth rules. To survive, they had to harm living spirits and absorb their essence energy to enhance their ghostly energy, growing stronger step by step. After Ji Xiao's death, her soul had been hiding in the primordial deist talisman, unlike other ghosts who persecuted living beings. Under Guan's watch, the primordial deist talisman completely merged with the woman's aura, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Who knew if this Ji Xiao would have the memories of her past life? Guan remembered that Ji Xiao had seemed mature beyond her years as a child, unlike normal children. Perhaps she had always retained her past life memories but had hidden them well. After watching for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze. The moonlight was slightly cool, and the evening breeze blew in through the window, moving Guan's sideburns. This breeze lasted another 10 years. 10 years passed, the world changed greatly, and the territories of the three dynasties were unified. Only the Taixuan dynasty remained, and for the people, it was truly peace under heaven. Taixuan focused on development, exploring the world by sea and mining resources in the north. With the increase in resources, all industries within the dynasty flourished. The same was true for the immortal cultivation world, with new sects constantly emerging. For example, the Taixuan Sect was the most rapidly developing sect in these 10 years and was already one of the top 9 sects in Taixuan, with the Supreme Sect ranked first and the Taixuan Sect second. The subsect of the Supreme Sect had already been established, and various news kept flowing into the Supreme Sect, making all disciples feel the sect's rise. The treatment of disciples from the Medicine Valley also improved, and the time disciples stayed in the Medicine Valley began to shorten, proving that the Supreme Sect was investing more resources into their cultivation, reducing the time for servant disciples to reach foundation establishment. One day, Guan had just arrived at the Third Medicine Valley from Mystic Valley. He turned his head and saw a crowd in front of the nearby pavilions, all gathered to watch a Go game. He didn't know when it started, but Go had begun to be popular in the Supreme Sect, and Go masters always came to the Third Medicine Valley. Guan knew it was because the Nine-Finger Divine Lord liked to play Go here. He had become the biggest promoter of Go. Moreover, with his current cultivation level at the Mahayana realm, the Hall of Elders couldn't help but flatter him. Last month, LV Badian had even asked him if he wanted to organize a Go tournament, but he refused. Currently, Go was only popular within the Supreme Sect, and it was too early to hold a tournament. The most important reason was that the Nine-Finger Divine Lord wanted to hold the tournament in the Third Medicine Valley. How could he agree to that? Wouldn't that affect him planting medicinal herbs? Guan only watched for a while before heading towards his pavilion. Now the Nine-Finger Divine Lord seldom asked Guan to play Go, probably focusing on improving his Go skills. The person playing Go with the Nine-Finger Divine Lord was a cultivator at the Unification Realm and also an elder of the sect. Those old cultivators whose cultivation levels had stagnated easily became addicted to Go. Guan suddenly sensed something, piquing his interest. He immediately called for the Blood Prison Great Saint and rode him towards the outer gate city. Foundation establishment realm mounts were not uncommon in the current Supreme Sect. If one stayed at the Third Medicine Valley for half a day, one would surely see disciples riding mounts flying over the Medicine Valley. Master, why did you suddenly want to go to the outer gate city? The Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously. Lu Lingjun has returned and is taking people to the Heavenly Repair platform. She probably wants to try the Heaven-Cutting Axe, Guan replied casually. The Blood Prison Great Saint was immediately interested. He knew Lu Lingjun had founded the Ascension Sect, and those she brought might be Ascenders. As Ascenders, they would naturally want to learn more about each other. The Blood Prison Great Saint's speed was very fast, and they soon arrived in front of the Heavenly Repair platform. Compared to 10 years ago, the Heavenly Repair platform was even more bustling, with cultivators of varying cultivation levels, from the Qi cultivation realm to loose immortal realm, on the platform. Yes, there were loose immortals, and not just one. They all came from overseas. They first expressed their respect to the Sword Venerable Fuidao and then openly ascended to the Heavenly Repair platform to comprehend the sword intent of the Sword Venerable Fuidao. Years ago, Guan had secretly enhanced the sword intent contained within the words Righteous Path. Guan dismounted and walked up to the Heavenly Repair platform. The Bull Demon King did not ascend the platform, as mounts and demon pets were not permitted to ascend, for fear of offending the Sword Venerable Fuidao. At this moment, more and more people were gathering around the Heaven-Cutting Axe. The news had spread that an overseas loose immortal had come to challenge the Heaven-Cutting Axe. Over the years, loose immortals were no longer a mysterious term within the Supreme Sect. Many people knew that loose immortals represented a realm, signifying immortals, and the highest realm they currently recognized. Why currently? Because the immortal cultivation world's development speed was too fast. Who knew if a higher realm name might emerge in 10 years? Of course, the Mahayana realm was still a revered existence. Zhou Yujian stood beside the heaven-cutting axe, holding the investiture of the gods. Although his eyes were on the book, he was clearly distracted. This overseas loose immortal was the person Liu Lingjun had brought, her master whom she had worshipped at sea. Guan joined the crowd and used lifespan detection on that person. Holy Mother of Western Spirit, Loose Immortal Realm 8th Floor 18907/24000/150000. A maximum lifespan of 150,000 years meant that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit could reach the wandering immortal realm. Even in the sea area where Immortal Seeking Island was located, wandering immortals were exalted beings, rarely seen. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit wore a purple robe, with long white hair tied up under a bejeweled golden crown. A green scarf coiled around her elbow. Standing there, she exuded a vast pressure, inspiring awe. Although she had white hair, her appearance was youthful and beautiful, though her imposing presence made it easy to overlook this. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit approached the heaven-cutting axe and examined it closely. She came to this continent specifically for Sword Venerable Fuedao. This was one of the reasons she took Liu Lingjun as her disciple. Overseas great cultivators had a deeper understanding of the destruction of the Seven Stars spirit realm. Sword Venerable Fuedao was undoubtedly the most powerful cultivator she had heard of so far. How could she not be interested? Zhou Yujian, seeing her hesitation, said impatiently, "Hurry up. There are people waiting. When the ancient hour arrives, not even the Lord of a holy land can make an exception. Loose immortal or whatever immortal, in the Supreme Sect, everyone had to follow the rules." The Holy Mother of Western Spirit was not angered. She raised her right hand, her snow-white palm reaching out to grasp the heaven-cutting axe. She could feel that the weight was not from the heaven-cutting axe itself, but from the vast mana within it. After 2 attempts, she gave up and turned to leave. This disappointed the spectators. There was little commotion, they didn't expect the Holy Mother of Western Spirit to succeed, just wanted to see the lofty immortal in a moment of embarrassment. Liu Lingjun exchanged a few words with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit and then was about to leave when her eyes suddenly caught Guan. "Guan, why are you here?" Liu Lingjun transmitted her voice to Guan while waving to him. Chapter 260 Astonishing Heaven and Sea Waves, Terrifying Treasure Body. Seeing Liu Lingjun wave her hand, Guan could only walk up to her. He cupped his fists and saluted the Holy Mother of Western Spirit, as basic courtesies should at least be observed with a loose immortal. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit slightly nodded, without saying anything. Liu Lingjun then pulled Guan along, and after descending from the heavenly repair platform, she took a storage bag from her waist belt and handed it to him. "I won't be returning to Medicine Valley. This is something I brought for you from overseas," Liu Lingjun said softly. Guan nodded and did not question what she planned to do next. He simply told her if she ever needed his help, she could always find him in the Third Medicine Valley. Liu Lingjun smiled, then left with the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. Watching Liu Lingjun's departing figure, Guan thought that it seemed she was gradually distancing herself from the Third Medicine Valley. After all, she was now the sect leader, and how could she possibly reside long-term in Medicine Valley, let alone have her loose immortal master live with servant disciples? The Blood Prison Great Saint walked over, secretly surprised. His master claimed to be a loose immortal, but a loose immortal could not possibly lift the heaven-cutting axe. He asked no more questions, thinking it was better for Guan to be stronger, as it meant his current situation was a blessing rather than a curse. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan turned and left, planning to wander around the outer gate city. He could feel that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's arrival was aimed at Sword Venerable Fuedao, and earlier she had tried to lift the heaven-cutting axe, intending to connect with Sword Venerable Fuedao. But he had no desire to meet the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. It was easy to guess that it probably had to do with the sea-breaking rift. 10 years had passed, and the disaster caused by the sea-breaking rift had only grown worse. Besides mysterious fierce demons, these years had also seen the appearance of beings called divine exotic resentful ghosts from the sea-breaking rift. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were immortal and could only be sealed. There were sects that had been massacred by these beings. The most fearsome thing was that a wandering immortal great cultivator from the Star Sea congregations had ventured into the sea-breaking rift, turned into a divine exotic resentful ghost, returned to the sea, acted recklessly, and slaughtered countless souls, forcing the Star Sea congregations to use Immortal Path Supreme treasures to suppress him. Various rumors about the sea-breaking rift began to spread. Liye, who owned Divine Exotic City, was also being pressured, with many wanting to take his Divine Exotic City, but fortunately, the Star Sea congregations were strong enough to protect him. However, he had lost his freedom and was unable to leave the Star Sea congregations without permission. While the sea was a scene of bloody turmoil, the mainland remained tranquil, with everything harmonious, at least within the Supreme Sect. Guan sought out his friends in the outer sect for a drink, discussing upcoming interesting events or the romantic tales of the sect's aristocracy. The Supreme Sect was now very open, unlike the tense atmosphere of the past, and lower-level disciples discussing the great cultivators would not face retribution as a result. The noble families now cherished their reputations, fearing any scandal that would get them expelled from the Supreme Sect. With Sword Venerable Feudeo present, the Supreme Sect had to abide by the rules of the righteous path. Of course, this was only within the Supreme Sect. If one offended a sect aristocrat, they might not act within the sect, but outside it, anything could happen. Until the night, Guan finally rode back to the valley on the Blood Prison Great Saint. He held a wine gourd, reciting poetry, which the Blood Prison Great Saint praised as fine verse. Guan thought he had good judgment, daring to praise any lousy poem, which was its own kind of realm. The arrival of the Holy Mother of Western Spirit did not shock the Supreme Sect, whose foundations were also quickly growing. Unless the Holy Mother of Western Spirit was coming to join the Supreme Sect, they would not mobilize for her. Another summer arrived. Guan lay under the mystic pure tree, staring at his attribute panel. His lifespan had reached 25 million years. Although it was still far from 100 million years, the number already gave him a sense of security. Nearby, the White Spirit Rat and the Blood Prison Great Saint were playing. Although the White Spirit Rat could not yet speak, its maximum lifespan was continually increasing, and its reflex speed was beyond what the Blood Prison Great Saint of the Foundation Establishment realm could match. Boom! A thunderous sound came from afar, alarming everyone in Medicine Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Rat stopped and looked toward the horizon, their expressions tense. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who had been playing chess, frowned and turned to look, extending his divine sense. His face quickly grew grim. Guan was rather calm. The reason he was checking his attribute panel was that he sensed something significant was happening. Before the loud noise, a powerful force had erupted from the bottom of the sea-breaking rift, causing immense waves on either side. The waves continued to escalate and were now reaching a height of 300 zhang as they surged toward the mainland, growing larger all the time. A large number of cultivators were rushing to the scene, trying to prevent the catastrophe. Guan sensed a massive amount of eerie energy rising from the depths of the sea-breaking rift, predicting the emergence of divine exotic resentful ghosts. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were different from the divine soul demons of Divine Exotic City. They had their own spiritual wisdom and even retained memories of their former selves, but their personalities had drastically changed. They killed any living spirits they encountered, which caused the turmoil in the sea-based immortal cultivation world. The strength of divine exotic resentful ghosts was not the frightening part. The terror lay in their retained spiritual wisdom and memories, all of which had now turned against living spirits, hence the widespread fear. Having spiritual wisdom meant they could establish rules and even posed the possibility of overturning the mortal world. Guan rose, realizing he could not appear too indifferent, as the entire valley was in shock and he had to cooperate with the rest. He wondered whether slaying the divine exotic resentful ghosts could extend his lifespan. If so, it might be worth intervening early. Yang Jian ran over, standing next to him, and whispered, "Master, I just had an illusion of being attacked by many demons and ghosts." Fear flashed in his eyes. It was not simply an illusion, he had felt as though he had experienced a near-death event. Somewhere in the unseen, it seemed as if something terrifying was approaching him. Guan looked at Yang Jian and suddenly noticed that his karma had become blurred. He could no longer glimpse Yang Jian's past through their karmic connection. "Don't worry, just stay by my side. What could happen? Focus on your cultivation," Guan reassured him. Actually, he himself was unsure of the reason behind it. Although he was a carefree primordial immortal, he had only lived for 166 years and did not know much about the world. He could see through the heaven and earth rules, but he had not yet reached the point of omniscience. He guessed that the visions Yang Jian saw might be related to his physique. After all, the immortal-seeking Taoist had said Yang Jian had some kind of ancient treasure body. Hearing Guan's reassurance, Yang Jian immediately felt at ease. Right, with Master around, nothing could happen to him. Guan then walked toward where his disciples were gathered, intending to discuss the matter with everyone and maintain his image as a core formation realm cultivator. At noon. Immortal-seeking Island. In a courtyard, the immortal-seeking Taoist looked at Guan with a peculiar expression. He poured a cup of wine for Guan and asked, "How did Taoist friend Meng know I was here?" He had been back at Immortal-seeking Island for many years but had stayed in his residence without going out. Guan replied, "I knew when you first returned. Back then, a lot of people were aware. I came to see you today because my disciple encountered a problem." Upon hearing it concerned Yang Jian, the immortal-seeking Taoist lost interest in questioning how Guan knew he was on the island and asked about the issue instead. Guan did not hold anything back. After listening, the immortal-seeking Taoist's expression became complicated. He sighed and said, "Ancient treasure bodies have a self-protection instinct. His treasure body must have sensed danger, likely related to the sea-breaking rift. There may be another treasure body hidden there. I have heard that ancient treasure bodies have a competitive and perceptive nature among themselves, especially innate ancient treasure bodies which can sense each other's existence and will attempt to devour one another. If that treasure body does come from the sea-breaking rift, it might be a deceased ancient strongman who has turned into a divine exotic resentful ghost. In that case, it will be a big problem." He had returned to Immortal-seeking Island to avoid catastrophe. At this moment, he even considered fleeing Immortal-seeking Island because he feared Guan might bring Yang Jian along. Admiration aside, the Immortal-seeking Taoist would not die for Yang Jian. Not his disciple. Even if it were his disciple, he would abandon them. The Immortal-seeking Taoist looked at Guan, hesitating to speak, wanting to persuade Guan to give up on Yang Jian, but he felt that saying so would be pointless. Guan would weigh the situation himself, and saying more would only make him unhappy. Guan became thoughtful. The tsunami that had erupted yesterday continued to rise. Cultivators tried to stop it but had no success. The waves contained some powerful force that neutralized all spiritual power and mana along the way. One day passed, and the wave's crest had already surpassed 1,000 zhang. 1,000 zhang high wave was incredibly imposing, swallowing countless sea islands along its path. Currently, wandering immortals of the Star Sea congregations were still attempting to hold back the waves but without success. The immortal-seeking Taoist saw Guan was deep in thought and did not disturb him, leisurely playing with his wine cup. After a while, Guan thanked the immortal-seeking Taoist and then stood up to leave. The immortal-seeking Taoist did not try to keep him, realizing that Guan's visit had provided more information. The thought of an ancient treasure body reaching completion and emerging filled him with dread. No, he had to escape. Chapter 261 The Unstoppable Catastrophe. After returning from Immortal Seeking Island, Guan did not tell Yang Jian about the mutual devouring of the ancient treasure bodies to avoid worrying him. If an ancient treasure body had truly transformed into a divine exotic resentful ghost, it would not be something Yang Jian could handle. As his master, Guan naturally had to step in. Since he had to take action, he saw no need to make his disciple worry. The Supreme Sect dispatched a great cultivator to fly towards the direction of the sea-breaking rift, and news of the terrifying sea tide quickly spread. Guan continued his regular routine, pretending to be unaware of this matter. While the disciples of the Medicine Valley were busy working and cultivating, the ocean had already entered a cataclysm. If viewed from above, one could see that with the sea tide at the center, cultivators were continuously flocking from all directions, creating a spectacular scene. While inspecting the medicine garden, Guan saw several heaven and earth flying immortals flying by, not just one. The sea waves continued to surge. On the boundless ocean, the waves swept across like a mountain range. In front of this mountain range, countless cultivators formed a line, continuously casting spells to block the waves. Unfortunately, their spell and divine skills only caused splashes and could not disperse the waves. The number of cultivators continued to increase, but no matter how many there were, they could not shake the momentum of the waves. Qi Juxiao of the Star Sea congregations also came with his master Qi Bei to assist. Despite giving his all, he couldn't resist the waves' power. Damn it, who on earth is stirring up trouble within these waves? Qi Juxiao cursed angrily, but none of the Star Sea congregation's cultivators nearby answered him. They were all very nervous. Only those who truly cast spells to block the waves could feel the terrifying power contained within. Qi Bei's voice came from a distance, "It doesn't matter who is causing trouble. We must stop this. Countless beings with low cultivation levels are on the continent behind us. The Star Sea congregations must protect them." Qi Juxiao understood this principle. He was merely complaining, but his hands did not stop moving. Suddenly, Qi Juxiao felt a vast aura coming from behind, causing his mana to pause for a moment. Hutush! A gust of fierce wind howled, startling the cultivators to instinctively turn their heads to look. Qi Juxiao did the same, widening his eyes. He saw thunderclouds unfold in the sky, and at the end of the clouds stood a massive flag, 10,000 feet high, as if its top had touched the sky. Any living being appeared insignificant before this flag. Qi Juxiao recognized the origin of this flag with just one glance. It was the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure of the Star Sea congregations. The Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner. The black flag seemed to contain a vast star sea, with starlight twinkling, making anyone who looked at it become deeply immersed, unable to extricate themselves. With the appearance of this flag, the morale of the Star Sea congregation's cultivators soared. Cultivators from other sects also inquired about it. Upon learning that it was the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, the Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner, every cultivator felt excited. Now we are secure. This is an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. The legendary Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner, just the sight of it strikes fear. With the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure out, we can certainly block these waves. After the Seven Stars Spirit Realm disbanded, only the Star Sea congregations are the true rulers of this sea area. Their ability to directly bring out the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure proves their determination to protect the ocean, worthy of the Righteous Path's reputation. The cultivators discussed, their gazes fixated on the towering Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner, their eyes filled with hope. The Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sweeping through the clouds. The sea of stars on its surface lit up with countless streams of celestial light, as if rain of stars crossed the sky, crashing towards the majestic and magnificent sea waves. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan looked up, noticing the appearance of scattered rays in the sky. With a glance, he could tell that it was an anomaly caused by the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. As expected of an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure on par with the 7 Stars Mirror. Under Guan's gaze, the unstoppable waves were dispersed by the power of the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner. Countless cultivators were thrown off, the splashes reaching the sky, and the sea surface was pressed into a spectacular hollow, a stunning sight. At this moment, Guan felt a strange force emerging from the sea-breaking rift, surging along the sea, raising waves even higher than before, as if it would drown the celestial Star Sea Primordial Unity banner. Cultivators from all directions were stunned and quickly mobilized their mana to resist. Guan's divine sense looked farther away. The sea-breaking rift raised 2 wave masses, moving in opposite directions. The waves on the other side were also met with countless cultivators joining forces to block them, but to no avail. As the waves advanced, their length continued to grow, forming what indeed could be a world-destroying sea tide. Nov. L. B/JNN. Guan watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The dual waves attracted more and more great cultivators, giving him a chance to observe the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land. When he returned to the pavilion, he saw 9-Finger Divine Lord standing by the wooden railing, staring north in silence. Guan approached and asked what he was thinking about. "Your next chapter is on MVL. "Nothing much." 9-Finger Divine Lord shook his head. He was naturally focused on the ocean's calamity. Seeing that 9-Finger Divine Lord did not wish to elaborate, Guan did not press further. He simply nodded and walked away. 9-Finger Divine Lord suddenly turned to him and asked, "Valley Master, if your loved ones turned into monsters that harm all beings, what would you choose to do?" Guan halted, turned to look at him, and thought for a moment, if they were truly my loved ones, I wouldn't shield them, but neither would I become their enemy. If they insist on killing me, I would fight to the death. 9-Finger Divine Lord chuckled after hearing this and said, "It's not that simple. Your answer lacks struggle." "Indeed, it's not that simple, but why ponder over it? The only thing one can truly control is oneself, right?" Guan retorted. Did 9-Finger Divine Lord have loved ones that had turned into divine exotic resentful ghosts? Judging by 9-Finger Divine Lord's lifespan, he certainly had a story. 9-Finger Divine Lord sighed, "Yes, one can only control oneself. Even cultivators are the same. The more one tries to control, the more one deviates from the path of immortal cultivation." The two chatted casually, with 9-Finger Divine Lord's words filled with sorrow yet lacking specifics. Soon, they turned their conversation to the game of Go. Meanwhile, in a residence in the main city of the sect, Lu Lingjun and the Holy Mother of Western Spirit sat across from each other in the courtyard. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit looked at a copper mirror on the table, frowning deeply. In the mirror was a blurry figure, seemingly saying something. After the figure in the mirror disappeared, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit put the copper mirror into her sleeve. Although Lu Lingjun sat next to her, she did not hear the figure's words. She couldn't help asking, "Master, who were you speaking to just now?" The Holy Mother of Western Spirit took a deep breath and said, "An elder of mine. I asked him about the path of this catastrophe. He advised me to leave early to avoid it." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun's brows furrowed. In her heart, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit held an exceptional position and cultivation level. Even if she was not as powerful as Sword Venerable Fudeo, she was still one of the top great cultivators she had ever seen. For even the being behind the Holy Mother of Western Spirit to advise them to avoid this calamity, it must be extraordinary. The cause and effect hidden within the sea-breaking rift are such that even my elders dare not involve themselves. Perhaps we truly should leave. The world is vast, there will be somewhere to escape the disaster, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit said with a sigh. Lu Lingjun replied, "The Supreme Sect has Sword Venerable Fudeo. He may be able to overcome this crisis." Ever since she joined the Supreme Sect, she had experienced the demon calamity and heard of Sword Venerable Feudeo sweeping through the 7 stars spirit realm single-handedly. She had great confidence in Sword Venerable Feudeo. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit, however, was still worried. It's hard to say. She came to the Supreme Sect intending to rely on the power of Sword Venerable Feudeo to avoid the calamity, but she had just learned that the scope of the disaster had changed, with even more powerful variables appearing. Even her sect dared not involve itself rashly. Not all sects in this world followed the righteous path. More sects aimed only to preserve their own deist traditions. Not just them, at this moment within the Supreme Sect, those great cultivators from the ocean were also discussing this matter. With their cultivation levels surpassing the native disciples of the Supreme Sect, they also had superior intelligence capabilities, understanding more about the approaching threat of the waves directed at their continent. Naturally, they were anxious. Their first thought was Sword Venerable Feudeo. If the ocean cultivators could not block the waves, could Sword Venerable Feudeo withstand them when they reached the continent's edge? Some had already chosen to flee the continent, unwilling to gamble on Sword Venerable Feudeo's strength. Rumble. The sky thunder cracked, thunderclouds tumbling, interwoven with boundless lightning. A sea wave over 1,500 feet high advanced with the momentum to engulf everything under heaven. It seemed as if the entire sea had risen, unstoppable and imposing. Under this wave, all cultivators and demons appeared small. Qi Juxiao endured the storm with his armor drenched. He continually retreated, his face full of anxiety. Subconsciously, he looked back and could see the outline of the continent. At this rate, countless lives would be buried in the sea tides. This water was not ordinary sea water. It contained some strange and powerful force. Some cultivators who had been swept into it had already transformed into divine exotic resentful ghosts. Thinking that the entire continent's beings might turn into divine exotic resentful ghosts made Qi Juxiao's scalp tingle. He looked ahead, seeing 12 figures in front of the wave. They emitted an aura far surpassing all cultivators behind them. Yet, despite their vast mana, they were being pushed back by the wave. All 12 were heaven and earth flying immortals, either the founders of sects or elders of the Star Sea congregations. Facing the wave, they were all powerless. They could only slow the wave's advance but could not suppress it. The previous dispersal of the wave by the Star Sea primordial unity banner had only been temporary. Another wave had formed, and the banner itself had been tainted by the force within the wave, forcing the Star Sea congregations to retract this immortal path supreme treasure. At this moment, Qi Juxiao's pupils suddenly dilated, his face showing a look of terror. In the dim sea wave, he saw a figure, 1,000 meters tall, only faintly visible when lightning flashed. It was not just him, more and more people saw that figure. Anyone who beheld it felt a suffocating pressure in their chest. For over 100,000 cultivators had gathered to block this wave, with the lowest cultivation level being Mystic Heart Realm, and over 10,000 Immortal Path cultivators. Even such power could not shake the wave's momentum. How could they not despair? More and more cultivators felt beaten down, their will to fight waning. Seeing the mysterious 1,000-foot-tall figure in the wave made them even more eager to escape immediately. Chapter 262 It is Sword Venerable Feudeo. As noon approached, Guan arrived at Mystic Valley. It had been 2 days since the sea-breaking rift had erupted with waves, and now it was the 3rd day. Guan was about to gather medicinal herbs when he suddenly sensed something. He sighed softly, then continued harvesting. He had already felt a powerful force approaching from afar. Originally, Guan didn't want to concern himself with the survival of the 2 distant continents. The waves would have to pass through these 2 continents before reaching his own, and they were still very far away. But now, a dangerous aura had emerged from within the waves, forcing him to change his strategy. He couldn't wait until the force behind the catastrophe neared his continent before acting. If that happened, it would easily lead to unexpected changes. The farther the catastrophe remained from the Supreme Sect, the more room he would have to operate. He couldn't fight on the continent itself, where he would have to consider the well-being of all living things. As the catastrophe progressed, the entire ocean had become aware of the existence of the divine exotic resentful ghost. The sea-breaking rift was definitely not a natural calamity, deep within it lay a force poised to overturn the mortal world. Whether Guan intervened or not, this would be a disaster the entire ocean needed to face together. Guan continued gathering medicinal herbs while pondering how to act. Lujia, the chief disciple of Mystic Valley, approached and softly asked, "Senior brother, I've heard there is a disaster at sea that could potentially affect our continent. What should Mystic Valley do?" From his words, it was clear how much the Supreme Sect had progressed over the years. The disaster at sea had only been ongoing for 3 days, yet word of it had already spread within the sect. In the past, let alone 3 days, as long as the disaster didn't make landfall, inner sect disciples could go their entire lives without knowing. Naturally, we should adhere to our duties, cultivate diligently, and provide the best medicinal herbs. That is the greatest responsibility we can bear, Guan replied nonchalantly. Lujia nodded. In truth, he just wanted to gauge his senior brother's attitude. After all, his senior brother had connections within the inner sect and would certainly know more than they did. Since his senior brother was unperturbed, he saw no reason to worry and could reassure the valley's disciples. After Lujia left, Guan continued picking herbs. 30 minutes later, Guan arrived at the eastern cliff of Mystic Valley, with the Blood Prison Great Saint following behind. "Master, what brings us here?" The Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously, noticing Guan playing with a leaf. Guan stood at the edge of the cliff, looking toward the horizon. "To stop the disaster at sea," he replied. Upon hearing this, the Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes widened. He took a step forward and asked, "How will you stop it? Didn't you say the catastrophe was far from us?" Guan grasped the leaf with his left hand and pressed his right hand against the Blood Prison Great Saint's ox head. In an instant, the Great Saint's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in shock as the image of a terrifying wave appeared in his pupil reflection. He saw the scene that Guan's divine sense had captured. At that moment, in front of the massive waves, countless great cultivators were besieging a terrifying figure 1,000 feet tall. It was a humanoid monster, wearing only pants and bare-chested. Its entire body was dark, covered with blood-red scars, as if it might split apart at any moment. Its hair was wild, with a fierce and ghostly face full of fangs, holding a bone knife, exuding dominance and arrogance. The myriad spells and divine skills cast upon it failed to shake its massive form. Its roar drowned out the thunder, turning the sea and sky into a hellish landscape. The Blood Prison Great Saint trembled at the sight of the 1,000-foot figure. The aura alone was terrifying to behold. The spells and divine skills of the cultivators were immense, resembling the power of immortals, creating a spectacle rivaling the sun and moon. The more powerful the cultivators, the more terrifying the 1,000-foot figure seemed. Guan raised his right hand, breaking the Great Saint's vision, who instinctively looked at Guan, wanting to see more. However, he saw Guan lift his left hand and wave it toward the horizon. With a casual wave, the leaf in his hand shot out like a flying sword, emitting a cold light before disappearing into the horizon. Guan then turned to leave. The Blood Prison Great Saint stood stunned for a moment before hurriedly following him. "Master, is that all?" "Nov. L. B //JNN. What else? You just threw a leaf. Stop fussing." "But, what realm have you reached?" The Blood Prison Great Saint wasn't doubting Guan's success, he was just in shock. To slay such a terrifying being that many cultivators couldn't handle, with just a leaf from such a distance? What level of cultivation would one have to reach to achieve such a feat? Guan didn't answer the Great Saint's question, leaving him to ponder endlessly. Meanwhile, far over the ocean, the sky was dark, thunder roared, rain poured, and winds howled in all directions. Chi Juxiao held the dragon-slaying spear, flames burning around him. The rain evaporated into steam as it approached him. He bit his lip, glaring at the terrifying figure in the distance, his eyes full of struggle. Where did that thing come from? Qi Juxiao thought angrily. The great cultivators ahead displayed energies far beyond his reach, 12 of whom reminded him of Sword Venerable Fuedao. So many great cultivators gathered, yet they couldn't harm the 1,000-foot figure one bit. How could he not be afraid? Some cultivators had already fled in terror, and he too hesitated whether to retreat. If the great cultivators ahead retreated, their speed would surely outpace his. Whoever was the slowest would die. But he also feared others might choose to fight to the end. If he fled, how could he maintain his standing in the immortal cultivation world later? At that moment, Qi Juxiao vaguely heard a whistling sound. He barely had time to react before his vision suddenly brightened, his pupils moving instinctively. Time seemed to stand still, everything in the world frozen, the casting cultivators still, the roaring 1,000-foot figure halted, its terrifying stance fixed. The rain hung suspended in the air, each droplet reflecting a gleam of sword light. The churning waves presented the image of countless white flowers, strangely beautiful. A streak of sword light swiftly traversed this nearly frozen world, passing by the cultivators, dashing toward the 1,000-foot figure. The crimson eyes of the figure reflected the sword light. Boom! The head of the 1,000-foot figure was instantly blasted apart by the sword light, and the rolling giant wave behind it was dispersed, creating a huge gap, leaving all the cultivators in awe. Sunlight streamed down, revealing that the storm clouds had also been torn apart. Upon closer inspection, the sea of thunderclouds before them had been split in two, extending to the horizon where the sea met the sky. Everything happened so quickly. Not only did Qi Juxiao have no time to react, but even the heaven and earth flying immortals were stunned in mid-air, maintaining their casting poses. Under their gaze, the headless 1,000-foot figure turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. The heaven and earth flying immortals immediately turned to look in the direction from which the sword light had come, their expressions astounded but not panicked. Given the speed of that sword light, even if they had tried to defend, it would have been useless if the attacker had wanted to kill them. Who made that move? Such speed, such domineering sword intent. Could it be someone at the 9th level of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm? Even a 9th level cultivator would find it hard to be so overpowering. Explore more at MVL. Which major forces domain is in that direction? The heaven and earth flying immortals communicated through divine sense, while other cultivators, after a brief silence, erupted in thunderous cheers. Qi Juxiao saw the unstoppable giant wave now reduced to a broken bridge, crumbling at both ends, and his expression was exceedingly complex. It was Sword Venerable Fuedao. No mistake about it. Not only had he felt the sword intent from the heavenly repair platform, but Sword Venerable Fuedao had also saved him. And the direction behind him was exactly that of the Supreme Sect. But how far was this place from the Supreme Sect? Could it be that Sword Venerable Fuedao had already arrived nearby? For some reason, an absurd idea suddenly formed in Qi Juxiao's mind. Maybe Sword Venerable Fuedao never left the Supreme Sect, otherwise, why use a long-distance means to kill the enemy? At this moment, someone shouted, "It's Sword Venerable Fuedao. That direction is toward the Supreme Sect. I visited the Supreme Sect a few years ago and felt Sword Venerable Fuedao's sword intent." The mention of Sword Venerable Fuedao startled all the cultivators. After the 7 Stars Spirit Realm broke apart, Sword Venerable Fuedao's name shook the ocean. Though not universally known, most cultivators who came to aid had high-level cultivation and somewhat knew the truth behind the disbanding of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. If it was Sword Venerable Fuedao, they could understand. With understanding came shock and excitement. Was Sword Venerable Fuedao truly this powerful? A heaven and earth flying immortal raised a hand, catching a leaf. He looked at the leaf, his expression complicated. The other flying immortals also turned their gaze toward the leaf, feeling the residual sword intent from it. Before they could speak, the leaf suddenly turned to ashes, as if it had never existed. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley with the Blood Prison Great Saint, wandering around as the Great Saint's gaze followed him, eyes full of complex emotions. The waves within his heart were difficult to calm. As Guan walked, he was puzzled. It didn't yield any lifespan. Could it be that slaying the divine exotic resentful ghosts provided no lifespan? Did immortality mean having no lifespan in the first place? Though Guan felt regret, at least he had stopped a catastrophe. However, he had a feeling this was only the beginning. Stronger calamities were likely to emerge from the sea-breaking rift. What kind of being would come next? At this moment, Yu Yingying suddenly approached him and said, "Guan, I'm preparing to return to the Star Sea congregations." Guan asked, "Why?" "With the great catastrophe approaching, it's definitely safer back with the Star Sea congregations. I find you pretty agreeable, so are you coming with me?" "No one else can come," Yu Yingying said, glaring at him. Guan shook his head, "I won't go. My cultivation level is too low to survive in the Star Sea congregations. If the Supreme Sect were to fall tomorrow, I would rather disappear with it." In the distance, the Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but roll his eyes. The master fooling a simpleton again. Yu Yingying opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing. She patted Guan's shoulder and turned to pack her things. Guan had no intention of stopping her. It was a good thing for Yu Yingying to return to the Star Sea congregations early, as it prevented her from causing him trouble. Yu Yingying had a strange cause and effect within her, suppressing her talent and lifespan. Guan couldn't see through this cause and effect for the time being, so he didn't want to get too involved with her. If he got too emotionally attached, he would have to help her eventually, which would be too troublesome. Chapter 263, Chapter 263 Million Years Rarely Seen. Guan did not put all his strength into it, but it was enough to disperse the power within the giant wave and restore calm to the sea around the sea-breaking rift. As for the calamity on the other side of the tidal wave, Guan was too lazy to care. He did not believe that no one over there could stop the waves. Even if Guan did not intervene, he thought that there were powerful beings in the ocean capable of acting. It was just the timing was hard to gauge, perhaps after the Supreme Sect was submerged. The facts turned out just as he had guessed. 2 days later, Guan saw a mysterious great cultivator cast a spell to scatter the waves on the other side of the sea-breaking rift. Although it was not enough to make him apprehensive, he could confirm that person was the carefree primordial immortal. After dispersing the waves, that carefree primordial immortal disappeared. This land indeed hid many powerful figures. The higher the realm, the more mysterious they were, some like Guan who had hidden in the city, while others secluded themselves in caves, ignoring worldly affairs. Previously, Guan had explored this land, and there were quite a few places he could not see through at a glance. 3 days later, news from the sea reached the Supreme Sect. Sword Venerable Feudeo acted and killed a powerful divine exotic resentful ghost, resolving the calamity. Supreme Sect was instantly in an uproar, the news spreading quickly. Guan was still reading in the pavilion when he heard the disciples discussing it. He did not go downstairs but continued reading. This intervention did not give him a sense of accomplishment. He thought he could be happy when the sea-breaking rift disappeared. Nov. L. B//JNN. However, near dusk, an event occurred that left Guan helpless. It was that Yu Yingying, who had left a few days ago, had returned. Upon her return, she immediately found Guan and eagerly shared the situation she had learned, her tone full of admiration and respect for Sword Venerable Feudeo. She understood the situation more clearly. It was said that the sea-breaking rift erupted with waves that could sweep through heaven and earth, hiding a divine exotic resentful ghost that even the Star Sea congregations could not deal with. She also made a point of explaining the divine exotic resentful ghost, fearful that Guan did not know how terrifying this thing was. Guan cooperated with her, showing nervousness when talking about the calamity and divine exotic resentful ghost. When she mentioned sword venerable Feudeo, he became excited, greatly satisfying her emotional needs. This event had a huge impact on Yu Yingying, and she had to find someone to talk to, preferably a Supreme Sect disciple. She wanted the Supreme Sect disciples to be grateful and to know how strong Sword Venerable Feudeo was. Receiving Sword Venerable Feudeo's favor, it seemed that heaven favored the Supreme Sect. If such a strong person lived in the Star Sea congregations, how great would that be? As Guan listened, he felt something was amiss. Why was she telling him this? Could she have guessed that he was Sword Venerable Feudeo? For a moment, Guan felt apprehensive towards Yu Yingying. Yu Yingying had no idea of Guan's thoughts. She just said whatever came to mind and never considered whether Guan might be Sword Venerable Feudeo. After a long while, Yu Yingying, having fully vented her desire to share, left with a pleased heart. Guan watched her back, thinking it a pity he could not use this opportunity to shake her off. Considering her great admiration for Sword Venerable Feudeo, he decided to let her stay a bit longer. In the following days, the entire Supreme Sect revolved around discussions of Sword Venerable Feudeo, and with many ocean cultivators in the sect, news of the divine exotic resentful ghost also spread. Indestructible and immortal, devouring living spirits. Divine exotic resentful ghosts were transformed from living spirits. Just hearing this was terrifying. It is worth mentioning that Yu Yingying went to the outer gate city every day to preach the might of Sword Venerable Feudeo. She felt that some things needed to be clearly stated so that the Supreme Sect could more greatly revere Sword Venerable Feudeo. Every time Sword Venerable Feudeo acted, the number of cultivators on the heavenly repair platform increased dramatically. This made Zhou Yujian, who guarded the heaven-cutting axe, even busier, but he was not tired, rather he became more energetic and proud. He now considered himself one of Sword Venerable Feudeo's people. Enjoy new stories from MVL. After all, Sword Venerable Feudeo had patted him on the shoulder. Who could have such an honor? Guan observed numerous sects gathering above the sea-breaking rift, and from a glance, the number of cultivators already exceeded 5 million and was still growing. It seemed the sea-breaking rift had caused widespread panic in the ocean. His gaze shifted upward, noticing more and more heaven and earth flying immortals arriving in the great heavenly spirit land. Clearly, the major oceanic powers were calling in reinforcements. This was a good thing. However, Guan recalled something: would the increasing number of cultivators providing support lead to a rise in divine exotic resentful ghosts? He could only pray those sects could resolve the deep-seated trouble in the sea-breaking rift on their own. He was not the protagonist of this heavenly destiny, he could not be relied upon to solve everything, right? He thought it should not come to that. This land was filled with immortal spirit dynasties, and there was a mysterious continent capable of resisting his divine sense with its chi fortune. Furthermore, Guan had also seen many transcendent powers before, none of which Star Sea congregations or Seven Stars spirit realm could compare to. Star Sea congregations were rulers of the ocean, but there were many rulers. With Guan's realm, he could already glimpse the chi fortune of sects and forces, and from the strength of the chi fortune, the Supreme Sect was less than 1/10,000th of the Star Sea congregations, and the Star Sea congregations were likewise less than 1/10,000th of that immortal spirit dynasty. Guan guessed those true first-rate powers of the world also had deployments in outer heaven. They could access more resources, nothing the Star Sea congregations could compare to. The commotion caused by Sword Venerable Feudeo did not affect Guan. However, he began spending more time teaching Yang Jian. Ever since he dispersed the waves, Yang Jian had been experiencing more frequent visions, seriously affecting his cultivation. Once, while Guan was instructing Yang Jian in his cultivation, Yang Jian suddenly fell into a daze. Guan had to shake him awake, drenched in cold sweat. Yang Jian had seen himself being devoured, utterly powerless to resist, and the intense pain was not an illusion but a real sensation to his flesh. Unfortunately, Guan could not deduce the source of the visions through cause and effect. Time passed day by day. The year-end arrived, winter snow covered the land and mountains. In the forest 100 miles outside Mystic Valley, Guan was instructing Yang Jian in the limitless freedom step. Yang Jian possessed high talent and comprehension, but limitless freedom step was equally profound. Mastering it was challenging even for him. After a maneuver, Yang Jian almost crashed into a tree, but he stabilized himself just in time. He turned to look at Guan, about to speak, but suddenly frowned. He clutched his head with both hands and unexpectedly knelt in the snow. Guan sensed something was wrong and immediately used his mana to isolate this section of the forest, preventing any unusual occurrences from alarming the Supreme Sect. He approached Yang Jian and placed his right hand on Yang Jian's shoulder, using his own mana to assist him. In an instant, Guan felt an unknown force of cause and effect attacking. He could resist, but he hesitated for a moment and pretended to be affected. His mind was drawn into a mysterious illusion realm, with Yang Jian's consciousness present as well. Yang Jian sighed in relief upon seeing his master's figure beside him. He was about to speak but suddenly felt something and turned his head. Ahead, a pitch-black shadow appeared, walking out from the expansive snow, seemingly wearing some kind of armor based on its shape. Mystic Gang Dominator Body, a rare sight in a million years. A cold voice echoed from the front, filled with greed. Listening closely, it seemed to swallow something, chilling those who heard it to their bones. Chapter 264 You die, or I perish. Mystic Gang Dominator Body. This was the first time Guan had heard of Yang Jian's physique by name, which made him even more interested in the mysterious shadow. This person must be the great achievement ancient treasure body mentioned by the immortal seeking Taoist. The illusion was still a world of ice and snow, and the shadow ahead appeared even more terrifying amidst the swirling snowflakes. Yang Jian gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you, and why do you keep entangling me?" Obviously, he had seen this figure in illusions before. Normally, he would be afraid, but with his master by his side, his courage swelled, leaving him only with anger. The shadow stopped, opened a pair of cold eyes, and their gaze landed on Yang Jian, making his heart tremble. "You and I are both treasure bodies, nurtured by the chi fortune of heaven and earth. Your dominator body is stronger than ordinary treasure bodies, which makes this seat quite fond of you. A million years ago, this seat also consumed a mystic gang dominator body, greatly boosting my chi blood, leaving a lingering taste until now," the shadow lamented, as if reminiscing about the past. His words made Yang Jian shudder with fear. Did this guy want to eat him? Guan took a step forward and said, "State your name, and let's see if your reputation has left any mark in this mortal world." The shadow's gaze shifted to Guan, smiling, "This seat is named Impermanence Tian, have you ever heard of it?" Impermanence Tian? Guan fell into deep thought, having never heard this name before. Impermanence Tian continued to stare at Yang Jian and said, "This seat will soon descend upon this mortal world. I will put you last, after I consume the other treasure bodies, I will come for you. You have nowhere to run, even if you escape to outer heaven, this seat will find you. Your only chance is to cultivate diligently and unleash the mysteries of the mystic gang dominator body to become stronger. You die, or I perish." Yang Jian gritted his teeth, though panicked inside. With his master nearby, he didn't want to show fear. He said in a deep voice, "Then come, let me see what you can do." Impermanence Tian laughed out loud, turned, and disappeared into the vast snow. This illusion created by the power of cause and effect shattered along with it. Yang Jian opened his eyes to find his master standing before him. Guan helped him up and said, "He has declared battle upon you, and will likely no longer interfere with you. You can cultivate in peace now." In the illusion realm, Guan couldn't perform lifespan detection on Impermanence Tian. But the power of cause and effect from the other side didn't seem unbeatable, so he remained calm. Yang Jian asked worriedly, "Master, should I leave Medicine Valley, so as to. Nonsense. Focus on cultivating. If you say such rubbish again, I will cripple your Dao level. Guan said sternly, interrupting him. Yang Jian opened his mouth, but eventually held back what he wanted to say. He had the deepest feeling of impermanence Tian's power, which he couldn't describe. Though he believed his master wouldn't lose, he didn't want his master hurt or caught in bigger troubles, something he never wished to see. Guan didn't say he could easily handle impermanence Tian, for he wasn't sure of impermanence Tian's strength either. It was just an opportunity to apply pressure on Yang Jian, hoping to help him grow faster. He said he would first find other treasure bodies. Those treasure bodies must be guarded by great forces, giving you plenty of time to grow, Guan consoled. Everyone has their calamities and fates. Only by constantly overcoming them can you break the shackles. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently against the heavens. You need a heart that is resilient and fearless of anything. Yang Jian took a deep breath, his expression firming up. Yes, why think so much? Soldiers come, fight them off, water comes, build barriers. As long as he cultivated with all his might, even if he died, what regrets would he have? Then, he resumed cultivating the limitless freedom step. In the snowy winter, the world became a single color, with Guan and Yang Jian in the forest appearing very small. Days unfolded as Guan had foreseen, impermanence Tian didn't come for Yang Jian again, and Yang Jian was no longer tormented by illusions. The New Year's festival arrived, and the Supreme Sect remained lively, unaffected by the ocean calamity. This year, the Supreme Sect began preparing for a new convention. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. After the new year, LV Badian came to discuss with Guan about the upcoming convention. This time, the Supreme Sect intended to hold a physical cultivation convention where participants would not use spiritual power or dharma treasures, relying solely on their bodies and techniques. After their discussion, LV Badian started complaining about the subsects. The power of the subsects was growing, and LV Badian could no longer intervene in their matters. This was the decision of the Hall of Elders and the Venerable Pavilion, clearly aimed at weakening his power. To this, Guan simply listened without commenting. There had always been internal strife in Supreme Sect at every stage, and in fact, it's the same for any sect or place. As long as it didn't jeopardize the entirety of Supreme Sect, Guan didn't care. If LV Badian couldn't compete with others within the rules, it was merely a testament to his lack of skill, and nothing more needed to be said. Speaking of subsects, LV Badian brought up the G family. Since Sword Venerable Fudeo ventured into the Seven Stars spirit realm, the realm still existed, but it wasn't as dominant as before. Moreover, it had established friendly relations with the Supreme Sect, forcing the G family to rebuild ties with the Supreme Sect. LV Badian remained indifferent to the G family, but vice-sect leader G Hantian still held a position. Therefore, G Hantian arranged for the G family to stay in the subsects, aiding in their construction. The rapid development of the subsects could not disregard the contributions of the G family. Do you remember the third miss of the G family, G Xiaohu? LV Badian suddenly asked. Guan nodded, but LV Badian's next words caused his face to change drastically. Ji Xiaohu had died within the Seven Stars spirit realm, precisely on the day Sword Venerable Fudeo swept through the realm. LV Badian sighed, observing Guan's reaction. Guan displayed a range of emotions from shock and sorrow to anger, finally turning into a somber expression. He fell into silence and began pouring himself a drink. Could it be that this lad liked Ji Xiaohu? Indeed, Guan's entry into the Supreme Sect was arranged by Ji Xiaohu, and in terms of appearance, Ji Xiaohu was undoubtedly a rare beauty. LV Badian thought as he watched Guan. Guan secretly praised himself for his acting skills, capable of conveying emotions that could influence others. The room fell silent. For a long while. Read new adventures at MVL. LV Badian broke the silence. Old acquaintances have gone, on the path to immortality, you're bound to experience these matters. By the way, there's another matter, quite intriguing actually. What is it? Guan raised his eyes to look at him and asked. LV Badian replied, another girl of heavenly pride has appeared in the Ji family, also named Ji Xiaoyu. If I hadn't seen this girl, I would have thought it was the previous Ji Xiaoyu, but they were born in different branches of the Ji family, and her talent surpasses that of the former Ji Xiaoyu. Curious, Guan asked, both called Ji Xiaoyu and both highly talented, could it be the same person through possession or reincarnation? LV Badian shook his head, I don't think so. She's named Ji Xiaoyu because she also possesses a primordial deist talisman. The Ji family named her in memory of the former Ji Xiaoyu. Judging by the aura of the talisman, it's not the same. A primordial deist talisman is formed by the cultivation level of an ancient great cultivator before they died. It seems an immortal once emerged from the Ji family. The Ji family doesn't receive the talisman. Instead, they created the primordial deist talisman. LV Badian's tone was filled with emotion, his eyes wandering as if contemplating something. Guan sighed without responding. Seeing his disinterest in further conversation, LV Badian decided not to disturb him any longer and took his leave. After LV Badian left the Third Medicine Valley, Guan revealed a smile. He hummed a tune and began to read. Although Xian Tianyi was no longer in Supreme Sect, his books were occasionally sent back. Green Hero Travelogue was still being updated. Guan loved authors like this who stayed true to their roots. If Xian Tianyi wrote for 1,000 years, he would read for 1,000 years. Notably, Green Hero Travelogue was now about overseas lands, which had rapidly boosted its sales. Presently, Supreme Sect disciples increasingly longed for the ocean. Spring faded into summer, bringing another year of splendid scenery. Underneath the mystic pure tree, Guan leaned against its trunk, tenderly stroking the white spirit rat napping beside him. He closed his eyes, appearing to doze, but in fact, he was observing Xiaoquan's life. Xiao Chuan had established a family and a career, settled in a city, living a relatively happy life, vastly different from his personality and image in Medicine Valley. He already had the air of a head of the household. Xiao Chuan had a son and a daughter, and they'd hired many servants. Seeing that Xiao Chuan was doing well, Guan felt at ease. After that, Guan turned his gaze toward the sea-breaking rift. Looking into the distance, the sea-breaking rift stretched long, spanning the ocean. Around the rift, one could always spot cultivators and demons venturing in and out, as well as living spirits or divine exotic resentful ghosts escaping, presenting a magnificent sight. It seemed calm, but this peace felt oppressive, like the onset of a storm. After watching for a while, Guan stood up, sensing someone approaching. Someone rode the clouds swiftly into Medicine Valley. It was Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian, followed by a finely dressed little girl. Guan hurried to greet them, casting a lifespan detection. Ji Xiaoyu, Energy Cultivation Realm 9th Layer 11/240/9999. Goodness, the extreme lifespan reached 9,999 years. The previous Ji Xiaoyu had an extreme lifespan of 8,900 years, reborn into a new life, her extreme lifespan had increased. Could this be considered reincarnation cultivation? Ji Hantian saw Guan and smiled. When Guan approached, he spoke, I want you to look after her. She is Ji Xiaoyu, from a branch of the Ji family. Hearing this, Guan feigned a dazed look, gazing at the young Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu was only 11 years old, not yet reaching Ji Hantian's elbow. Her expression was calm, with eyes carrying a hint of age, reminding Guan of the previous Ji Xiaoyu's precocious maturity. Seeing Guan lost in thought, Ji Hantian explained, she just happens to have this name. LV Badian should have mentioned it. Let her cultivate in your Medicine Valley, and I will take her away later. Saying so, Ji Hantian turned and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Guan and Ji Xiaoyu stood on the grass, speechless, a subtle atmosphere prevailing. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Ji Xiao. He squatted down to scrutinize her. It was none other than Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Chapter 265, Chapter 265 Supreme Treasure Body, Dream of the Previous Life. Such a foundation, rare, rare. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at Ji Xiao and marveled, clicking his tongue. Ji Xiao slightly frowned, circled past the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and came to Gu An's side, leaning against him, watching the Nine-Finger Divine Lord with vigilance. Gu An laughed and said, "Senior, don't scare the child." The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, turned to look at Gu An, and sighed, "Gu An, this girl has extraordinary talent, you must draw her in while she is still young and build a good relationship. She might save your life in the future." Gu An nonchalantly said, "I never leave the Supreme Sect, what danger could I encounter?" "True." The Nine-Finger Divine Lord smiled and took another glance at Ji Xiao before turning and leaving. Gu An looked at Ji Xiao and laughed, "I am called Gu An, you can call me Valley Master from now on." Ji Xiao gently nodded, her gaze towards Gu An remained calm, as if she really did not remember Gu An. This made Gu An slightly regretful. In this life, Ji Xiao was ultimately not the same person as in the past. Gu An took Ji Xiao's little hand and walked towards the group of pavilions. Ji Xiao's expression was slightly uneasy, but she did not break free. Afterward, Gu An arranged for Ji Xiao to live with an Xin, asking an Xin to take care of her. He had his own motives. Ji Xiao would sooner or later soar to great heights. If she formed a deep bond with an Xin, she could become a significant support for an Xin in the future. After all, an Xin was his disciple, and naturally, he would consider her well-being. It wasn't long before Gu An's door was knocked on, and a childish voice came from outside. "Valley Master, can I come in?" Gu An replied, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the young Ji Xiao walked in. She wore a white lotus dress, her hair neatly combed, resembling a little celestial maiden who had descended to earth. She came to the table, staring at Gu An, and said, "Valley Master, can I live alone?" Despite her childish voice, her tone and manner were mature and steady. "Why?" Gu An looked at her, smilingly asking. Ji Xiao replied, "I like living alone, and I don't want to be disturbed while cultivating." Gu An thought for a moment, then said, "How about you live downstairs in my pavilion?" The pavilion he resided in had 2 floors, the first floor was for living quarters, and only he could live there. However, he usually stayed in the study on the second floor. Ji Xiao hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded. Gu An kindly smiled, "If you need anything, just let me know. Although my surname is Gu, I was also born into the Ji family." Ji Xiao, curious, asked, "You were born into the Ji family?" "Yes, I used to be a house servant of the Ji family." Gu An began to recount his background and how he entered the Supreme Sect. However, he did not mention Ji Xiao's name, only referring to her as the third miss of the family. He wanted to test if Ji Xiao remembered anything. Ji Xiao listened earnestly. When Gu An finished speaking, she asked, "Did you investigate who your parents are?" "The house servants of the Ji family are all recorded." Gu An was stunned. When he reached the carefree primordial immortal level, he returned to the Ji family to see the past causes and effects and to see what his parents looked like. Unfortunately, he could not see them. He didn't know if it was because too much time had passed or for some other reason, but Gu An couldn't see the causes and effects of his childhood. "No, regardless of their identity, if they missed me, they would naturally come looking for me, wouldn't they?" Gu An replied. To say he had never fantasized about this life's parents would be a lie, but having lived 2 lifetimes, he wouldn't be melancholy over it. Though he had no parents in this life, he had them in his last one and had already experienced the joy of family. Ji Xiao moved a chair in front of the table and sat down. Placing her hands on the table, she looked at Guan and said, "It's strange, I have very little emotion towards my parents. The other children in the family have a close relationship with their parents, but every time my mother approaches me, I feel very uncomfortable." She began to share her inner feelings, and Guan listened attentively. In his childhood, Guan also heard from other house servants and slaves about the third Mrs.'s distant relationship with her parents. It often made her mother sad. However, because the third Miss was extraordinarily talented, everyone had to flatter her, including her parents, who didn't dare to fuss too much. Guan guessed that although Ji Xiao had no memories of her past life, her disposition remained. Her spiritual wisdom and mind didn't need to grow, she just needed an adjustment period. Listening to Ji Xiao recount her childhood experiences and inner thoughts, Guan occasionally chimed in and analyzed from an outsider's perspective. Despite the age gap, they enjoyed talking to each other. As they chatted, a smile gradually appeared on Ji Xiao's face, replacing her usual cold demeanor. They talked until evening, when Ji Xiao stood up and said, "It's getting dark. I must go cultivate." Guan nodded, smiling. This little girl was even chattier than in her past life. However, having an occasional chat with a child wasn't bad. Ji Xiao suddenly said, "Valley Master, I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity as if I had known you for a long time." Guan replied, "It shows that we are fated. Welcome to my medicine valley." Ji Xiao smiled, then formally bowed to him like a little adult. After she closed the door, Guan picked up the book on the table and continued reading. When night fell, he felt the presence of Ji Xiao downstairs starting her qi absorption cultivation. He sensed the existence of a primordial deist talisman. The primordial deist talisman was still filled with incredible power, aiding Ji Xiao in her cultivation. Guan did not continuously observe Ji Xiao and soon focused back on reading. Blue sea and sky, islands floating in the air, birds flying together, cultivators coming and going. On a floating island, palaces were situated, the interior bright with light, the ground as blue as the sea, glistening with light. An house sat cross-legged in the water pool, surrounded by mist, his black hair floating slightly, and a faint light emanated from his body, resembling a fire glow. A figure appeared out of thin air by the poolside, a man in a long robe, with an immortal aura, holding a horsetail whisk, his white hair tied beneath a lotus crown, with 3 flying swords of different shapes floating behind him. "Disciple, in the coming period, you must not leave the Star Sea congregations. I will be heading to the sea-breaking rift and do not know when I will return," the man in the long robe said. He had the title of Sage Fukan, known as Sage Fukan, and house master in the Star Sea congregations. And Hao opened his eyes, looked at him, and frowned, "Why can't I leave? I don't even have Divine Exotic City. Find your next adventure on MVL." Clearly, he was quite displeased with Liya being restricted. After all, he and Liya came from the Supreme Sect, practically old acquaintances, and seeing an acquaintance suffer, how could he be happy? Sage Fukan shook his head and said, "Your situation is different, your trouble is greater. There is a divine exotic resentful ghost with an ancient treasure body in the sea-breaking rift. It was once a transcendent immortal and could traverse outer heaven, named Impermanence Tien. Impermanence Tien plans to devour all treasure bodies in the world. He will inevitably target you, and his Dao level is stronger than a wandering immortal." Stronger than a wandering immortal. And Hao's face shifted slightly. Although he now understood the levels of the immortal path realm, the highest he could reach was the wandering immortal. Beyond that, it was a sect taboo not to be explored lightly. Sage Fukan comforted, "If you stay within the Star Sea congregations, he can't do anything to you, so do not venture out. Wait until all congregations eliminate the divine exotic resentful ghost at the bottom of the sea-breaking rift." And Hao nodded. He wouldn't tempt fate by trying to challenge Impermanence Tien's might. Though he might have great talent, in terms of strength on this ocean, he knew he was still very weak, even considered a bottom-tier cultivator. Then, Sage Fukin gave a few more reminders before leaving. Anhao raised his right hand, a wisp of flame emerging from his palm, condensing into a small sun. The firelight illuminated his face, which remained indifferent. Impermanence Tian, Supreme Treasure Body, why do I feel like I want to devour you? The summer heat was intense. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint down from the transmission array platform. Today, he had gone to Tianya Valley, harvested some medicinal herbs, and spent nearly an hour in the Mystic Valley. Guan looked up and gazed at the distant Mystic Pure Tree. Under the Mystic Pure Tree, Ji Xiao was staring at it, with Li Lingtian standing nearby, saying something. Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, signaling it to head towards the Mystic Pure Tree. Little girl, my swordsmanship is really amazing, are you sure you don't want to learn? You should learn it. I see you have extraordinary talent and need an ultimate skill to protect yourself. Why don't you answer me? I am the crown prince of the present dynasty. No matter how much Li Lingtian persuaded, Ji Xiao ignored him, making him stomp his feet in frustration. At this moment, Guan's voice floated over, first, defeat Jian'er with your swordsmanship before you brag. Li Lingtian quickly turned around and awkwardly grinned. Guan dismounted and walked towards Ji Xiao, then said, don't disturb her, or I'll have Jian'er train you. Li Lingtian's face changed slightly, and he immediately left n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. When Guan reached Ji Xiao, she was still staring dazedly at the Mystic Pure Tree. Behind them, the banter of the Blood Prison Great Saint and Li Lingtian could be heard, with the Blood Prison Great Saint always managing to irritate Li Lingtian. Guan looked at Ji Xiao, secretly amazed. Had she begun path enlightenment just 1 month after entering the valley? This was too incredible. He did not disturb Ji Xiao, just stood beside her to protect her from being bothered by other disciples. It wasn't until twilight that Ji Xiao finally came back to her senses. Guan guessed it was her body's natural reaction. As night fell, she had to cultivate. Ji Xiao turned and saw Guan, smiling, Valley Master Brother, why are you here? Finished with your work today? Guan rubbed her head and said, I finished long ago. What were you thinking about just now? Ji Xiao called him brother because he arranged it so. Initially, she found it awkward, but she got used to it after half a month. Recalling, Ji Xiao said, I seem to have seen some memories, they belong to me, but I have not experienced them. Oh? What exactly did you see? I saw myself standing in the sky, with many demons and people kneeling before me. As she said this, Ji Xiao's face turned unnatural. She felt like she was dreaming, but she did indeed see it. Chapter 266, Chapter 266 Divine Exotic Ghost King, Bitter Sea Buddha Sect. Guan asked, what else did you see? Seeing that Guan did not doubt her, Ji Xiao continued to recount. She saw herself being chased by many people, saw herself diving to the seabed and discovering a palace, and even saw herself flying into the sky to pick stars, among other things. After listening, Guan said, you can come here often if you're free. But Ji Xiao shook her head and said, forget it, my intuition tells me not to touch those memories. After speaking, Ji Xiao turned and left. Guan watched her back and suddenly felt that her reincarnation was not just for improving her aptitude. Thinking carefully, it's true, the power contained in Ji Xiao's primordial deist talisman was so strong that she did not need to improve her aptitude before nirvana. Could there be another hidden reason, and Ji Xiao's soul had been wary of awakening her previous life memories? Guan shook his head, not wanting to think too much. After all, Ji Xiao couldn't stay in the Third Medicine Valley forever. At the end of summer, Guan arrived at Immortal Seeking Island. His divine sense swept around, but the figure of the immortal seeking Taoist was nowhere to be seen. Did he really escape? He shook his head, then walked into the streets and began to wander around. This time, he did not call Hu Xiaojian. Besides buying seeds, he also wanted to inquire about Impermanence Tian's whereabouts. Now there were battles everywhere on the ocean, even heaven and earth flying immortal conflicts. More and more divine exotic resentful ghosts were escaping from the sea-breaking rift, some in groups and some alone. Those divine soul demons acting alone were very strong. Guan didn't keep watching the sea-breaking rift, so he came to listen for news. Sure enough, cultivators all over the streets were discussing the sea-breaking rift and the divine exotic resentful ghosts. It was said that there were 9 divine exotic ghost kings in the sea-breaking rift, each having the power to rival a great sect, and some even holding immortal path supreme treasures. The main forces of the Star Sea congregations once encountered one divine exotic ghost king, suffering heavy losses and failing to capture it. The known divine exotic ghost kings were 3, Impermanence Tian, Defying Jiu, and Yin Yang Chaos. All 3 had 3-word names, and each had heaven-shaking abilities. Impermanence Tian stormed into a force comparable to the Star Sea congregations, swallowing a great talent alive and leaving leisurely, making a name in battle. Defying Jiu created the Jiu Sea fog, wreaking havoc on the ocean, turning all marine life into white bones wherever it passed. Yin Yang Chaos was even scarier, capturing souls and turning them into ghostly soldiers. The 3 divine exotic ghost kings did not fight together, each could bring disaster to the ocean. There was also good news. It was said that an immortal path supreme treasure appeared in the sea-breaking rift and was seized by a divine monk from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Bitter Sea Buddha sect came from a far-off place, not known to the cultivators on Immortal Seeking Island, only that it was very powerful. Guan wandered around for an hour and then began purchasing medicinal herbs. Experience tales with. Before he finished his shopping, dark clouds rolled in, covering Immortal Seeking Island and darkening the entire island. Although Guan had detected the crisis on Immortal Seeking Island, he did not panic and calmly continued buying medicinal herbs. When he walked out of the mansion's gate, Immortal Seeking Island was already like night. His gaze turned to the alleyway corner, where a claw emerged from the pitch-black wall, followed by a hideous ghost crawling out. It was entirely black, with blood-red cracks all over its body, resembling the 1,000-foot figure in the previous terrifying sea waves. After landing, it looked around, its face bearing 6 eyes, and soon locked its gaze on Guan. With a thunderous roar, the whole city echoed with a nerve-wracking howl, as if hundreds of thousands of monsters were howling together. The 6-eyed resentful ghost also howled, leaping like lightning and appearing before Guan in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 6-eyed resentful ghost instantly turned into ghostly mist, scattering around. Guan walked toward the steps, and the entire city erupted in battle. Numerous cultivators and demons flew into the sky, countless divine exotic resentful ghosts rising like a rain of arrows to chase them. Guan did not receive any lifespan prompt and abandoned the idea of gaining lifespan by capturing divine exotic resentful ghosts. Since there was no profit, there was no need to stay long. Guan used the limitless freedom step to leave Immortal Seeking Island. After returning to the Supreme Sect, he leisurely walked into Mystic Valley. In the summer heat, the disciples were all cultivating inside their rooms. Guan went upstairs to rest and only came to the 3rd Medicine Valley in the evening. Now he liked wandering around, seeming very busy but actually doing nothing, just enjoying such a lifestyle. Upon his return, Guan saw the 9-finger Divine Lord playing chess with none other than Lu Lingjun's master, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. Lu Lingjun stood by watching the game, which piqued Guan's interest, and he walked over to join. As he arrived beside Lu Lingjun, he heard the 9-finger Divine Lord say with a smile, "Much obliged." The disciples all praised him for his skill. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit was calm. She looked at the 9-finger Divine Lord and asked, "May I ask your name, Senior, and what sect you are from?" The 9-finger Divine Lord waved his hand, saying, "It's just a game of chess, No need to pry so much. Has the bitter sea Buddha sect not taught you manners? Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's expression changed slightly, but she said no more. She stood up, saluted the nine-finger Divine Lord, and then turned to leave. Liu Lingjun did not follow but looked at Guan beside her, asking curiously, "How did you beat this senior?" The nine-finger Divine Lord's face turned ashen, and he began to call others to sit down and start another game. Guan replied with a smug smile, "I wanted to interact with you as a mortal, but since you asked, I have to reveal it. I am a chess immortal in the world, using black and white Tai Chi to inquire about the Dao, experiencing worldly tribulations." Liu Lingjun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Beside them, Elder Liu widened his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Valley Master, are you really a chess immortal?" The other disciples also looked at Guan excitedly. Whether true or not, their expressions made Guan feel very satisfied. "You are teachable," Guan said with a laugh, "just teasing you all. If I were a chess immortal, would I still be here doing chores?" The disciples laughed along, continuously flattering him. Seeing Guan enjoying the disciples' adulation, Liu Lingjun shook her head and smiled. The nine-finger Divine Lord found Guan very contradictory. Sometimes he was very worldly, sometimes he saw through the mundane. Perhaps it was this contradiction in his character that made his chess moves unpredictable and hard to capture. Afterward, Liu Lingjun pulled Guan away, and they came to a secluded place. "Can you let the girl downstairs come to me? I want to take her as my disciple," Liu Lingjun asked eagerly. Guan, hearing this, shook his head and said, "She is the girl of heavenly pride from the Ji family, only temporarily staying with me. If you want to take her as a disciple, you must ask the vice sect leader subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave." Liu Lingjun pouted and said, "Ji Hantian? He definitely won't agree. He opposed my founding of the Ascension sect before, fearing I would undermine the Supreme sect." Guan laughed and said, "So what are you doing now?" "I just can't bear to see good talents buried n/o/vel/b/jn. .c//om. So if you can't bear to see good talents from the Supreme sect being buried, do you want to take all the good talents away? You brat, do you think of me like that?" As they bickered, Liu Lingjun started hitting Guan, who was really afraid of hurting her. Sigh. He suddenly missed the days when Liu Lingjun used to bribe him. Back then, Liu Lingjun's attitude was as good as could be. Women are indeed changeable. Guan suddenly asked, "Your master is from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? What kind of sect is that, and where is it?" He was curious because he had also heard this name mentioned today on Immortal Seeking Island. Liu Lingjun replied, "Yes, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect is very far from the Supreme sect. Not even Ji Hantian could find it in a lifetime. So far away, you won't become a nun at the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, will you? Don't talk nonsense, let's not discuss this." Liu Lingjun gave Guan a stern look and then changed the topic, seemingly afraid of offending the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. After chatting for a while, Liu Lingjun left. Guan then walked towards his loft. Upon reaching the loft, Ji Xiaohu suddenly ran out of the house, saying she had something to tell him. So, they went upstairs together. After sitting down, Guan looked at Ji Xiaohu sitting opposite and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Xiaohu replied, "Wait a moment, Valley Master brother, read a book first." Seeing her nervousness, Guan found it amusing and didn't press for an answer, instead picking up Investiture of the Gods to read. "Valley Master brother, why are you reading Investiture of the Gods? They all say you like reading Green Hero Travelogue," Ji Xiaohu asked curiously. Guan's face changed instantly, and he sternly asked, "Who said that?" "Tang Yu, Peng Chong, Chen Ji, they all said so. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tomorrow I'll educate them properly. How dare they slander their master?" "Slander? Isn't Green Hero Travelogue a good book? Don't ask, just read a book yourself. Guan threw Journey to the West on the table to Ji Xiaohu and then focused on reading. An hour later, Ji Xiaohu put down Journey to the West, let out a sigh of relief, and said, "They finally left. 2 people came to the valley today, making me feel very uncomfortable. One of them even wanted to take me as a disciple, but I refused." Guan sensed that the Holy Mother of Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun had already flown away and was secretly surprised. Ji Xiaohu, who was only at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm, could sense the Holy Mother of Western Spirit's presence. She could even judge when the Holy Mother of Western Spirit left. Extraordinary indeed. Guan asked, "Why did they make you feel uncomfortable? Have you seen them before?" Ji Xiaohu replied, "No, but when I was in a trance under the mystic pure tree, I saw some images of people with similar auras to them, and those people wanted to capture me." Could it be that Ji Xiaohu was an enemy of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect in her previous life? It seemed that he needed to pay more attention to the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. If she recognized Ji Xiaohu, he had to be cautious to avoid implicating the disciples in the valley. "Valley Master Brother, you'd better stay away from them. I feel that nothing good will come from getting close to them," Ji Xiaohu said seriously. Guan nodded and said, "Don't mention this to anyone else to avoid trouble." Ji Xiaohu replied, "Don't worry, I'll only tell you. Besides you, I feel that no one else in this world would harm me. It's a strange feeling, but that's truly how I feel." Chapter 267 Stronger Physique. Hearing Ji Xiaohu's words, Guan couldn't help but feel curious. Why did she have such thoughts? In her past life, before her death, Guan did indeed help her, but that was in the guise of the sword Venerable Fudeo. Could it be that Ji Xiaohu had already seen through his true identity at that time? That was impossible. The 9 extremes yin-yang body could shield against probing and causal deduction. To see through his identity, the other party's cultivation level would have to be far higher than his. Could it be because of Guan's identity? Guan suddenly recalled when they were children, Ji Xiaohu once spoke up to save him. Thinking carefully, it seemed Ji Xiaohu had only saved him and not shown such kindness to other house servants, or perhaps she didn't meddle in their affairs. Guan smiled and said, "Since you trust me so much, I must treat you well. As long as you're in Medicine Valley, you can cultivate at ease. No one can harm you." Ji Xiaohu nodded, then started talking about Journey to the West again. Recently, in addition to her cultivation, she had also begun reading like Guan, becoming more and more fascinated with Journey to the West as she read. The two chatted for an hour before Ji Xiaohu left. Autumn arrived. Guan returned to Immortal Seeking Island. After the attack by the divine exotic resentful ghosts, the island had become somewhat desolate, but overall it had not declined. The strength of Immortal Seeking Island was still formidable. Without an attack from a divine exotic resentful ghost that surpassed the loose immortal realm, it was difficult to shake the foundation of Immortal Seeking Island. Guan sent a message to Hu Xiaojian, who quickly appeared before him. After the salute, Hu Xiaojian began recounting the attack on Immortal Seeking Island. When he mentioned the divine exotic resentful ghosts, his face was full of fear and dread. Those fellas reformed in less than 5 breaths after being scattered. They were too troublesome. Fortunately, the island master used divine skills to move them all away. Unable to break through, they eventually dispersed. Hu Xiaojian shivered as he spoke. Guan comforted him after hearing, "It's okay, it's over now. Don't worry. Immortal Seeking Island has stood here for so many years, it won't be easily destroyed. Just afraid of a divine exotic ghost king descending." Hu Xiaojian sighed. What does Immortal Seeking Island have that would attract a divine exotic ghost king? Indeed, the divine exotic ghost king doesn't seek heavenly treasures, only wishing to slaughter the strong and use them for their own purposes. Your next journey awaits it. Hu Xiaojian nodded, his mood lifting. Afterward, he led Guan to continue their procurement, while also talking about the sea-breaking rift and the divine exotic resentful ghosts news. Guan listened. Currently, various parts of the ocean were under attack from the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Their numbers were increasing, causing the maritime sects to take action. Many sects that Hu Xiaojian had never even heard of before displayed their power, astounding him. Deep Sea Spirit Palace, Mortal World Peak, Bitter Sea Buddha Sect, Purple Pill Palace, Immortal Fall Gorge, Vast Energy Deist Sect, Time Divine Pavilion. This vast world left Hu Xiaojian deeply moved. Guan, however, wasn't much affected. He had previously used his divine sense to probe and found that this world was on par with the Star Sea congregations, with over 100 sects at the same level, demonstrating the world's immense strength. Some sects could already travel to outer heaven, yet they remained here. Perhaps there were unimaginable dangers in outer heaven for mortal spirits. Guan was curious about the power that enveloped the great heavenly spirit land, forbidding beings below the heaven and earth flying immortal realm from leaving. What exactly was it? Was it the constraints of the world or the work of some higher force? In any case, Guan didn't plan to venture to outer heaven lightly. Since only heaven and earth flying immortals could leave the great heavenly spirit land, he needed to surpass that level by at least 2 major realms before exploring. It would be too frustrating to die out there. When Hu Xiaojian mentioned medicinal herbs, Guan's thoughts returned to reality. Compared to the divine exotic resentful ghosts, he was more concerned with extending his lifespan. The years flowed on. Since ancient times, the mortal world had been full of hardships, but those who could live long lives were few. Longevity and immortality, that was what Guan cared about most. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Guan's lifespan had already exceeded 28 million years, nearing 30 million years. In these 5 years, the ocean faced endless calamities, an immortal-seeking island experienced 2 more attacks. However, the mainland where Supreme Sect resided remained peaceful, unaffected by the ocean's tribulations. In the forest, Guan sat on the back of the blood prison Great Saint, watching with a smile as Yang Jian and Li Lingtian sparred. Though Li Lingtian had reached the second layer of the core formation realm, he was still suppressed by Yang Jian, who appeared to be only in the foundation establishment realm. In reality, Yang Jian had already formed his nascent soul. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, his physical strength was not something a core formation realm cultivator could withstand. Bang! Li Lingtian crashed into a tree trunk, causing the 1,000-year-old tree to tremble, leaves falling. 10 zhang away, Yang Jian retracted his leg, patting his robe. His sharp aura subsided, and the oppressive feeling he exuded disappeared. Li Lingtian sat on the ground, clutching his chest in pain. The voice of the blood prison Great Saint came, "Li Lingtian, your cultivation results are too weak. Like this, you still dare to call yourself Lingtian?" Hearing this, Li Lingtian grew anxious, but with Guan and Yang Jian there, he could only suppress it. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? Li Lingtian struggled to stand, looking at Yang Jian with fear. Fortunately, it was just a spar. If it were a life and death fight, he wouldn't just die, he would die horribly. He felt that over the years, Yang Jian's ferocity had grown, and even someone as fearless as him was terrified, afraid of provoking him. "Jianer, you were too heavy-handed. Apologize." Guan's voice came, and Yang Jian looked at Li Lingtian, noticing his serious internal injuries. He immediately felt guilty and hurried forward. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Yang Jian stood before Li Lingtian, his face full of regret. Seeing his expression, Li Lingtian didn't feel better, in fact, he felt worse. He forced a smile, saying, "It's fine, I'm just not skilled enough." He suddenly wanted to leave the Third Medicine Valley. He thought staying by Yang Jian would help him learn more, but why did the gap feel like it was widening? He almost forgot what it felt like to win. To be precise, he had never won. Since becoming an adult, he only sparred with Yang Jian and wouldn't bully other disciples in the valley. Guan called them back to the valley, simultaneously scanning the ocean with his divine sense. 5 years had passed, and the seas around the continent had started to show signs of the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Though few in number, it was not a good omen. For having once struck down 1,000 zhang tall figure and dispersed giant waves, he surely left a profound impression on the mysterious existence within the sea-breaking rift. But all these years, no danger had arrived, which was definitely not a stroke of luck. The mysterious entity under the sea-breaking rift must be plotting something. The desire for a breakthrough grew stronger in Guan's heart. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. With the cultivation level of the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, he would remain unafraid of calamities. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But if he could escape, what about Medicine Valley and those he cared about? Escaping with them all would be inconvenient and could expose his true cultivation level. Damn heavenly Dao, obstructing my pursuit of 100 million years of lifespan, Guan thought to himself, frustrated. The blood prison great saint beneath him couldn't fathom his thoughts. It was busy teasing Li Lingtian, making Li Lingtian's face turn completely red, feeling like exploding. As they approached the valley entrance of the third Medicine Valley, Guan noticed a figure. He lightly patted the ox's back, signaling the blood prison great saint to speed up. In the end, Li Lingtian ran faster, rushing over like a gust of wind. "Sister Yu, why are you here?" Li Lingtian asked with a flattering smile. 16-year-old Ji Xiao stood at the valley entrance, tall and slender, dressed in a belted blue dress, with beautiful makeup, her long hair coiled under a purple crown, looking like a fairy in a painting. Even some passing disciples from the valley couldn't help but frequently glance at her. Compared to her past life, she had grown more beautiful and not as cold in temperament. Originally smiling, Ji Xiao's smile faded as soon as Li Lingtian appeared, and she took a step to the side. This step made the already hurt Li Lingtian feel even worse. When the blood prison great saint got closer, Ji Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Valley Master, are you done?" Guan nodded and asked, "Do you have something to discuss? Let's talk inside," Ji Xiao said, heading toward Guan's pavilion. Li Lingtian looked at her back, hesitating to speak. Riding the blood prison great saint, Guan followed her back. Yang Jian also left alone to continue his cultivation. He still wasn't strong enough to contend with impermanence Tian. Only Li Lingtian remained at the valley entrance, looking around, feeling very depressed. "You beat up Lao Zi, and you're all happy and dispersed." On the other hand, Guan led Ji Xiao to the second floor of the pavilion. After sitting down, he stretched lazily and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Xiao sat down and took the paper and pen beside her, beginning to write. Guan picked up a book, reading while waiting. He pondered whether to enhance his physique and cultivation technique if he broke through early. His mystic holy body was stronger than the treasure body, having upgraded from the 5 elements treasure body to the innate Taoist body, then transformed into the mystic holy body. But the mystic holy body could still improve. After all, the path to becoming stronger was endless. After a long time, Ji Xiao stopped writing. She looked up at Guan and pouted, "Why don't you care at all about what I'm writing?" Guan put down his book and smiled, "Aren't I waiting for you to finish? I've lived 150 years longer than you, it's not easy to get curious so quickly." Ji Xiao pushed the dozen sheets of paper she had written toward Guan. "This is a cultivation technique I comprehended last night. Have a look." Guan picked them up and read them one by one. After he finished, he was astonished and said, "What a marvelous technique! Did you really comprehend this?" This technique was indeed excellent, though not as good as his own. However, within the Supreme Sect, it would definitely be highly valuable, not something an inner sect disciple could buy. Ji Xiao replied, yes, sort of. This technique can cleanse the muscles and marrow. You always complain about your poor aptitude. You can try this technique. It doesn't affect your energy absorption skill, so you can cultivate it with peace of mind. Guan raised an eyebrow and asked, can I teach it to others? Ji Xiao furrowed her brows slightly at that. Guan chuckled, if it's not allowed, then forget it. Thank you very much. Chapter 268 The Catastrophe of the Star Sea Congregations. You can teach it to others too, but whether they can master it is hard to say. This cultivation technique requires a large amount of medicinal herbs to temper the body. I only taught it to you because you happen to have the medicine valley. Ji Xiao spoke, then she stood up and turned to leave. Just leaving like that? Guan couldn't help but ask. Got to go cultivate. Ji Xiao replied without turning her head. This time, after walking out of the room, she didn't close the door. Guan smiled to himself, muttering, still has the heart of a girl. He didn't mind and put away the cultivation technique Ji Xiao had written. In fact, he had similar cultivation techniques. He had just asked casually just now. The techniques that change one's physique often require a large accumulation of rare and precious items, having just the method isn't enough. Guan began to scan the entire mortal world with his divine sense, looking for a suitable place to break through. He couldn't imagine how much disturbance the upcoming breakthrough would cause, so he wanted to choose a place far away from living beings. Referring to the commotion caused by his last breakthrough, Guan was troubled. He felt that wherever he chose to break through, it would alarm the surrounding forces and affect living beings. His gaze suddenly fell on the sea-breaking rift, sensing the vast and dense spiritual energy within. How about breaking through inside the sea-breaking rift? This idea grew on him, and Guan felt it might be worth trying. Once I reach a lifespan of 30 million years, I'll go for the breakthrough. In the grand hall, Anhao was meditating in a pool, his brows furrowed, feeling restless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his vision filled with blood vessels, and everything around him was shaking violently, causing his mind to become hazy. He vaguely saw a mass of black air rushing into the hall, quickly approaching him. The black air landed by the pool and condensed into a human figure. Anhao wanted to stand up but found himself unable to. Flame primordial treasure body, although cultivated later, surpasses the innate, remarkable. A voice rang out. If Guan and Yang Jian were here, they would surely recognize it as the voice of Impermanence Tian. Anhao stared intently at Impermanence Tian. Despite being immobile, he showed no trace of fear. The black air surged, revealing Impermanence Tian's handsome yet sinister face. He looked down at Anhao with a greedy smile. Supreme treasure body, you two were cultivated later, Anhao said calmly. Impermanence Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with meaning as he coldly laughed, it seems you are not simple. Perfect, I'll consume you, then go after the Mystic Gang Dominator body. Anhao sat in the pool, staring at him without making a sound. Make sure the Star Sea congregations are ready. I want to see if today's Star Sea congregations still have the might of their former days. Impermanence Tian said this and then vanished like smoke. Anhao suddenly awoke, gasping for air, his body regaining its senses. He braced himself on the edge of the pool, his face drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes were full of ferocity. Supreme treasure body, why? Anhao muttered softly, his voice like the growl of a beast. 2 years passed by swiftly. Guan returned to the pavilion with freshly picked medicinal herbs. He checked his attribute panel and saw that he was just 100,000 years away from reaching a lifespan of 30 million years. He smiled. Once I reach 30 million years, I'll break through. Guan sat down at his desk, starting to imagine what realm lay beyond carefree primordial immortal. After a while, a figure walked in briskly, and a fragrance filled Guan's nose, pulling his divine sense back. Shen Zhen approached the desk, took out a book, and placed it on the desk with a proud smile. Take a look. Guan immediately picked up the book on the desk and began to read through it. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. Seeing this, Shen Zhen became nervous and asked, "Is it very bad?" This book was a novel, clearly imitating Journey to the West. The protagonist was also a demon, needing to take risks and travel far to find the immortal path, supreme treasure that could fulfill wishes. Objectively, it was pretty good. Guan just felt regretful. Shen Zhen had reformed. Guan suddenly felt that he was being unreasonable. When Shen Zhen was writing, he found it annoying. Now that she wasn't, he felt regretful. It's pretty good, keep it up. Guan closed the book and returned it to Shen Zhen, speaking casually. Shen Zhen, seeing his dismissive attitude, clenched the book tightly in her hand. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. Ji Xiaoyu, dressed in white, walked up. At 18, her temperament was even more outstanding. Her features had fully matured, her eyes captivating, and a red thin line on her forehead made her even more stunning. Shen Zhen looked back and was also captivated by Ji Xiaoyu's appearance. Although Ji Xiaoyu had been in the Third Medicine Valley for years, the two women had never met. Shen Zhen had not come back for many years. Ji Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Shen Zhen, appraising her carefully. Suddenly, Shen Zhen laughed, turned to Guan, and asked, "Guan, do you not like this kind of book and only like to read the supreme secret records?" Guan's expression changed drastically. He quickly said, "How could that be? I like this kind of book." "What supreme secret records? I haven't read those." He shot Shen Zhen a meaningful look. Shen Zhen immediately placed the book in her hand on the desk, saying, "Then can you read it carefully? I'll quiz you next time." "Of course, I like it a lot. I'll definitely be able to recite it backward," Guan said seriously. Shen Zhen gave Guan a look that said smart move and then left. As she passed Ji Xiaoyu, she nodded with a smile, making Ji Xiaoyu frown. Ji Xiaoyu walked to the desk and softly asked, "Is she threatening you? Tell me, I can help you settle it." At 18, she had already reached the 8th floor of the Foundation establishment realm. She was very confident in her abilities. Guan laughed and said, "Not at all. I've known her for over 100 years. She just likes to bicker with me. Let's not talk about her. Why are you here?" Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan and said, "I'm planning to leave for a while. I have some matters to attend to back at the Ji family." "Go ahead. Do you need me to take you to see the vice sect leader?" "Yes." Ji Xiaoyu nodded, and Guan immediately stood up. He had been to the main city of the sect and knew where Ji Hantian lived. Now he could go anywhere in the Supreme Sect, but he preferred to wander around the Outer Gate City. The disciples of the Outer Gate City were easier to get along with. Inner sect disciples had a bit of a distance, and the disciples of the main city were all filled with arrogance. As a core formation realm disciple, most people in the main city looked at him with a strange gaze. Along the way, Guan and Ji Xiaoyu chatted casually. Although their words were not very frequent, they said whatever came to mind. Even if there was silence, it didn't feel awkward. An hour later, Guan and Ji Xiaoyu arrived at the gate of the Ji mansion. Guan stopped and said, "Go ahead." Ji Xiaoyu nodded and walked toward the gate. Guan turned and left. Ji Xiaoyu stopped and watched him leave, her brows furrowed, lost in thought. Guan could naturally feel her gaze. He didn't dare to look back, fearing she would inquire about the supreme secret records. In this life, Ji Xiaoyu was more suspicious than in his previous life, especially after their relationship grew closer. Whatever she was curious about, she would find a way to understand. After arriving at the inner sect city via the transmission array platform from the main city of the sect, Guan suddenly sensed strong battle energy to the south, with an aura surpassing most heaven and earth flying immortal. Near carefree primordial immortal, but still a bit short. His divine sense quickly probed, his expression becoming peculiar. Why is it him? Guan suddenly thought of something and instantly understood. He didn't stop and continued walking. He walked along the street, looking at the disciples coming and going. Many years had passed, and there were now quite a few demons among the inner sect disciples, marking the initial integration of the human race and the demon clan. Guan continuously performed lifespan detection, incidentally checking the disciples' karma along the way. This was his habit, and also his enjoyment. Boom! Experience news stories on. Deafening explosions sounded outside the hall. And Hao was meditating in the pool, his brows furrowed. There were more than a dozen great cultivators standing in the hall, both men and women, each with an extraordinary presence. Qi Bei, who brought Hao into the Star Sea congregations, and Qi Juxiao were also there. How is this guy so strong? Can he really break into the Star Sea congregations? After all, he is the divine exotic ghost king. If he had no true ability, he would have been killed long ago. It's really outrageous, daring to come to our Star Sea congregations to capture someone. Humph, fortunately, the sect hierarch is here. We don't need to worry. Even so, his momentum is a bit exaggerated. Listening to the discussions of the sect's elders, and Hao's face looked grim. He didn't expect Impermanence Tian to be so arrogant, actually daring to forcefully break into the Star Sea congregations. He could feel the pressure from Impermanence Tian growing stronger, indicating that the enemy was getting closer and had already locked onto him. At the same time, outside the palace, the blue sky whipped up a strong wind, stirring the sea of clouds into a massive vortex in the sky. The floating islands below seemed insignificant like specks of dust. The cultivators of each floating island flew out, bringing out their magic artifacts, ready for battle. The doors of Hao's palace opened, and everyone walked out, including Hao. The sect hierarch is here. A female cultivator said excitedly. The other great cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. From the swirling clouds in the sky emerged glimpses of a flag. A streak of light fell from it, swiftly landing at the cliff's edge in front of Hao's palace. As the light dispersed, a man in a wide white robe appeared, draped in flowing clouds, with various jade pendants of different shapes hanging from his belt that swayed in the wind. His broad back exuded an imposing aura, even though he had his back to Hao and the others, his aura that reached the sky astounded them. Great Ming Tian, the sect hierarch of the Star Sea congregations, heaven and earth flying immortal realm. His countenance was stern, his long beard fluttering, and his eyes carried a fierce light. His long hair was tied under a crown adorned with small flags. He raised his right hand, and one of the flags flew out, quickly enlarging as it landed in his hand. N/O/vel/B//JN.C//OM. This flag was none other than the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, the Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner. Stars glimmered on the banner, emanating a vast and majestic aura. Star Sea Primordial Unity Banner, it has been a long time. Impermanence Tian's cold laughter filled the air. As his voice echoed, a massive black rift suddenly tore through the sky, stretching hundreds of miles as if the sky had been cleaved by a sword, spectacular yet terrifying. Chapter 269 Waiting for Death? Who said that? All the cultivators in the minor heaven and earth looked towards the black rift hanging on the horizon. Everyone was tense, as if confronting a formidable enemy. These people hid in the deepest part of the Star Sea congregation's minor heaven and earth, and the fact that Impermanence Tian could force his way in proved that many Star Sea congregation's cultivators had already perished at his hands. A figure flew out from the black rift. It was Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian was bare-chested, his hair was disheveled, and a giant python coiled around his waist, its body covered in black scales, the snake's head wrapped around his back, emerging from behind his left shoulder to look forward with him, constantly flicking its tongue. His upper body displayed a bizarre black pattern, as if some kind of emblem, making him look even more terrifying. From afar, his gaze locked onto An Hao. An Hao couldn't help but frown. Impermanence Tian's mouth corner lifted in a fearsome smile. Hurry up and form your formation, let me see if today's Star Sea Primordial Unity banner is as formidable as it was back then. Impermanence Tian's voice echoed as he swung his palm, unleashing a terrifying gale that ravaged thousands of miles. One floating island after another activated their protective formations, forming circles of light, yet all the islands trembled. Great Mingtian stood at the edge of a cliff, holding the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner in one hand, facing the wind. He snorted coldly, raised the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner in his hand, and the black flag soared upward, quickly growing larger, reaching a height of 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye, casting the entire floating island into darkness. Moreover, the small flags on Great Mingtian's headband also soared into the sky, standing alongside the 10,000-foot black flag, rapidly enlarging. There were actually 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners. 12 banners, your capabilities are decent, but this is far from enough. Impermanence Tian sneered, swinging his hand once again. This time, a dreadful blood wind surged out from the black rift behind him like a flood, unstoppable. In an instant, the terrifying blood wind collided with the 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners. The 12 10,000-foot banners trembled, countless stars on the flag surfaces burst into light, and the ocean below surged, forming a gigantic hand reaching towards Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian stepped forward, his right foot landing with such force that it shattered the oceanic giant hand below. Great Mingtian's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with dread. 8th level of the Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm. Your cultivation level is very high, but it seems you've spent most of your time on improving your cultivation level, your mana is a bit weak. Impermanence Tian's laughter echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the faces of all Star Sea congregation's cultivators to change dramatically. Could this divine exotic ghost king be stronger than their sect hierarch? Humph! Defeat me first, then talk. Great Mingtian's voice rang out as he leaped up, spreading his arms and casting spells swiftly. The 12 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners whipped up fierce winds, the flag surfaces flapping loudly, and countless meteorites flew out, their momentum immense and endless, all crashing towards Impermanence Tian. In a blink, the entire ocean darkened, countless meteorites covered the sky, some crushing towards Impermanence Tian head-on, others encircling, seemingly forming a formation. Impermanence Tian stepped forward, his momentum dispersing all the incoming meteorites. With each step he took, his presence grew stronger, the strengthed energy swirling visible around him. His gaze fixed once more on An Hao, even sending his voice transmission. Flame primordial treasure body, are you ready to be devoured by me? You better resist, the stronger you are, the happier I will be. The happier I am, the less pain you will endure. Hearing his voice, An Hao clenched his fists. Even though An Hao was unafraid of Impermanence Tian, he knew he was no match for him. Continue your adventure et. He feared that he might drag the Star Sea congregations into this n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Since he embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, though everyone acknowledged his talent, he always needed assistance from others, just like at the Supreme Sect before and now at the Star Sea congregations. He felt full of unwillingness. Why wouldn't the heavens give him time? As long as he had 1,000 years, no, just another 500 years, he was confident he could become an immortal, no longer needing anyone's protection. Having the best talent, yet needing others' protection, to him, it was such an ironic matter. Boom! A strong wind swept towards An Hao, the intense light reflected in his eyes, as the sect hierarch Great Mingtian and Impermanence Tian had already begun their fierce battle, with all kinds of terrifying spells and divine skills shaking the floating island. Impermanence Tian fought without using a Dharma treasure, relying solely on the might of his physical body to combat the spells and divine skills of the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, breaking them with sheer power. Chi Juxiao looked back at An Hao, saying, hurry back, don't come out. And Hao bit his teeth, not turning around. Qi Bei spoke up, the enemy has already come here, hiding in the hall is useless for him. Let him watch the battle. He turned his head, glancing at An Hao with the corner of his eye. An Hao, watch carefully and remember the power of the ancient treasure body. Today, although many disciples died because of you, we don't regret it. We'll wait for you to grow strong. You have the talent to dominate an era, and our Star Sea congregations are willing to assist you along your path. Hearing this, An Hao felt even more guilt. He was willing to repay the Star Sea congregations in the future, but he feared he wouldn't have the chance. At this moment, he thought of his master. Impermanence Tian could break into the Star Sea congregations, invincible, in his understanding, only his master could match him. His master had once swept across the Seven Stars spirit realm, even if unable to kill Impermanence Tian, he could certainly block his assault. But he couldn't summon his master, he didn't have the face to. His master hated trouble, yet he had already troubled his master more than once. An Hao stared intently at Impermanence Tian, flames igniting on his body, his hair also transformed into flames, his entire being radiating divinity like the deity of the Sunday. Meanwhile, in another part of the minor heaven and earth of the Star Sea congregations, Li Ye, clad in black, stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing intently at the heavens, where the sky displayed a myriad of hues, ever-changing. He frowned, mumbling, "And how?" The news of Impermanence Tian coming to seize the flame primordial treasure body had spread long ago, and he had heard it too, so he could immediately guess that today's commotion was directed at An Hao. Although he always lost to An Hao, he didn't want An Hao to die. Such a genius as An Hao, if he couldn't grow up, it would be a great pity, at least, that was how Li Ye thought. He could lose, but he couldn't live without a goal to chase. A figure appeared beside Li Ye, it was Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi, seeing Li Ye still there, sighed in relief, and said seriously, "Don't think about helping An Hao. Though your divine exotic city is powerful, you can't yet utilize its full potential. The divine exotic resentful ghost is not only targeting An Hao but also you." Li Ye gazed at the horizon and asked, "Senior, how do you think the calamity brought by the divine exotic resentful ghost should be resolved? It's more terrifying than the demon catastrophe we faced on the mainland, any one ghost king can force through our Star Sea congregations." Xian Tianyi was silent for a moment, then said, "Great powers will intervene, this is not for you and me to worry about. Divine exotic resentful ghost. Divine exotic city." Li Ye's eyes shimmered, making it hard to fathom what he was thinking. He suddenly asked, "Senior Xian, is there still no news of Zhang Buku?" Xian Tianyi shook his head, then also looked towards the horizon, his heart equally filled with worry. But what was the use of worrying? This wasn't the mainland, his status as a Mahayana cultivator meant nothing here. Boom! 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 Ocean waves surged to heights of 10,000 feet, floating islands shattered, the sky filled with thunder and flames, black holes constantly appeared in all directions, and Star Sea congregations' great cultivators continuously arrived to aid Great Mingtian. Great Mingtian held the flags with both hands, his body was covered in blood, still fighting fiercely with Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian punched, and Great Mingtian crossed the flags to block, but the overpowering force still sent him retreating hundreds of miles, his hands trembling as he held the Star Sea Primordial Unity banner, bleeding from the palms. The 10 Star Sea Primordial Unity banners in the sky burst into countless lightning bolts, intertwining around Impermanence Tian. "Ha ha ha! What joy! What joy!" Impermanence Tian laughed wildly, the pain from his physical body only making him more frenzied, even boosting his momentum continuously. The ferocity in his eyes almost became tangible. His gaze once again fixed on the wrathful An Hao, taunting, "Be furious, be hopeless, you can only watch as I tear them apart." His laughter echoed across the heavens and earth, drowning out all other noises. And Hao was utterly enraged, wanting to rush up, but the surrounding cultivators stopped him. You going up would only inconvenience the sect hierarch. Qi Juxiao said sternly, holding the dragon-slaying spear, the spearhead blocking in Hao's chest. He was secretly shocked. Was this kid's life fire really so intense? And Hao grabbed the dragon-slaying spear with both hands, his gaze fixed on Impermanence Tian, gritting his teeth, But what? If death is coming, let us die first. An old cultivator snorted coldly. Other great cultivators around also spoke harshly, fearless of death. No one blamed An Hao, making him feel even worse. Are we really just waiting to die? An Hao's face showed intense unwillingness, anger boiling in his heart, causing the flames on his body to burn more vigorously. Waiting to die? Who said that? A voice reached An Hao's ears, making him instinctively feel irritated. Before he could respond, the surrounding cultivators turned around, as if all were startled. Qi Juxiao looked behind An Hao, exclaiming in surprise, Fu! Senior! Why are you here? An Hao's body trembled upon hearing this, the flames on his body rapidly dimming. He turned his head cautiously, seeing a familiar figure walking past him and stopping ahead of him. It was none other than Guan, who had cast the 9 extremes yin-yang body. The dark purple demonic shadow struck the cultivator's eyes, except Qi Juxiao and Qi Bei, others were secretly frightened. Where did this person come from? Why had they not noticed at all? An Hao came back to his senses, hurriedly said, Master, he is one of the 9 divine exotic ghost kings, possessing the supreme treasure body of Impermanence Tian, he. Enough. Just an ant, why bother introducing it to your master? Guan said, causing all the surrounding faces to change drastically. An Hao was stunned, then relieved, a smile appearing on his face. An ant? Such arrogant words, and who might you be? Impermanence Tian's icy voice came, full of killing intent. Clearly, Guan had angered him. Chapter 270, Chapter 270 Desperate Impermanence Tian. Impermanence Tian's voice made the entire world feel as if it were in an icy wasteland, and all the cultivators of the Star Sea congregations felt chills down their spines. Guan ignored Impermanence Tian and stepped forward. Under the towering Star Sea primordial unity banner, the blood-soaked great Ming Tian turned his head, eyes full of shock. Who is this person? Impermanence Tian also stopped. Guan's dismissive attitude irritated him, and he roared angrily, suddenly transforming into a blood wind, sweeping toward Guan. In the horrifying blood wind, the head of a sea dragon emerged, giant as a mountain, seemingly capable of swallowing Guan, An Hao, and the others on the floating island in one bite. Everyone on the island's hearts pounded wildly, not daring to blink. Boom! The moment the bloodwind and sea dragon collided with Guan, it dissipated instantly, and Impermanence Tian was shaken still, losing his balance, disbelief on his face. This, no! Impermanence Tian said, his voice trembling. Before he could finish his words, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, causing the giant python on his body to turn into blood mist with a slap. With that slap, Impermanence Tian's heart jumped fiercely, unprecedented panic engulfing him. He was horrified to find that his mana could not be mobilized, and he had lost his combat strength. No matter where you are, I will find you and crush you to death again. Guan's voice entered Impermanence Tian's ears. As his words fell, his right hand squeezed, directly crushing Impermanence Tian's physical body. Boom! A sudden gale arose, raging across the world, blowing numerous cultivators away into the distance. Guan was not just of higher cultivation, his physique was also stronger. His whole body's chi power was far beyond that of Impermanence Tian's supreme treasure body. In the instant he crushed Impermanence Tian, Guan could feel the bizarre power belonging to the divine exotic resentful ghost quickly retreating from the Star Sea congregations. It was this elusive power that continuously helped the divine exotic resentful ghost to resurrect. It retreated in a manner beyond the rules, quickly shrinking back into the sea-breaking rift. Guan followed and disappeared from where he was. The small minor heaven and earth fell into silence, even the wind sounded oppressive. Great Mingtian floated in the air, a look of astonishment on his face, unable to recover for a long time. If even he was like this, let alone everyone else. Impermanence Tian is dead. Qi Juxiao exclaimed excitedly, his hand shaking as he held the dragon-slaying spear. As he opened his mouth, other cultivators began to exclaim. How is this possible? What just happened? Who was that person? To easily crush the divine exotic ghost king. He seemed to come for and how? With such strength, how high must his cultivation level be? His aura completely disappeared. The restrictions and formations of our Star Sea congregations were like nothing to him. More and more cultivators flew toward and how, including the hierarch Great Mingtian. Great Mingtian disregarded his own disheveled state. He stared at An Hao and asked, "What is your relationship with that person just now?" Under everyone's gaze, An Hao took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, he was my first master. When I was a child, he saved me from the claws of a demon and taught me immortal cultivation, leading me into the Supreme Sect. He is revered as Sword Venerable Feudeo by the Supreme Sect." Sword Venerable Feudeo. Everyone's faces changed once again. They had heard of the name Sword Venerable Feudeo, a presence that swept through the 7 stars spirit realm cave masters. If it was him, then it made sense. But who would have thought and how had such a significant background? Seeing the prowess of Sword Venerable Feudeo today, they realized the destruction of the 7 stars spirit realm was not unjust. If Sword Venerable Feudeo wanted, it was not just those cave masters who would die but also the billions of congregants of the 7 stars spirit realm. On the other side, Guan had already returned to the Supreme Sect, wandering within the outer gate city, pondering the power behind Impermanence Tian. Earlier, when he used lifespan detection on Impermanence Tian, he could only see the cultivation level, 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, with the remaining 3 values being 0. The divine exotic resentful ghost, seeming immortal, was not truly so. At least, the divine exotic resentful ghost was not. Guan had already slain 2 divine exotic resentful ghosts and could sense the same power within them. If he could cut off the source of this power, these entities would no longer be able to resurrect. He was prepared to go to the sea-breaking rift and thoroughly resolve Impermanence Tian. Guan brought up the attribute panel, looking at his lifespan, feeling a surge of confidence. Although the sea-breaking rift was dangerous, it was not an impassable place. Guan began to anticipate the realm above carefree primordial immortal. Under the blood-colored firmament, the world dimmed. Sea water continually washed over the wasteland, as if some kind of demon was reaching out its hand. On the wasteland stood a stele, occasionally splashed by waves, which then turned into steam and dissipated. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the stele, then fell to the ground. It was Impermanence Tian, who lay gasping for breath with terror and panic on his face. "What happened to you?" A cold voice came from within the stele, indistinguishable in gender and emotion. Impermanence Tian struggled to calm himself and gritted his teeth. "I encountered someone. His realm is definitely higher than the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. He also said he would come find me, he wants to kill me." At the thought of what Guan had said, he shivered uncontrollably. He was arrogant to others because he was not only strong but also seemingly immortal. He felt that man could really find him. How could he not panic? How could he not be afraid? Higher than the heaven and earth flying immortal. The voice inside the stele sounded again, as if in thought. Impermanence Tian stood up, gritting his teeth. "What should I do? That guy will definitely come." At this moment, he was more frantic than An Hao had been. "The longer you live, the less you want to die. First, calm down and recover. I will summon the other ghost kings. Then we'll see what he can do to eliminate you under my watchful eye. Upon hearing these words, Impermanence Tian's heart calmed slightly. But just thinking of Guan's figure made him tremble. The sensation of Guan pressing his shoulder was so despairing that he couldn't even muster the slightest anger. He only wanted to rid himself of this karma soon. News of Sword Venerable Feudeo annihilating Impermanence Tian, the divine exotic ghost king, spread quickly. It was deliberately done by the Star Sea congregations, partly to make people think there was a connection between them and Sword Venerable Feudeo, and partly to dampen the spirits of the divine exotic resentful ghosts, giving hope to the ocean. Though the calamity caused by the divine exotic resentful ghosts was terrifying, there were always powerful beings on the ocean who could resolve it. When Guan arrived at Immortal Seeking Island, it had been only half a month since that battle. The cultivators on the island were all discussing Sword Venerable Feudeo. The vast majority of cultivators were unclear about realms above loose Immortal. It was precisely because they didn't understand that they worshipped Sword Venerable Feudeo even more. First annihilating the 7 stars spirit realm, then the divine exotic ghost king. From their understanding, Sword Venerable Feudeo already had the strongest record. Guan didn't expect his fame to spread so fast, feeling secretly pleased as he listened. Because of this, he even stayed an extra ancient hour that day. Returning to Mystic Valley, he was in a very good mood. In these 7 days, he had gathered another batch of medicinal herbs, getting closer to a 30 million year lifespan. Estimating that he would reach it in no more than 3 months, and that was without deliberately harvesting in advance. He wasn't worried about Impermanence Tian making preparations early, as he would break through before heading to the sea-breaking rift. He planned to eliminate Impermanence Tian with an even higher realm. Guan walked into the valley in high spirits. When he encountered disciples, he would chat with them with a smile, allowing them to feel his good mood. Time passed quickly. 2 months flew by. The deeds of Sword Venerable Feudeo on the sea eventually reached the Supreme Sect, sparking intense discussions among the disciples. The disciples felt honored yet worried. Why had Sword Venerable Feudeo gone to the sea? Guan also heard similar discussions, but he didn't mind. Putting some pressure on the Supreme Sect was a good thing. If any presumptuous individuals tried to probe, he could only accept their unexpected lives. That day at noon, Guan was playing Go with 9-Finger Divine Lord, surrounded by dozens of disciples and senior cultivators of the Supreme Sect. 9-Finger Divine Lord's forehead began to sweat. Guan held the 7 stars mirror, fanning himself. No one recognized that this mirror was the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. The 7 stars mirror appeared slightly different from before in the 7 stars spirit realm, and its power aura was completely suppressed by Guan's path of returning primordial spirit. Even 9-Finger Divine Lord's divine sense couldn't detect anything unusual. Standing behind Guan, Yu Yingying couldn't help but say, "Stop fanning, it's like a woman playing with a mirror. What is a big man doing with a mirror?" Hearing this, Guan immediately raised the mirror and smoothed his sideburns. Yu Yingying was so angry that she wanted to grab him. While the two were fooling around, 9-Finger Divine Lord felt immense pressure. Having played Go for many years, he still couldn't surpass the mountain that was Guan. 9-Finger Divine Lord began to be dazed, doubting himself. He had checked Guan's cultivation level several times and investigated his background secretly. Because he couldn't find out how Guan concealed great cultivation, he could only doubt himself. A figure approached, gently tapping a female disciple on the shoulder. The disciple turned and hurriedly saluted, then gave way. The visitor was Ji Xiaoyu. She wore a white dress, holding a treasure sword, exuding the demeanor of a female sword fairy. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. She stepped into the crowd, looking at Guan's playful behavior, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing her arrival, Guan lowered the 7 stars mirror and greeted, "Xiaoyu, why are you back so soon?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "I came home to fetch something," so naturally, I returned quickly. Guan nodded without asking further questions. He stood up, saying, Elder, you ponder on it slowly. He pushed away Yu Yingying and walked out. Yu Yingying, fuming, wanted to kick him, but he skillfully dodged. How could a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator compete with a Core Formation Realm Cultivator? Ji Xiao followed Guan's pace, chatting as they walked. An elder smilingly stroked his beard. Elder, how do you feel? You seem helpless. He often lost to Nine-Finger Divine Lord, so seeing him defeated today, he was naturally pleased. At the same time, he was secretly amazed, wondering how his Valley Master's Go skill could be so high. No wonder, it was the creator of Go. Nine-Finger Divine Lord remained silent, staring intently at the board, continuously analyzing and studying Guan's strategy. Elsewhere, Guan glanced at Ji Xiao walking beside him and asked, Do you have something on your mind? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's faint smile disappeared, becoming calm. She said, I brought back a treasure from my family. It can detect the soul of living beings, and can also discern demons. Do you want to see what your soul looks like? Chapter 271 Primordial Karmic Body, Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill. Hearing Ji Xiao's words, Guan was stunned for a moment, then asked, You came back just for this thing? Want to inspect my soul? Do you think I'm a demon? Guan felt strange inside, not knowing how to evaluate Ji Xiao's idea. Ji Xiao seemed to understand his expression. She explained, Of course, it's not just this capability. If a cultivator can glimpse their own soul, they might enhance their comprehension. I don't believe it, so I won't try. Guan waved his hand. Ji Xiao moved closer and whispered, Just try it, it won't hurt. I'm not afraid of pain, but asking me to inspect my own soul feels invasive. You don't think I'm a demon, right? How could that be? Even if you were a demon, it wouldn't matter, after all. Still saying you're not. Guan feigned anger and left with a flick of his sleeve. Although he didn't understand the origin of that treasure, Guan decided to stay away, just in case his soul turned out to be something extraordinary. Of course, rationally speaking, there shouldn't be such a powerful treasure. Ji Xiao stood where she was, watching him leave thoughtfully. Back in his room, Guan closed the door and took out a strange book he had just acquired from the outer gate city and started reading it. In this life, although Ji Xiao was stubborn, she wasn't the type to pester, so after being refused by Guan, she just went back to her room to cultivate. In the following days, Guan avoided Ji Xiao. As autumn approached, Guan returned from Tianya Valley, and his lifespan finally broke through to 30 million years today. He walked through the mountains and forests, his divine sense extending to the sea, locking onto the sea-breaking rift. Looking at the entire line of the sea-breaking rift, the number of cultivators and demons gathered around exceeded 10 million, not to mention how many creatures had gathered at the bottom of the rift. Soon, Guan decided where to enter the bottom of the sea-breaking rift. As his right foot took another step, his entire aura suddenly changed, and he directly entered the special state of the carefree primordial immortal. He stepped into the limitless freedom step, quickly leaping out of the continent. After a few steps, he dove into the sea-breaking rift. Upon entering the sea-breaking rift, he felt as if he had entered an abyss. The surroundings were dark, with only the deafening sound of water falling on either side. During his descent, he encountered cultivators, demons, and divine exotic resentful ghosts flying out. Some brushed past him, and some passed directly through his body, none of them noticing his presence. The sea-breaking rift was deeper than Guan had anticipated, seemingly leading to another world. After descending tens of millions of miles, a dim blue light appeared below, shimmering. He felt a unique aura, like the power of some heaven and earth rule. He passed through this layer of dim blue light, clearly feeling like he had entered another world. The aura of this world felt familiar to him, giving him a sense of being inside divine exotic city. This place also contained many heavens and earths. He flew towards the world with the richest spiritual energy, which was also the most vast, several hundred times the size of the Supreme Sect's continent. During his flight, Guan saw many cultivators and demons traversing, the lowest cultivation level being the wandering immortal realm. Only those who had reached the wandering immortal realm could freely traverse these heavens and earths. Creatures with lower cultivation levels needed to use different heavens and earths teleportation arrays or space rifts for traversal. He also saw the figures of divine exotic resentful ghosts, wandering in the void, watching the passing creatures and ready to pounce at any moment. Guan did not look much, his right foot stepping out again, arriving at a cliff. The sky here was blood red, with dark clouds, and faintly visible outlines of several moons. Guan sat down cross-legged, directly activating the lifespan barrier. The spiritual energy here was incredibly abundant, even denser than the Third Medicine Valley filled with medicinal herbs. No wonder so many cultivators and demons rushed in recklessly. Guan did not immediately break through, instead admiring the scenery in all directions. The vastness of heaven and earth made it hard to see flowers or plants. Tornadoes roamed the mountains in the distance, stirring up many resentful souls that wailed and howled like ghosts. Desolate, bleak. That was Guan's feeling, hard to imagine what had happened to this land to end up in such a state. If everything in this world were flourishing, what level of spiritual energy could be reached? Guan withdrew his gaze and then called up the attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 174/30004901. Physique, Mystic Holy Body. Cultivation level, 9th layer of Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm. Looking at his lifespan, Guan's face showed a smile. He rubbed his hands together as if about to do something big. He decided to enhance his physique first and invest 1,000,000 years of lifespan to see the effect. From the innate Taoist body to mystic holy body, he had spent 520,000 years of lifespan back then. He wondered if 1,000,000 years would be enough for a transformation. Investing lifespan. Rows of prompts continued to pop up, all indicating that his bones were getting stronger. Ultimately, 1,000,000 years were not enough for a successful promotion. Guan felt a bit distressed and changed his mind, deciding to try again. So he began to invest his lifespan year by year, 1,000 years at a time. The prompts came continuously, making his expression increasingly unnatural. Finally, you have comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth for 10,000 years, subjected your body to the tempering of the true meaning of heaven and earth, and your bones have transformed, your mystic holy body has upgraded to primordial karmic body. Boom! Heaven and earth's spiritual energy suddenly surged toward his body, and a sea of spiritual energy mist appeared on the ground, magnificent and beautiful. Guan's face showed a smile. Breaking through his physique cost 1,670,000 years. Who could bear that cost? Guan hesitated, wondering whether to enhance his cultivation technique. He feared that enhancing both would leave insufficient lifespan to break through his realm. As his realm advanced, the difficulty of breaking through kept increasing. If his next breakthrough consumed as much lifespan as the last time, it would indicate that his power was leaping forward. Reducing the required lifespan would be almost impossible. He could only try to minimize the lifespan consumed in breakthrough without causing the number to multiply. The ground kept shaking, and the spiritual energy in heaven and earth kept sinking, startling countless divine exotic resentful ghosts. On the other side of the world, by the sea, Impermanence Tian suddenly stood up, looking around in panic. The beach under his feet trembled, causing the waves to surge, and the sinking of spiritual energy stirred up strong winds. Could it be him? Impermanence Tian gritted his teeth. Although more than 2 months had passed, he had been on edge, fearing that person would come to kill him any moment. The sinking of spiritual energy might be related to the riot of this world's rules, not related to any person. The cold voice from the tablet emerged, and upon hearing it, Impermanence Tian breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Impermanence Tian complained, Realm Master, when will you regain your cultivation level and control the order of the divine exotic realm? More and more cultivators are breaking in, this will cause trouble sooner or later. The voice in the tablet did not answer him. Impermanence Tian waited a while, but he could only close his eyes and continue practicing. On the cliff, within the lifespan barrier, Guan endured the pain of his body's transformation, feeling conflicted. Back then, it took 700,000 years of lifespan for the five elements Taoist skill to transform into heaven and earth primordial skill. Enhancing it again would probably consume at least 2 million years of lifespan. Do it. He should enhance his cultivation technique since he had already passed heaven and earth primordial skill onto Yangjian and Hao. As a master, one must hold back something. How could he practice the same level cultivation technique as his disciples? Guan immediately invested 1 million years of lifespan. As expected, it was not successful. He invested another 1 million years of lifespan. Failed. 500,000 years of lifespan. Failed. 200,000 years of lifespan. Heaven and Earth primordial skill successfully promoted to primordial chaos supreme holy skill, but the cultivation technique level just reached a slight achievement. 2,700,000 years of lifespan. Guan felt heartache, and not only that, the lifespan barrier consumed lifespan quickly. In this short time, it had already consumed several thousand years of lifespan. If he didn't leave himself 1 million years of lifespan, Guan feared either the lifespan barrier would consume him to death, or he would have to shut it down before the breakthrough ended, exposing himself. Guan had intended to enhance the all things form and energy art, which was crucial for hiding his cultivation level and was a body cultivation method. But now, it seemed to have to be set aside. He thought to himself that after breaking through his cultivation level, he would save 5 million years of lifespan to enhance the all things form and energy art. Guan silently thought about it. The memory of the cultivation technique did not flood into his mind. It seemed the primordial karmic body contained mysterious memories that needed to be passed on first before the cultivation technique memories. He waited patiently. An ancient hour later, his physique completely transformed into the primordial karmic body. The primordial karmic body was extremely powerful, capable of isolating all power of cause and effect, even using the power of cause and effect to harm enemies. Everything was tied to cause and effect. An enemy's cultivation technique and divine skills all had cause and effect. He could peer into the cause and effect of their cultivation technique and divine skills to find weaknesses. If his cultivation level were strong enough, he could even directly destroy their Dao level. The primordial karmic body would also generate the primordial divine eye, containing numerous mysteries he would need time to study. Next was receiving the memory inheritance of primordial chaos supreme holy skill. The continuous influx of earth spirit energy into Guan's body gave him only a few seconds of clear consciousness before he was plunged into the vast memory. Primordial chaos supreme holy skill contained 5 element attributes, evolving into a chaotic spirit sea, refining stronger mana, origin dharma power. Origin dharma power was a robust and vast power. With the cultivation technique's enhancement, the speed of generating spiritual energy within his body was swift, almost reaching the point of a continuous mana supply. Of course, this would require heaven and earth spiritual energy and elixirs to match his mana consumption speed. Simultaneously, this cultivation technique included a divine skill, known as the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. As its name suggested, the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand could capture the sky, act both offensively and defensively, and even had sealing effects. Another ancient hour passed, and Guan slowly opened his eyes. A golden thread appeared between his eyebrows, glowing with a golden rainbow, making him appear illusory. Guan raised his right hand, condensing Origin Dharma power in his palm, transforming his hand into the Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. He could capture the sky, quell the earth, and even massacre all living beings. Guan restrained his urge to strike, dissipating the origin Dharma power in his hand, then called up the attribute panel again. Seeing his rapidly declining lifespan, he instantly became alert. He patted his face with both hands and thought, the next step is the most crucial moment. Breaking through his cultivation level. Attempting to surpass the carefree primordial immortal, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Chapter 272 Breaking through the ninth layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. Guan looked at his more than 25 million years of lifespan and began to take deep breaths. Ancestors of Huaxia, please bless me. Guan directly invested 10 million years of lifespan in one go. He had never been so generous before. You cultivated qi absorption for 60,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, but failed to endure the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, resulting in failure. You cultivated qi absorption for 120,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, but failed to endure the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, resulting in failure. 60,000 years per tribulation crossing. It was still acceptable, after all. The breakthrough to the carefree primordial immortal realm required 50,000 years per tribulation. A higher realm only consumed an additional 10,000 years per attempt, proving that the primordial karmic body and primordial chaos supreme holy skill were indeed exerting their power. Would 10 million years of lifespan bring any surprise? Guan's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and endless prompts frantically appeared before his eyes, more than he had ever seen before. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Guan resumed his previous habit of checking the length of the prompt bar, verifying if there were any changes. If not, it meant no success. Eventually, 10 million years of lifespan were wasted. N/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Breaking through physique and cultivation techniques, even in failure, could at least enhance his understanding of spiritual energy and rules. However, when it came to cultivation level breakthroughs, failure was simply failure. This 10 million years of lifespan was essentially evaporated. Guan looked at his remaining more than 15 million years of lifespan, feeling somewhat panicked. 10 million years of lifespan, he would need to farm for 20 years to achieve that. Guan could only compare it to the ages of those in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. They need tens of thousands or even more years to break through a small realm. Why should he feel distressed? Invest heavily. Investing heavily would eventually lead to success. This time, he would not use 10 million years again, but invest 5 million years. Guan silently thought, then focused on the cultivation level column, and invested his lifespan. Failure prompts continued to flood the screen. In the end, even after spending 5 million years of lifespan, the breakthrough was unsuccessful. Another 5 million years of lifespan. Guan's lifespan suddenly dropped to over 5 million years, making him feel extremely short-lived, as if he might die the next day. Alas, it was hard to transition from extravagance to frugality. Guan sighed inwardly, closing his eyes. Yet even with his eyes shut, he could still see the prompts. Another failure. This time, he evaporated 20 million years of lifespan. This was after enhancing his physique and cultivation techniques. If he had not enhanced them, would he have needed over 30 million years of lifespan to succeed in a breakthrough? Guan gritted his teeth and invested another million years of lifespan. You cultivated qi absorption for 730,000 years, and with great accomplishment in primordial chaos supreme holy skill, you forcibly attempted a breakthrough to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, started the tribulation crossing, endured the 6 paths of illusion ultimate law tribulation, succeeded in the tribulation crossing, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 830,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 930,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. You cultivated chi absorption for 1,000,000 years, and your cultivation level increased. He finally succeeded. Before the breakthrough, the recovery time after failing the tribulation crossing was shortened, which was somewhat peculiar. Guan let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. After 21 million years of lifespan, he finally succeeded in the breakthrough. 10,000 years per small realm, Guan felt it was somewhat small. He continued to invest his lifespan, raising his realm to the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm in one go, consuming another 1,030,000 years of lifespan. Reaching the 5th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm required 20,000 years for a breakthrough, and from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, it took 30,000 years of lifespan. 22,030,000 years. Guan wanted to see how many years it would take for a real divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to break through a small realm in reality. If it was less than his, he could accept it, as the cost of lifespan evolution exceeded reality. But it couldn't be much less, or he would find it hard to accept. However, he did not want to deal with divine immortals of wondrous Dharma for now. He was not even 200 years old and did not want to interact with those tens of thousands or even millions of years old monsters. There was a generation gap. As he thought, he endured the violent surge of earth spirit energy flowing into his body. This disturbance far exceeded the one caused by the enhancement of physique and cultivation techniques, and the whole heaven and earth was trembling. Endless divine exotic resentful ghosts flew out, covering the sky and earth, fleeing everywhere, wailing everywhere, making even Guan feel annoyed. But for the sake of the breakthrough, he could only wait in peace. This disturbance began to radiate to other heavens and earths, as every piece of heaven and earth was connected by rules of power. In a small piece of heaven and earth, a figure flew out from the mountains and forests. This was a woman in a purple dress with a small ghost lying on her shoulder, precisely the second cave master of the 7 stars spirit realm. She frowned tightly, her divine sense spreading, covering the whole minor heaven and earth, failing to find the cause of the calamity. Mother, earlier the spiritual energy sank in the sea, why is it happening in the divine exotic realm? Is it man-made or some kind of omen? The small ghost asked cautiously, scanning the surroundings in fear as if some terrible power in the darkness had set its sights on him. After a long time, the second cave master finally spoke, I am not sure either, but it is not just the spiritual energy of this heaven and earth that is sinking, it is happening in other heavens and earths as well. This indicates that this anomaly is not directed at us. The small ghost continued, I heard that divine strange ghost King Heaven Unpredictable was crushed by Sword Venerable Feudeo. Mother, do you think Sword Venerable Feudeo infiltrated here? The second cave master's face changed slightly and immediately disappeared from the spot. By the seaside, Heaven Unpredictable stood before a stele, trembling all over with nervousness. He turned his head toward the stone tablet and asked through gritted teeth, Realm Master, is it really all right? As his words fell, phantom figures appeared out of thin air around the stele, each exuding an aura no weaker than Heaven Unpredictable. There were 8 figures in total. The 9 divine exotic ghost kings gathered. Each of their faces was incredibly solemn. A woman with a human head and a snake body spoke up, Realm Master, the spiritual energy of all heavens and earths is sinking, unknown forces are siphoning it off, it is impossible to trace. Her enchanting face frowned, and her eyes were filled with fierce hostility. Other divine exotic ghost kings started speaking, all expressing unease. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Is it possible that it is the transcendental beings from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? The Bitter Sea Buddha sect is manageable, but I fear it might be the doing of the Immortal Path Holy Court. That cannot be, except for those who have transcended the rules of the heavens, who could cause such a commotion? What should we do if they do not follow the rules? Let's wait for the Realm Master's instruction, he surely knows more than we do. The divine exotic ghost kings debated, and then all looked at the steel. Blood began to seep out of the steel's surface, and a pale hand reached out from within, its nails sharp like a ghost's claws. Soon after, a head emerged, sparse white hair hanging down. It was a naked man with black runes crawling all over his bloodless body, squirming like fiendish worms, making one's skin crawl. The master of divine exotic realm. As soon as he appeared, all 9 divine exotic ghost kings knelt halfway down, bowing to him. The master of divine exotic realm landed, and black armor covered his body, looking like a myriad of snake scales tightly packed together, even forming a dark red crown with 2 dragon souls writhing within, seemingly trying to escape their confinement. He opened his eyes, and there were no pupils, only a blood-red color. All of you sit down, I will carefully investigate. The master of divine exotic realm said, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing his words, the divine exotic ghost kings sighed in relief and sat down one after another. As soon as they sat, they felt a terrifying divine sense sweep past their ghost bodies, alarming them. Could it be that the Realm Master had restored his cultivation? Each of them was at the 9th layer of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, with 1 foot in the carefree primordial immortal realm. Yet, in front of the divine sense of the Master of divine exotic realm, they felt themselves weak and insignificant. Elsewhere, within the lifespan barrier, Guan opened his eyes and looked toward the skyline, puzzled. Despite the barrier of lifespan, he still sensed the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal sweeping over the entire heaven and earth. That person was not an ordinary carefree primordial immortal. No wonder so many sects could not do anything about the sea-breaking rift. Achieving the heaven and earth flying immortal realm meant going beyond heaven. How much more so for a carefree primordial immortal? At least until today, Guan had not encountered a true carefree primordial immortal. Guan calmed down, waiting for his breakthrough. Endless spiritual energy surged into his body as the mental method of primordial chaos supreme holy skill started to operate, continuously impacting higher realms. He could clearly feel his soul undergoing transformation. What was a divine immortal of wondrous dharma? Guan was filled with anticipation. The cliff beneath his feet trembled violently, even beginning to crack. He was not, however, worried. At worst, he would fall. After all, the lifespan barrier followed him. In the meantime, countless divine exotic resentful ghosts flew around, seemingly patrolling the heaven and earth, occasionally passing over his head. He really feared a divine exotic resentful ghost might break in. If discovered by that carefree primordial immortal, it would be disastrous. In that case, Guan could only kill the intruder. But Guan always suspected that the other party might have a background. The sea-breaking rift affected countless sea regions and sects, some of which even had array restrictions to prevent carefree primordial immortals peeping. Even so, so far only heaven and earth flying immortals had stepped forward to fight the divine exotic resentful ghosts of the sea-breaking rift, which spoke volumes. Perhaps there was some force in the dark balancing the carefree primordial immortals, preventing them from interfering. Guan pondered as he awaited breakthrough success. Time ticked by slowly. After nearly an ancient hour, he finally succeeded. From the 9th layer of the carefree immortal realm to the 1st layer of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. The surge of spiritual energy into his body soared, and his soul instantly leapt out of his flesh. The abundant spiritual energy tempered his body, while the power of heaven and earth rules within the energy converged on his soul, putting it in a wondrous state of creation. The spiritual and the divine immortal of wondrous dharma referred to the soul. An uninterrupted stream of created memories flooded into Guan's mind, giving him the feeling of swimming in a vast ocean. It was an ocean formed by the power of heaven and earth rules. Creation. True meaning. Guan immersed himself deeply, unable to escape, only feeling his soul was about to break free and be reborn. His divine sense was transforming as well, witnessing too many illusions. Chapter 273, Chapter 273. Please forgive me, Senior. Guan saw visions of all manner of life, witnessing infants being born, witnessing common folk marrying and starting families, watching demon creatures kill for survival, and seeing people weeping in front of altars. And so on. There were joys, and there were sorrows. It was as if he were observing the lives of all beings, countless images passing before his eyes, an overwhelming sea of scenes that would drive an ordinary immortal to insanity. Guan was different, he was undergoing a transformation into a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. At first, he felt some discomfort, but gradually he adapted, even beginning to catch glimpses of destiny within the endless visions. The divine immortal of wondrous dharma could perceive destiny, and destiny could form fate, which meant the divine immortal of wondrous dharma could see the fate of most beings. Destiny was based on cause and effect, yet it independently formed rules.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. A person's life intersected with their surrounding environment, different choices created different life paths. Choices were cause and effect, and the paths they formed were destiny. However, unlike cause and effect, destiny also involved factors beyond cause and effect, such as natural disasters. Destiny was based on the rules of heaven and earth, the choices of cause and effect in a person's life. Heaven and earth flying immortal and carefree primordial immortal delved into the way of cause and effect, while divine immortal of wondrous dharma studied the Dao of destiny. Observing the fate of all beings, comprehending the true essence of destiny. Guan's consciousness immersed itself in this, his soul constantly transforming, his cultivation level continuously increasing. Divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. Second layer. Third layer. Fourth layer. The cliff beneath Guan collapsed, and he fell along with it, disappearing into the swirling dust. Under the blood-colored sky, the figures of divine exotic resentful ghosts flitted by, thunderclouds roiling, and in the clouds, faintly visible, were the massive forms of evil ghosts as large as mountain ranges. After a full 2 ancient hours, the area finally calmed down, but the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had also become thin. By the sea, the 9 divine exotic ghost kings around the steel all breathed a sigh of relief. The anomalies were finally over, and during this process, they had not encountered any attacks. Perhaps it was truly a disturbance in the rules of heaven and earth, rather than an attack from a strong enemy. The master of divine exotic realm meditated in mid-air, eyes closed, brow furrowed. His divine sense continually scanned the various parts of the divine exotic realm, inspecting every inch of land, but he could not detect any anomalies, and even he, the realm master, did not know where the spiritual energy had descended. This made him very uneasy, feeling he was losing control over the divine exotic realm. Even if it was just a disturbance in the rules of heaven and earth, there must be a reason behind it, and he did not know what it was. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the 9 divine exotic ghost kings below, his eyes flickering. Could it be that these fellows had offended someone, and the other party was warning him? Amidst the vast dust, Guan sat cross-legged on the ground. The lifespan barrier did not isolate the dust, but the dust could not approach him. His entire being emitted 7-colored radiance, and the golden pattern on his forehead shone with golden light, like an eye floating before his forehead. His cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. The reason he did not open his eyes was because he was carefully comprehending the mysteries of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. His soul had already transformed into the immortal soul of wondrous dharma. As long as the soul existed, the physical body could perish and still be restored. This was the powerful aspect of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. However, the divine immortal of wondrous dharma still had a heavenly destiny, meaning its lifespan had limits, something he could clearly sense through his insights into the Dao of destiny. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and the golden pattern on his forehead flickered, then absorbed the illusory primordial divine eye into the golden pattern. This golden pattern made him appear more divine. He could not yet absorb it into his body unless he used a spell to conceal it. After some thought, he decided to leave it as it was. After all, with the all things form and energy art, no one would be able to see through his primordial divine eye. Guan called up the attribute panel, and his lifespan was only a little more than 2,200,000 years left. The lifespan barrier consumed too much. Guan took a deep breath, stood up, and turned his head to look. He had already spotted impermanence Tian, so he immediately used the 9 extremes yin-yang body, transforming into a dark purple shadow. He cancelled the lifespan barrier. With one step, he appeared behind Impermanence Tian. At this moment, Impermanence Tian was still discussing the recent anomalies with the other divine exotic ghost kings, when the ghost kings in front of him suddenly widened their eyes. He had just noticed this, and a hand fell upon his shoulder. Smack! This slap sent his heart plummeting into an abyss, an unstoppable feeling of terror surging through him. The other 8 divine exotic ghost kings immediately jumped aside, keeping their distance from Guan. The master of divine exotic realm also looked at Guan, frowning, his divine sense unable to penetrate the 9 extremes yin-yang body, increasing his wariness of Guan to the peak. Guan cast a lifespan detection at the master of divine exotic realm, only able to see his realm. Carefree immortal realm 5th layer. This realm was already very strong. Before breaking through, Guan matched against him would have only a 90% chance of instant kill, very dangerous. Fortunately, he had broken through. Guan secretly rejoiced, his peripheral vision glancing at the nearby steel. All divine soul demons had connections of cause and effect with this steel, their power would converge within it. Who are you? What do you want? A divine exotic ghost king asked in a deep voice, his tone tense. Guan appeared too suddenly, they had no prior notice, and they could not see through Guan's cultivation level, so how could they not be afraid? The most important thing was that Guan seemed to be looking at the divine exotic life tablet. Guan did not answer him, instead opening his mouth to ask, extract impermanence Tian's power, or you will all be utterly annihilated together. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the divine exotic ghost kings changed drastically, looking at him with expressions full of shock and anger. But no one dared to refute, much less make a move, they could only turn their gazes to the master of divine exotic realm. Impermanence Tian trembled all over, unable to speak, only looking up at the master of divine exotic realm with pleading eyes. The master of divine exotic realm's face was grim, staring intently at Guan. Guan was not in a hurry, waiting for him to make a decision, letting Impermanence Tian feel the despair. This guy had oppressed 2 of Guan's disciples so greatly before, killing him directly would be too easy on him. After reaching the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, Guan became more certain there was a transcendent presence behind the master of divine exotic realm, as the steel contained the aura of several carefree primordial immortals, suggesting there might be a faction behind the master of divine exotic realm. For now, he did not want to alert this presence unless the divine exotic resentful ghosts threatened the continent where the supreme sect resided. Moreover, within this land, he had sensed a familiar aura, so he could not simply destroy the steel. The master of divine exotic realm took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and made a grabbing motion toward the divine exotic life tablet from afar. A soul flew out, unexpectedly. It was the soul of Impermanence Tian, but this soul was curled up, lifeless, like a soul shell. Impermanence Tian's eyes were filled with despair and even a hint of resentment, not toward Guan, but toward the master of divine exotic realm. If he could speak now, he would certainly curse the master of divine exotic realm. The other divine exotic ghost kings could understand the look in his eyes, feeling equally distressed, sharing the feeling of the death of a kindred spirit. Guan squeezed his right hand, and Impermanence Tian in his hand instantly turned to ash. He waved his sleeve, dispersing Impermanence Tian's true soul. No prompt for gaining lifespan, but Impermanence Tian was no more. Guan sent a voice transmission to the Master of Divine Exotic Realm, said a sentence, and then turned to leave. The Master of Divine Exotic Realm squinted his eyes, then called out, "Wait!" Guan stopped, his back still facing him. The Master of Divine Exotic Realm looked down at him, saying, "In front of many Ghost Kings, I let you eliminate one of my Ghost Kings, the other Ghost Kings do not understand. Why not take my palm, and let them feel your power?" As soon as he said this, the wind between heaven and earth ceased, and the waves of the sea stood still. The 8 divine exotic Ghost Kings looked at Guan, hardly daring to breathe. They cursed inwardly, they did not want to feel anything. They had already seen the display of power, how could they doubt it? They understood the Master of Divine Exotic Realm was unwilling, using them as an excuse. "Feel my power!" Guan's voice rang out. He slowly turned around, and in an instant, his entire being grew enormously, standing between heaven and earth. Divine skill, great and minor Rui. The 8 divine exotic Ghost Kings looked up, dumbfounded. Guan grew to a towering height of 10,000 zhang, his head against the blood-colored sky, his feet on the ground, with dark purple demonic chi surging around him like an ocean, magnificent and unparalleled. In front of Guan, the Ghost Kings could not help but feel a sense of fear. A vast pressure enveloped them, rendering them motionless. The face of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm also changed dramatically. As a carefree primordial immortal, he could more acutely sense Guan's terrifying power. Guan raised his right hand, and in the palm as large as a mountain, threads of rainbow light burst forth. Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. As the divine skill condensed, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm and the Ghost Kings felt as if the sky were falling. "Once my palm is raised, it must fall. Master of Divine Exotic Realm, how will you have me withdraw my palm now?" Guan's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, his tone indifferent, as if imbued with celestial might. The Master of Divine Exotic Realm abruptly fell, crashing into the ground, causing countless cracks to spread across the barren land by the sea. He trembled all over, struggling to resist Guan's pressure. The other divine exotic Ghost Kings were similarly pressed to the ground, unable to stand, looking at the Master of Divine Exotic Realm in despair. The Master of Divine Exotic Realm gritted his teeth, his legs bending until he kneeled on the ground. He supported himself with both hands on the ground, speaking slowly, "Please forgive me, Senior." His voice echoed through the heavens, heard by countless divine exotic resentful ghosts. The Ghost Kings looked at him lowering his proud head, feeling both relieved and distressed. They were strong, capable of stirring the seas, but before the mightiest of the heavens, they were still like ants. Supreme Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan stepped off the transmission array platform, humming a little tune. "Hey, why so happy?" Passing by, Yu Yingying couldn't help teasing. Guan glanced at her and said, "It's all right." Yu Yingying giggled, "If you were born overseas, you wouldn't be in such a good mood now." Guan replied, "There are no ifs, are there? Cherish the present, enjoy life, Junior." As he finished, he walked towards the chess area in the distance, ready to defeat Nine-Finger Divine Lord in 3 more games. Let Nine-Finger Divine Lord feel the terrifying deductive abilities of the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma. Yu Yingying watched Guan's back, pouting slightly, reflecting that sometimes being in the lower ranks might not be a bad thing, at least you don't have to worry about world-ending catastrophes. Chapter 274 Outer Heaven, Energy Movement Treasure Position. As dusk approached, the sun set in the west. Guan sat on the stone bench, playing with the 7 stars mirror in his hand, his face full of impatience. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord who sat opposite him wore a gloomy expression, and the onlookers around them also frowned deeply, their eyes fixed on the chessboard. "Still haven't figured it out? Admit defeat." Guan couldn't help but speak out, which sounded absurd. He had been playing chess with the Nine-Finger Divine Lord all afternoon, and this was still the first game, with the 9-finger Divine Lord having only placed 37 pieces. This guy couldn't beat him, so he wanted to wear him down? Guan saw through the 9-finger Divine Lord's intention, so he placed each chess piece in the position the 9-finger Divine Lord was thinking of playing, causing him great torment. Being seen through felt extremely uncomfortable. The 9-finger Divine Lord couldn't understand it. He had simulated countless scenarios and thought his chess strategies were varied, yet Guan always managed to play where he intended, interrupting his thoughts. Little did he know, Guan could see through his strategies by using his ability to peer into fate. Guan could foresee what the 9-finger Divine Lord would do next. Although the 9-finger Divine Lord's cultivation level was high, preventing Guan from seeing too far into his future, he could easily see through the next hour. The slower the 9-finger Divine Lord played, the faster Guan played, quick, precise, and ruthless, constantly attacking his psychological defenses. Hearing Guan's words, the 9-finger Divine Lord cursed inwardly. If they were at sea, who would dare treat him like this? The key issue was that he indeed had a scheme, so he was both angry and embarrassed. The 9-finger Divine Lord took a deep breath and made another move. Click! The sound of the chess piece landing was as loud as a thunderclap, startling the onlookers to shrink their necks. The 9-finger Divine Lord was also startled and couldn't help but touch the chess piece. Guan's lips curved upward, and he used the 7 stars mirror as a fan, pretending to be profound and mysterious. The 9-finger Divine Lord looked at him and suddenly felt like hitting someone. No more! No more! The 9-finger Divine Lord shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately stood up and left. Watching his back, the 9-finger Divine Lord opened his mouth but only felt a heavy weight on his chest. Guan decided to take a walk and personally see every inch of the Third Medicine Valley. He wanted to use his perception as the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to feel the place he had lived in for so many years. Just as he hadn't walked far, Yang Jian came up to him and told Guan that he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt enlightened and relieved today. Guan smiled and comforted him, saying it was because his cultivation had shown results. Receiving praise from his master, Yang Jian was instantly invigorated and left happily, prepared to spar with Li Lingtian. He knew Li Lingtian had always wanted to spar with him. As soon as Yang Jian left, an Xin came and said the white spirit rat was missing again. Guan began to comfort her. After sending an Xin away, Tang Yu came. There were quite a few trivial matters today, unlike usual. Guan did not feel irritated but rather found it amusing. What about being the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma? He still cared about these low-level old friends around him and wanted to maintain his life. The path to immortality was long, and the 9 heavens of immortal path, the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma was merely the 6th layer heaven. What kind of realm lay beyond the 9 heavens? He was very much looking forward to it and was full of fighting spirit. An hour later, night fell, and Guan leisurely walked back to the pavilion. From afar, he saw a graceful figure standing under the pavilion. It was Ji Xiaohu. Guan saw that Ji Xiaohu was holding an object in her hand. He did not mind, as he had already seen through the causes and effects of that treasure. The blood prison great saint lying on the ground saw Guan, and his ox-like eyes lit up. He felt that his master had changed a bit again. Could it be that his master had become stronger again? This was definitely a good thing for him. The stronger the master, the greater his face, and he could also gain more benefits. Guan came to Ji Xiaohu and asked with a smile, "Isn't this your time for cultivation at night? Why are you waiting here?" Ji Xiaohu's eyes fell on Guan's forehead, where a golden pattern faintly glowed under the night sky. She couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her own forehead. There was a red pattern on her forehead, finer than Guan's Dao pattern. She smiled and said softly, "Nothing, just came out to look at the moonlight." The item she was holding in her other hand disappeared. Guan turned around and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, looking at the bright moon in the night sky. He smiled and said, "Xiaohu, what do you think the scene beyond the sky is like? Ji Xiaohu, hearing this, looked up at the night sky and replied, perhaps there are many other worlds. I have heard the elders in my clan say that every star in the sky is a world. The Dao is simple, and all things follow the same principles. Life on earth is as tiny as dust, and the heavens and earth in the Dao are as small as stars. Guan couldn't help but turn his head to look at her, surprised she could speak such profound words. Unknowingly, this girl had already grown so tall. If one cultivates to immortality, they can eventually fly beyond the sky. Ji Xiaohu finished speaking and looked at Guan. Guan met her gaze and found that her eyes were still very beautiful. The two of them started chatting about the world beyond the sky, imagining various scenarios. They spoke slowly, feeling like a gently flowing stream. Half an hour later, Guan bid farewell to her and went to his room on the second floor. Sitting at the desk, Guan looked at the starry sky outside the window and murmured, cultivating to immortality and flying beyond the sky. Why not go and see the world beyond tonight? When he reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he went to Immortal Seeking Island. Now, having reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, he could once again explore a broader world. Guan's lips curved upward, and his immortal soul of wondrous Dharma directly jumped out of his body, out of this world. In an instant, he was in the starry sky, overlooking the great heavenly spirit land below. Guan suppressed his aura to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, and the seven-colored glow belonging to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma was concealed into his primordial spirit. From the cosmos, the great heavenly spirit land appeared as a vast continent, covered in a layer of golden light, with 7 suns beyond the gold, floating in the sky and operating in some ever-changing and mystical pattern. The mysterious beings within the 7 suns still existed. Observing them from the cosmos, one could sense their immense aura even more. They were all carefree primordial immortals. In this sense, they seemed more like the guardians of the great heavenly spirit land. Guan turned around and headed deeper into the cosmos. The stars in the cosmos were indeed worlds, some were planets, while others were continents. Not all worlds contained life, and some worlds were inhabited only by wandering spirits. These worlds were also covered in a layer of golden light, isolating beings below the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Guan's flying speed was swift, but he stayed within the speed range of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. The cosmos was vast. Even at the speed of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, it would be difficult to encounter other heaven and earth flying immortal beings in a short time, let alone stronger existences. However, during his flight, Guan sensed several unusual auras from various directions, far away. The outer heavens also held dangers. Eventually, Guan locked his divine sense onto a heaven and earth flying immortal and quickly flew towards him. Besides the worlds constrained by mysterious forces, there were also some meteorites of various sizes roaming aimlessly in the cosmos. On one of these meteorites, which was as large as a continent, hit a heaven and earth flying immortal. It was a cultivator of the human race. This person was meditating in front of a mountain wall, his daist robe as white as feathers, and his face handsome, looking no more than 20 years old, with an otherworldly aura. When Guan approached him, he used his lifespan detection on him. Baizia, Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm, 3rd Layer 124,902/350,000/400,000. Baizia sensed Guan's aura and opened his eyes, his pupils a clear blue, like 2 crystal stones. He stood up and watched Guan approach. As Guan landed, he cupped his fists in greeting and said, "I am Meng Lang, new to the outer heavens. It must be fate to meet a daist friend. Would you like to be friends?" After hearing this, Baizia smiled and said, "So it is your first time in the outer heavens. No wonder you are so reckless. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. My name is Baizia. In the future, you should be more careful. Encountering a cultivator here is more dangerous than encountering a demon." Feigning puzzlement, Guan asked, is the outer heavens so dangerous? Baizia resumed his meditative position and rolled up his sleeve, motioning for Guan to sit down as well. Guan sat down, and Baizia first introduced himself before telling him about the situation in the outer heavens. Baizia also came from the great heavenly spirit land and was one of the peak masters of mortal world peak. He had been in the outer heavens for 20,000 years and was recently preparing to return to the great heavenly spirit land for a visit. According to him, within the great heavenly spirit land, the immortal path holy court restrained the great cultivators, but there were no rules in the outer heavens. If you died here, the cause and effect were hard to trace back to the great heavenly spirit land, so the great cultivators were even more reckless in the outer heavens. There were many worlds in the outer heavens, but the great heavenly spirit land was the main one, while the other worlds were minor. As for whether there were worlds comparable to the great heavenly spirit land, Baizia didn't say much. In any case, this starry sky was dominated by the great heavenly spirit land. Aside from the struggles among cultivators, the cosmos was also home to heavenly demons. These demons had existed since ancient times, were endless, and had formed their own forces. They were very hostile towards cultivators and demons, killing them on sight. Baizia had encountered the most terrifying heavenly demon, one that swallowed a heaven and earth flying immortal in one gulp. He only escaped because he was faster than the other heaven and earth flying immortals. To this day, thinking about it still gave him chills. If you are curious about the outer heavens, don't go too deep into the cosmos. Once you step into the silent destruction domain, it is swarming with heavenly demons, and also filled with various terrifying and strange curses. Heaven and earth flying immortals who enter have a slim chance of survival. Of course, if you see no hope for a breakthrough, you may as well try your luck. Some have managed to defy fate in the silent destruction domain. It's said that the silent destruction domain was once a prosperous large world, more glorious than the great heavenly spirit land. In fact, the great heavenly spirit land is just a fragment of that world. Baizia spoke at length, and Guan listened carefully. He didn't feel any hostility from Baizia, which indicated this person was enthusiastic and kind-hearted. Of course, Guan was not afraid of a sneak attack. Baizia looked at Guan and asked, "Deist friend Meng Lang, which sect are you from?" "Nov. L. B /JNN. The great heavenly spirit land was vast, but for heaven and earth flying immortals, it wasn't very big. Guan replied, "To be honest, I am just a loose cultivator with no sect. Years ago, my sect caused trouble and was exterminated. I escaped and have been cultivating in seclusion ever since." Intrigued, Baizia asked, "You managed to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm just by cultivating on your own? Deist friend, it seems you have great talent. Why not join our mortal world peak? I can make you a peak master, and you can also gain an energy movement treasure position in the Holy Court. With the Holy Court's chi fortune, perceiving the heaven and earth rules will become easier." Chapter 275, Chapter 275 The status of mortal world peak. "Deist friend, can you introduce me to the Holy Court?" Guan didn't immediately accept Baizia's invitation but instead asked this question. Is there an entire dynasty of immortal spirits within the great heavenly spirit land? Could it be the Holy Court? No, that dynasty, though powerful, was definitely not the most powerful in the world. In the mortal world, there was an incredibly vast continent, and even the divine sense of the carefree primordial immortal faced resistance just by nearing its edge. That continent should be the location of the Holy Court. Baizia gave Guan a suspicious look. How could this person not know about the Holy Court? How long has he been in seclusion? Although puzzled, Baizia still introduced it as was appropriate. The Holy Court is the absolute ruler of the great heavenly spirit land and the origin of the immortal path, located in the deist divine continent of great heavenly spirit land. The deist divine continent is the largest continent within the great heavenly spirit land, and the human race also originated from the deist divine continent, eventually spreading throughout the entire great heavenly spirit land. The Holy Court does not interfere with affairs across the land but ensures the safety of the great heaven and earth. If there is a world-ending catastrophe or an invasion by outer heaven demons, they would take action. They also oversee various chi fortune sects across the world. If any sect brings disaster to the world, the Holy Court would send someone to punish them. Within the great heavenly spirit land, the cultivators of the Holy Court represent immortals. Not all chi fortune sects can obtain the chi fortune treasure position of the Holy Court. The chi fortune treasure position enhances one's understanding of heaven and earth rules and extends lifespan, making it a pursuit for countless cultivators. Mortal world peak may not be as powerful as it was in ancient times, but it has a profound foundation. Many of our ancestors are venturing in the outer heaven. If they encounter each other, they can offer mutual assistance. The peak master's authority is vast, not only holding office in the Holy Court but also overseeing tens of thousands of disciples on the peak. Baizia's tone was filled with pride, as if Mortal World Peak was the most formidable chi fortune sect in the world. Guan curiously asked, how does Mortal World Peak compare to the Star Sea congregations, 7 Stars Spirit Realm, Deep Sea Spirit Palace, and the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? Baizia glared and said, how can Star Sea congregations, 7 Stars Spirit Realm, and Deep Sea Spirit Palace compare to our Mortal World Peak? The founder of Star Sea congregations once cultivated at our Mortal World Peak and generations of their disciples remember our kindness. As for 7 Stars Spirit Realm and Deep Sea Spirit Palace, they are just third-rate sects. Bitter Sea Buddha sect is somewhat formidable, but that's only because Shengtian has been interested in Buddhism for the last million years. Once Shengtian's favor passes, who knows if they can even stand their ground. Shengtian is the Lord of the Holy Court, named after heaven, and whose true name cannot be spoken. Baizia's tone was filled with disdain, which fueled Guan's imagination about Mortal World Peak. He stared at Guan and said, what do you think, Daoist friend Meng? Join Mortal World Peak. Although there is no restriction from the Holy Court in the outer heaven, background still matters. Mortal World Peak has a significant reputation. Guan hesitated and said, to be honest, I have some reservations about going to the Holy Court for the Chi Fortune Treasure position. The Chi Fortune Treasure position sounded great, but there were too many intricacies involved. The Holy Court could potentially control all Chi Fortune Treasure positions through Chi Fortune, which concerned his principles. What kind of nonsense is that? If you don't want it, I won't force you. I can leave the spot for someone else. Many people would fight tooth and nail for a Chi Fortune Treasure position. If you possess a Chi Fortune Treasure position, any sect in the world would have to respect you. As long as you don't exploit others, you'll be a welcomed guest anywhere. Not every cultivator in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm can obtain a Chi Fortune Treasure position. Baizia shook his head, laughing. Guan curiously asked, it's so rare. Why would you give it to me? We've just met, and you're inviting me. Baizia coughed and said, it's precisely because I see your exceptional talent and lack of background. Within the great heavenly spirit land, unaligned cultivators in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm are extremely rare. Mortal World Peak is powerful, but not invincible. Of course, after joining Mortal World Peak, if you misbehave, Mortal World Peak won't go easy on you. Our Mortal World Peak has beings that surpass those in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm meant breaking through minor realms was incredibly difficult. It had been 10,000 years since he had a breakthrough in a minor realm. Guan wasn't surprised, he had long guessed that the Mortal World Peak hid some carefree primordial immortals. He continued to ask, why don't you try to recruit heaven and earth flying immortals from other sects? For example, there are heaven and earth flying immortals in the Star Sea congregations. Baizia shook his head and said, how could it be so easy to recruit them? Not speaking of karma and relationships, those heaven and earth flying immortals wield great power within their sects and regions, monopolizing cultivation resources. Even if you join Mortal World Peak and hold a higher status than them, obtaining the same level of resources as them is difficult. Of course, joining their sects now would make it hard to surpass them since they have been established for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Guan found it reasonable. After thinking for a moment, he said, if that's the case, I'll join Mortal World Peak. However, I can't go to Mortal World Peak right now. No problem. Mortal World Peak won't confine you. In fact, your disciples would be more than happy if you are not at the peak, allowing them to be carefree. My disciples and grandchildren probably have already forgotten me. Baizia laughed self-deprecatingly. He then took out a piece of green jade, carved with a mountain peak. This is mortal jade, symbolizing the identity of the peak master. When you encounter disciples or affiliated sects of Mortal World Peak, you can show it. Of course, with your cultivation level, you can stand boldly in the mortal world. Baizia laughed. Guan accepted the mortal jade, examining it closely. He asked, aren't you afraid I'll act recklessly after receiving the jade and then escape? Baizia laughed, if you misbehave, the Holy Court will deal with you. As long as it's investigated that you didn't stay at Mortal World Peak, the Holy Court won't blame Mortal World Peak. In fact, when you show the mortal jade, you also add strength to Mortal World Peak, making the world know Mortal World Peak has another heaven and earth flying immortal. This made Guan more cautious of the Holy Court. No wonder the Seven Stars Spirit Realm didn't openly harm the continent's beings, they were afraid of the Holy Court. At that time, the Star Sea congregations also sent many disciples to gather evidence against the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, seemingly to accuse them. The Holy Court protected the beings of the world but not the sects. The world was vast, and the Holy Court couldn't care for every being, so there would always be places where beings suffered. Guan continued to inquire about the power dynamics of Mortal World Peak, and Baizia didn't hold back, informing him of the allies and affiliated sects of Mortal World Peak, as well as their enemies. Overall, Mortal World Peak had more allies than enemies, which was why it could stand strong in the mortal world. As they continued talking, the conversation shifted to the outer heaven. Guan intentionally hinted at his desire to explore the outer heaven to prevent Baizia from investigating him in the mortal world. After chatting for a long time, Guan finally took his leave. He didn't head towards the great heavenly spirit land, but instead flew into the depths of the universe. Baizia watched Guan's departure direction, deep in thought.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. He mentioned the Star Sea congregations, Seven Stars Spirit Realm, and Deep Sea Spirit Palace. These three forces are adjacent to each other. Could he come from that region? I need to check it out. How could such a place produce a heaven and earth flying immortal without a sect background? Strange, strange. After parting ways with Baizia, Guan only pretended to head towards the silent destruction domain. Once he escaped the divine sense range of the heaven and earth flying immortal, he used the limitless freedom step to return to the mortal world. Guan's soul re-entered his body, and he stretched with a yawn. It was still not yet dawn. He could sense Ji Xiaohu's energy absorption aura downstairs. The outer heaven is vast, but the mortal world gives me more peace. Guan smiled as he thought this. He had no need for adventures, he would not wander the silent destruction domain, battling with heavenly demons. One step at a time. With the annual lifespan income, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would be in 10,000 years. 10,000 years was not long for a heaven and earth flying immortal, let alone for a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Guan picked up a travelogue and started reading. The moon set, and the sun rose. Another morning dawned over the Medicine Valley. Guan got up to organize his clothes, then went downstairs to lead the disciples in their exercises. Nearly 1,000 people exercising together was quite a sight. Ji Xiaohu walked out of the house. She didn't join the exercises, merely watching the disciples practice. It had become her habit. After the exercises, Li Lingtian ran over excitedly and said, "Sister Yu, I recently learned a spell that's quite powerful. Do you want to see it?" Ji Xiaohu didn't even look at him, her eyes fixed on Guan. Li Lingtian noticed her gaze and felt a pang of jealousy. He said softly, "Sister Yu, my senior brother Gu is quite the charmer. He has a junior sister and the Taixuan Sect's holy daughter has feelings for him. Also, senior Lu, who left earlier, wants him as her deist friend as well." Ji Xiaohu slightly frowned and glanced at him, asking, "Why are you telling me this?" Li Lingtian fake coughed and said, "I was afraid you didn't know." Ji Xiaohu responded coldly, "Do you know why you're not as good as Yang Jian?" "Why?" "Because your mind is impure. As a cultivator, you're thinking about romantic affairs. It's ridiculous and unworthy. I do have feelings for him, but I haven't thought of becoming deist friends. My goal is to pursue the immortal path, and so is his. That's why, despite having many romantic interests, he has no deist friend." Ji Xiaohu said calmly. After speaking, she walked past Li Lingtian towards Guan. Li Lingtian stood there, his face awkward, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he reflected on Ji Xiaohu's words. Indeed, he was still swayed by emotions. What kind of cultivator was he? Thinking closely, Yang Jian was practically a cultivation fanatic. Besides cultivation and chores, he did nothing else. Li Lingtian rubbed his chest, still sore from sparring with Yang Jian last night. Guan didn't pay attention to the conversation between Li Lingtian and Ji Xiaohu. After chatting briefly with Ji Xiaohu, he rode off on the blood prison Great Saint, accompanied by Yang Jian. Today was another day to harvest. And so it went. A month passed quickly. On this day, Guan arrived at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, Nianchou Cave. Tian Yaoer saw him and excitedly rushed forward, saying, "Master, there's activity in the outer world cave. Some immortal herbs have matured." Guan's interest piqued, and he called for Tianqing and Tianbai to head to the outer world cave. Tianqing and Tianbai immediately clung to his arms, making it difficult for Tian Yaoer to get close to Guan. Chapter 276 G Number Lifespan, Wandering Immortals Arrival. After arriving at the outer world cave, Guan indeed saw a 7th-order medicinal grass maturing. However, he felt it could still be left to grow, as the roots at the bottom of the plant kept growing, generating more seeds in the surrounding soil. Guan watched for a while. He didn't pick it, looking forward to it producing more seeds for better sustainable development. Having already reached the 9th layer of the mystic law spirit immortal realm, Guan no longer needed to rush to harvest thousands or even tens of thousands of years of lifespan. His goal was 100 million years of lifespan. As long as the overall time taken was shorter, that was fine. If the high-rank medicinal herbs in the outer world cave reached maturity, he might be able to harvest tens of millions of years of lifespan in one go. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. "I'm planning to expand this cave. Later, you can move in. If you get bored, you can also raise some demons, but they must know the rules and not damage my medicinal herbs." Guan looked at the boundless medicinal garden and smiled softly. Hearing his words, Tian Yaoer and the other 2 women were very excited and began to imagine things together. Compared to raising demons, they were more eager to go out and explore. Guan promised them that once they reached the Mahayana realm, they could go out and play, which was also for their own good. Upon hearing about the Mahayana realm, the 3 women's faces all fell. How long would they have to cultivate to reach that level? The world outside is dangerous. If you get caught, being bullied would be the least of your worries. You might be skinned alive, have your flesh turned into elixirs, and your bones made into ornaments. Guan shook his head, scaring the 3 women in just a few sentences, making them not dare to think about going out anymore. Before meeting Guan, they had all faced hardships. Tian Yaoer had been kept in captivity by the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, while Tian Qing and Tian Bai were orphans who roamed everywhere after their parents died. During that time, their wounds had never healed. Tian Qing sighed, it's better to focus on cultivation and not raise any more demons to avoid distractions. Tian Bai hugged Gu An's arm and nodded, swaying her body. Seeing this, Tian Yaoer quickly pushed her away and then took Gu An's arm herself. There's a calamity brewing outside right now. Gu An's heart fluttered, but his face remained serious as he began to talk about the calamity on the ocean. The three women were quickly intrigued and listened attentively. The sea-breaking rift, divine exotic realm, divine exotic resentful ghosts, and other details made them tremble with fear. Immortal and indestructible ghosts, they didn't know how to deal with them. Master, will this calamity affect you? Should you hide in the cave? If the forces on the sea can't handle it, it will eventually spread to the continent where we are. How could there be such terrifying ghosts in the world? The three women started chattering again. After staying in the outer world cave for an hour, Guan finally returned to the Supreme Sect. He went to the Third Medicine Valley, habitually going to watch Nine-Finger Divine Lord play Go, but was stopped by Yu Yingying on the way. Why do you smell so fragrant? And it's not just one type. You didn't visit a brothel, did you? Yu Yingying looked at him, perplexed. Gu An's mouth twitched. He said irritably, nonsense. Can't you talk more decently? Fine, did you go to the Pleasant Fragrance Pavilion? That would be cleaner than you. Yu Yingying wasn't angry at his retort and instead smiled, indeed, no man is any good. Guan couldn't be bothered with her and walked past her. Wait, the Star Sea congregations are giving the Supreme Sect 1,000 cultivation spots for 5 years. If you want to go, I can help you get one. Yu Yingying caught up and said. Guan didn't turn his head, with my relationship with the sect leader, do I need your help? Yu Yingying responded, the Supreme Sect will surely choose the 1,000 most talented disciples. Even if you go, considering your cultivation level, you'll only feel pressured. If I put in a word for you, you'll have a better experience and greater gains. You might even go into closed-door cultivation upon returning and break through to the nascent soul realm. Guan stopped and looked at her. This girl only had a foundation establishment cultivation level, but her tone was so grand, indicating her high status within the Star Sea congregations. Guan suddenly became interested and began probing the mysterious power of cause and effect within Yu Yingying's body. He had long noticed that Yu Yingying's cultivation level was suppressed by this mysterious power of cause and effect, but he didn't want to cause trouble before, so he had been too lazy to investigate. Now, with his higher cultivation level, he could take a look. Because of this power of cause and effect, Guan couldn't directly deduce her fate. Suddenly, Guan saw a grotesque face bursting out from Yu Yingying's body, lunging at him, then dissipating into smoke. This was just an illusion, without any real destructive power. Seeing through this illusion, Guan felt puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you thinking about how to thank me? It's simple. Just write another journey to the west, focusing on the story after Sun Wukong becomes the victorious fighting Buddha. Stop wandering around aimlessly without any proper work, Yu Yingying said with her hands on her hips. Guan laughed, no way, this stops here. Some stories don't need to be written to the end. Leaving space for imagination makes them continually intriguing. Yu Yingying gave him a glare and asked, are you going or not? I'm not going. Thanks for your goodwill, but I'd rather spend my life peacefully in the Medicine Valley. If I go and your Star Sea holy daughter falls for me, what then? Pa, shameless. Our Star Sea congregations don't have any holy daughter. Being entangled by a female genius is also quite stressful, just like now. Yu Yingying started to make a move, and Guan quickly jumped away and slipped away. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. Guan was afraid he might kill her with a single shock. Life continued quietly. After going to outer heaven once, Guan didn't go back. Having roughly understood the great heavenly spirit land, he felt no need to go again. The first snow of winter quietly arrived, and the third medicine valley gradually turned white. Guan went downstairs and stood in front of the pavilion, raising his right hand to touch the falling snow. Feeling the slight chill in his palm, Guan's mood became joyful. His gaze turned to the entrance of the valley, where a vague figure was walking through the white, snowy landscape. A wandering immortal, and at the 9th layer. It was because of this person's arrival that Guan had come downstairs. Why would a wandering immortal arrive for no apparent reason? Guan watched quietly as that person entered the valley. The person was a handsome monk draped in a cassock, holding prayer beads, advancing with his eyes closed. The falling snow formed a white cape on his shoulders. Shenzhenzi, Wandering Immortal Realm 9th Layer 45865/19000/9999999. A lifespan of 999,999 years? Guan had never seen such an extreme lifespan before. This was definitely the highest lifespan beyond nirvana he had ever seen. 9 was the highest number. He wondered if and how in Yangjian, after their nirvana, could reach such a lifespan. Guan pondered thoughtfully, watching as Shenzhenzi walked toward the Go area in the Medicine Valley, evidently heading for Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Many disciples in the valley noticed Shenzhenzi's arrival. So not only was Guan watching him, Shenzhenzi did not draw much of his attention, and he did not even open his eyes. After arriving among the crowd, Shenzhenzi heard Nine-Finger Divine Lord's urging voice. Can you play faster? Your slow pace makes you an indecisive player. Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked impatient, with his arms crossed. Across from him, Elder Lu muttered, You were even slower than me when you played against my master. Nine-Finger Divine Lord glared and replied, I wanted to drag it out and win against your master. Do you think you can drag it out and win against me? Even if you lay in a coffin, I could leisurely sit here and wait for your next move. Does it have any meaning? Hearing this, Elder Lu's face turned green. The surrounding disciples, displeased, began to criticize Nine-Finger Divine Lord for speaking excessively. Of course, they dared to speak out because they knew Nine-Finger Divine Lord well and knew he wouldn't be genuinely angry. Unbeknownst to Wen, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, within the Third Medicine Valley, could show his true self without pretenses, and he enjoyed this feeling. Even in the midst of verbally jesting with everyone, Nine-Finger Divine Lord glanced at Shenzhenzi in the crowd. He only took a look before withdrawing his gaze. Shenzhenzi opened his eyes and began observing the game. After an hour, Elder Lu conceded the match. Others took turns playing, while Shenzhenzi stood by and watched. Although they were curious about him, no one questioned him further. By now, they were used to great cultivators coming to the Medicine Valley to observe Go games, all for Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Guan did not continue to watch Shenzhenzi. He rode the Blood Prison Great Saint and began to patrol the Medicine Valley. After noon, Nine-Finger Divine Lord won another game. He looked at Shenzhenzi and said, Little monk, want to play a round? Shenzhenzi responded, Amitabha, then I humbly seek your guidance. The disciples, seeing his exceptional aura, made way. After taking a seat, Shenzhenzi made the first move. Having observed 3 games, he already knew the rules. With a smirk, Nine-Finger Divine Lord adopted Guan's aura and played each move faster than the last. In just 30 minutes, Shenzhenzi lost. Nine-Finger Divine Lord asked proudly, How was it? How do you find this game? Shenzhenzi pondered, It truly contains profound principles. The small board encompasses myriad phenomena. Black and white swallowing each other resembles the competition of all things in heaven and earth, ever-changing. It can turn despair into hope and hide traps to kill, very intriguing. Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, Let's go somewhere else to chat. We shouldn't disturb the others playing Go. Shenzhenzi nodded and stood up. The disciples sighed in relief. With Nine-Finger Divine Lord gone, they could enjoy the fun of Go without his constant guidance. Nine-Finger Divine Lord wasn't only formidable at playing but also loved to instruct them, making their game experience quite torturous. The two walked along the path in the Medicine Valley. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, gazing at the boundless sky, asked, "Little monk, why are you here?" "Just passing by, or directed by the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, n/o/vel/b/.c/om. With hands pressed together, Shenzhenzi replied, "I am commanded to go to the sea-breaking rift. Passing by here, I sensed your presence, so I came to visit. I didn't expect to find other disciples of my sect in this supreme sect. Observing the chi fortune of this sect, perhaps you intend to support it." Nine-Finger Divine Lord laughed, "Supporting them? You haven't heard of Sword Venerable Fuedao?" As Shenzhenzi was about to inquire, his attention suddenly shifted to Yu Yingying, who was passing by at a distance. His brows immediately furrowed. Nine-Finger Divine Lord noticed his gaze and asked, "You saw her too? What will you do about it?" His tone was intriguing, as if eager for a spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Shenzhenzi replied, "A demon should naturally be eradicated." Chapter 277, Chapter 277 Reincarnation of the Heavenly Demon, Shenzhenzi's Terror. As Shenzhenzi finished speaking, his eyes sharpened, and he actually stepped towards Yu Yingying. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord quickly grabbed him, scolding, "Do you really dare to act recklessly? This girl is from the Star Sea congregations, and besides, this place belongs to Sword Venerable Fuedao, you better not cause trouble." Shenzhenzi sternly said, "Exorcising demons is the duty of us disciples of the Buddhism sect, how can we neglect it out of fear of the strong?" He immediately shook off the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's hand, trying to break free. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord said in a deep voice, "There are countless demons in the world, this demon has not yet done any evil, how can you act directly? Don't forget your mission, there are greater calamities that require your intervention." He felt a headache coming on, how could this lad be even more stubborn than 10,000 years ago? Although he knew that Yu Yingying had no relation to Sword Venerable Fuedao, causing trouble here would inevitably break the peace of Medicine Valley, something he did not wish to see happen. Shenzhenzi frowned, his gaze fixed on Yu Yingying. Yu Yingying seemed to sense something and turned her head to look at Shenzhenzi. Their gazes pierced through the endless white snow, colliding in midair. For some reason, upon seeing him, Yu Yingying inexplicably felt uncomfortable and a bit scared. She instinctively avoided Shenzhenzi's gaze and ran away. After walking some distance, her panic did not subside, and she looked back instinctively, only to find Shenzhenzi still staring at her, scaring her into quickening her pace. She hurriedly walked away, in a daze, until she bumped into someone, waking her up. She took a closer look and found that she had bumped into Guan. Amidst the falling snow, Guan stood in his blue robe, drifting with the wind. He held a mirror in his hand, like a folding fan. The hair crown on his head reflected the light, and along with the gold pattern on his forehead, it made Yu Yingying stare in awe. For the first time, Yu Yingying felt that Guan had such an air of elegance. If there were truly immortals in this world, they would probably look like this. "What's wrong with you?" Guan asked. Of course, he knew what was going on, but he had to pretend to be oblivious. Yu Yingying snapped out of her daze and, for some reason, felt calmer in front of Guan. "Just now, a monk kept staring at me," Yu Yingying said aggrievedly. Guan laughed, "Aren't you the one who's fearless, how can you be afraid of a mere monk?" Yu Yingying glared, "I don't know why, I just felt uneasy under his gaze." "Uneasy? Did you do something guilty, stealing his cassock?" "Pa, do you take me for a black bear spirit?" With Guan's teasing, Yu Yingying completely relaxed. Guan walked towards his pavilion, followed closely by the blood prison great saint, who threw a disdainful glance at Yu Yingying. Yu Yingying instantly became furious and started cursing the blood prison great saint. The man and the ox began to argue, while Guan, used to it, couldn't be bothered to intervene. In the following days, Shenzhen's stayed at the Supreme Sect, investigating the disciples' impressions of Sword Venerable Fudao. 3 days passed quickly. Shenzhenzi returned to Medicine Valley, having understood that Sword Venerable Fudao was righteous and cared for the common people, and would not prevent him from exorcising demons. Upon arriving at Medicine Valley, he encountered Yang Jian and Li Lingtian. Yang Jian was pulling Li Lingtian out, looking for a place to spar. Li Lingtian was very reluctant, but did not back down verbally. Seeing the two, Shenzhen's gaze was fixed. He moved to block Yang Jian. Yang Jian looked at him, his brows slightly furrowed. Even now, suppressing his cultivation level, Yang Jian couldn't hide his extraordinary presence, showing the demeanor of a prodigy.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Standing beside him, Li Lingtian appeared completely overshadowed. Glaring at Shenzhenzi, Li Lingtian said disgruntledly, "Monk, what do you want?" Shenzhenzi spoke, "Amitabha, this poor monk sees that you both have remarkable auras and unique bones. Why not join our Bitter Sea Buddha sect and cultivate the great Dao?" Bitter Sea Buddha sect? Before Yang Jian could speak, Li Lingtian was already flustered. "You want us to become monks? Impossible. He was the crown prince, how could he become a monk? Monk is just a worldly term, becoming a Buddha is the great Dao, which is eternal." Shenzhenzi said calmly. Scratching his head, Li Lingtian thought that this guy was either crazy or genuinely capable of something. Suddenly, he didn't dare to provoke him. In Medicine Valley, he always encountered great cultivators, so he couldn't remain arrogant. Yang Jian said softly, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I already have a master, and I don't wish to take another. Farewell." He bypassed Shenzhenzi and walked out of the valley. Li Lingtian quickly followed. Shenzhenzi watched their departing figures, contemplating something. Meanwhile, in the distance, beneath a pavilion, Guan and Ji Xiaohu stood side by side, appreciating the snowy scenery. Ji Xiaohu noticed Shenzhenzi and said, "That monk seems unusual. I wonder if he will cause trouble for Yang Jian." Although she had never sparred with Yang Jian, she felt he was extraordinary. Curious about how Guan had made Yang Jian so loyal, she learned that Yang Jian had been nurtured by Guan's elixir, gradually unlocking his talent, which made her admire Guan even more. Perhaps Guan's cultivation talent was ordinary, but his character deeply impressed her. Guan turned back, "He is a high monk, how could he trouble Jianer? If anything, he would bring blessings, wouldn't he?" Ji Xiaohu glanced at him, seeing the genuine smile on his face, she believed his words. They continued chatting casually. Eventually, Shenzhenzi still found Yu Yingying. At first, she was very afraid of him, but he only asked her about some matters, which gradually made her lower her guard. Although Guan's gaze wasn't fixed on Shenzhenzi, his attention was always on him. If Yu Yingying were outside and got caught by Shenzhenzi, he wouldn't intervene, but not in Medicine Valley. Guan thought Shenzhenzi wouldn't harm Yu Yingying, but he was wrong. Late at night, Yu Yingying was meditating and cultivating in her room. The candle light reflected her shadow on the wall, swaying slightly. Suddenly sensing something, she opened her eyes to see a figure entering her sight, startling her so much she instinctively crawled backward, hitting the wall. "What do you want?" Yu Yingying asked nervously, her voice loud, clearly trying to alert others. Standing by the bed, Shenzhenzi looked down at Yu Yingying with a serious expression. "Don't waste your efforts. I have set up a barrier, no one can hear your cries, nor can you escape." Shenzhenzi's gaze was oppressive, and his tone was cold. Yu Yingying gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you? What grudge do you have with me?" "Amitabha, we have no personal grudge. This poor monk can let you die knowing the reason, you are the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. Once your cultivation reaches the primordial spirit stage, you will regain memories of your past life and bring calamity to the world. Shenzhenzi replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingying's expression changed dramatically, but instead of arguing, she sat dazedly on the bed, looking desolate. I see. She murmured, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She closed her eyes, preparing to accept her fate. Shenzhenzi closed his eyes and raised his right hand, ready to end Yu Yingying's life. Thud. Suddenly, a hand pressed on Shenzhenzi's shoulder, causing his eyes to snap open, his Buddha heart trembling. This indescribable feeling made him inexplicably fearful. Having faced countless formidable demons, even in defeat, he had never felt this way. He was shocked to find himself unable to move, his mana suppressed and inactive. He immediately thought of someone. Sword Venerable Fudeo. Legend had it that in a book, it was written that Sword Venerable Fudeo would lightly tap the shoulder before killing someone. He had thought it was just a tale, but it turned out to be true. Outsiders are not permitted to kill within the Supreme Sect. Gu An's voice reached Shenzhen's ears, hoarse and indifferent, carrying an undeniable authority. Next, Shenzhenzi felt the hand on his shoulder disappear, an immense relief flooding over him. He exhaled deeply, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, unable to remain calm. In that brief moment, he truly thought he would die. Looking again at Yu Yingying, his eyes were complex. Amitabha. Shenzhen's voice rang out, followed by the sound of the door opening. Yu Yingying opened her eyes to see that Shenzhenzi had vanished. Thinking about his earlier tone, it seemed he was sighing. However, Yu Yingying felt no relief from the brush with death, instead, she remained despondent. The reincarnation of a heavenly demon. Having grown up in the Star Sea congregations, she had heard tales of the heavenly demon. No wonder her father was reluctant to teach her cultivation. When he heard she was coming to the Supreme Sect, he was pleased, fearing she might implicate him. That night, Yu Yingying leaned against the wall, lost in thought. The next morning, she tidied herself up before leaving the house. Seeing the disciples of Medicine Valley exercising, their faces brimming with smiles, she felt as though she were in a different world, suddenly somewhat envious. These people might not have natural talent or prominent origins, but at least they could look forward to their future. And what about her? Born unlucky, unloved by her father, shunned by her mother, everyone saw her as a curse. She spotted Shenzhenzi. He stood under a tree, watching the disciples exercise, deep in thought. He didn't turn his head despite her gaze. Does he pity me, or is he afraid of dirtying his hands? Yu Yingying stood there, stunned. After the morning exercises ended and the disciples dispersed, she still stood at the entrance. Time passed unknowingly. Guan rode the blood prison great saint past her yard and shouted, Ms. Yu, what are you daydreaming about? If you have nothing to do, go shovel the snow with them. Since you live in my Medicine Valley, you should at least help out, right? Yu Yingying snapped out of it, and seeing Guan's slightly displeased face, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Guan showed a satisfied expression, tossed her a look that said good thinking, and continued on his way with the blood prison great saint. At that moment, Yu Yingying came to her senses, recalling Guan's arrogant expression, she couldn't help but stomp her feet, muttering, making me do the chores. Although she cursed, her heart wasn't angry. She suddenly thought, there's no place for her in the world, but this Medicine Valley accepted her, she's not that miserable after all. The worst case scenario, she would never cultivate, live a few hundred years like Guan, and then die. As for where she'd go in the next life, she didn't care anymore. In the next life, she wouldn't be her. Chapter 278, Chapter 278 Lord of all realms, Head of Immortals. Shenzhenzi stood under the tree, also lost in thought. Unlike Yu Yingying, who had already come to terms with things, he was still puzzled. He was shocked by Sword Venerable Fuedao's power, and doubted his own thoughts. Based on his investigation these past few days, Sword Venerable Fuedao absolutely was a great power who cared for the common people, capable of correcting a sect's behavior and reaching out to save the world. With Sword Venerable Fuedao's cultivation level, he surely could see through Yu Yingying's karmic ties. Did he really not want anyone causing slaughter in the Supreme Sect, or did he think Yu Yingying shouldn't be killed? Shenzhen's mind was in turmoil until Nine-Finger Divine Lord came to Medicine Valley to play Go, and only then was he awakened by him. Why are you in such a state? Did you encounter Sword Venerable Fuedao? Nine-Finger Divine Lord asked with a smile, standing before Shenzhenzi. Shenzhenzi closed his eyes and uttered a Amitabha. The smile faded from Nine-Finger Divine Lord's face. He frowned, his expression serious, and said in a deep voice, "You really dared to act? Are you courting death? I've heard that Divine Strange Ghost King Heaven Unpredictable was directly crushed by Sword Venerable Fuedao, and it is said that Heaven Unpredictable had already reached the pinnacle of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm." Shenzhenzi still kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent. Nine-Finger Divine Lord noticed his left hand trembling within his sleeve. This kid wasn't scared half to death, was he? Nine-Finger Divine Lord thought to himself, and suddenly found it amusing. It was rare to see him this frightened. "Come, let's play Go. There is wisdom in black and white that can help you understand." Nine-Finger Divine Lord pulled Shenzhenzi along, chattering as they walked. "I have to say, Guan does have a certain divine nature. To create such a profound game of Go, either he has an extraordinary master behind him, or he was guided in his dreams by an immortal." Shenzhenzi, in a daze, did not really listen. However, in the following days, through playing Go, the anxiety and confusion in his mind began to dissipate, and he also came to understand Nine-Finger Divine Lord's words. This game of Go was indeed extraordinary. The cold winter finally passed, and the spring festival of the Supreme Sect came around once more. It was worth mentioning that, through the promotion of Li Suandao, people across the world had begun to celebrate the spring festival. In the Third Medicine Valley, Li Lingtian stood beside Yang Jian, his hands on his hips, as he looked at Shenzhenzi under the distant tree, frowning. Why hasn't that monk left yet? Is he planning to stay here? Yang Jian was making lanterns beside him and replied nonchalantly, "He can stay if he wants, it's none of your business. My master hasn't chased you away either." Li Lingtian glared and said, "I'm different. I am your master's junior brother, and your master has the best relationship with my brother, the emperor." Yang Jian suddenly looked at him and asked, "By the way, have you heard from your emperor brother? He is cultivating among the Star Sea congregations and should be acquainted with Inhao, right? No contact yet, but he does have a good relationship with Inhao. Both are already legendary geniuses in the Supreme Sect. Speaking of which, I haven't seen them in person. Perhaps my emperor brother doesn't even know of my existence." Li Lingtian replied. When he mentioned Li Yi, a trace of envy entered his tone. "You could follow in your emperor brother's footsteps. I've heard that the Taixuan dynasty and the Star Sea congregations have also established a friendly cooperation. Your father, the emperor, must have some way. Forget it, it's better to cultivate with you. To be honest, I think you are the strongest genius in the world. My emperor brother and Inhao are nothing compared to you." Li Lingtian looked at Yang Jian seriously and said, expressing his genuine thoughts. In this lifetime, he admired Yang Jian the most. Not only was his talent unparalleled, but he also had the patience to cultivate diligently, avoiding the pursuit of empty fame. "There's no way I'm the strongest, and I also have a goal to pursue." Yang Jian shook his head and laughed. "A goal to pursue?" Li Lingtian was immediately intrigued and began to ask, but unfortunately, Yang Jian would not say. Elsewhere, Guan approached Shenzhenzi. At this moment, Shenzhenzi was sitting on the ground, engrossed in journey to the west. Deist friend, the festival is approaching. Would you like to join us? Guan asked with a smile. Shenzhenzi came to his senses, quickly got up, and saluted Guan, saying, Amitabha, thank you for the invitation. As a humble monk, I dare not refuse. What can I do to help? Guan waved his hand with a smile, you are a guest, there's no need for you to do anything. Of course, if you are in the mood and have time to guide the disciples in the valley, I would be grateful. Shenzhenzi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Benefactor, what do you wish to learn? Not for me, but for the disciples in the valley. Doesn't the benefactor seek the Mahayana Buddhist teachings and the immortal destiny? Me? Forget it. My current life is pretty good. I don't want to go out fighting and killing. I have a senior brother named Li, who holds an immortal path supreme treasure. He's incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, only I know the hardships he faces behind the glory. I'm timid by nature and dare not kill people, so it's best for me to stay in Medicine Valley. Guan laughed freely, causing Shenzhenzi to look at him with admiration. They chatted for a while before Guan took his leave. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Shenzhenzi watched his departing figure, filled with deep emotions. This Medicine Valley, though small, was truly fascinating. There were great cultivators who had achieved unparalleled heights, extraordinarily talented juniors, ill-fated disaster stars, and a valley master who had seen through life. If he were to cultivate Buddhist teachings here, it might bring him greater enlightenment. However, unfortunately, he still had to head to the sea-breaking rift. If he could survive and return, he could cultivate here for hundreds of years. Shenzhenzi silently thought, no longer caring about eliminating Yu Yingying. With a great power like Sword Venerable Fuedao watching over her, she shouldn't cause any trouble. In the palace, Anhao stood up and saluted his master, Sage Fukan. Sage Fukan looked at Anhao with a sigh, However, I didn't expect you to have such a formidable master. As your teacher, I am basking in your glory. He had already learned about the incident where Heaven Unpredictable attacked the Star Sea congregations, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Anhao to have such a significant background. Master, you have taught me to cultivate and taken care of me. I will always remember your kindness. Anhao replied seriously. Ever since Sword Venerable Fuedao intervened, Anhao's status within the Star Sea congregations had completely changed. Often, great cultivators visited him, showing care and concern, and even some noble families sought to introduce female disciples to him as deist friends, though he politely declined. Anhao already had someone in his heart, but to him, nothing compared to the immortal cultivation path, so he had severed that relationship. His master saved him from the jaws of a monster, not to let him indulge in love. He must reach the pinnacle of the immortal path and not let his master down. Sage Fukan smiled with satisfaction and then began to talk about the sea-breaking rift. In the sea-breaking rift, more divine exotic resentful ghosts were appearing, and the 9 divine exotic ghost kings were gathering. The great sects were preparing to launch a joint attack on the divine exotic realm, and he had returned for this reason. As he listened to his master describe the various bizarre and wonderful sights within the divine exotic realm, Anhao became interested, wanting to explore it himself. However, he ultimately suppressed the urge, knowing that time was precious and he had to devote all his time to cultivation to become capable as soon as possible. If this great battle goes smoothly, the world-destroying sea tide will not erupt, which is an immense achievement. Sage Fukan said with burning eyes. Achievement? But what use was that? Sage Fukan began to introduce the Holy Court, which broadened Anhao's horizons, as he learned there was a ruling power in the mortal world. The land of 10,000 immortals, it sounded imposing. When Sage Fukan spoke of the Lord of the Holy Court, Shengtian, Anhao fell into endless imagination. The Lord of the Holy Court, ruling the mortal world, how powerful must that be? Wouldn't that be akin to the Heavenly Emperor in the Investiture of the Gods or the Jade Emperor in Journey to the West? And Hao's name also had Hao in it. Could he not become the Lord of all realms, the head of immortals one day? A flame of unparalleled ambition ignited in Hao's heart. Since he was on the path of immortal cultivation, how could he not strive for the supreme throne? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. In the summer. In a city, Guan walked on the street in a green robe, accompanied by a woman clad in white, with a hat and veil concealing her face. This woman was Ji Xiaohu. Why come to this city? Ji Xiaohu curiously asked. At the beginning of the year, she had told Guan she wanted to go out and see the mortal world and comprehend the Dao, hoping Guan could accompany her. Initially, Guan did not agree, but she kept bringing it up, and he eventually gave in. One of my junior brothers lives in this city. Guan answered, then recounted his acquaintance with Xiao Chuan. Ji Xiaohu listened attentively, her heart touched. Indeed. Not everyone had her extraordinary talent. Most people's spirit root qualifications were average, just like those in the Third Medicine Valley. Chapter Enjoy. Xiaoquan's decision to give up the immortal path deeply moved her. Of course, she only admired Xiaoquan's determination. She would never give up on immortal cultivation. They chatted as they walked. They entered an inn and went to a window seat on the second floor. Ji Xiaohu asked, if Xiao Chuan passes away first, will you be sad? Guan was already a core formation realm cultivator, certain to outlive Xiao Chuan. Guan smiled, if he leaves without regret, I won't be sad. Even if he passes, I will always hold a place for him in my heart. Ji Xiaohu nodded. Guan teased, if I pass away, will you be sad? Ji Xiaohu didn't console him but thought through the question seriously and replied, I will feel sad, but it won't affect my emotions. I too will eventually reach the end. We will both enter reincarnation, it's just a matter of who goes first. You have a clear perspective, not disappointing my teachings over the years. What have you taught me? My words, my actions, they influence you. True. Ji Xiaohu nodded in agreement, making Guan smile more broadly. This girl was so easily tricked, she was even more fun than in their past lives. Just as Guan was about to speak, a sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. Make way! Make way! A rude voice echoed above the city, drawing Guan and Ji Xiaohu's attention. They turned to see a sea dragon flying low, stirring up debris along its path. On the sea dragon's head stood a young boy. Chapter 279 The Remarkable Panon. Looking at the sea dragon, Guan felt that its aura was somewhat familiar, so he paid closer attention. Ah! Isn't this the same aura as that of Sky Dragon? But it certainly isn't Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon is currently serving as the holy beast of ancient Sky Sect, and according to Guan's divine sense, that fellow is still snoozing. Guan began to probe the sea dragon's causality and quickly understood its origins. It turned out to be a snake demon that had acquired the true blood of Sky Dragon and had just shed its old skin to transform into a sea dragon, leaping forward in talent. Guan's eyes shifted to the youth sitting atop the sea dragon's head and executed a lifespan detection. Su Jin, Foundation Establishment Realm, 9 layers 32/350/3080. A lifespan limited to 3080 years, in the past, would surely be considered a rare talent, but in the present world, it could only be said to be talented, though not top tier. Su Jin, dressed in white robes, splendid and regal, donning an intricate hair crown, looked vibrant and energetic, appearing to be only 16 or 17 years old. The sea dragon beneath his feet, Ten Zhonglong, stirred up a strong wind as it flew low, lifting tiles off buildings, palaces, and even lanterns and sunshades off the streets, causing much chaos wherever it passed. Ji Xiaohu frowned as she watched, raising her cup, preparing to take action. Chapter Enjoy. Guan held her hand, smiling, don't be hasty. Ji Xiaohu turned to him and said, "This is a city of mortals, though there are some cultivators, they are few and far between, how could they stop that?" Before she could finish, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed throughout the city. Immediately after, the sea dragon let out a piercing scream as blood gushed from its spine, plummeting towards the street. The commoners on the street scurried away in panic, while Su Jin, atop the sea dragon's head, was flustered. He quickly leaped off, landing on a nearby rooftop. He had just landed when a sword was placed against his neck, causing his pupils to dilate in terror, and beads of cold sweat to stream down his face. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su Jin asked tremulously, followed by a voice behind him, "So brazen and reckless, are you trying to disregard Taixuan's laws?" Inside the inn, Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Ji Xiaohu, smiling. See. The one who had taken action was a nascent soul realm cultivator who practiced the art of concealing their aura, which is why Ji Xiaohu had not noticed. Ji Xiaohu took a deep look at the sword cultivator and then turned to Guan. "Today's emperor truly acts decisively. I thought his laws aimed at cultivators were just for show, but I was wrong, they are indeed enforced. That sword cultivator's aura is not simple, the moment he drew his sword, the sword intent was strong." Guan said, "Nowadays, the Taixuan dynasty could be described as a place where dragons hide and tigers lie dormant, anywhere you could find a great cultivator. But we both have core formation realm cultivation, why could you sense his presence and I could not? How could you ask that? Shall I tell you that you are not as good as me? Please, I am at least 156 years older than you. I heard you used to be a golden list genius but always said your talents were lacking. It seems now that you might have been playing the fool. You're right about that, I truly am, in fact, an immortal living incognito in the mortal world." He he. Ji Xiaohu gave Guan a glance but she was also amused by him. The two continued to drink and chat, no longer paying attention to Su Jin and the sea dragon. In the end, both Su Jin and the sea dragon were taken away by the nascent soul sword cultivator, to the cheers of the commoners. Over the following days, Guan and Ji Xiaohu strolled through the city. They even visited Xiaoquan's residence but only stood on the rooftop to look without disturbing Xiao Chuan. Now that Xiao Chuan had settled down with a family and children, his life was complete. After 2 days in the city, they left to visit other places. Because Guan was concerned about medicinal herbs, this journey only lasted half a month, which was quite fulfilling for Ji Xiaohu. With Guan's company, she witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Guan shared his life experiences to resolve her doubts, benefiting her greatly. Time flew by. At the end of summer, Guan brought Yang Jian to Immortal Seeking Island. Ever since his visit to the divine exotic realm, Immortal Seeking Island was no longer invaded by divine exotic resentful ghosts. There were still many at sea, but not as numerous as before, and mostly acted alone. Just on entering the city, Guan and Yang Jian heard the cultivators discussing the battle at the sea-breaking rift. This battle had been raging for more than a year. Shen Xinzi, who sought to kill Yu Yingying before, also joined the battle, representing the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Those divine exotic ghost kings are truly troublesome, immortal, and indestructible. Indeed, it's said that more than 1,000 loose immortals have fallen in the sea-breaking rift over the years, and heaven knows how many cultivators below the loose immortal realm have perished. Falling is not to be feared, but to become a divine exotic resentful ghost after falling and then turn against us, that's the true horror. Who knows how we'll ever resolve this cataclysm? The Bitter Sea Buddha sect is indeed capable of delivering the divine exotic resentful ghosts, but they are too few in number. The most formidable divine monk is Shen Xinzi, who has encountered a curse and his fate is unknown. Upon hearing Shen Xinzi's name, Yang Jian looked towards Guan. Guan conveyed through psychic transmission, "Yes, that's the monk who visited Medicine Valley before." Yang Jian had sensed that Shen Xinzi was extraordinary, but he did not expect the monk to be so well known. Soon, Hu Xiaojian arrived and greeted them as usual, leading them to purchase medicinal herbs. Predecessor, I heard that Tang Hai and others encountered danger in the sea-breaking rift and their fate is unclear. Hu Xiaojian said cautiously. Guan replied calmly, everyone has their own destiny. Different choices lead to different fates. As immortal cultivators, they would have been prepared. Hu Xiaojian nodded, contemplating the might of the divine exotic Ghost King. Currently, aside from Sword Venerable Feudeo, no second individual or demon has been able to suppress a divine exotic Ghost King alone. The longer the disaster caused by the sea-breaking rift lasts, the more it confirms the strength of Sword Venerable Feudeo. Although Sword Venerable Feudeo has not joined in the battle within the sea-breaking rift, many believe that the reduction in the number of divine exotic resentful ghosts at sea and the retreat of divine exotic ghost kings back into the rift is related to Sword Venerable Feudeo. Guan remained silent while Yang Jian engaged in brisk conversation with Hu Xiaojian. By the way, there's a popular book at sea called Journey to the West. Have you read it? Hu Xiaojian suddenly recalled and asked. Yang Jian nodded, I have, what about it? He was moved, feeling proud that his master was not only profound in cultivation but also preeminent in talent, for his book to spread so far. Guan was also surprised as he secretly calculated. It turned out that the Star Sea congregations played a significant role, and another person was also helping to promote Journey to the West, who was none other than Shen Xinzi. Interesting. Guan wasn't afraid of trouble, now, he had the power to protect himself. Of course, it would be better if no one disturbed him. As Hu Xiaojian brought up Journey to the West, he began to enthusiastically explain that the book had spread throughout the seas, praised by many sects. Besides those cultivators who were always in seclusion, most of those active at sea had read it. Some felt that the immortal divine world depicted in the book was fascinating, others thought the book reflected reality, and some even considered it a history book. Investiture of the Gods wasn't as popular as Journey to the West, but some, like Hu Xiaojian, would read Investiture of the Gods after learning about Journey to the West. Through Journey to the West, Hu Xiaojian also mentioned the great sects and cultivators of the seas, leaving Yang Jian in awe. How vast was this world, really? 2 ancient hours later, the master and disciple duo returned to the Supreme Sect. Walking through the woods, Yang Jian became more talkative. Master, between Impermanence Tian and the divine exotic Ghost King, who is stronger? Yang Jian curiously asked. He had heard from Hu Xiaojian about Sword Venerable Feudeo appearing within the Star Sea congregations to confront a divine exotic Ghost King, so he was intrigued. Hu Xiaojian didn't know the details due to his lower status. He did not know the name of that divine exotic Ghost King nor why Sword Venerable Feudeo acted, but he was aware of the event. Although Yang Jian was no longer disturbed by Impermanence Tian, he still felt an inherent pressure, thinking that he would inevitably face him one day. Guan casually replied, as your master, I am also unclear. When you face him in the future, you will know. I hope he comes later rather than sooner. With his level of cultivation, what he calls soon might be in hundreds or thousands of years, so don't worry too much. Right, I will definitely not slack off. Yang Jian was full of fighting spirit, and he actually had another question he wanted to ask. That was, what realm had his master reached? His master claimed to be a loose immortal, but from what Hu Xiaojian said, Sword Venerable Feudeo obviously seemed much stronger than a loose immortal. He also wanted to ask about the cultivation realm of that fellow senior brother. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But he dared not ask. If the master did not say it, there must be a reason. Inside the palace, and Hao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of foul air. A figure suddenly appeared beside the pool, none other than Qi Juxiao. Qi Juxiao looked at Hao and marveled, void-crossing realm, 9 layers. Impressive, young man. To have such cultivation at just over 100 years old is indeed terrifying. Although my sect has invested a lot in you, you have absorbed it all so quickly, truly proving your talent is unmatched in the world. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. And Hao looked at him and said, above the void-crossing realm are the unification and mystic heart. To reach the Mahayana realm by 500 would not be considered quick. Qi Juxiao rolled his eyes and said, with your current pace, reaching the Mahayana realm by 500 would be a breeze. I even suspect that you could achieve nirvana before 500. Your innate talent is unimaginable. As he said this, his tone also revealed a hint of envy. And Hao shook his head, my master has taken another disciple. He says his talent is not inferior to mine, and honestly, I fear he might catch up with me. Mentioning sword Venerable Fuedao, Qi Juxiao immediately sat cross-legged, curious, who exactly is your master, and which sect is he from? Don't tell me he's from the Supreme Sect. With such cultivation, if he's not from the Holy Court, he must be from one of the mortal world's leading Qi fortune sects. I truly don't know, and Hao admitted helplessly. Even if he did know, he wouldn't reveal it. Qi Juxiao glanced at him and then pulled out several books from within his robes, offering, take a look at Journey to the West, it's also from the Supreme Sect. This book has become wildly popular at sea, and it's even made me consider another trip to the Supreme Sect. Journey to the West? And Hao looked at the book in Qi Juxiao's hands. He had already heard about the book, written by Panan of the Supreme Sect. He knew who Panan was, his junior sister was even under Panan's mentorship. And Hao couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Guan when they witnessed LV Badian returning to peak form, exhibiting a formidable cultivation level. But Guan's cultivation and talents seemed so ordinary, and such an ordinary person had managed to spread his fame all the way to the seas. Truly remarkable. Chapter 280, Chapter 280 Destiny. After returning to the Third Medicine Valley with Yang Jian, Guan did not immediately go upstairs but instead found an Xin to inquire after her health with particular concern for her cultivation practice. An Xin's maximum lifespan was 230 years, she could still wait for several decades before lifting the restrictions on her cultivation level. Over the years, Guan had also given her a number of elixirs, she might even surpass Yalan. Master, have you heard any news of my elder disciple brother and how recently? An Xin suddenly asked. Although it had been a long time since she had last seen An Hao, their relationship had not become estranged, after all, they had grown up together since childhood and even experienced life and death. She knew that she and An Hao belonged to two different worlds in the future, but occasionally she could not help but be concerned for him, knowing he was safe was enough. Guan picked up a teacup from the table and replied, he's doing quite well, he has now become the foremost talent of the Star Sea congregations and has cultivated the awe-inspiring flame primordial treasure body. This intelligence had been mentioned to him by LV Badian before, so now when he spoke of it, he wouldn't reveal his true cultivation level. An Xin listened intently, her face brimming with smiles. She didn't feel the slightest envy for An Hao's achievements, even though both had started immortal cultivation on the same day, the gap in their talents was simply too large. Sometimes she even doubted whether she truly knew An Hao, and so she would not mention knowing An Hao in her daily interactions with others. Now things were going well, she lived carefree within Medicine Valley. Though there was no hope of pursuing the immortal path, at least her days were fulfilling and interesting. After Guan finished speaking, An Xin propped her cheeks with both hands and laughed, my elder disciple brother is truly impressive, it's hard to imagine what kind of great figure he will become in the future. Guan smiled and said, then practice hard and strive to see a further future. An Xin nodded and then brought up the white spirit rat, her face filled with indignation. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. As the white spirit rat grew stronger in cultivation, it became increasingly difficult for her to control, and now it would only listen to Guan. Inside Medicine Valley, it was practically a tyrant, often playing tricks on the disciples. Of course, the white spirit rat was just mischievous and wouldn't harm the disciples, which was also the reason Guan couldn't be bothered to discipline it. There was one time when the white spirit rat accidentally injured an Xin and was severely beaten by Guan. It never dared to hurt people again. Guan chatted with an Xin about the trivial matters of Medicine Valley. After spending the first half of the day concerned with the significant affairs of the world, he now talked about the small matters of the valley, a contrast he found quite amusing. Days passed one by one. Autumn winds blew into Medicine Valley. Inside the house, Guan leaned on a chair, holding a book in his hands. It was about talismans. Now and then, he would read some books on deist sorcery. With his current state, most of the deist sorcery techniques of the mortal world seemed simple to him. The reason geniuses enjoy reading is that being able to understand brings enjoyment. Suddenly, Guan's brow furrowed. Liya was tapping into the power of divine exotic city. Wasn't Liya in retreat, cultivating with the Star Sea congregations? Immediately, Guan closed his eyes, discovering that Liya was in fact in the sea-breaking rift, currently being suppressed by a divine exotic ghost king. Liya was not alone, surrounding him were many cultivators from diverse sects. Even if Liya possessed the power of divine exotic city, he could not possibly defeat the divine exotic ghost king. The power of an immortal path supreme treasure was indeed formidable but correlated with the cultivation level of the user. The stronger the realm, the more prominently the supreme treasure's power would display. Guan had no intention of intervening. As long as Liya did not die, it was normal for him to suffer a bit. Traversing the immortal cultivation world, who could expect smooth sailing? Yet, he sensed another presence and could not help but lament the terrifying power of fate. In the divine exotic realm, within a realm of minor heaven and earth, beneath a crimson sky, dust flew across the land like dragons and phoenixes contorting while innumerable divine exotic resentful ghosts swirled like moths, densely packed, enough to make one's scalp tingle. A divine exotic ghost king stood proudly in the sky, his countenance fierce with symmetrical bloodstains on his cheeks and his long white hair fluttering like flames. With 6 arms brandishing different weapons, he stood atop a 1,000-meter-high ghost beast, suspended in mid-air. This beast too floated in the air, its lion-tiger body, leopard-like head and 3 tails stirring clouds and mist with every sway. Looking along the direction of the divine exotic ghost king's gaze, one could see beneath the swirling dust a massive city. It was divine exotic city. The city spanned 100 miles, standing against the relentless tide of divine exotic resentful ghosts. Inside, thousands of cultivators gazed up at the sky with expressions of anger, fear, and hatred. Atop the tallest spire in the city, Liya in black stood on the summit, with a pitch-black figure atop his shoulder, the divine exotic immortal spirit. Liya had furrowed brows, his expression stern. Divine exotic city has actually fallen into the hands of a minor immortal cultivation of the divinity transformation realm. Boy, aren't you feeling overwhelmed? Strong as divine exotic city is, how can your frail body exert its divine power? The divine exotic ghost king sneered. His name was Zhenliu, and with his cultivation of the 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he viewed Liya as no different from an ant. Hearing his words, Liya remained silent. Arguing was meaningless, how to survive this calamity was his concern. His hands hidden within his sleeves clenched tightly, and he began to bleed from his nose. Several cultivators in the city noticed this scene, as did Shenzhenzi, who was meditating on a street. His brows furrowed at the sight. Shenzhenzi looked off into the distance at Zhenliu, struggle flickering in his eyes. After taunting for a while and receiving no response from Liya, Zhenliu became annoyed. Lifting an arm, in his hand he held a black mirror which swirled with dark mist. A figure leapt from the mirror, quickly growing to nearly Zhenliu's size. It was a white-haired man. Liya's pupils dilated at the sight, his face shifting with various emotions, ultimately contorting in rage, eyes filled with fury. "You dare to turn him into?" Liya said through gritted teeth. His aura erupted suddenly, with wisps of blood seeping from his pores. Divine exotic immortal spirit, mobilize the mightiest power of divine exotic city, I will kill him. Li Yi roared inwardly, unable to contain his rage. The white-haired man was none other than Zhang Buku. At this moment, Zhang Buku had transformed into a divine exotic resentful ghost. His clothes tattered, his expression cold, he looked down upon Li Yi, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in his eyes. As Zhenlai Yudao watched Li Yi rage, he burst into laughter, saying, I merely caught a snippet of karma from you all. I hadn't realized he meant so much to you. How about it, care to keep him company? This is the chance of immortality. Li Yi didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at the divine exotic immortal spirit on his shoulder and shouted, Didn't you hear me? I want you to kill him. The divine exotic immortal spirit shuddered with fright and hastily invoked even stronger power. A thunderous rumbling. Divine exotic city trembled, the protective light that enveloped the entire city burst forth with countless rainbows of light, all aimed at Zhenlai Yudao. The three-tailed ghost beast let out a ferocious roar, the very firmament shook, and it forcibly blocked the power from divine exotic city. Li Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bleeding. He clenched his teeth and said, Continue. The divine exotic immortal spirit hesitated for a moment and then gestured, the power of those light rainbows surged, overbearing the howls of the three-tailed ghost beast, drawing ever closer to it. Zhenlai Yudao was taken aback and became interested. Li Yi bled from his 7 orifices, his spine began to bend, but his gaze remained fixated above, wishing he could tear Zhenlai Yudao to pieces. Oh my foe! Layman Li, there's no need for further effort, striving in vain is useless. The voice of Shenzhenzi suddenly rang through the heavens, serious in tone. A golden light rose from within the city, piercing through the protective light and going straight through the neck of the three-tailed ghost beast, which, despite struggling instinctively, could not dissipate the golden light. Shenzhenzi looked at Zhenlai Yudao, his eyes flickering with interest. The golden light unveiled a long golden staircase with Shenzhenzi ascending from the bottom. His body radiated with Buddhist light, and the prayer beads in his hand were aflame. Li Yi couldn't help but look at him, surprised. Layman Li, you are still young, let this humble monk be the one to sacrifice. As the saying goes in the journey to the west by the womb of the earth Bodhisattva, if I don't enter hell, who will? Do not lose your sanity over the passing of an old friend, keep this rage in your heart and let it fuel your fighting spirit. Shenzhenzi spoke firmly. As his words fell, he stepped out from the light of divine exotic city. His Buddhist light surged wildly, engulfing Zhenlai Yudao and the three-tailed ghost beast like a tidal wave. In the eyes of Li Yi and the cultivators in the city, a giant golden prayer bead phantom appeared in the sky, trapping Zhenlai Yudao and his mount within with an inconceivable method. The giant prayer bead phantom suddenly vanished, and with it the figures of Zhenlai Yudao and the three-tailed ghost beast. Around the world, the divine exotic resentful ghosts came to a halt, and after a moment of silence, they quickly dispersed, like fish scattering invisibly into the void. Li Yi then knelt on the summit, slowly bowing his head, murmuring, Zhang, no. Before he could finish, he collapsed. The world grew dim, by the seashore. Zhenlai Yudao dragged Shenzhenzi's head, pulling his body across the sand. He journeyed to the divine exotic life tablet and tossed Shenzhenzi to the ground. He complained, Realm Master, why won't you let me eat him? Just because he's from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect? Do you really need to be so cautious? The voice of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm came out from the Divine Exotic Life Tablet, he has significant karma, you must not kill him. Also, you may not kill anyone with close karma to Zhang Buku. Zhenlai Yudao's demeanor changed, a sudden flare of anger emerging as he glared, why? The being called Destroyer of Heavens has personally requested that I protect Zhang Buku. Hearing this, Zhenlai Yudao paused, then sank into silence. Taking a deep breath, he said no more and turned to leave. Once he disappeared, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm emerged from the life tablet, approached Shenzhenzi, and looked down, murmuring, "A reincarnation of a heavenly demon? What exactly is the Bitter Sea Buddha sect scheming?" He lifted his right hand and began healing Shen Zinzi with his own divine power. Meanwhile, back in Medicine Valley, Guan withdrew his attention. The master of divine exotic realm was sensible. If he dared to cause trouble, risk or not, Guan would have had to intervene. But the thought of Zhang Buku becoming a divine exotic resentful ghost made Guan sigh. He couldn't constantly watch over Zhang Buku. The last time he detected Zhang Buku in the divine exotic realm, Zhang Buku had already transformed into a resentful ghost, fortunately retaining a sliver of will. If the master of divine exotic realm were to be obliterated, then all the divine exotic resentful ghosts would vanish as well. That meant Zhang Buku was now tied to the fate of the realm master. Chapter 281 The Enlightened Master, Guan. 2 years had passed since Liya and Zhang Buku had met. In those 2 years, the seas continued to surge with activity, countless cultivators and demons rushed into the sea-breaking rift. Such strife never ceased, some found their fateful breakthroughs while others fell with regret. The Supreme Sect had been peaceful, with the majority of its disciples diligently pursuing their cultivation. Days in Medicine Valley were even more serene. On this day, Guan arrived early in Mystic Valley, waiting for someone who was soon to appear. Near noontime, dressed in black, Liya descended from the sky, landing below the pavilion. This time, he didn't enter through the window but stood beneath it, gazing at Guan's windowsill, silent for a long time without taking a step forward. The blood prison great saint, lying on the ground, watched him with a peculiar look in its eyes. It could feel that his mood was very low, and his entire being seemed dispirited and lost. "Senior brother Li, why have you come?" Liu Jijia hurried over, asking excitedly. Liya snapped out of his trance and looked towards him, managing a strained smile. "I came to see your senior brother Gu. He's upstairs. Usually, he doesn't spend much time in Mystic Valley, but today he's been here all morning. So he was waiting for you, after all," Liu Jijia remarked with a sigh. He could obviously tell something was off with Liya, hence his words. Liya nodded at him, then ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he pushed open the door and entered. Guan, who was seated in a chair, put down the Supreme Secret Records book he had been reading and looked at Liya, exclaiming with surprise, "Senior brother Li, what brings you here?" Looking at Guan, Liya's eyes suddenly reddened. He closed the door behind him, then walked over to the desk, clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth. Guan's smile faded as he asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Liya dared not meet Guan's gaze because Zhang Buku had once said that Guan was his only senior relative. Zhang Buku. Liya started with difficulty. "What happened to him?" Guan stood up abruptly. Liya took a deep breath and recounted what had happened to Zhang Buku. After listening, Guan collapsed in his chair, looking just as dispirited, deepening Liya's distress. "Wait, you said he became a divine exotic resentful ghost, which means he's still here, isn't he?" Guan asked urgently, as if grasping at a thought. Liya turned his head and replied, "He's still here, but becoming a divine exotic resentful ghost means he's no longer who he was. He's become a monster that devours living spirits, never to know freedom." Guan countered, "Did you see him do that?" Liya froze for a moment, then looked at him. Guan's expression became calm as he said, "Buku has always had a tough life, carrying the burden of half of the demon clan's bloodline, but he has managed to survive till now. Why can't he turn misfortune into safety this time?" "But..." Liya stammered. "Senior brother, this incident isn't your fault. He chose to venture into the sea-breaking rift himself. Don't carry too much burden. Besides, I truly believe he can turn danger into safety. Junior brother Gu, Liya began. "Look at you. If Buku saw you like this, he would surely laugh at you. Aren't you brothers who have gone through life and death together?" Do you intend to join him in death? You must have faith in him. He will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. If you don't cultivate diligently, you might even fall behind him. After every great adversity comes great fortune. Don't underestimate him. Guan said with a smile, a look of anticipation on his face. Li Yi knew Guan was comforting him, but he couldn't help but think, what if Zhang Buku truly could overcome this peril? Guan invited him to sit down and inquired about his experiences over the years. Li Yi began to share his life in the past years, and Guan interjected with questions from time to time. The more he did so, the more ashamed Li Yi felt. Zhang Buku was gone. The pain in junior brother Gu's heart must have been no less intense than his, considering junior brother Gu also carried the emotional weight of Zhang Chunkaiu. And yet, junior brother Gu still comforted him. A divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on Li Yi's shoulder without him noticing. It looked at Guan, blinked slyly, but Li Yi missed this moment. The two brothers talked for a long time. Until dusk, Li Yi stood up. He looked at Guan and said, "I've come back this time just to tell you about this." "Thank you, junior brother Gu. I won't give up hope. I'll cultivate even harder and will save Zhang Buku sooner or later." Determination colored his face, and his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Guan naturally encouraged him. And so, Li Yi left. He didn't exit through the window but walked down the stairs. Guan did not accompany him. Li Yi stopped in front of the blood prison great saint, turned to look at it, and said, "Ox head, I swear I won't let anyone I care about end up in danger again. And your master, I will protect him too." With those words, he leaped into the sky and vanished into the horizon. The blood prison great saint rolled its eyes and muttered, "Crazy in the head. Who's protecting who? And why are you telling me? Am I your father?" A month after Li Yi's departure, another person returned. It was the monk Shenzhenzi. He made his way to the third medicine valley. He paused at the entrance to the valley, somewhat dazed by the sight of its inhabitants sweeping, watering the soil, playing Go, painting, and playfully chasing each other. Everything seemed so harmonious. For some reason, the moment he returned here, Shenzhenzi inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, the gloom in his heart began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the valley. Soon after, he saw Yu Yingying. She saw him too and instinctively wanted to avoid him, but he sent her a message asking her to halt. Shenzhenzi approached her with a serious expression. Yu Yingying nervously asked, "What do you want?" "I haven't harmed anyone." Shenzhenzi closed his eyes and said, "Amitabha, benefactor, the monk has come to apologize. I was indeed rash and overly stubborn and judgmental before. It's true that everyone in the world may accuse you, but this monk cannot. I apologize. Henceforth, I will not bother you again." He put his palms together and bowed in apology. Yu Yingying was stunned and rather perplexed. Before she could ask any questions, Shenzhenzi turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Yingying muttered to herself, "What has he been through these years? It feels like he's been struck down." She had always been quite afraid of Shenzhenzi, but after hearing his words just now, she strangely felt sympathy for him, rather than joy for her own sake. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it any further. Whatever the case, she had to stay away from that monk. What if he went crazy again one day? Shenzhenzi arrived at the Go-playing area, where still dozens of people gathered. He saw the Valley Master Guan approaching and nodded to each other as a greeting. Then they stood behind the crowd to watch the game. Suddenly, Shenzhenzi had a notion and looked towards Guan. Stepping towards him, he whispered, "Valley Master, might I have a word in private?" Guan glanced at him, then nodded. "Let's talk in my room," Guan said. Shenzhenzi had sacrificed himself to save Li Yi and the whole town, which improved Guan's opinion of him. Although the monk was stubborn, when it came to action, he dared to face danger, genuinely caring for the lives of others, not just paying lip service. The nine-finger Divine Lord, who was playing Go, noticed their figures. He smirked, withdrew his gaze, and continued his game, exclaiming, "You really play a lousy game of Go. Even the country children outside the Supreme Sect could outplay this mess. No, let that cow play, it would do better than you." The blood prison great saint, who heard this from afar, was infuriated, but he held back. After all, Guan had once said the nine-finger Divine Lord was an immortal who had just concealed his cultivation level. Just keep playing. Better you don't cultivate anymore. Once I release my cultivation level, I'll make you my mount and turn you into a toad. The blood prison great saint thought to himself, and this brought him pleasure. He immediately cheered up. Elsewhere, Guan led Shenzhenzi upstairs. Shenzhenzi took the initiative to close the door. After inviting him to sit down, Guan began making tea. While waiting, Shenzhenzi looked around at the multitude of books in the room, even noticing his favorite Journey to the West. Having Journey to the West there made him feel even more favorably towards Guan. Guan placed the hot tea in front of him, then sat down, smiling and asked, "What brings Taoist friend to seek a discussion?" Shenzhenzi took a deep breath and said, "Benefactor, it's like this. I have a good friend who has spent his life detesting evil and seeking to vanquish demons to save the suffering masses. However, he suddenly discovered he was a reincarnation of a demon. What should he do?" Classic I have a friend scenario. Guan pondered and said, "Is the relationship between past and present lives so important? What sin cannot be washed away even through reincarnation? Why should he fret? Why not just continue walking the path he believes in? But he truly is a demon." Shenzhenzi began. "So what? Are demons absolutely bad, and are humans definitely good? Do you really think you should distance yourself from this friend? Taoist friend, if that's the case, then I have to speak up. It's disappointing that monks who have supposedly transcended worldly matters are so caught up in appearances." Guan began an impassioned critique of Shenzhenzi. His inclination to give advice had been thoroughly roused. Shenzhenzi did not get angry and listened intently. Guan, who had invented the game of Go, must have extraordinary insight, and Shenzhenzi had previously felt that Guan's perspective on life was truly open-minded. His moral standing was undoubtedly higher than his own. Cultivation isn't all about increasing one's cultivation level. Guan talked for a while, feeling refreshed once he had finished. It didn't matter to him whether Shenzhenzi took the advice to heart, he simply felt good about having aired his views. Shenzhenzi, deep in thought, asked, "If one lays down the butcher's knife, can they truly become a Buddha on the spot?" Guan replied, not without irritation, "How can that be possible? That's just being unreasonable. Sins need to be washed away by good deeds. Besides, your friend has not done anything evil in this life and has even saved many people, right?" Shenzhenzi nodded, his previously furrowed brows finally relaxing. He began to ponder n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Guan did not disturb him and simply picked up a book to read. The room fell into silence. After a full half of an ancient hour, Shenzhenzi stood up, bowed to Guan, and said, "Amitabha. Thank you, benefactor, for resolving my doubts." Guan waved his hand and said, "What's there to thank for? If you really want to express gratitude, find time to guide the disciples of my valley in their cultivation." Shenzhenzi did not refuse, and inwardly he felt moved. Guan was truly a profound being, always considering others. He asked, "Benefactor, I see you have many books in your room. May I take a look at one?" Upon hearing this, Guan began looking around. Shenzhenzi suggested, "How about the book in your hands? Lend it to this monk to study." Guan's expression changed instantly, and he closed the Supreme Secret Records and said, "Not this one." Chapter 282, Chapter 282 Reincarnation of the Great Fortune of Energy Movement. Out of respect for social interaction, Shenzhenzi had refrained from using his divine sense, so he was unaware of the content of the book in Guan's hands. Even when Guan refused him, he did not entertain any impolite thoughts. He inquired why, and Guan replied that Buddhism sect did not deem it suitable to read secular books, and then he handed Shenzhenzi a copy of Righteous Path and Demon Path. Righteous Path and Demon Path told the story of how Sword Venerable Fudeo inscribed the characters for Righteous Path at the Heavenly Repair platform, revealing the dark secrets of the Supreme Sect. Instead of tarnishing the Supreme Sect's reputation, the book made more people aware of the sect's pursuit of righteousness, encouraging them to actively correct their errors. Although the book was not as popular as Journey to the West or Investiture of the Gods, many within the sects still favored it, studying it repeatedly. Shenzhenzi took the book, and upon seeing the title on the cover, his interest was piqued. He thanked Guan and left. After he left, Guan finally took out the Supreme Secret Records and continued reading. He found it difficult to concern himself with the troubles of others' lives. When asked, he would speak his true thoughts without imposing. He had his own life to live, why worry more than necessary? Guan liked to consider himself an observer in others' lives, acting as he pleased, but without becoming overly fixated, lest it turn into regret. After arriving at the Third Medicine Valley, Shenzhenzi decided not to leave, and Guan did not turn away this 9 layers wandering immortal realm great cultivator.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Today's Third Medicine Valley was undoubtedly the strongest place in the Supreme Sect, even on the continent, with Shenzhenzi and Nine-Finger Divine Lord there. Guan was not concerned for the safety of Medicine Valley and was more at ease when venturing out. 5 years passed quickly. That year's summer was not as hot as previous ones. Guan descended the stairs and saw many cultivators flying across the sky. This year, the Supreme Sect was preparing to host another alchemy conference, and it promised to be lively. Guan also planned to go and enjoy the bustle. After descending the stairs, he rode off on the Blood Prison Great Saint. Just as the Blood Prison Great Saint stood up, Ji Xiao caught up. Seeing this, Guan had no choice but to dismount and pat the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint, saying, "You're free to roam around today." With Ji Xiao present, it wasn't appropriate for Guan to ride a mount. Both of them riding together? What would that look like? Guan valued his reputation and integrity. The Blood Prison Great Saint left with a joyful expression, and Ji Xiao asked, "Why not continue to ride?" Guan rolled his eyes at her and said, "I was already riding it, and you came to find me, obviously wanting to follow. If that's the case, I can only bring you along." This girl was playing coy, just trying to gauge his thoughts. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Ji Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile, and a charming smile brightened her face. "Let's go. Let's take a stroll around the outer gate city." "Okay." The two of them leapt up and flew towards the outer gate city. 30 minutes later, Guan and Ji Xiao arrived below the Heavenly Repair platform. Looking up, the platform was swarming with people, a magnificent sight. Guan felt the presence of many in the Immortal Path realm, and although his days passed year by year in sameness, the Supreme Sect was growing stronger each year. It was said that the Hall of Elders in the sect had changed a lot of members, and the overall cultivation realm had elevated. Clan families within the gate would recruit cultivators from overseas, so those who stepped down were not suppressed. Instead, they became stronger and gained greater benefits. As Guan surveyed the scene, he employed lifespan detection. He liked to see the maximum lifespans of people, something even divine immortals of wondrous dharma could not detect. Ji Xiao initiated, "I heard you know another Ji Xiao." Guan responded, "Yes, the third miss I mentioned before." "Is she me?" Ji Xiao suddenly asked. Guan looked at her in surprise. Had the girl already awakened past life memories? Ji Xiao explained, I've had my name since birth, and I feel a strong identification with it, unlike a habit acquired later in life. Plus, not long after that Ji Xiao died, I was born. The first time I met you, I felt a closeness to you, and coincidentally, you knew the other Ji Xiao. I don't think it's a coincidence. With a steady gaze, she looked at Guan, waiting for his answer. Guan couldn't help but raise his hand to touch her forehead, then retracted it and spoke softly, "You don't have a fever, do you?" Ji Xiao glared at him and said, "I'm serious." Guan spread his hands helplessly, "Why are you asking me? I'm just a core formation realm cultivator. Can I see through reincarnation? But since I've known you, you don't seem curious about my name. That's because I was shocked before you arrived. You can ask the vice sect leader. Is that so? What else, miss? Even if it's true, I don't want to delve into it. If you truly are the same person as her, just thinking about it is frightening. What kind of conspiracies and vortices lie behind it? Me, with my core formation cultivation level dabbling in it, am likely to turn to dust." Guan spoke with a face full of fear, and as he did, he even stepped to the side. After listening, Ji Xiao found his reasoning sound, but seeing his expressions and gestures, she couldn't help but feel both aggravated and amused. "Brother Gu, you've arrived." A figure descended from the heavenly repair platform. It was Wu Ju. Wu Ju, now at the second layer of the divinity transformation realm, was a renowned prodigy of the Supreme Sect, cultivated with vast resources from the sect, exuding an air of confidence and vigor, a far cry from his timid past. Guan greeted him with a smile. Wu Ju looked at Ji Xiao with a puzzled expression. "Why has Brother Gu changed his female companion again? That's a bit too." Guan immediately introduced Ji Xiao to Wu Ju, who suddenly realized, "You are the Ji Xiao with the strongest talent from the Ji family in recent years." Ji Xiao nodded slightly, and once Guan finished introducing him, she wasn't too surprised. Wu Ju was merely a famous prodigy, but the Third Medicine Valley hid many great cultivators, and even the sect leader occasionally visited. Afterwards, Wu Ju exchanged pleasantries with Guan and then left. They had made previous plans to drink together after some time. But Guan knew they would probably miss that appointment. He indeed had time, but Wu Ju did not. He was either busy cultivating or on missions. For a talent like Wu Ju, cultivation could last for years. Guan watched Wu Ju's departing figure, reflecting inwardly that too much leisure was not a good thing. Wu Ju's maximum lifespan remained unchanged, just as it had been decades ago. Of course, with his current maximum lifespan of 7,600 years, surpassing the Mahayana realm shouldn't be a problem. Guan simply felt a bit regretful because he initially believed Wu Ju could compete with An Hao. Ji Xiao noticed the regret in his eyes and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Guan replied with a smile, "I feel a bit sorry for him. I think his achievements could have been even higher." "His achievements are not high enough? Without An Hao returning, he is already the Supreme Sect's #1 prodigy," Ji Xiao said, confused. "Ha ha ha, indeed." Guan said no more, leading Ji Xiao to the heavenly repair platform. "Miss Third once attempted to lift the heaven-cutting axe. You can also try when your cultivation level is higher," Guan casually mentioned. Ji Xiao became interested in the heaven-cutting axe. They made their way through the crowds, arriving near the axe. Zhou Yujian was reprimanding someone at the moment due to the crowd. Someone had stepped into the axe's ceremonial area. The so-called ceremonial area was marked by Zhou Yujian. Aside from challengers, no one was allowed to enter a certain range to show respect towards Sword Venerable Fuedao, and his proposal was acknowledged by the Supreme Sect, necessitating careful consideration in their treatment of Sword Venerable Fuedao. Guan's gaze landed on someone in the crowd. Stealing the 5 elements, Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm 9 Layers 0/0/0. Divine Exotic Ghost King. This guy was something else, with a very mysterious method of concealing his aura. Had Guan not used his divine sense to scan the outer gate city upon arriving, he would not have noticed him. Stealing the 5 elements appeared as a scholar, wearing a scholar's hat, holding a folding fan, indistinct among the crowd, displaying curiosity while watching others challenge the heaven-cutting axe, without stepping forward himself. Guan only glanced at him before passing by, so as not to draw his attention. Back in the divine exotic realm, he had seen stealing the 5 elements, who certainly did not have the subdued aura he had now. This fellow daring to come to his turf, Guan wondered about his motives. Was he here to investigate him? Guan was curious to see what he would do next. Before long, the alchemy conference was about to begin in the city, prompting many to descend from the heavenly repair platform and head for the excitement. The alchemy conference was held in various cities, like a regional contest, with the final competition being held elsewhere, using formations to display the event to disciples and cultivators in all cities. Seeing Guan, Zhou Yujian cheerfully greeted him. His son Zolin was a good friend of Guan's. Guan was known for his thoughtful conduct, leaving a good impression. Care to try? Test how your cultivation has progressed recently, Zhou Yujian invited with a jovial tone. Guan looked at Ji Xiaoyu and said, any day is as good as today, and it's not a one-time opportunity. You go ahead. Ji Xiaoyu nodded, stepping forward toward the heaven-cutting axe. Stealing the 5 elements' gaze fell on Ji Xiaoyu, and all of a sudden, his expression changed, revealing some excitement, which he quickly suppressed. His fluctuating demeanor didn't escape Guan's divine sense, but Guan pretended not to notice. In the end, Ji Xiaoyu failed, but no one laughed at her. After all, over the many years, no one had ever succeeded with the heaven-cutting axe. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Yujian, Guan left. As they stepped out of the crowd and into a more open space, stealing the 5 elements approached them rapidly. Wait, both of you! Stealing the 5 elements called out, prompting Guan and Ji Xiaoyu to stop and turn to look at him, their eyes questioning. He stopped in front of them and greeted them with a salute, saying, my name is Wu Xing, and I have traveled here from overseas. I've seen quite a bit and can say I'm rather worldly. I noticed that this young lady carries exceptional chi fortune, no doubt the incarnation of someone with great fortune of energy movement. If you're interested, perhaps we could find a place to talk further. Hearing the word incarnation, Ji Xiaoyu frowned. She instinctively looked at Guan, eager to hear what stealing the 5 elements had to say, but wary of displeasing Guan. Chapter 283, Chapter 283 Reincarnation Path Emperor. Facing Ji Xiaoyu's questioning gaze, Guan naturally agreed. Then, the 3 of them found an inn and sat down, with Guan choosing a spot on the 2nd floor by the window. He liked to chat in this spot while watching the bustle of the streets below. Stealing the 5 elements glanced at Guan and Ji Xiaoyu, then pinched his teacup, looked at the surface of the tea, and said, although we are meeting for the first time, this young lady must have an innate deist talisman hidden within her. Speaking of which, you and I are old acquaintances. In one of your past lives, you had formed ties with me. After he finished speaking, he first glanced at Guan and then at Ji Xiaoyu. He was uncertain of the relationship between the two, so he spoke very cautiously. Guan understood his concerns and said, deist friend, feel free to speak, she is very curious about her past life. Ji Xiaoyu nodded and asked, how long ago was that? Stealing the 5 elements revealed a smile and said with feeling, it must have been nearly 20,000 years ago. 20,000 years? The faces of both Guan and Ji Xiaoyu changed drastically. Guan's expression was feigned while Ji Xiaoyu was genuinely shocked since the known history of the Ji family didn't even span 20,000 years. Who were you 20,000 years ago, and why did you come to the Supreme Sect? Ji Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Guan could feel that stealing the 5 elements had already imposed a restriction, making it impossible for other diners to hear their conversation. Stealing the 5 elements answered, to be honest, this trip to the Supreme Sect was specifically for you. I can sense that you have reincarnated again. In terms of status, I should respectfully call you a senior. If not for your intervention back then, I would have ceased to exist long ago." Talking about the past, his face was full of nostalgia, his gaze unfocused as if his thoughts had drifted back to the distant past. Ji Xiao furrowed her brows and asked, "Why did I reincarnate?" Stealing the 5 elements said, "I only know you experienced calamities. You weren't forced into reincarnation due to hatred, and you can rest assured about this. No one in this world can do anything to you, I even consider you the strongest person I have ever seen." This genuinely surprised Guan because he had been to Divine Exotic City and seen stealing the 5 elements demonstrate his power. Knowing this, stealing the 5 elements still believed that one of Ji Xiao's past lives was stronger. It seemed like the last time, in the 7 stars spirit realm, the innate deist talisman had not yet displayed its true power, but at that time, it had already been enough for Ji Xiao to seek revenge. Stealing the 5 elements continued to speak about Ji Xiao's strength at the time. In that lifetime, Ji Xiao had called herself Reincarnation Path Emperor. The two had met only once, but due to Reincarnation Path Emperor's kindness, stealing the 5 elements had always wanted to repay her, only to find his freedom in recent years. He did not reveal his real identity, and the name Divine Exotic Ghost King was already known throughout the world. He also knew his reputation was not good. From stealing the 5 elements' story, Ji Xiao could only understand how strong her previous self was, and it didn't unravel the secrets of reincarnation.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. She looked at stealing the 5 elements and asked, "What exactly do you need from me now? I can't help you with anything in my current state." She was very cautious, worried that stealing the 5 elements might want to kill her and force her previous life to emerge. Guan had been listening silently, noting down the name Reincarnation Path Emperor, planning to investigate further the next time he visited Immortal Seeking Island. 20,000 years might seem an eternity to mortals, but for great cultivators such as wandering immortals and heaven and earth flying immortals, it wasn't much, having lived through epochs preceding the fall of the Reincarnation Path Emperor. After a moment of hesitation, stealing the 5 elements said, "A catastrophe that will affect all beings is soon to erupt. When it does, many seas and continents will be destroyed, including the continent you are currently on, and I too am deeply trapped, unable to escape. The Reincarnation Path Emperor had a divine skill that could free me, even if it meant undergoing reincarnation, I would be willing." Upon hearing this, Guan was somewhat surprised. From what stealing the 5 elements said, the master of Divine Exotic Realm was likely to die. Why would an adversary of the master of Divine Exotic Realm want to annihilate all living beings? He had previously felt that the appearance of the Divine Exotic Realm was not a coincidence, and clearly, the master was wary of something. Otherwise, with the master's strength, he could have swept away any invaders. "But I am not the Reincarnation Path Emperor." Ji Xiao hesitated. Stealing the 5 elements waved his hand and said, "You needn't worry. I am not here to force you to help me now. When the catastrophe falls, no one will be able to save themselves. At that time, you will undoubtedly awaken your primal consciousness, just remember me then." After hearing this, Ji Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. Stealing the 5 elements looked at Guan and said, "It is best not to spread the word about this, not even the Supreme Sect or any major powers overseas can prepare for it in advance. It's better if the cultivators here enjoy their current lives unaware, lest the spreading news precipitate the catastrophe." Guan nodded and said, "I understand that principle. I just want to know how long until the catastrophe erupts. If it's a few hundred years later, then I am relieved." Stealing the 5 elements laughed, suddenly finding this core formation realm minor cultivator quite amusing. Ji Xiao couldn't help but shoot Guan a look, but she had to admit, after Guan asked that question, a lot of her tension was relieved. It could be as soon as a few decades or as long as a few centuries. There are unimaginable powers at play behind the scenes. I can only say, when the oceans begin to rise, that will represent the arrival of calamity. Stealing the 5 elements' answer caused Ji Xiao to frown again. After speaking, he stood up and said, "Well, that's all I have to say. I won't disturb you any further." He raised his hand in a salutation and then left. Once he left the floor, the invisible restriction vanished. Guan turned to Ji Xiao and chuckled, "You certainly have an impressive background. I might have to think twice before joking with you in the future." Ji Xiao huffed, "Aren't you joking now?" After hearing his words, "What do you think?" "I am not pleased. Although I had already guessed that I and the third miss you spoke of are the same person, I actually hoped my guess would be incorrect. Now, learning even more identities has only increased my displeasure." Ji Xiao spoke calmly, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Guan looked at her, his gaze turning thoughtful. Normally, he subconsciously considered this life's Ji Xiao and her previous life as the same person, even if their characters differed. In his heart, they were the same. However, different memories and experiences had shaped a different person, even though the soul remained the same. The essence of being human is more than just the soul. Guan tried to comfort her, "If you are unhappy, then focus on cultivating, making your life in this incarnation last longer, or perhaps even achieving enlightenment." Ji Xiao shook her head, "I can't achieve enlightenment. I will eventually die. The reason I cultivate is merely to make this life last longer and experience more. I often bother you just to enrich this life's experiences." She paused, then smiled, and added, "Besides, you can only live for a few hundred years yourself, so why comfort me? Don't worry, even if I am unhappy, I am willing to accept this reality." "Acceptance, hey?" Guan chose not to probe further. He then called for the waiter and ordered a table full of exquisite food and drinks, shifting the conversation to the alchemy conference. Ji Xiao's attention shifted as well, and it was as if the conversation with stealing the 5 elements had never happened. The alchemy conference eventually ended, and the cultivator who won first place was from overseas, a disciple of the Purple Pill Palace. It was the first time the disciples of the Supreme Sect had learned about Purple Pill Palace, an ancient alchemy sect that brought many alchemy techniques through this conference. Purple Pill Palace also offered to take a group of Supreme Sect disciples to their palace to cultivate the alchemy Dao, stirring excitement throughout the Supreme Sect. Guan was mainly concerned about stealing the 5 elements, who remained at the Supreme Sect and even formally became an inner sect disciple. Except for Guan, no one knew his true cultivation level. Even Shenzhenzi and the 9-finger Divine Lord could not see through him. By the end of summer, stealing the 5 elements had become a regular at the chess area of the 3rd Medicine Valley. One day, Guan had just returned from the North Sea Mountain and was discussing the affairs of Mystic Valley with Liu Jijia. He suddenly felt a strong aura of battle coming from afar. From within the sea-breaking rift. This pressure had surpassed that of the heaven and earth flying immortal. That meant the master of divine exotic realm might have made a move. It seemed that stealing the 5 elements' words might indeed be true. "All right, I agree. I'll discuss with the sect next time to expand Mystic Valley," Guan nodded. Liu Jijia immediately showed a smile. Guan shared the profits of Mystic Valley with him every year. The bigger the Mystic Valley, the more he would gain. Since he had begun cultivating the Daoist expansion skill, Liu Jijia had rekindled his fighting spirit. For this skill, he needed a lot of medicinal herbs. Guan suddenly remembered something and said, "Let's release your cultivation level by the end of this year. Take all the elixirs you have." Liu Jijia frowned and asked, "Why? Can't we wait a bit longer?" "Why? Because you only live to be 190 years old." Guan did not reveal this fact. Instead, he said, "I have obtained a higher level mental method. I will pass it on to you later, and then you can release your cultivation level multiple times." Upon hearing this, Lujia was instantly overjoyed and quickly agreed. Guan patted his shoulder and then left. Lujia had begun to fantasize about what kind of transformation he would undergo after lifting the restrictions on his cultivation. Guan arrived at the third Medicine Valley and went to the chess area. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord had encountered an opponent again. It was Stealing the Five Elements. Stealing the Five Elements mastered the rules of Go and swiftly dominated the chess scene of the Supreme Sect. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord, unable to see through his hidden cultivation, was quite frustrated. Of course, in the heart of the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, stealing the five elements was definitely not an ordinary person. Guan's background was easier to investigate, having entered the Supreme Sect at the age of 15 and being a house servant of the Ji family when he was young. His age could not be hidden. But stealing the five elements was different. He came from overseas. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked up at stealing the five elements, feeling annoyed. Who exactly is this guy? Stealing the five elements, smiling, waved his fan. He was not afraid of the Nine-Finger Divine Lord's suspicions. With his cultivation level, it was impossible for the Divine Lord to see through him. In the entire Supreme Sect, there was only one person he feared, Sword Venerable Feudeo, who seemed to have accepted him as long as he did not cause trouble. I lost. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord inhaled deeply and declared gravely. He had lost to stealing the five elements 6 times and felt utterly humiliated. The surrounding crowd cheered, exacerbating his depression. Stealing the five elements stood up and laughed. To celebrate this victory, how about I teach everyone a spell for close combat? The disciples were even more delighted, their cheers drawing the attention of other disciples from afar. Chapter 284 Zhang Buku becomes a disciple. Seeing that stealing the five elements was willing to teach the disciples sorcery, Guan was secretly pleased. This guy knew his way around people, far more so than the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. As the number of Medicine Valley disciples increased, Guan's distance from them grew ever larger. Despite being called master and disciple in name, they didn't share that true relationship. Even so, Guan still hoped they would have a better life and come across more opportunities for immortal cultivation. Stealing the five elements immediately took action, and seeing Guan on the way, he greeted him. After they left, Guan went to the chess table and looked at the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, smiling. Shall we play a game? The Nine-Finger Divine Lord snorted. No, find him to play if you dare. Then forget it. He seems very powerful. I'm not sure I'd win, so I can't start a game so carelessly. What do you mean, you are sure with me? Have I ever lost to you? You. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was so angry he wanted to slam the table and stand up. Seeing the smile on Guan's face, he understood that Guan was deliberately provoking him. Guan then asked, by the way, it's been a while since you returned, where is Chu Jingfeng? Aren't you taking care of him? Don't worry, he's doing well. He's in seclusion. When he returns, you'll have to look up to him. The thought of Guan being surpassed by his own disciple, even becoming a figure from another world, made him quite cheerful again. Guan sighed, if that's true, that would be wonderful. I have no hope of becoming an immortal. If he can achieve immortality, then I would also know an immortal, and my life would be without regrets. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord really wanted to say that he himself was an immortal, but looking at Guan's expression, he felt ashamed. What was wrong with himself? Why was he being so petty? Guan noticed the change in his expression and cursed inwardly, the old man still wants to rile me up, watch me retreat to advance. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord began speaking about the sect where Chu Jingfeng was located. He had sent Chu Jingfeng to an overseas branch of a sect, which, although not as powerful as the Star Sea congregations, was still stronger than the Supreme Sect. Guan listened intently to his tale of the overseas realm. It was nearly evening when Guan returned to his attic. In recent days, he had seen more and more heaven and earth flying immortals return, mostly near the sea-breaking rift. Clearly, a great battle was brewing. He sat in his chair, concentrated his mind, and his primordial spirit emerged. The carefree primordial immortal could remain undetected and untouchable by all beings, and even the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma could not perceive it. Guan quickly snuck into the sea-breaking rift, where he saw more fighting figures along the way than before, with nearly every heaven and earth engaged in battle. He stepped into the largest heaven and earth, which was where the Master of Divine Exotic Realm resided. At the moment, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm wasn't fighting, but there was still the aura of another carefree primordial immortal lingering, a sign that someone else had recently left the area. Guan landed in front of a cave, dark with a faint sound of wind. He stepped into the cave silently, the wind passing through his immortal soul of wondrous Dharma without any obstacle. Walking through the winding cave, he arrived at a chamber where Zhang Buku, now a divine exotic resentful ghost, was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Lying across his legs was an axe, formed not from a Dharma treasure but from condensed divine exotic force. Zhang Buku's eyes were closed, his brow furrowed as if he was enduring torment. Although he retained his original soul consciousness, he was constantly enduring the erosion of divine exotic force, as it autonomously devoured the soul. This was a process that even the Master of Divine Exotic Realm could not reverse. Guan sighed at the sight of his painful demeanor. How distressed would senior brother Zhang be if he saw this? Guan transformed into a sparrow and perched on a nearby rock. He chirped softly, and Zhang Buku opened his eyes instinctively. Upon seeing the sparrow, he was stunned. Is that? Zhang Buku's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to speak, the sparrow flapped its wings humanly, signaling him to keep silent. Zhang Buku immediately understood but remained excited. Though unclear about the origin of the sparrow, he was grateful to it. When he had been close to death, it led him to a cave where he found a demon core and learned a world-dominating axe method. He had always harbored dreams about the sparrow, but never did he imagine he would see it here. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. At this moment, Zhang Buku felt incredibly fortunate. No matter the origin of the sparrow, there was someone looking out for him in the dark. How could he not be happy? The sparrow suddenly flew toward him, but he didn't dodge. Then he felt a peck on his forehead, and a flood of memories poured into his mind, leaving him in a daze. Time was lost to him. When Zhang Buku regained consciousness, his mind was filled with the memory of cultivating a divine skill. Limitless freedom step. Murmuring to himself, even reflecting on the divine skill let him sense its profound and inscrutable nature. Perfect, now he could practice the divine skill to divert the pain in his body. To use the words of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm, he had to get used to the erosion of divine exotic force, or he would truly become a divine exotic resentful ghost. Perhaps, the sparrow wanted to help him in this way. Warmth filled Zhang Buku's heart, and he suddenly felt that his pain was bearable. How many perished in the divine exotic realm, turning directly into divine exotic resentful ghosts, while he still had a chance? How could he not be joyous? I must practice diligently, get out of here early, so Liya won't worry. And Martial Uncle Gu, if I were to stay here for hundreds or even thousands of years, wouldn't I lose the chance to ever see Martial Uncle Gu again? Zhang Buku felt a sense of urgency at the thought. He always felt that Martial Uncle Gu wasn't simple, possibly concealing cultivation level. But no matter how much Gu concealed, he was younger than Liya and couldn't possibly be much stronger, especially since Liya had an opportunity like Divine Exotic City. Zhang Buku stood up and started practicing the limitless freedom step. He moved around the chamber, changing his step technique, gradually losing track of time and forgetting his pain. However, because he was in cultivation, his will became exceptionally clear. In the blink of an eye, 2 years went by rapidly. Zhang Buku was still in the cave, practicing the limitless freedom step without rest. For him, practicing the divine skill was not exhausting, he even began to find a way to resist the divine exotic force. Footsteps echoed from the tunnel, jolting him from his focus. He turned to see the master of divine exotic realm slowly entering the chamber. Zhang Buku had seen him before, so he wasn't afraid, just vigilant. The master of divine exotic realm looked at him and said, "The divine skill you are practicing is exceptional, with great potential. Practice well, for your future achievements will certainly be extraordinary." Hearing this, Zhang Buku was surprised. Knowing the nature of his divine skill, the other didn't inquire further about it. Did that guy recognize the sparrow? Zhang Buku was about to ask when the master of divine exotic realm said, "Although your friend obtained divine exotic city, he has not truly mastered its power, another is its master. Would you like to take me as your teacher and inherit my mantle? In the future, you could claim divine exotic city as your own. Of course, if you are unwilling, you've received my teachings, conquering an immortal path supreme treasure in the future would not be difficult. Take him as a teacher?" Zhang Buku was a bit slow to process this. He could feel the suppressive force from the master of divine exotic realm, he was utterly incapable of resisting him, even unable to lie. In such a situation, if the master of divine exotic realm wanted to calculate against him, why would he need to beat around the bush? The master of divine exotic realm saw through his thoughts and explained, "What interests me is not you, but the entity behind you. Now your fate is linked with mine, if I perish, you must die. At least we are now on the same side. If I can be on good terms with your backing, it's all benefits and no harm." "My backing? Who is it?" Zhang Buku asked in surprise. The master of divine exotic realm showed no astonishment, he had already delved into Zhang Buku's memories, but some parts were not clear, obscured by a force preventing his probing. He dared not investigate further, as he had already witnessed the power behind Zhang Buku. If you don't know, then don't ask too much. Knowing too much isn't always good. You just need to understand that whether it's him or me, if we wanted to harm you, we wouldn't need such methods. Your worth isn't that high, the master of divine exotic realm said slowly. After listening, Zhang Buku fell silent. He wasn't angered, in fact, he was even more grateful to the sparrow. Even if it was manipulation, he accepted it. He would definitely repay the sparrow in the future. As for the master of divine exotic realm, strictly speaking, they had no direct enmity. If he died in the divine exotic realm, he couldn't blame anyone, after all, it was his own path that he had chosen, and nobody had forced him to come. Zhang Buku took a deep breath and said, "All right." He then knelt halfway and saluted with a fist, "Honorable Master above, please accept your disciple's bow." And with that, he bowed his head. The master of divine exotic realm's face revealed a smile, "It's been many years since anyone called me master. My last disciple is now high above, seemingly afraid of any association with me." His tone was full of self-derision. Zhang Buku looked up and asked, "Who is your disciple?" The smile on the master of divine exotic realm's face faded, and he scoffed, "Him? Just a dog of the holy court." Chapter 285, Chapter 285 Life Seizing Immortal, Calming the Sea's Fury. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 195/127088862. Physique, Primordial Karmic Body. Cultivation Level, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm 9 layers. Under the tree, Guan was lying back to rest. He pulled up his attribute panel to check, and seeing his lifespan, he smiled. 21 years had passed since his last breakthrough, he had already accumulated over 12 million years of lifespan. Guan was very satisfied, it proved he had not been neglecting his efforts. As long as he maintained this pace, a billion years of lifespan would not be too far off. After viewing, Guan sent his divine sense towards the sea-breaking rift. Recently, Zhang Buku had become a disciple of the divine exotic realm master, and Guan could feel the goodwill released by the divine exotic realm master. Moreover, the realm master was not just talk, he had already begun earnestly imparting knowledge to Zhang Buku and had not left the cave where Zhang resided since. However, from this development, it was clear that the divine exotic realm master felt an urgency. It seemed that the catastrophe predicted by stealing the 5 elements was drawing closer. Guan, however, was not in a hurry. Surely the realm master had other powers, otherwise, why would he dare create such a huge rift in the sea? Let them fight first, he would consider intervening if Zhang Buku got involved. After all, Guan would not directly involve himself in the conflict unless he was certain he could eliminate the source of trouble. Zhang Buku seemed to be in a good condition, and Guan was relieved. Everything is quite good, everyone is busy, being busy is good. Guan scanned everyone. He was on good terms with his divine sense, and seeing everyone was safe, he smiled. He sat up, stretched lazily, and then got up to leave the place. Along the way, the disciples he encountered greeted him, and he smiled and nodded back warmly, showing no airs. He arrived under the turret and saw Yang Jian discussing physical cultivation issues with the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also a physique cultivator, otherwise, he would not have obtained the divine beast True Blood. Seeing Guan approaching, Yang Jian hurriedly got up to pay respects. Guan thought for a moment and said, "Rest well, in a while, I'll take you to someone to spar and test your real strength." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes immediately lit up. Normally, he could only spar with Li Lingtian, which was truly boring. Hearing that he could actually engage in a real battle, how could he not be pleased? Without waiting for his response, Guan stepped upstairs. At a distance, stealing the 5 elements, who was playing Go with someone, stared at Yang Jian thoughtfully. He could tell Yang Jian was of some ancient treasure body, making him more curious about Guan. No wonder this person could establish a close relationship with the reincarnation path Emperor's reincarnation. His background must be extraordinary. He did not plan to investigate Guan but instead prepared to form a good relationship with Yang Jian afterward. After all, if Yang Jian could survive to 10,000 years, he would surely become a world-renowned figure. It was naturally good to establish ties with such beings. Stealing the 5 elements began pondering what spells and divine skills to teach Yang Jian. Guan did not mind him instructing other disciples in their cultivation, and certainly, he would not stop him from teaching Yang Jian. That evening, stealing the 5 elements found Yang Jian. "Young friend, I've observed you for a long time, and you possess exceptional talent and comprehension. I have a hand technique, would you like to learn?" Stealing the 5 elements asked with a smile. Yang Jian knew he was a great cultivator. After all, he could win against the 9-finger Divine Lord in Go. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but no need," Yang Jian bowed politely in refusal. Stealing the 5 elements was taken aback and asked, "Do you think I'm not formidable enough, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om?" Yang Jian shook his head and said, "To tell the truth, I'm not interested in hand techniques, and physical spells and divine skills are not as powerful as enhancing physical strength." Stealing the 5 elements became intrigued and curiously asked, "Then what do you want to learn?" Since he was persistent, Yang Jian asked, "Senior, have you ever read Investiture of the Gods or Journey to the West?" Stealing the 5 elements nodded, saying, "Of course I have." "You are named Yang Jian, do you wish to become a being like that?" "But those are fictional books, the techniques and divine skills described are not real." Hearing this, Yang Jian could only shake his head and turn away. "Wait, what if I teach you a set of spear techniques? This is the most formidable long weapon technique I possess, mastering it can dominate the world and is hard to find an enemy. It suits your physique very well." Stealing the 5 elements quickly called out to Yang Jian. Yang Jian stopped, looked at him, his eyes filled with slight expectation. Stealing the 5 elements smiled and said, "This spear technique is called Heaven Extinguishing Dao Annihilating 36 Spear Techniques. It's very difficult to practice this spear technique. Nobody in the current world has inherited it." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian said, "Is that so?" Then I want to try it. Thanks in advance, senior. Find a secluded place to practice. Okay. The two headed deep into Medicine Valley. The blood prison great saint became interested and followed them. Stealing the 5 elements did not shoo him away because he felt he could not master it. Yang Jian, however, was of the ancient treasure body, a physique rare in this world. In the turret, Guan also noticed this scene. He was not concerned, assuming stealing the 5 elements would not act recklessly, for doing so would be courting death. He was also very interested in the heaven-extinguishing Dao-annihilating 36 spear techniques and wondered if they were really that powerful. Night passed. At dawn, the disciples gathered together to practice drills. Guan watched as Yang Jian walked briskly over, followed by stealing the 5 elements. Stealing the 5 elements looked dazed, no longer as composed as usual, as if he had been frightened. Guan found it amusing. Stealing the 5 elements' reaction was due to being startled by Yang Jian's comprehension and physique. In just one night, Yang Jian had preliminarily mastered the heaven-extinguishing Dao-annihilating 36 spear techniques. Although he had not yet unleashed the true power of this spear technique, it was already enough to shock stealing the 5 elements. He suspected Yang Jian's physique was among the strongest in the ancient treasure bodies. It was a pity that Impermanence Tian had already perished, otherwise, he could have asked him, as that guy knew the most about ancient treasure bodies. What have you been doing? Li Lingtian looked at Yang Jian in surprise. Yang Jian's breath was disordered, clearly not having rested the previous night. Yang Jian perfunctorily said, "Just cultivating, do not ask more." Li Lingtian's gaze involuntarily shifted to the distant stealing the 5 elements, understanding what might have happened. After the practice ended, Li Lingtian approached stealing the 5 elements, asking if he had taught Yang Jian any Daoist sorcery. Stealing the 5 elements did not hide it and nodded in response. "Can you teach me too? My talent isn't bad either." Li Lingtian immediately inquired. Stealing the 5 elements sized him up and said, "Your talent is indeed good, but not enough to motivate me. Just improve your cultivation level for now, and when I find you pleasing to the eye one day, I shall teach you." Pleasing to the eye. Li Lingtian was infuriated. He had always been held in high regard by others, rarely ever rejected. Even coming to Third Medicine Valley, Guan had not refused him. Li Lingtian clenched his teeth and left in a huff. Stealing the 5 elements did not care at all. The karma surrounding Li Lingtian was not complicated, and his background posed no threat to him. He was even somewhat looking forward to the forces behind Li Lingtian causing him trouble, adding a bit of fun to his life. As stealing the 5 elements was about to go, he was stopped by Shen Zhenzi. "Amitabha, benefactor, may we talk?" Shen Zhenzi stared at stealing the 5 elements with a serious expression. Stealing the 5 elements smiled and nodded, then the two left Third Medicine Valley. Autumn arrived, and the Third Medicine Valley gradually adopted shades of russet. Disciples could be seen clearing fallen leaves everywhere. In the turret, Ms. Shen was excitedly talking to Guan about her new creation. Guan was not interested in her written journey south, his divine sense was looking towards the sea. Above the sea-breaking rift, a momentous battle was taking place, 1 man against 3 divine exotic ghost kings, heads prevailing. Heaven and earth flying immortal. The divine exotic ghost kings were already of the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal, yet there were other beings of heaven and earth flying immortal who could suppress them alone, which intrigued Guan immensely. "Are you listening seriously?" Ms. Shen asked discontentedly. Guan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm listening. I'm more curious about your cultivation than your book." Ms. Shen, Nascent Soul Realm 7 Layers 231/880/4400. Ms. Shen's maximal lifespan had actually increased. This surprised Guan, as her maximal lifespan had previously been just over 2500 years. Poor him, his fellow disciples had been tirelessly cultivating, unable to find the opportunity for enlightenment, yet Miss Shen spent her days writing and painting, lazy in her cultivation, but her maximal lifespan just kept increasing. How could one reason with that? Perhaps writing and painting were also paths of cultivation. Miss Shen coughed subtly, her countenance slightly unnatural, and she responded, "It's all right, I've been working hard." Guan could not bring himself to burst her bubble, as over the years, every time he used his divine sense to check on her, she was either reading, writing, painting, or playing music in the cave dwelling alone, never seeming tired. Of course, as it appeared now, her actions were not without meaning. From the look on Miss Shen's face, she seemed unaware that her talent and comprehension had increased. Guan did not remind her. After all, she was still young and need not rush her cultivation. If he mentioned it, perhaps she would never find that feeling again. "How about you? Why does it feel like your cultivation has not progressed?" Miss Shen raised her eyebrows. Upon hearing this, Guan's expression dimmed, and he sighed deeply. Miss Shen frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Something troubling you?" "It's nothing, just increasingly feeling the heavenly destiny. Even with medicinal herbs and alchemy, I find it difficult to break through." "You wouldn't understand this feeling. I can't see the future of cultivating immortality, perhaps this is already my future," Guan sighed. Hearing this, Miss Shen opened her mouth to offer some comfort but did not know how to start. Talent was reality. Guan's friend Wu Ju had already soared to great heights, and Li Yi, even more so, had become the face of the Supreme Sect. Guan forced a smile and said, "Miss Shen, my life may be short, but not yours." He was about to continue when suddenly, an immense oppressive force enveloped the earth and heaven, interrupting him, followed by an overbearingly powerful voice echoing through the heavens and earth. "I am the life-seizing immortal of the great cold demon sect. Today, I descend in the sea-breaking rift. Within 100 years, if no one can defeat me, I will exterminate all beings who have heard my words, to quell the sea's wrath." Great Cold Demon Sect. Guan had heard of this sect. It was a demon sect comparable to the Bitter Sea Buddha sect and, according to Baizia, was one of the few demon sects recognized by the Holy Court. Although it was a demon sect, all the places they slaughtered had been abandoned by the Holy Court. Could it be that their continent and surrounding seas had already been abandoned by the Holy Court? Chapter 286 The Background of Connecting to Heaven. Great Cold Demon Sect? Life-seizing immortal? Where did they spring from? Shen Zhen furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Guan replied, "I'm not sure, but judging from that voice, it must be some enormous creature from the sea." Alas, just when things had quieted down for several decades, another major event occurs. Shen Zhen offered some consolation, "Don't worry too much, the sea-breaking rift is so enormously far from us. There are many capable people in this world, evil will never prevail over good, and we'll eventually get through this." Guan nodded, but in his heart, he held a contrary opinion. The forces behind the Great Cold Demon Sect already reached to the heavens. According to Baizia's words, since ancient times, the Great Cold Demon Sect and other major demon path sects with similar chi fortune have always acted as the Holy Court's knife, dealing with matters the Holy Court couldn't handle directly. Of course, the Holy Court wasn't inherently malevolent, but they looked at the bigger picture of the entire great heaven and earth, and sometimes they had to sacrifice certain creatures or wipe out an entire region's populace. If the Holy Court truly had abandoned this place, what could be the reason? Surely it couldn't be because of the divine exotic realm? The divine exotic realm was irrelevant to them, it was something they could eradicate separately. Guan suspected there were deeper reasons that he was unaware of. His divine sense reached out, and the life-seizing immortal was not the heaven and earth flying immortal who fought alone against those three divine exotic resentful ghosts, rather, it was a carefree primordial immortal. The arrival of this individual had interrupted that great battle. Guan watched as the life-seizing immortal placed down a pagoda at the edge of the sea-breaking rift. The pagoda kept rising, breaking through the clouds, reaching a magnificent height of at least 100,000 zhang. Meanwhile, the life-seizing immortal flew into the pagoda, and the three divine exotic resentful ghosts fled into the sea-breaking rift, with the heaven and earth flying immortal who had fought them also entering the pagoda, clearly in league with the life-seizing immortal. Guan was curious to see if any other carefree primordial immortals would take action within the next 100 years. He continued discussing worldly matters with Shenzhen. Both of them were minor cultivators in the immortal cultivation world, and their talks about the world's major events were mostly filled with envy. After not too long, Shenzhen bid farewell. Guan also rose to leave the building, preparing to discuss the Great Cold Demon Sect with the other disciples and cultivators in Medicine Valley. The proclamation of the life-seizing immortal had set the world abuzz, and everywhere that living beings congregated was abuzz with discussion of this matter. When Guan reached the chess-playing area, Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Stealing the Five Elements were discussing the Great Cold Demon Sect with great cultivators from the Supreme Sect. The other disciples were looking on with tense interest. Shenzhenzi was also sitting among the crowd. Although he was often silent, he listened intently. Ever since Shenzhenzi had spoken with Stealing the Five Elements, no conflict had arisen between them. They seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. At the time, Guan had not listened in, as he did not think these two individuals capable of causing any significant ripples. The Great Cold Demon Sect has a history of 1,000,000 years, and that life-seizing immortal is a figure of legend. I never expected he would still be alive. We're in big trouble now, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord exclaimed. He didn't mention the Holy Court, clearly very wary of it. 1,000,000 years. The gathered disciples' eyelids twitched at the thought. They could hardly imagine how long 1,000,000 years was. The younger disciples, however, harbored dreams of grandeur. They had not yet resigned themselves to their fates, feeling that there was still hope. The Third Medicine Valley was only the first stage on their path into the world of immortal cultivation. There were countless tales within the immortal cultivation world of those with mediocre talent encountering great opportunities and defying fate to alter their destinies. Guan listened intently as if hearing a story, occasionally exclaiming with the surrounding disciples or displaying an incredulous expression. Meanwhile, within the main city of Sect, in a residence, Liu Lingjun visited the courtyard of the Holy Mother of Western Spirit for a chat between master and disciple. The Great Cold Demon Sect rivals the Bitter Sea Buddha Sect in stature, and in terms of heritage, they're potentially even stronger. If the Great Cold Demon Sect's shadow looms behind the sea-breaking rift, we're in trouble. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit sighed, revealing the existence of the Holy Court. Liu Lingjun was hearing about the Holy Court for the first time, and she was astounded. How vast was this world, after all? The Holy Mother of Western Spirit also doubted that the region had been forsaken by the Holy Court. Otherwise, the Great Cold Demon Sect would not dare to be so brazen, even giving 100 years' notice, a clear sign they wanted other major sects to promptly evacuate. Upon hearing this, Liu Lingjun couldn't help but ask, 100 years? Only the immortal cultivation sects can evacuate in that time, but will all the myriad living beings who remain truly perish? The Holy Mother of Western Spirit spoke somberly. The Great Cold Demon Sect has slaughtered countless beings. Adding up all the continents and maritime areas affected by the sea-breaking rift comprises but a small region of the entire Great Heaven and Earth. To the Great Cold Demon Sect, it's nothing significant, and the Holy Court will care even less. The fall of the life within this region wouldn't cause ripples across the world. Liu Lingjun frowned deeply. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit continued, I have to return and ascertain the true reason behind the Great Cold Demon Sect's actions. Liu Lingjun nodded, her thoughts drifting to the worst-case scenario. As an ascender, fleeing presented no issue for her, but having stayed in the Supreme Sect for so long, she had many concerns. She pondered how she might help those with whom she had relationships. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit began to lament the complexity of the world's affairs. Initially, she truly believed the divine exotic realm meant to harm this region, but now it seemed the emergence of the divine exotic realm was not so simple, surely backed by unimaginable forces in contention. Dark clouds hung heavy, and a fine drizzle fell over immortal-seeking island. In a courtyard, Guan, Yang Jian, and Hu Xiaojian sat together, with Guan listening to Hu Xiaojian relay information about the Great Cold Demon Sect. 3 days had passed since the life-seizing immortals' declaration. During these 3 days, various sects across the seas revealed information about the Great Cold Demon Sect, with all sorts of messages reaching immortal-seeking island. Yang Jian listened intently, his expression changing as the discourse progressed. The Great Cold Demon Sect described by Hu Xiaojian seemed even more terrifying, a veritable number 1 demon path in the world. Its innumerable demon immortals made it seem invincible, stirring a sense of dread within anyone who heard of it. A real catastrophe had descended. After a while, once Hu Xiaojian had finished speaking and moistened his throat with a sip of tea, Guan asked, regarding the reincarnation path Emperor, have you managed to delve into that? The reincarnation path Emperor was a past life of Ji Xiaohu, and Guan always remembered this. Hu Xiaojian shook his head and said, I've found nothing. I even wonder if such a person exists at all. But since you've asked, there surely must be one. It's just that I'm of too humble a station to know of such high matters. At least, there's not a trace of information on Immortal-seeking Island. Guan was not upset, lightly glossing over the subject. Hu Xiaojian put down his teacup, glanced at Guan, and hesitated. After a moment's pause, he rose and knelt to the side, bowing his head to Guan. What is the meaning of this? Guan asked, a frown etching his face. Hu Xiaojian looked up with a pleading expression, I beg you to take me with you. The Great Cold Demon Sect is too powerful, and the higher UPS of Immortal-seeking Island are preparing to evacuate. As a mere nascent soul realm cultivator, I won't be able to escape the area the Great Cold Demon Sect intends to destroy within 100 years. Even if by some fluke I do escape, who knows if I'll be able to survive elsewhere. Senior, you are a loose immortal, able to come and go as you please. Could you take me with you? I'm willing to work like an ox or horse for you. Yang Jian sat to the side, his feelings complex. A nascent soul realm cultivator, nonetheless. Such a presence would be admired by servant disciples within the supreme sect, yet here he was bereft of even the confidence to survive at sea. Guan pondered for a moment and said, don't be hasty. Stay calm and remain on Immortal-seeking Island for the time being. If the sea's forces truly can't withstand the Great Cold Demon Sect, I'll take you with me. But until then, keep an eye on Sea Protection Mansion for me. If they're really prepared to abandon Immortal-seeking Island, I'll take over. Hu Xiaojian was taken aback, not expecting Guan to still be concerned about Immortal-seeking Island at such a critical juncture. Yang Jian looked at his master. Why did his master not fear the Great Cold Demon Sect? His master claimed to be a loose immortal, could it be that loose immortal was not his realm, but his identity, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Hu Xiaojian wanted to persuade Guan but feared offending him, so he simply agreed. Guan saw his hesitation and reassured him, don't underestimate this world, otherwise, the divine exotic resentful ghosts from within the sea-breaking rift would have already swept across the oceans, wouldn't they? Consoled by these words, Hu Xiaojian nodded his gratitude to Guan. Guan waved his hand, helping him to rise, and invited him to sit and talk. Hu Xiaojian continued to describe the Great Cold Demon Sect. He knew much about the sect, but when it came to the life-seizing immortal, he knew nothing at all. Guan, however, began contemplating how to take control of Immortal-seeking Island. First and foremost, he needed to place a puppet in power, he had to remain behind the scenes. Leveraging the various channels of Immortal-seeking Island, he would be able to collect more medicinal herbs, and the prospect seemed quite interesting. He felt as if he was about to play a management game and was quite looking forward to it. To suppress Immortal-seeking Island, he would need at least a wandering immortal. This choice required careful consideration. As time swiftly passed, the rain grew heavier. 2 ancient hours later, Guan left with Yang Jian, returning to the forested hills of the Supreme Sect. This was not the first time Yang Jian had experienced the marvel of the limitless freedom step, but as his cultivation level grew, the more in awe he became of his master's divine skills. "Master, is there really anyone who can stand against the great cold demon sect?" Yang Jian ventured, his inquiry laced with careful thought. He dared not directly question his master's prowess, so he opted for an indirect approach. Guan replied as they moved forward, "Who can be certain? At any rate, your master, I am not confident." "Just not confident?" Yang Jian was secretly shocked. What was the true stature of his master? Guan was unaware of Yang Jian's thoughts. His intentional modesty only served to deepen Yang Jian's astonishment. After listening to Hu Xiaojian, the great cold demon sect loomed as a nearly invincible and evil entity in Yang Jian's mind, the sort of final antagonist one would encounter in stories. Knowing that Guan had the confidence to challenge the great cold demon sect, how could he not be amazed? "Jianer, cultivate diligently. Even if we survive this calamity, the trials to come will not be few. Since ancient times, every great cultivator has emerged through countless ordeals. The more peril there is, the more we must strive in our cultivation," Guan spoke with heartfelt gravity. Yang Jian nodded, replying, "Disciple always remembers your words, and I will cultivate as diligently as you." He silently wondered how many years it had taken his master to reach his current height. Likely tens of thousands of years, or perhaps his master had existed even longer than the great cold demon sect, merely playing amongst mortals for amusement. He trusted that his master would not deceive him, that his master too had persevered through countless hardships and dedicated cultivation to attain his present cultivation level. Guan continued to instruct Yang Jian. After all, part of the fun in having a disciple was the occasional lesson. Unaware of his master's inner thoughts, Yang Jian nonetheless sensed his master's earnest intentions. Chapter 287, Chapter 287 The Longevity Pact. As the year ended, snowflakes danced in the air. Inside the attic, Guan was pouring tea for Yelan, who was recounting her experiences in the subsect. Having not seen each other for many years, Yelan now more than ever exhibited the demeanor of a great cultivator. Cultivators at the divinity transformation realm could become leaders everywhere on the continent, and naturally, her aura grew stronger with each passing day. This made Guan find her even more charming. Back then, she was always hanging around him, the little girl who always followed him around. Now, she had become an existence that stood above tens of thousands, which made him feel not only nostalgic but also immensely proud. Her experiences in the subsect mainly involved power struggles and gaining profit. With LV Badian having paved the way, she always managed to secure victories in various conflicts, and overall, she had a smooth journey. After discussing her own experiences, she asked Guan how he had been over the years. Growing various plants, playing chess, and occasionally teasing the disciples for fun. "I'm quite content," Guan said, looking at Yelan with a smile. Yelan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who is the girl downstairs?" "You've been wanting to ask that, haven't you?" That's what Guan thought to himself, but he said aloud, "Her identity is not simple. I will only tell you, and you mustn't let it slip." The attic had a protective restriction, strong enough to ward off the probing of any cultivator below the divinity transformation realm, so Guan was not afraid of being overheard by Ji Xiaoyu. Yelan nodded expressionlessly. Guan took a deep breath and said, "Her name is Ji Xiaoyu. You understand, right?" Yelan frowned and asked, "Isn't Ji Xiaoyu already deceased?" Ji Xiaoyu had once been a renowned genius, famed for her beauty across the world. Her death had sparked much discussion within the Supreme Sect, and Yelan too had heard about it. She did die, but she has also reincarnated. Guan shared the information he got from stealing the 5 elements, his face full of emotion. Upon hearing this, Yelan too was taken aback. Such oddities existed in the world, and the background of Ji Xiao was far beyond her expectations, even shattering her previous perceptions. Guan cautiously said, "Junior sister, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it might bring us great trouble involving reincarnation, and the enemies we would attract are extremely formidable. Faced with such entities, the Supreme Sect would have to either submit or be annihilated." Yelan nodded, then exclaimed with emotion, "Honestly, I was just feeling jealous of her, but not anymore. The gap between her and us is too vast, not to mention whether she would take a fancy to you, senior brother. Even if she did, I think it would be a good thing. Haven't you always said that your talents are mediocre? And since your relationship with that senior has been severed, you must cherish her. Perhaps she could change your destiny." As she spoke, her expression grew very serious. Guan was moved by her attitude. Truth be told, due to his experiences in his previous life, Guan felt that it was impossible for someone to consider others completely selflessly. Even love started from individual needs. He had rejected Yelan many times, but she had remained consistent, and he didn't want her to suffer losses. Thus, he had always helped her. Of course, he was moved by this. At least Yelan had an irreplaceable position in his heart. But he hadn't expected Yelan to hope for his future to the extent of wanting him to cozy up to another woman. This silly girl! Guan glared at Yelan and said irritably, "Cherish what? She and I don't have that kind of relationship. At most, we are just deist friends, and in her heart, there isn't a place for romantic feelings, only the immortal path." That was the truth. He could feel Ji Xiao's ambition. Whether in her past life or now, Ji Xiao was not a woman obsessed with romantic love, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen death to resist a marriage arranged by her family in her previous life. Yelan rolled her eyes at Guan and said, "Senior brother, a woman staying in your building must have a significant background. How could she not have feelings for you? Even if you can't really pursue her, establishing a better relationship with her would still be beneficial for you." Although she had reached the divinity transformation cultivation level, she still felt that her path to immortality had come to an end. At least she no longer dared to hope for longevity, but she hoped Guan could have that chance. The reason? She couldn't really say. She just hoped for Guan to have a better life, and she felt he deserved it. From a young age, she always believed that her senior brother was worthy of all the good fortune in the world. Even when Guan rejected her, she wasn't angry. She liked her senior brother. Why should he have to comply with her wishes? Forget it, senior brother. I rather prefer a peaceful life. If she wishes to stay in the Third Medicine Valley, I will not treat her badly, and if she wants to leave, I won't keep her. She and I are ultimately not people of the same world, we should not hinder each other's paths." Guan shook his head and said. This too was his heartfelt truth. His goal was longevity, not marriage and children. Yelan blinked, unsure whether to feel happy or to sigh. "Senior brother, if you don't achieve longevity in this lifetime, would you accept me?" Yelan asked. Guan thought for a moment, then said, "If neither you nor I achieve longevity, then let's just live out a mortal's life in the last 100 years. A mortal's life spans only a century, and before that, let both of us strive for the immortal path. Who knows what might be possible? Although I seek a stable life, I have not given up on cultivation." Yelan smiled upon hearing this, gazing at Guan and said dreamily, "Senior brother, with you saying this, I suddenly feel like the life limit isn't so scary." Guan raised his hand to ruffle her hair, messing it up under her scolding gaze before he finally stopped. Later, Yelan brought up the Great Cold Demon Sect. She had also learned quite a lot about the Great Cold Demon Sect, which made her very anxious. She feared that the continent might not survive this calamity, so she had come back early to see Guan, to avoid regrets. Of course, she still held hope, that being sword Venerable Fudeo This was also the reason why most disciples of the Supreme Sect hadn't panicked. Over the years, the protection of Sword Venerable Fuedao gave them faith and confidence to fantasize about and tackle all adversities. As long as Sword Venerable Fuedao didn't abandon them, or be defeated, they would surely be able to overcome the calamity. In the end, Guan invited Yelan to stay, and naturally, she did not refuse. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. After night fell, Guan took Yelan around the valley and even took her to watch others play chess. He also called Yang Jian over and had Yang Jian pay respects to Yelan. Yang Jian's attitude was very respectful, sensing that his master treated Yelan differently. His master calling him over must have a profound meaning. Could she be not a martial aunt but the mistress? Thinking this, Yang Jian also felt joyful, suddenly sensing that his master wasn't as unapproachable and even had a human side. That night, Yelan stayed at the Third Medicine Valley, occupying Guan's room. While Guan read, she practiced qi absorption cultivation. By late night, when Yelan opened her eyes, she saw Guan still engrossed in his book, the candlelight illuminating his face, and a blissful smile appeared on her face. Actually, this was quite nice. Yelan watched Guan for a while before closing her eyes. As dawn neared, the situation changed. "Senior brother, you must be tired, let me give you a shoulder rub." "Why would I be tired? You're the one who's been cultivating all this time." "It's fine, I'm at a higher cultivation level, I'm not tired." "Is this a shoulder rub?" "I'm just checking your body, afraid you might have developed some problems from your usual routines." "Wait, don't touch any lower." "Senior brother, how could your junior sister harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards you? I have a unique sorcery that can nurture your chi blood." "That's not okay, not there." At dawn, Guan descended the stairs with a complex expression, and Yelan followed behind, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Ji Xiao emerged from the room, her gaze shifting toward the two, her brows slightly knitted. After descending, Guan introduced the two women to each other but didn't talk much. Yelan then followed Guan to practice exercises. Ji Xiao stood still, watching. After a while, her brows relaxed. Yelan planned to leave after the spring festival. Guan would take her with him to the outer gate city and the Mystic Valley, but not to Tianya Valley or other places. She didn't ask much, thinking that it was good for her senior brother to have secrets, indicating that he still concealed his identity. Naturally, she hoped her senior brother would become even more formidable. Chapter 288 9 Profound True Fire, Calamity from the Sky. This year's spring festival felt warmer than in previous years for Guan, thanks to the company of Yelan. The day after the festival ended, Yelan left. She did not wish to become lost in the presence of her senior brother, as cultivating her immortal path was a major life event for her. At this stage, her main task was to diligently practice her cultivation. Despite the declarations of the life-seizing immortal from the Great Cold Demon Sect casting a shadow over the lands, it had not impacted the overall structure of the world. By the following year, the immortal cultivation world had returned to its former state, though various sects had begun dispatching more disciples to explore overseas. Years passed one after another, sunsets followed by moonrises. Third Medicine Valley saw disciples advancing each year, with new disciples joining, constantly increasing in number. This was because the Supreme Sect itself was growing stronger, which led to an increase in the number of servant disciples. These servant disciples needed positions to earn spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Guan stood by the window, using his divine sense to survey a distant great battle. A great cultivator had gone to challenge the life-seizing immortal, even a heaven and earth-flying immortal. Alas, he did not even get to see the face of the life-seizing immortal, being suppressed by his disciple. This battle was watched by countless cultivators and demons. Not all beings wished to flee this region of the mortal world, especially sects that followed the righteous path, shouldering the responsibility to protect all living beings. Over the past decade, more than once had heaven and earth flying immortals challenged the life-seizing immortal, each time without exception being overwhelmed by the life-seizing immortal's disciple. Advancing to the tower had become a mere wishful thinking. The name of life-seizing immortal's pagoda spread far and wide, known as the soul-calming pagoda. It was also an immortal path supreme treasure. Guan shook his head as he watched, the defeat of the heaven and earth flying immortal obvious, proving that he was not the savior of this region of the mortal world. He turned and went downstairs, feeling a presence entering the valley. It was the Holy Mother of Western Spirit from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. The Holy Mother had found Shenzhenzi, taking him to a secluded corner to speak, for which Shenzhenzi had even set up a restriction. Inside the Supreme Sect, no one's divine sense could penetrate the barrier created by Shenzhenzi's restriction, except for Guan. Did you get that clear? Shenzhenzi asked, referring to matters concerning the Great Cold Demon Sect. The Holy Mother of Western Spirit took a deep breath and said, "This matter involves a Holy King from the Holy Court, and though he cannot represent the entire decision of the Holy Court, this Holy King has far-reaching connections and even the Buddhism sect does not wish to offend. After all, no one knows when Shengtian will emerge from seclusion." Holy King. Shenzhenzi frowned and then asked, "What in this region of the mortal world could be of interest to a being like the Holy King?" The Holy Mother responded, "I am not entirely sure myself, I only found out that it has something to do with the reincarnation of a great power from the Holy Court, that great power might be a rival of the Holy King, reincarnated here in this region of the mortal world." Shenzhenzi's frown deepened. Looking at him, the Holy Mother continued, "The situation has gone beyond redeeming. The Buddhism sect does not wish to risk involvement. Let's head back soon." Shenzhenzi scoffed, "The Buddhism sect doesn't want to risk involvement? What a joke, whatever happened to universal salvation?" The Holy Mother was taken aback by Shenzhenzi's tone, clearly detecting the sarcasm in it. Something was off. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Shenzhenzi, who used to take pride in being part of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, had never spoken this way before. "You go back, I am staying at the Supreme Sect," Shenzhenzi stated seriously. The Holy Mother wanted to persuade him otherwise, but Shenzhenzi took his leave with determined steps. What has actually happened? The Holy Mother stared at Shenzhenzi's departing figure, filled with confusion. Her cultivation level was lower than Shenzhenzi's, and her status was not as prominent, so she couldn't forcefully take Shenzhenzi back. Thus, she refrained from further persuasion and could only take the news back to the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Elsewhere, Guan, walking towards a certain garden area, was also pondering the intelligence brought by the Holy Mother of Western Spirit. Holy King, reincarnation of a great power. Upon hearing about the reincarnation of a great power, his first thought was Ji Xiaoyu. However, upon reflection, it might not be Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu had reincarnated countless times, and if it truly were the rival of that Holy King, why hadn't the Holy King acted sooner? Moreover, he was curious about which role the Master of Divine Exotic Realm played in this feud. Perhaps he needed to seek an opportunity to discuss this with the Master of Divine Exotic Realm. Inside a dimly lit chamber, Zhang Buku put down his great axe. The strength energy around him began to dissipate, and his constantly swirling white hair gradually settled. He exhaled deeply, eyeing the great axe in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. At that moment, footsteps approached. Zhang Buku clenched the axe tightly, causing it to vanish as he turned to look toward the entrance of the cave. He saw the Master of Divine Exotic Realm approaching slowly, and perhaps it was Zhang Buku's illusion, but he felt the Master seemed weaker than before. "Master!" Zhang Buku raised his hand in greeting and spoke. Throughout these years, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm had been conscientious in teaching him. At least Zhang Buku believed the Master truly treated him like a direct disciple, not only instructing him in cultivation but occasionally also bringing him heavenly materials and treasures to enhance his ghost body and resist the backlash of exotic forces. The master of divine exotic realm stopped before him, sizing him up, and nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, you are mastering the exotic powers." Zhang Buku couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you all right?" The master of divine exotic realm revealed a smile, though it was a chilling one, as he said, "Master is naturally fine, but there is something I need to ask of you, may I?" "What is it?" Zhang Buku did not agree immediately but asked instead, his mind alert as he feared the master of divine exotic realm might be plotting against the mysterious being that had been helping him in secret. The master of divine exotic realm lifted his right hand, within which a golden flame appeared, the light brightening the chamber. Zhang Buku's expression shifted slightly as he stared at the golden flame, unable to look away. The master of divine exotic realm spoke, "This is the 9 profound true fire, a flame of an extraordinary being. After inheriting it, you will possess a divine skill that will help you survive better. When you encounter the reincarnation of that being, the 9 profound true fire will act uniquely, letting you know at that time." "Who is that being?" Zhang Buku couldn't help but ask. The master of divine exotic realm responded, "He is a being whose cultivation far surpasses mine, and his status in the mortal world is beyond your imagination. I am passing this flame to you, hoping that you will find him in the future and protect him as much as possible. He will be the chance for us to overturn our fate." Zhang Buku was stunned. The master of divine exotic realm looked at the flame in his hand, his gaze wandering, then said, "The truth is, my existence is also for dealing with this being. But now that my backing is prepared to forsake me, I have no choice but to turn against it." Zhang Buku frowned and asked, "Master, who is your backing?" The master of divine exotic realm sighed, "It is an existence that can manipulate beings at will, akin to an immortal god in the hearts of the masses. Not only me but many forces serve him, including the continent you come from. The holy land of the 7 stars spirit realm also serves him and helped me break the heaven and earth barriers, opening up the sea-breaking rift. The 7 stars spirit realm." Zhang Buku naturally knew of this power, he hadn't imagined that the long-destroyed 7 stars spirit realm was still connected to the sea-breaking rift. "Well, I can't tell you too much, lest you invoke temporarily insurmountable karma. Just remember, when you encounter someone that causes the 9 profound true fire to act unusually, you must support him. He will be the greatest opportunity you will ever encounter, and the only hope for you to be free of exotic forces," the master of divine exotic realm said, squinting at Zhang Buku with a serious look. Zhang Buku frowned and asked, "And what about you, master?" The master of divine exotic realm placed his palm on Zhang Buku's chest, injecting the 9 profound true fire into his body. The true fire wafted, numerous sparks flashing across the master of divine exotic realm's face, making his expression look even more terrifying. He spoke in a sinister tone, "I have become a discarded piece, and fate has already presented itself before my eyes." Zhang Buku opened his mouth to say something, but the raging 9 profound true fire surged through his body, rendering him speechless. Soon, his consciousness drifted into confusion. In a grand hall flickering with firelight, an old man in a black robe sat on a lotus pedestal, which was a black lotus swirling with dark red flames. He had a powerful presence, his unbound hair adding to his imposing aura. Looking up at the ceiling of the grand hall, one could see dark red flames churning like an inverted ocean, constantly surging. This was inside the soul-calming pagoda. And this black-robed old man was the life-seizing immortal of the great cold demon sect. Suddenly, the life-seizing immortal spoke, "Disciple, put some pressure on them." His voice echoed within the hall, as if many people were shouting in unison. Soon a voice came from outside the hall, "Yes." Simultaneously. At the top of the soul-calming pagoda, a white-robed deist who had been meditating slowly stood up. Holding a horsetail whisk, he was tall and emaciated with white hair arranged under a deist hat. He looked down at the vast sea, his expression indifferent. The soul-calming pagoda was located directly above the sea-breaking rift, a massive rift that stretched dozens of miles wide, with no visible ends. The white-robed deist looked into the distance, raised his left hand to his mouth, and began to chant softly. As he chanted, visible ripples spread out in the space around him. Seconds later, his right hand suddenly waved the whisk. With this motion, the seas on either side of the sea-breaking rift abruptly rose, forming towering waves with the potential to engulf the heavens. He waved the whisk again, and the terrifying waves on both sides swept uncontrollably toward the distance. After doing all of this, the white-robed deist paused, then looked up at the sky and waved his whisk toward the heavens 3 times. At dusk, Guan rode on the blood prison great saint into the entrance of the third medicine valley, followed by Yang Jian and Li Lingtian, who walked behind with a bruised face, resembling a defeated rooster. "Master, won't this lad be ruined?" The blood prison great saint couldn't help but ask. His tone was not one of concern, but rather filled with mockery. Li Lingtian, hearing this, glared at him. Guan spoke, "If he can't endure, he can leave on his own." Years ago, when he had visited Tianya Valley, Luo Hun had even asked him to bring a message, hoping Li Lingtian would return to the palace. However, Li Lingtian did not wish to go back. Although he often got beaten, he was indeed getting stronger. Defeating Yang Jian had become his obsession. Just as Li Lingtian was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Guan, Yang Jian, and the blood prison great saint all looked up, and the disciples in the valley did the same, their expressions increasingly changing, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Chapter 289 Unbelievable Methods. At dusk, the sky was a fiery red as meteors from outer space streaked across, creating a magnificent scene. As these meteors fell, a vast heavenly fire descended, giving all beings the feeling that the sky was collapsing. What is that? How can there be such a huge fire in the sky? Will it affect us? Don't worry, we are within the Supreme Sect, protected by the sect protecting formation. Could it be the demon cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect causing trouble? The disciples within the Third Medicine Valley engaged in a heated discussion, and the great cultivators, who had been playing chess, stood up and vanished from their spots. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked up, frowning. Sitting opposite him, stealing the 5 elements remarked, "This divine power is no ordinary feat." The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at stealing the 5 elements and asked, "You've been traveling a lot these years, what exactly have you been searching for?" Facing his inquiry, stealing the 5 elements did not respond but simply pointed upwards towards the sky. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the valley, Guan was riding on the back of the blood prison great saint, also looking at the sky. He could feel that the meteors and the sea of fire in the sky were transformations of mana, deployed by someone possessing great divine power at the heaven and earth flying immortal level, affecting a vast area. It seemed that the century-old agreement was merely an ultimatum. During this period, the Great Cold Demon Sect would continue to attack, forcing the common people to flee. Of course, there was another possibility that they sought to force out a specific individual they were searching for. Due to personal vengeance, the commoners suffered, giving Guan a different understanding of the Holy Court. The Holy Court overall had good intentions, but inevitably had its corrupt members. Perhaps their way of thinking differed from Guan's. They could protect the common people but also ignore them. Yang Jian glanced at Guan, and seeing his calm demeanor, he felt reassured. With his master around, even if the sky fell, he wouldn't be afraid. Li Lingtian approached Yang Jian and discussed the strange phenomenon in the sky with him. Guan patted the back of the blood prison great saint, signaling him to move forward. As the blood prison great saint took a step, a light curtain rose in the horizon, visible in all directions. It was the Supreme Sect protecting Great Formation. That was quick. Guan was secretly pleased. The Supreme Sect had not faced tribulations in many years, yet remaining vigilant indicated that the high ranks weren't overly dependent on sword venerable Feudeo. Soon, the entire Supreme Sect was enveloped by the light curtain of the sect protecting Great Formation, providing relief to all the cultivators within. Various sects and cities across the world activated their large formations, but inevitably, there were places that remained unprotected, and many beings in those places were vulnerable. In the North Sea Mountains. At the Mountain God Temple. Sage Xian Miao sat on the ground, gazing at the strange phenomenon in the sky, furrowing his brows. His concern was not for his safety, but rather for the well-being of the common people across the world. How could mere mortals withstand this sweeping blaze? Sage Xian Miao turned to look at a stone statue in the courtyard, one he had carved himself depicting the mountain god. Although he saw the mountain god once a month, in his heart, he always felt a great distance from the divine. He turned back and began to kowtow to the divine statue of the mountain god. As meteorites continued plunging towards the earth, the fire enveloping the sky drew closer, intensifying the fiery hue between heaven and earth. Just then, all the flowers, plants, and trees across the continent emitted flickers of green light, swiftly rising upward like sparks growing stronger rapidly. A farmer clutching a hoe in the mountains was surrounded by the green light coming from all directions, causing him to panic. In the cities, terrified civilians saw trees within their courtyards trembling and releasing green light orbs that floated up towards the sky. Within the palace, Li Xuandao stood at the entrance of the imperial study, observing the unusual appearance of the flora, his expression subtle. At that moment, beings across the continent, including demons, were startled by the surrounding phenomena, as flowers, plants, and trees were ubiquitous. In the Third Medicine Valley, Guan dismounted and looked around. The vegetation within the Supreme Sect hadn't emitted green light, so the disciples were all puzzled by the phenomenon in the sky, unaware of another spectacular sight beyond the Supreme Sect. However, as the green light from plants everywhere rose to a certain height, even the cultivators inside the Supreme Sect could see it. Various discussions erupted among them. Guan stood under a pavilion, watching this scenario unfold. Xiaohu also emerged from the house and joined him. "It seems someone is protecting this continent," Xiaohu said, her eyes reflecting the green light rising to meet the massive inferno falling from the sky, as if two worlds were about to collide in a mesmerizing display. The upper half of Guan's face was illuminated by the fire, while the lower half was tinged with green. He asked in astonishment, "You mean to say a cultivator is behind this? How high must their cultivation level be?" Xiaohu gave Guan a look, although she didn't think Guan had a vast cultivation. But this guy couldn't be this clueless. Guan often brought Yang Jian out, who was growing rapidly, showing that Guan was not simple. Regardless of what Guan concealed, his knowledge was not something ordinary cultivators could match. "Perhaps it was Sword Venerable Feudeo who made a move," Xiaohu said softly, her gaze returning to the horizon. "Good guess." Guan mentally gave Xiaohu a thumbs up, his eyes still fixed on the sky. Under the gaze of all beings on the continent, the vast green light collided with the sea of fire, and following a brief somber moment, the sky radiated intensely bright light, like endless fireworks exploding. After the brief silence, the earth trembled, and strong winds fell from the sky, though not enough to threaten the land and mountains. The creatures across the land all sighed in relief, now understanding that the mysterious green light was there to protect them, to block the descending heavenly fire. However, they didn't know that not all continents and islands had protectors. Guan protected only the continent he was on, and while the beings there were excited and grateful, countless others perished in despair. At the soul calming pagoda, atop the pagoda, a white-robed deist suddenly opened his eyes, expressing surprise with a grunt. He attempted to divine the situation but couldn't make any accurate predictions, his expression growing increasingly bizarre. He suddenly became interested and then vanished from the spot. Far away in the Supreme Sect, Guan was chatting with Xiaohu when he suddenly sensed a rapidly approaching presence, sighing involuntarily. Why must someone always be looking for death? I'm going to check on Mystic Valley, we'll talk later, Guan said, heading towards the transmission array platform. Xiao was not puzzled and looked up at the sky alone, admiring the powerful divine skills of Sword Venerable Feudeo. Underneath a nearby tree, stealing the 5 elements and the 9-finger Divine Lord, sitting opposite each other at a chessboard, also looked up at the sky, paying no attention to Guan. Stealing the 5 elements spoke, the trouble has ultimately been drawn here, the guy has arrived. The 9-finger Divine Lord turned to him, asking, who is this guy? A pupil of life-seizing immortal, the real person Bai Hong, a renowned genius from the great cold demon sect, with unfathomable cultivation, stealing the 5 elements responded. The 9-finger Divine Lord's face subtly changed, clearly, he had heard of Bai Hong's name. Stealing the 5 elements chuckled, there's going to be a show to watch. Geniuses all have one flaw, excess confidence. Not far off, Shen Zhenzi, while staring at the sky, was also listening to stealing the 5 elements conversation. He couldn't help but think of the hand that had been placed on his shoulder that night and began to sympathize with Bai Hong. There were many hidden great powers in the world, no matter the cultivation level, one should never underestimate this world. This was the greatest realization Shen Zhenzi had after leaving the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. In another place, under the red dawn sky, Bai Hong rapidly flew through, unfazed by the sweeping fire, as he passed over vast expanses of water without looking down. His gaze had fixed on a distant continent. Within his divine range, many great cultivators were resisting his divine power to protect various beings. Yet, that particular continent was special, its methods piqued his interest, and moreover, he was unable to deduce the cause and effect of its mana. Perhaps the individual behind it was related to the person his master sought. Thinking of this, Bai Hong's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was acting not only on behalf of his master but also to seize an opportunity for himself. Snap! A hand suddenly pressed onto his shoulder, bringing his full-speed flight to an immediate halt, causing his mana and chi blood to surge chaotically, and he even felt a strong discomfort as if his primordial spirit was about to leave his body. When he tried to break free, he was horrified to discover that he had lost control over his body and soul. He couldn't even achieve primordial spirit emergence, which made him widen his eyes and instinctively panic. In an instant, Bai Hong theorized many possibilities. Bai Hong, a 150,908-year-old 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal, is lamentable to die here. Guan looked at Bai Hong's lifespan and thought so. Guan didn't employ his soul-capturing skill but prepared to directly annihilate Bai Hong. He intentionally allowed Bai Hong to wait for a few moments to fully experience this despair, which also served as a punishment for his crimes. Bai Hong felt the pressure on his shoulder lessen and was about to speak when the hand suddenly tightened. With a squeeze from Guan, Bai Hong instantly turned to ash, his soul dispersing without a sound. He then disappeared from the spot. Back in the forest around Mystic Valley, Guan pretended to inspect medicinal herbs, and a notification popped up before his eyes. He successfully seized 38,000 years of lifespan. Not too bad. Guan wasn't worried about life-seizing immortal coming for revenge. If he came, Guan would kill him. Could the carefree primordial immortal threaten the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma? If a stronger presence appeared and he was uncertain of his chances, he would flee. So far, it seemed unlikely that the Holy King would make a move, as it would hurt his image. Otherwise, why wouldn't he personally search for his enemy's reincarnation, n/o/b/in.c//om. Being able to summon the Great Cold Demon Sect showed that the Holy King had his reservations. The sea of fire in the sky lasted for 30 minutes before completely dissipating. The green light enveloping the continent transformed into a sea of clouds, dispersing with the wind, and night fell. Although the world had darkened, the spirits of all beings remained unsettled for a long time. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, Xiao had already returned to her house. He could only join a group of disciples gathered in the chess-playing area, who were discussing the earlier phenomena. With stealing the 5 elements and the 9-finger Divine Lord present, the disciples could greatly expand their knowledge and also learn about the incredible methods of sword Venerable Fudeo. Chapter 290 The Identity of the Senior. Inside the soul-calming pagoda. Life-seizing Immortal opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow, his eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. Why has his aura ceased? Life-seizing Immortal began to cast spells and calculate. He did not consider the possibility that Bai Hong had really died. After all, he knew how high his disciple's cultivation level was. Within the same realm, Bai Hong had the power to suppress 3 divine exotic ghost kings single-handedly, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Even if he encountered a carefree primordial immortal, he would not die without a trace. However, no matter how he calculated, he could not deduce Bai Hong's whereabouts. Bai Hong's karmic ties were still fading away. This indicated that Bai Hong had most likely fallen, and moreover, had been scattered to the winds, with the heaven and earth rules erasing the marks of his existence. Life-seizing Immortal's eyebrows knitted tightly together, his heart filled with shock and anger. Had a carefree primordial immortal made a move? To achieve such a feat, it would certainly not be a low-level carefree primordial immortal. The first thing life-seizing Immortal thought of was a being from the Holy Court. How could such a formidable existence hide in this mortal world region? In life-seizing Immortal's mind, the strongest beings in this mortal world region were at most in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. The sects here merely touched upon powers from outer heaven. A master of divine exotic realm was sufficient to suppress this mortal world region for so many years. How could a carefree primordial immortal possibly be lurking here? Wait! Life-seizing Immortal suddenly thought of the 7 stars spirit realm. Although his impression of the 7 stars spirit realm was mediocre, he had some recollection. The 7 stars spirit realm had always curried favor with the Holy King he supported. The Holy King disdained the 7 stars spirit realm, but some under the Holy King had received benefits from the 7 stars spirit realm. To some extent, one could say the 7 stars spirit realm was a force on the same side as him. He remembered a deist friend mentioning that the 7 stars spirit realm had sought help before. However, the deist friend thought the 7 stars spirit realm was not significant enough to warrant his intervention, so he assigned them a task. Consequently, just as the 7 stars spirit realm had assisted the divine exotic realm's emergence, it was dismantled because some residual forces still existed, so his deist friend didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a local power struggle. Now it occurred to him, could it be that this mortal world region was hiding something? Could it have something to do with that reincarnated being? Life-seizing Immortal's eyes flickered, not with fear, but with a hint of delight. The massacre of the common people was not his main goal, all of this was to force out the reincarnated being. Now that signs had begun to show, how could he not be pleased? Immediately, he took out an ancient bronze oil lamp and cast spells towards the wick. It's time to call the old fogies together. The catastrophe triggered by Bai Hong had consequences far and wide, its extent immeasurable. The continent where the Supreme Sect resided was spared from catastrophe, leading many sects to speculate that it was Sword Venerable Fudeo's doing, causing his name to spread like wildfire across the continent once again. When the beings of the continent were excited and in awe, the sea was deadly silent. Numerous islands and land masses had been turned into seas of fire. Could ordinary immortal cultivation sects withstand divine powers unleashed by Bai Hong? Even if the sects formed their formations in time, they could not hold back the sky-high flames. This was one of the reasons Guan had taken action. This heavenly fire caused a third of all creatures in the mortal world region to die, a staggeringly large number. After the disaster had passed, on the 7th day, Guan came alone to Immortal Seeking Island, where the atmosphere within was grave, with significantly fewer cultivators coming and going, and a tense mood pervading the streets. Judging by the buildings within the city, it had not suffered from the heavenly fire's onslaught, but the surrounding seascape was littered with countless dead fish and demonic creatures, showing that Immortal Seeking Island was within the reach of the heavenly fire as well. The divine skills of a heaven and earth flying immortal were enough to obliterate all beings. Guan called over Hu Xiaojian, who heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing him. "Elder, I'm so glad you've come." Hu Xiaojian's tone held a hint of resentment. 7 days earlier, he truly thought he was going to die on immortal-seeking island. Though he had a narrow escape, he trembled with fear every day, dreading the sudden arrival of another catastrophe. Guan teased, "That's scared." Hu Xiaojian nodded, "How could I not be? Did you see that great fire? It was terrifying, blotting out the sky. Just imagining the cultivation level of the person behind it scares me." He wanted to say it might far surpass that of a loose immortal, for there were many loose immortals on immortal-seeking island, and he had occasionally witnessed loose immortals in combat, which allowed him to make comparisons. But then he thought of Guan being a loose immortal and immediately held his tongue. "Don't worry," Guan consoled, "evil has never triumphed over good, the person behind the scenes will definitely face retribution." In fact, the orchestrator of this catastrophe, Bai Hong, was already dead. The reason Guan had come so late was to guard against a sudden assault from life-seizing immortal on the Supreme Sect. Life-seizing immortal had not shown up, and, given his capabilities, he must have known of Bai Hong's demise. His absence likely meant he was plotting something. Guan felt there was a good chance he was shaking the tree to see what falls. The Great Cold Demon Sect, after all, was a colossal force in the world, with countless cultivators whose numbers were difficult to estimate. Later, Guan followed Hu Xiaojian around to learn the situation on Immortal-Seeking Island. According to Hu Xiaojian, after experiencing this calamity, the island master was clearly planning to abandon Immortal-Seeking Island. He had already instructed people to transport part of his property and disciples away, and within the Sea Protection Mansion, everyone was in a state of panic, with cultivators like Hu Xiaojian unsure of where to go. Previously, Immortal-Seeking Island was their home and their greatest support. The Sea Protection Mansion would not take them with them. After hearing this, Guan did not offer an opinion but asked Hu Xiaojian to take him to purchase medicinal herbs, which made Hu Xiaojian even more nervous. He feared this was Guan's last visit to Immortal-Seeking Island. An hour later, the two arrived at Hu Xiaojian's courtyard, and after Guan sat down, Hu Xiaojian immediately poured wine for him. Guan did not refuse, and his attitude made Hu Xiaojian feel somewhat more at ease. Only after Hu Xiaojian had poured the wine did Guan speak, "Rest assured, I truly wish to obtain Immortal-Seeking Island. Soon, I will send a wandering immortal to take over Immortal-Seeking Island, and then your standing within the Sea Protection Mansion will rise. You, on the other hand, should diligently cultivate, so in the future you can be worthy of a high position." Wandering immortal? Hu Xiaojian trembled slightly, tentatively asking, "Elder, might I know who you truly are, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om?" Guan, being only with a loose immortal cultivation level but able to invite a wandering immortal, suggested that Guan had the backing of a great power. This was a pleasant surprise for Hu Xiaojian. No matter how strong one person was, they could not compete with a vast force. Guan replied, "It's better for you not to inquire about my identity. Knowing too much is of no benefit to you. Even if we truly can't withstand an attack from life-seizing immortal in the future, I will take you away. I have a place where you can live in peace. However, before that happens, I want to take a gamble. What if a great power manifests from the sea to crush that life-seizing immortal?" Hu Xiaojian nodded vigorously. Whatever the case, his job was to cling to Guan's coattails. Of course, deep down, he believed life-seizing immortal was unbeatable. The previous heavenly fire had left too deep of a scar on his psyche, and thinking about it still frightened him. "Elder, what do you need me to do now?" Hu Xiaojian asked respectfully. Chapter 291. Do you want to join the Great Cold Demon Sect? Guan had stayed in Hu Xiaojian's residence for an ancient hour. After he left, Hu Xiaojian was brimming with excitement, and his face was a bouquet of smiles. The predecessor had entrusted him with so many matters, which assuredly meant he wouldn't easily forsake Immortal-Seeking Island. He hadn't deceived him. Moreover, what need had the predecessor to deceive him, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He was just a minor cultivator at the nascent soul realm. If the predecessor wished not to take him, a single stern glance would have sufficed to silence any further pleas from him. Meanwhile, Guan had returned to the premises of the Supreme Sect, pondering, as he walked into the Third Medicine Valley, which wandering immortal should assist him. Wandering immortals were not minor cultivators, how could one easily control them? The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was not an option, for Guan feared exposing himself, given that the Nine-Finger Divine Lord had been to Immortal Seeking Island. Neither Shenzhenzi nor stealing the 5 elements were reliable. Guan was not in a rush. There was still time. If need be, he could use the mortal jade to sway someone, asking Mortal World Peak to dispatch a wandering immortal to Immortal Seeking Island to assist him. Now as the Peak Master of Mortal World Peak, which was rivaled only by Great Cold Demon Sect in strength, and surpassed it in heritage, he felt Mortal World Peak would not fear the Great Cold Demon Sect. The Great Cold Demon Sect needed to do the Holy Court's dirty work to survive, whereas Mortal World Peak was different, it could hold office in the Holy Court. Over the long years, Mortal World Peak had sent how many immortals to the Holy Court? Guan believed Mortal World Peak would not fear the Great Cold Demon Sect. Of course, Mortal World Peak would not oppose Great Cold Demon Sect unless sufficient benefits tempted them to dare offend both the sect and its backing, the Holy King. Reflecting on this, Guan suddenly felt sentimental. No matter how high one's cultivation realm, one could not escape the web of relationships and favors. Only those strong enough to disregard the entire immortal path could act recklessly and willfully. The karmic ties of the world were too complex, with the karma of all beings interlinked in a tangled mesh. Even the weakest beings, when followed through their karmic associations, were connected to immensely powerful entities. Guan surveyed Medicine Valley and did not spot Nine-Finger Divine Lord or stealing the 5 elements, but found Shenzhenzi, who was engrossed in studying Journey to the West. He could not understand Shenzhenzi's fascination with Journey to the West and felt that he had grown increasingly distant from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, barely mentioning Buddhism these days. Guan did not disturb Shenzhenzi but instead headed towards his loft. Compared to worrying about the affairs of the world, what to read next concerned him more. With strange occurrences being commonplace in books through the ages. Recently, Guan took pleasure in reading histories. 5 years later, 210-year-old Guan practiced his exercises in Mystic Valley and glanced at his attribute panel, realizing he was short just under 600,000 years from a 2-billion-year lifespan. Compared to others' understanding of their own cultivation level, Guan felt a greater sense of achievement watching those numbers of lifespan. But was it really just lifespan? These numbers were clearly his cultivation. After morning practice, Lujia approached Guan, seeking guidance on the primordial reincarnation skill. Since lifting his cultivation restriction, his maximum lifespan had broken through to 410 years. Consequently, Guan taught him a more potent primordial reincarnation skill. Despite his diligent practice over the many years, he still had much to learn about the technique. Guan listened and then patiently guided him, enlightening Lujia with a few words, which left him thrilled. Through the primordial reincarnation skill, he was sure his senior brother was no ordinary person and clearly also practiced this cultivation technique. With the access to medicinal herbs his senior brother had, he was bound to far surpass him. After imparting his advice, Guan turned and departed. Lujia didn't follow, instead standing still and savoring his words. Guan walked into the forest and followed the path leading to the 8 scenic caves. By now, the 8 scenic caves were no longer a secret needing concealment, with Lujia aware of his secret abode beneath Mystic Valley. Given the chance, Lujia would watch over the disciples entering the forest, anxious lest any covet his senior brother's cave. Mystic Valley was never short of spies. Guan arrived within the 8 scenic caves, first picking ripe medicinal herbs, then directing the poison corpse to plant anew. The origins of myriad poison mystic skill left by Zhang Qiang had started to bear fruit. Although he couldn't exploit the poison corpse to seize life from the herbs, sowing was straightforward without too much concern. He lay down under a green vine tree, and quickly 2 tendrils stretched over his shoulders and began massaging them. The green vine tree possessed spiritual wisdom, but on ordinary days, it preferred silence. Guan didn't press it, rather he relished the tranquility of life in the 8 scenic caves. Accustomed to life in Medicine Valley, taking the time to be alone in the 8 scenic caves was also enjoyable. He planned to stay overnight, as someone would visit him that evening. After finding a comfortable position, he pulled out a history book purchased from Immortal Seeking Island, recording the rise and fall of a powerful force. Time swiftly passed. Until late at night, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Guan remained seated and did not even cast a glance that way. Soon, a figure approached him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The visitor stood with her hands on her hips, clad in an exquisite purple robe, ornate with jade beads on her belt. Her long hair casually tied and 2 wooden hairpins inserted, her celestial beauty cloaked behind errant strands of black hair, a subtle smile adorning her face, and her eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. Guan lifted his head to look at her, appraising her, then chuckled, "Long time no see. How is it you seem younger? Did you practice some forbidden art?" The person standing before him was none other than Zhang Qiang, the creator of the 8 scenic caves. Taixuan Sect, founded by Zhang Qiang, was now a top sect in the immortal cultivation world, even collaborating with the Supreme Sect. Of course, Taixuan Sect's overall strength didn't yet match the Supreme Sect. "What nonsense, your martial master already appears youthful." Zhang Qiang glared at Guan, then slid off her shoes, placing her bare feet on the grass. She stretched languidly and sighed, "This place still feels comfortable after so many years. Just like home." Guan stood up and chuckled, "I've kept that coffin of yours. Want to lie inside for a while? Looking for a beating?" Zhang Qiang raised her hand to strike Guan, who promptly dodged. She huffed and then inquired, "Little brat, feeling anxious lately?" Guan asked curiously, "Why would you think so?" The life-seizing immortal from the Great Cold Demon Sect declared he would wipe out all life. "How can you not be anxious? You're the one who fears death the most." "Well, sure, it is worrying, but what use is angst? When the sky falls, there are tall ones like you to hold it up." Guan spread his hands and spoke, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Qiang, seeing him still as light-hearted as ever. Zhang Qiang took a step closer and whispered, "Would you like to join the Great Cold Demon Sect?" Guan gave her a peculiar look. He didn't always keep an eye on Zhang Qiang, only sending his divine sense her way occasionally when she came to mind. Upon sensing no danger, he would swiftly retract his focus. He hadn't expected Zhang Qiang to establish ties with the Great Cold Demon Sect. How did she manage that? Guan began to explore Zhang Qiang's karmic ties while asking, "You know someone from the Great Cold Demon Sect?" A flood of karmic images entered Guan's vision as he saw her past. It turned out, the continent from which the ephemera sect hailed was under the thumb of the Great Cold Demon Sect, which was why the 7 Stars Spirit Realm dared not use 9 Nether Road to reach the other worlds. There, the Great Cold Demon Sect was sovereign while the Ephemera Sect was merely a regional sect. No comparison between the two could be made. According to the Ghost Mother of Ephemera's words to Zhang Qiang, the decline of the Ephemera Sect was influenced by the Great Cold Demon Sect. Long ago, that continent did not belong to the Great Cold Demon Sect. Following the unification, Taixuan Sect, like other sects, shared access to the 9 Nether Road, which allowed the Ghost Mother to return to her roots, with Zhang Qiang bridging connections through her to the Great Cold Demon Sect. The Ghost Mother knew a great cultivator within the Great Cold Demon Sect, a great cultivator with only Mahayana realm cultivation, likely a lowly figure within the sect. Although Sword Venerable Feudeo has recently protected the continent, how can his soul strength contend with the Great Cold Demon Sect? He did not charge me with any tasks, so I deliberately returned to take you to the Great Cold Demon Sect. What harm in cultivating medicinal herbs there? By joining the Great Cold Demon Sect, that too could be arranged, Zhang Qiang earnestly suggested. Guan felt moved yet amused. Why did she always flip sides so easily? Guan shook his head. No, thanks. How comfortable could I be, tending herbs in the powerful Great Cold Demon Sect? Perhaps no sooner than joining would I be refined into an elixir that's a demon sect. Zhang Qiang glared at him, annoyed. With me around, who could dare to bully you? Are you highly cultivated? Surely not among the highest in the Great Cold Demon Sect. But to protect you? More than enough. Just calmly stay with me then. So I'd have to wait on you, curry favor with you. Exactly, how about that? Right now, my feet are a bit sore, come give me a rub. Spit, shameless. Guan would never agree. A man might be slain, but not insulted. Looking down, his face betraying disgust, he noted that Zhang Qiang's feet, which she had only bared moments ago, were already stained with mud and grass. Zhang Qiang watched Guan's stubborn reaction, amused and keen to tease further, but she first needed to address serious matters. She spoke gravely, Guan, this time it's different. The Great Cold Demon Sect has sent vast numbers of cultivators here, their might unmatched by 7 Stars Spirit Realm or Star Sea congregations. Even Star Sea congregations contemplates retreat. Not to mention them, do you know about 9 Nether Road? Almost every sect on this continent has members desiring to flee through 9 Nether Road, including your supreme sect. Guan fell silent. Zhang Qiang continued, actually, joining the Great Cold Demon Sect might not be ill-fated, perhaps you'd even discover great opportunities. While innate aptitude is fated, there are plenty in this world who turn their lives around with later-day fortunes. Don't you desire the pursuit of eternal life? Guan gazed at her, replying, thanks for your kindness, but I truly don't want to go. There are too many things and people here that I cannot abandon. As for fortunes you mentioned, when has this world ever offered fortune free from danger? Even venturing into the 8 scenic caves once nearly brought me peril. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang grew frustrated. Why was this boy so stubborn? Guan added, moreover, I feel this catastrophe might not be insurmountable. I believe in sword venerable Feudeo, believe in the triumph of good over evil. Surely, there are many great powers in this world who can stand against the Great Cold Demon Sect. I often read books, and don't they all say, if man will strive, then heaven will thrive? The Great Cold Demon Sect, which treats life so wantonly, no matter how powerful, will eventually meet its reckoning. Aligning with them is not a righteous path. With that, he raised the book in his hand with a determined expression. Chapter 292, Chapter 292 The world has changed. Hearing Guan's words, Zhang Qiang fell into silence. She felt somewhat lost inside. She had always been faced with choices. She had escaped from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to the Supreme Sect, then from the Supreme Sect to the 9 Nether Road, and even after establishing the Huhua Sect, she still had to flee to the Great Cold Demon Sect? Could it be that all her choices had been wrong? It seemed that no matter when she returned, Guan never changed. Guan saw the mood she was in, he was afraid of saying too much. After all, she didn't have the confidence he did. How could he judge everyone by his own standards? My nature dictates that I cannot travel far and wide. You are much stronger than I am. You can go on adventures, but you must never fully trust anyone, especially the demon sect, Guan said. Zhang Qiang snapped to attention upon hearing this. What was she thinking? If she hadn't fled, she'd already be dead. Even compared with Guan, her cultivation level was rising rapidly. Although the path seemed difficult and bitter, her cultivation was her achievement. She was now at the 7th floor of the Divinity Transformation Realm. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiang smiled. She glared at Guan and said, "You've refused me time and again. Be careful, or I might stop caring about you. When you run into trouble and think of me, it will be too late. Guan solemnly said, as long as you are safe, it doesn't matter if you forget about me. Meeting and knowing each other in this life is a destiny forged over 100 lifetimes. Touched by his words, Zhang Qiang thought to herself, this brat knows how to talk. If his cultivation were higher, how many girls of heavenly pride would he lead astray? Of course, she believed that Guan truly thought this way and wasn't just trying to please her. After knowing him for so many years, she never heard Guan ask her for anything. Zhang Qiang looked at Guan, wanting to tease him, but no words could pass her throat. That's because this time, the situation was truly different. She felt that Guan had underestimated the power of the Great Cold Demon Sect. Indeed, in the past few years, when the heavenly fire calamity that covered the skies was blocked by sword Venerable Fudeo, the common beings on the mainland did not see the tragic scenes over the seas, where many creatures died in agony. The one who had acted was only a cultivator from the Great Cold Demon Sect, and now, a large group of cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect was on their way. Just the thought filled her with despair, seeing no glimmer of hope for victory. Who in the world could stand against the colossal presence of the Great Cold Demon Sect like this? Zhang Qiang looked at Guan's gentle smiling face and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Silly boy, what is written in books is not necessarily true. Indeed, since ancient times, good has triumphed over evil, but if evil wins, it can become the new good. Zhang Qiang did not immediately leave after returning but stayed within the 8 scenic caves. Guan would visit her every other day, each time trying various ways to persuade him, whether by tempting him with legends of the Great Cold Demon Sect or by teaching him spells. Guan steadfastly refused, but since he didn't want to confront her directly, they were at a stalemate. Half a month passed. The weather was still scorching hot. As Guan came down from the loft, he was confronted by Ji Xiao at the foot of the stairs. Who is that woman? Ji Xiao asked, staring at Guan. Her expression was calm, but her eyes seemed rather sharp. Guan was surprised and asked, what woman? There's a scent of another woman on you. So what if there is? What about it? Guan didn't seem to care, chuckling. After all, in this world, it's the explanations that are suspect, the less you care, the less significant it seems. In fact, nothing had happened between him and Zhang Qiang, but he couldn't betray her by revealing her plan to defect to the Great Cold Demon Sect. Guan hadn't urged Zhang Qiang to give up on joining the Great Cold Demon Sect because he wasn't sure of the sect's strength himself. If the Great Cold Demon Sect turned out to be powerful enough that even he couldn't deal with it, he'd have to flee too. Ji Xiao looked at Guan and said, haven't you noticed a change in the atmosphere of the mortal world? Guan looked around and said, how has it changed? Those who should be sweeping are sweeping, those who want to play chess are still playing chess. Look, there's even a rat leading an ox. Ji Xiao followed his gaze and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. Never mind, it's just as well. In life, cherishing the present is enough, she said softly before turning back to her room to continue her cultivation. Guan didn't try to retain her. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on Medicine Valley. He saw much more than Ji Xiao did, and much clearer too. Ever since the real Baihong displayed heavenly fire, the entire sea had been engulfed by a frenzy of escape, which gradually affected the mainland. Many noble families began to venture across the seas or rush to the Nine Nether Road. Moreover, many were spreading rumors that the Great Cold Demon Sect was about to launch a massive invasion, all of which Guan knew were minions hastily recruited by the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators, intended to sow panic in this part of the mortal world. At the sea-breaking rift, the soul-calming pagoda was already crammed with countless cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect, the least of whom were at the Nirvana realm, with the number of heaven and earth flying immortals surpassing 100. Besides the life-seizing immortal, there were even 3 carefree primordial immortals. A total of 4 carefree primordial immortals. This force was absolutely overwhelming in this part of the mortal world, unstoppable. The key was that the Great Cold Demon Sect was still sending reinforcements. Guan hadn't made a move yet because he didn't know the full extent of the Great Cold Demon Sect's resources. However, he wasn't just waiting idly, he had already used his divine sense to scan the great heavenly spirit land, looking for a safe place far from this part of the mortal world. If he really couldn't stand against them, he would take everyone he cared about with him and leave, ready to start life anew. Of course, this was a last resort. It all depended on whether the Great Cold Demon Sect had a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. So far, the highest level among the carefree primordial immortals was only the 5th floor. Before a divine immortal of wondrous dharma appeared, Guan, who was at the 9th floor of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm, wouldn't panic. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left. An ancient hour later, riding on the blood prison great saint, he arrived at Tianya Valley with Yang Jian and Li Lingtian following behind. Li Lingtian wore an impatient expression, it was clear he was not keen on coming to Tianya Valley. Li Suandeo was waiting inside the valley. Guan, accompanied by the two men, entered the courtyard where Li Suandeo was. By now, Li Lingtian's cultivation had reached the 8th floor of the core formation realm, pleasing Li Suandeo, who complimented him for not neglecting his cultivation. Let's get one thing straight, I don't want to go back. Besides, Father Emperor, you're still in good spirits, so there's no need for me to act as the crown prince. Li Lingtian said immediately. Li Suandeo shook his head with a smile, while Guan actually found this quite amusing. Li Suandeo planned to reign as emperor for eternity. Naturally, the crown prince was the most feared threat. The only reason Li Lingtian became the crown prince was on behalf of Empress Yang and the Yang family. Li Lingtian's words made Guan look at him with newfound respect. This youngster seemed to have the wisdom of playing the fool. Li Suandeo became serious, it's not about you returning to the palace, but to your mother's family to sail with them. There's no room for discussion, your mother has given a strict order. Li Lingtian was taken aback, he instinctively wanted to ask why, but he quickly understood. For a time, the atmosphere in the courtyard fell silent. Li Suandeo turned to Guan and asked, the Supreme Sect has yet to formulate a strategy, do you want to join Lingtian in leaving? The reason the Supreme Sect had no strategy was something Guan had heard from LV Badian. The Hall of Elders had debated multiple times about whether to evacuate, fearing that it might offend Sword Venerable Feudeo, who had been willing to protect them. How could they run away now? Sword Venerable Feudeo took action not for himself, but to save them, the mortal spirits. LV Badian also consulted Guan, asking his opinion on whether they should evacuate. This time, Guan offered no advice. He wanted the Supreme Sect to make their own decision. If the Supreme Sect chose to flee, he certainly wouldn't follow them but would find a place to hide instead. From then on, his connection with the Supreme Sect would be severed. Guan had no burdens regarding the Supreme Sect, he owed them nothing, quite the contrary, the sect owed him a lot n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. I'll pass. Let the Supreme Sect decide. I can't leave the Supreme Sect, Guan answered. Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian quickly said, Father Emperor, I can also. Shut up! Li Suandeo barked, his eyes sharply intimidating. For a moment, Li Lingtian felt afraid. Yang Jian and the Blood Prison Great Saint looked at Li Suandeo in shock. Why did this emperor seem no ordinary man? This situation is different from before. If you follow the Supreme Sect to evacuate, chances are you will never see your mother again in this life. You must go back. Li Suandeo took a deep breath and said coldly. His mood had been bad all this time, he'd merely been suppressing it. He had worked hard for many years to secure his empire, and now a calamity threatened to destroy it. How could he not feel indignant? Yet, compared to the immense depth of the Great Cold Demon Sect, Taixuan dynasty had no intention to resist. Guan looked at Li Suandao and asked, "Uncle, what about you?" Li Lingtian turned his gaze angrily to Li Suandao. Li Suandao looked at his own teacup on the table and said softly, "Everyone can escape, except me. Even if I have to die, let me die alongside my subjects." With so many people in the Taixuan dynasty, not all could escape. If he thought of leaving, the dynasty would surely descend into chaos. Li Lingtian froze, his eyes softening as he looked at Li Suandao. Yang Jian also grew solemn out of respect for the emperor who had gifted him a divine weapon. The blood prison great saint hadn't expected Li Suandao to be so resolute, and he rose from his crouch in surprise. Guan addressed Li Suandao, "Uncle, have you forgotten the goal you once sought?" Li Suandao replied, "Without my subjects, what is an emperor's throne worth? An emperor who cannot protect his empire is bound to fail. Even if the empire were to be rebuilt, it would be meaningless." His words inspired admiration in everyone present. Luo Hun even knelt down, expressing with a heavy voice, "Your Highness, I am willing to follow and serve you unto death without regret." Li Suandao merely waved his hand, not saying much more. Sure, he spoke sincerely, but he hadn't resigned himself to fate. He was gambling. He was betting on the sword Venerable Feudao to overturn the great cold demon sect. He couldn't forget the shock sword Venerable Feudao had brought him during past calamities. He couldn't forget that day when the skies were filled with fierce flames pressuring the living beings, and countless green lights rose up, giving him hope. He felt sword Venerable Feudao was different, a difference that perhaps even transcended cultivation levels. Despite many great cultivators in the world, he just felt that sword Venerable Feudao was the most special. From sword Venerable Feudao, he sensed an aura. That was the aura of invincibility. Should sword Venerable Feudao's heart be kind, then peace would reign throughout the land. Chapter 293 How about I slice that continent in half with one sword? After staying in Tianya Valley for an ancient hour, Guan left with Blood Prison Great Saint and Yang Jian, while Li Lingtian stayed behind in Tianya Valley, as he was about to head south and venture out to sea. If nothing unexpected happened, at least in Li Lingtian's view, it would be very difficult for him to see Guan and Yang Jian again in his lifetime. When they parted, Li Lingtian asked Guan to convey a message to Ji Xiao, speaking words of blessings. "Master, is there really no power in the world willing to come out and stop the great cold demon sect?" Blood Prison Great Saint asked with a tone full of emotion. In his world, there existed no force as formidable. Yang Jian also looked towards Guan, unworried as long as his martial master was calm. Guan responded, "How can there not be? Many led the charge towards the soul-calming pagoda, only to fall due to lack of strength." He spoke the truth. Every now and then, a group of cultivators and demons would assault the soul-calming pagoda, and even if they perished, others would follow their will. Whether the world was good or evil, it was hard to say, but one thing was certain: there existed real justice, and some cultivators deemed it more important than eternal life. Guan looked into the distance. "Great cold demon sect, you'd better have something worth my fear, or even the Holy King can't protect you. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What would the Holy Court do if angered? Kill if necessary, or simply flee to outer heaven?" If no trouble came knocking, Guan naturally preferred to stay low in the Supreme Sect. But when trouble came knocking uninvited, he wouldn't swallow his pride. Along the way, having killed numerous madmen, Guan was always aware of how terrifying his ability to seize life was. In anyone else's hands, it would have caused catastrophe across the world. He managed restraint because that was who he was. Everyone had their path, and he only wished to walk his without guilt. However, the more chaotic the world became, the more he desired to unleash slaughter. He wanted to kill the people of the great cold demon sect. Across the tumultuous seas lay the sea-breaking rift, splitting the ocean in two, beside which stood the towering soul-calming pagoda, its top seeming to touch the sky. The sky brimmed with stifling thunderclouds, with occasional muffled thunder. At the first level of the soul-calming pagoda, the life-seizing immortal sat on a lotus throne, flanked by 3 individuals, none inferior in presence, while hundreds of great cold demon sect cultivators stood in the hall, creating a cheerful ambience with laughter, looking nothing like demon cultivators, adorned in splendid garments and dignified demeanors, some even appearing ethereal and wise. A woman in red next to the life-seizing immortal opened her eyes, turned to him, and asked, "Brother, how much longer must we wait? Are there still beings in this mortal region that the 4 of us cannot subdue?" The other 2 carefree primordial immortals opened their eyes, their expressions indifferent, eyes fixed on the life-seizing immortal. Life-seizing immortal slowly opened his eyes, saying, "Caution is the parent of safety. Bai Hong's death was too peculiar, we must not be careless, remember what this land hides." The 3 carefree primordial immortals fell silent, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and weathered many storms, they shed their arrogance upon hearing life-seizing immortals' words. Indeed, the greater the power, the greater the caution required. At this moment, someone in the hall stepped forward and loudly said, "Venerable masters, why not ignite another disaster to test the limits of that mysterious being and drive more people away, lest they hinder us?" With these words, the hall erupted with agreement and cries for revenge for Bai Hong. Life-seizing immortals' gaze turned to the first speaker, a blue-robed deist with a treasure sword at his waist and a folding fan in hand, his inherent sword intent formidable even just standing there. "King Xin, what would you like to do?" asked the life-seizing immortal. Silence followed in the hall. With a smirk, King Xin the deist replied, "I wield a sword capable of slicing oceans and moons alike. How about I cleave that continent in half with a single strike?" After speaking, he raised his arms, turned to face the crowd, prompting applause and cheers in the hall. The majority of cultivators present felt no pressure but rather a playful curiosity to see who would dare oppose the great cold demon sect. Were it another mortal region, they might have worried, but here, like tigers among chickens, where was the reason to fear? Watching King Xin display such vigor, the other 3 carefree primordial immortals smiled, having watched him grow up and master deist sorcery, now capable of standing on his own, they were naturally pleased. After a moment's hesitation, life-seizing immortal slowly nodded. Seeing this, King Xin's smile grew larger, declaring, "In that case, I will go now. Fellow disciples, come and enjoy the spectacle with me." The life-seizing immortal added, "Do not stray far. Master, rest assured." King Xin saluted with his hands, turned, and left, followed by a throng. The woman in red turned to the life-seizing immortal, saying, "Now's a good time for you to speak up and accelerate the process, after all, delay could lead to problems." Life-seizing immortal hesitated again, then slowly nodded. In Supreme Sect, within a bright hall, all elders gathered, including Lu Lingjun and Nine-Finger Divine Lord, most frowning in concern. Lv Badian, sitting in the sect leader's seat and flanked by 5 supreme elders, appeared equally at a loss. Vice-sect leader Ji Hantian spoke out, "Sect leader, just say what you're thinking so we can prepare in advance. We can't possibly wait until a catastrophe is upon us to start considering our response." At this, other elders also spoke up, urging Lv Badian. Lv Badian took a deep breath and said, "I fear that once we retreat, our connection with Sword Venerable Fudeo will be irreversibly severed." A few agreed with him. An elder stood up and argued, "Survival is the most important thing. So far, none of us have even seen Sword Venerable Fudeo, let alone understand his views on the matter. Moreover, we simply cannot compare ourselves to Sword Venerable Fudeo. If he wants to flee, he can, his Deo level is beyond ours." This sentiment was echoed by others, considering not only themselves but also their disciples and descendants, each backed by influential families or intricate networks. The current Supreme Sect comprised millions of disciples, and the number scattered across various places was immeasurable. Gu Zong also sighed, unusually not supporting Lv Badian this time. Lu Lingjun also wished for the Supreme Sect to evacuate. Her reluctance to leave Supreme Sect stemmed from concern for the people of the Third Medicine Valley, hoping they wouldn't perish in this impending catastrophe. LV Badian's expression turned extremely grim as he took another deep breath and declared, "If so, those who want to leave may do so. However, Supreme Sect must remain on this continent, empty or not. This is our stance. Without Sword Venerable Feudeo, there would be no Supreme Sect today." As he spoke these words, he relaxed. A smile appeared on his face, the decision lifting the burden from his shoulders. It would be death at worst. His statement caused an uproar in the hall. "Sect leader, think again. If it really comes to it, why not ask the elder in front of the heaven-cutting axe for advice? You can't make such arbitrary decisions. Yes, what does it mean to say the sect can be empty but not leave? Where does that leave our dignity? The sect is a whole, we must advance or retreat together. Sect leader, let's leave together. We can ask Sword Venerable Feudeo to join us." LV Badian, listening to their words, felt their hypocrisy. A bunch of cowards afraid to take responsibility and scared to die. As he was about to speak, a voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. "From today, my disciple, kings in the deist, will annihilate one region each day. Worldly beings, your time is running out. Today, let's see which region's creatures are most pitiable, unfortunate enough to be the first annihilated." As the life-seizing immortal's voice faded, a chill ran through everyone in the hall. They were not frightened by his words, but felt a terrifying sword intent targeting them. More precisely, every sentient being on the continent was terrified by this sword intent. Chapter 294 Deadline of Death. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan and an Xin stood in a garden area, with Guan instructing what to plant next. An Xin listened attentively. Just then, the voice of the life-seizing immortal suddenly echoed. He was actually planning to exterminate one region of heaven and earth every day. An Xin had no time to think further when a terrifying sword intent descended, causing a drastic change in her complexion. The previously bustling Medicine Valley fell silent in an instant. An Xin felt as if she were being crushed by a mountain, almost unable to breathe, which turned her complexion even paler. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder, making her heart tremble. Before she could think further, the pressure on her body abruptly vanished. She turned her head instinctively and, seeing it was her master's hand, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, could it be that they've chosen the continent we're on?" An Xin asked cautiously. Even though she was carefree on normal days, she feared death when faced with it. The words of the life-seizing immortal, coupled with the sudden sword intent, made it clear that the first chosen continent was the one they were on. Guan took a deep breath and feigned composure. "Unclear, let's go back inside first. Within the confines of the Supreme Sect, such calamities are not our concern. Whether we live or die, we leave it to fate." An Xin wanted to speak again, but Guan pulled her away. Another voice rang out in Medicine Valley. "Amitabha." With Shenzhen's words, everyone in Medicine Valley felt relieved, and disciples ran towards the pavilions. Rumble. The earth trembled as the Supreme Sect activated its great protective formation. Golden barriers rose up from all directions. By the time Guan and his companion reached the pavilion, Ji Xiao had already stepped outside. She gazed at the sky, the red Dao patterns on her forehead starting to flicker with tiny flames. Seeing this, Guan quickly approached her and asked, "You weren't frightened just now, were you?" Ji Xiao's Dao patterns returned to normal as Guan blocked her view. Her expression calmed down, and she nodded, "No, it seems the life-seizing immortal is targeting the continent. It's probably related to the actions of Sword Venerable Feudeo years ago." Guan comforted her, "Don't overthink it. If the enemy is acting this way, it means Sword Venerable Feudeo is still around. Take care of the valley for me, I need to make a trip to Mystic Valley." With that, Guan quickly headed towards the transmission array platform. Ji Xiao looked at his receding figure, wanting to say something, but she couldn't find the words. Somehow, this scene felt familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Guan swiftly arrived in Mystic Valley and saw Liu Jijia already calling disciples to take cover. He nodded to himself in approval. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he quickly walked into the woods pretending to inspect medicinal herbs. "Are you courting death? Caring about your flowers and plants at a time like this, you must be insane." The voice of Zhang Qian came from behind, and Guan turned to look, seeing her with an ugly expression walking towards him. She looked at Guan and said with resentment, "Now I can't even escape if I want to. Let's wait for death together." She could feel the sword intent approaching rapidly. Even if she tried to escape now, she was afraid it would be too late to reach the Nine Nether Road. Guan, squatting on the ground, couldn't help but punch the grass, picking up a handful of fallen leaves before standing up, his face filled with unwillingness. Zhang Qian looked at his expression and suddenly laughed, teasing, "What's wrong? Scared?" Guan tossed the leaves in his hand forward as if venting his anger. He then turned to look at Zhang Qian and said, "I'm not afraid. I just find this disdain for life detestable." Zhang Qian fell silent, then said, "Come with me to the 8 scenic caves." Guan nodded and followed her up the mountain. Zhang Qian didn't notice the leaves that Guan had thrown floated up again, each leaf trembling. Only after they entered the entrance of the 8 scenic caves did the leaves disappear into the forest. In front of the soul-calming pagoda, tens of thousands of great cold demon sect cultivators floated in the air, their eyes focused on King Zhenren, who was holding a sword. Such exquisite sword intent, elder brother King Zhen's supreme mysterious sword Dao has reached the transformation realm. Indeed powerful, enough to sweep across the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. I heard that elder brother Baihong was defeated by elder brother King Zhen 1,000 years ago. The founder of the supreme mysterious sword Dao, the supreme mysterious ancestor, went to the Holy Land long ago. In 10,000 years, the only one who has reached such a level with the supreme mysterious sword Dao is elder King Zhen. This sword strike, everyone should watch carefully, it is a rare sight. The great cultivators of the great cold demon sect discussed animatedly, mostly in a light-hearted tone. Even though they already knew about the fall of Baihong, they were not panicked. They had the numerical advantage this time, and with 4 carefree primordial immortals as their support, how could they possibly die? King Zhenren positioned his treasure sword in front of him, the blade perfectly aligning with his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which astonishingly turned green. As soon as he opened his eyes, his sword intent fully erupted, silencing the surrounding noise. All eyes fell on King Zhenren, and with a stern look, he immediately slashed with his sword. Sword light gleamed, chilling the heaven and sea, and even the rolling thunderclouds above were illuminated. As King Zhenren swung his sword intent transformed into terrifying sword chi, shooting forward as his pupils suddenly contracted. In the reflection of his pupils, numerous green dots grew rapidly. From the onlooker's perspective, King Zhenren's sword slashed out a terrifying sword chi tens of thousands of miles long, like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky. At that moment, a series of green light beams shot from the edge of the sky with even greater speed, too fast for anyone to react. Boom! The sword chi scattered, and King Zhenren's eyes widened in disbelief as a green light reached him in a blink of an eye. As if time stood still, he saw a falling leaf amidst the green light. The leaf, carrying terrifying sword chi, directly shattered King Zhenren's physical body and extinguished his soul. It wasn't just one leaf. Dozens more did the same, annihilating great cultivators of the great cold demon sect, the soul-calming pagoda trembling violently. The life-seizing immortal and his 4 carefree primordial immortal companions appeared out of thin air, casting spells swiftly to form a vast barrier, protecting all the disciples around them. Silence. The world rapidly fell into quietness, and all the disciples of the great cold demon sect trembled, displaying fear no longer masked by their previous nonchalant demeanor. The life-seizing immortal turned his head, noticing the leaves embedded all over the surface of the soul-calming pagoda, his pupils narrowing. It was leaves. The attack was too fast, so fast that by the time they realized it, more than a dozen disciples had died, all heaven and earth flying immortals. Even the red-clothed woman who had been urging the life-seizing immortal to speed up the process couldn't speak now. As powerful as the carefree primordial immortals were, they were filled with dread. The enemy had struck too fast, killing disciples right under their noses. It was as if someone had slapped them across the face, leaving a burning sensation. Guan followed Zhang Qiang into the 8 scenic caves, with prompts of lifespan continuously appearing before him. This strike seized 4,300,000 years of lifespan. Guan hadn't used his full strength, but it was enough to terrify the life-seizing immortal and his associates. If they could summon even stronger beings, then they should call them sooner. If not, even if they gave up on exterminating this region of the mortal world, Guan would not let them go. The 100-year mandate set by the life-seizing immortal had already become his death sentence in Guan's mind. Zhang Qiang let out a sound of surprise, feeling the terrifying sword intent suddenly disappear. Guan then asked, "Could it be that we've escaped this disaster?" Without looking back, Zhang Qiang replied, "Can't say for sure." The two made their way to the green vine tree, with Zhang Qiang starting to set up the formation. Guan asked her what she was doing. "The smaller the range of the formation, the stronger its protection. I want to see if we can escape this disaster. Let's take a gamble. If it doesn't work, we're dead anyway, so worrying then would be pointless," Zhang Qiang casually answered, making Guan want to cry and laugh at the same time. Meanwhile, the entire continent was in a state of tension. Even though the sword intent had vanished, the tightly wound nerves of all beings on the continent could not immediately relax. Many beings began to flee, and Guan even felt many presences flying out of the Supreme Sect, all in groups, which were noble families in flight. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Ji Hantian landed swiftly and found Ji Xiaoyu. The two conversed inside the house. "I'm not leaving," Ji Xiaoyu stated, expressionless. Upon hearing this, Ji Hantian became angry but, for some reason, looking at Ji Xiaoyu, he thought of a fellow descendant with the same name and surname. Although they looked different, their expressions at this moment made them seem like the same person. Ji Hantian's anger dissipated somewhat, and he said solemnly, "Regardless of whether the life-seizing immortal has chosen this continent, there will only be more dangers ahead. The Ji family must preserve its lineage. Why do you insist on staying, n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Ji Xiaoyu looked at him, "Someone must stay. I can give my spot to someone else. Besides, where can we flee to?" Ji Hantian felt suffocated with frustration. Years ago, he had tried to forcibly keep another Ji Xiaoyu, without success. Now he wanted this Ji Xiaoyu to leave, but it was still not possible. He couldn't understand why these descendants always opposed him. He was always looking out for their best interest. "There's no time left. You'd better go and persuade the other clan members," Ji Xiaoyu reminded. Ji Hantian glared at her and left immediately. Ji Xiaoyu was not his direct descendant, so he could only advise, without the right to forcibly take her away. Once Ji Hantian had departed, Ji Xiaoyu thought for a moment and then walked out of her house. She went outside the courtyard, looking up at the sky, only to see numerous cultivators flying over Medicine Valley. It was unclear whether they were fleeing or preparing for battle. The Great Cold Demon Sect. Ji Xiaoyu murmured to herself, the Dao patterns between her eyebrows once more emitting thin flames. Time passed amidst the panic of beings below. The people were trapped in agony and anxiety. Until an ancient hour later, the atmosphere began to ease. Elder Lu looked at Shen Xinzi and asked, "Senior, were we not chosen?" The other disciples looked at Shenzhenzi as well. Shenzhenzi's background was very mysterious, but the higher UPS of the Supreme Sect held him in high regard. Such an existence would certainly see further than they could. Shenzhenzi frowned deeply, looking towards the sky, and said, "Indeed, we were not chosen." At his words, all the disciples rejoiced. Chapter 295 The Great Cold Demon Sect Attacks. Upon hearing Shenzhenzi's words, the disciples of Medicine Valley all cheered, yet Shenzhenzi hesitated as if he wanted to say more. He intended to say one thing, that it seemed no continent had been chosen. To obliterate a continent, what immense power it must require, he, being from the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm, could surely sense it. However, he could not openly mention this, for fear that these mortals would be terrified. Even if they knew what would happen next, what could they do? Better to enjoy this surprise and live the remaining days as carefree as possible. Time continued to pass. With the moon setting and the sun rising, only when the next day's sunlight swept across the great heaven and earth did the creatures of the continent finally breathe a sigh of relief, for the life-seizing immortal had said that each day, one continent would be chosen, and they had survived the first day. The situation at the Supreme Sect also settled down. Although many noble families began to retreat, the core foundation remained unshaken. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, normalcy had returned to Medicine Valley. After Xiao Chuan left and an Xin began to manage Medicine Valley, and because of her gentle nature, most disciples liked her, so there had been no issues under her management. Shenzhen found him soon after he returned. "Do you want a place to hide?" Shenzhen asked with a smug smile, her eyes gleaming behind her veil. While walking toward a distant garden, Guan casually asked, "How would we hide?" Following his steps, Shenzhen explained, "I can hide you inside a painting or scroll, and then keep it hidden. Wouldn't that be a refuge? People are trying to obliterate continents, where could you hide?" "Underground, of course." He said he would obliterate continents. Sure, he meant to demolish the mortals and shatter the land, not obliterate the earth completely. That makes sense. Are you a genius by any chance? Guan suddenly realized, looking at Shenzhen with amazed eyes. A twitch appeared at the corner of Shenzhen's veiled mouth, clearly perceiving the sarcasm in Guan's tone. Guan continued, "Don't overthink it. I always feel that yesterday our continent was not excluded. That mysterious pressure was no lie. Also, haven't you noticed how calm today has been?" Upon hearing this, Shenzhen narrowed her eyes. "Are you suggesting that the Great Cold Demon Sect's offensive was thwarted?" "Very likely. After all, I trust that the heavens are just. There must be great cultivators out there with a heart for the mortals. A heretical path like the Great Cold Demon Sect cannot last forever." Guan declared with conviction, his face full of determination. Shenzhen suddenly found it hard to judge him. Calling him foolish wouldn't explain his current stature, and calling him naive wouldn't explain how he could write something as unique as Journey to the West. "You say the heavens are just. Tell me, do you believe that real immortals exist, beyond those with great cultivation levels?" Shenzhen suddenly asked, curious. She had always believed that Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West were not fabricated but were inspired by something Guan had seen, elaborated with decorative imagination and fantasy. Perhaps, as Guan claimed, an immortal guided him in his dreams. Guan and Shenzhen chatted casually, a microcosm of the wider world, where everywhere people discussed the life-seizing immortal. Without his demise, the catastrophe would not end. 2 days later, Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Stealing the 5 Elements returned to the Third Medicine Valley, almost as if they had planned it. Sitting before a chessboard, they exchanged a look, their eyes heavy with gravity. "Did you feel it too?" Stealing the 5 Elements asked. The Divine Lord made his move, saying, "A net of heaven and earth, no escape." Stealing the 5 Elements then played his piece, "How come you have no escape? I'm the one who's bound by fate." continuing to glance towards a distant pavilion. Ji Xiao was his hope. The Divine Lord fell silent, sighing deeply. Stealing the 5 elements looked at him, curiously asking, "Speaking of which, I've always wondered, what exactly are you looking for?" The Divine Lord didn't respond, leaving Stealing the 5 elements contemplative, a subtle look crossing his face. In the Divine Exotic Realm. By the sea. The Master of Divine Exotic Realm stood before the Divine Exotic Life Tablet, surrounded by 7 Divine Exotic Ghost Kings, all of them looking up into the sky. Beneath the blood-red sky hung a swirling horsetail whisk. Compared to the calm demeanor of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm, the other Divine Exotic Ghost Kings looked uneasy, knowing whom they faced. "Master of Divine Exotic Realm, prepare to join us in an expedition." A cold voice resounded, echoing through the entire great heaven and earth. In a distant cave, Zhang Buku also heard this voice and inadvertently opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in worry for the Master of Divine Exotic Realm. With an expressionless face, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm asked, "An expedition to where?" "To avenge Divine Exotic Impermanence." The cold voice spoke again, causing the faces of the Divine Exotic Ghost Kings and the Realm Master to shift. The Great Cold Demon Sect and that entity were indeed going to clash. This battle might determine the fate of this mortal world region. In the Star Sea congregations, a small heaven and earth. An house stood before the palace gates, observing disciples constantly entering and exiting the floating islands, his brows deeply furrowed. A figure appeared beside him, his master, Sage Fukin. And how quickly said, "Master, it's good you're here, I need to speak with you. Let's talk while on the way. Prepare for retreat, we must withdraw today." Sage Fukin said in a grave tone. "Why?" And how couldn't help but ask. "The Great Cold Demon Sect is making a major descent, targeting the continent where the sword Venerable Fudeo resides. They appear to be intent on sieging your master," Sage Fukin explained. On hearing this, and how became anxious. Before he could reply, Sage Fukin continued, "Your cultivation level won't assist your master. It's best to leave early. Your master, although strong, can't withstand the full assault of the Great Cold Demon Sect, otherwise, he wouldn't be on the defensive." And how gritted his teeth, "My concern isn't for my master. I must go back." An Xin was still within the Supreme Sect, how could he abandon her? He immediately leaped up, intending to forcefully break out of the Star Sea congregation's realm. Suddenly, long hair wrapped around him, surprisingly Sage Fukin's horsetail whisk. "Master!" And how cried out in anguish, startling the other disciples. Sage Fukin held the horsetail whisk, chanting incantations. The whisk's hairs quickly extended, gagging and how. "I'm sorry, disciple." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Sage Fukin's eyes became resolute. This scene left the other disciples silent, without discussion, they all understood and felt the heaviness in their hearts, likewise having people they couldn't leave behind. The Star Sea congregations were about to flee. In another realm, Li Ye, leveraging Divine Exotic City, forcefully broke free, unobstructed by anyone. He quickly flew out over the Star Sea, heading towards the horizon. "Disciple, think carefully, once you go, there is no turning back." An old voice sounded, and as Li Ye turned his head, he didn't see his master's figure. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He did not answer but instructed the Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit on his shoulder to move forward. The Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit howled, and the Divine Exotic City immediately displayed extraordinary speed, streaking towards the horizon. After flying for a while and seeing no one pursued, Li Ye relaxed, his gaze hardened. "Junior brother Gu, wait for me. And the old ancestor, I wonder if you're still thinking of me." Li Ye thought silently, his face heavy. Initially, his emotions weren't profoundly impacted, fueled only by fury as Zhang Buku became a divine exotic resentful ghost. However, the moment the Star Sea congregations announced their departure, he panicked. The Star Sea congregations were a major force at sea. If there was any chance of victory, they wouldn't be abandoning their domain. Hearing that the great cold demon sect aimed to target the sword Venerable Feudeo, he couldn't contain himself. The sword Venerable Feudeo was his primordial ancestor. He was less worried about him, as the ancestor could escape if he couldn't fight, but he feared for the others who might not escape. He had to be quick. Liya clenched his teeth, fearing the continent had already fallen. The divine exotic immortal spirit, however, was not panicked, leaping joyfully in the air, which both irritated and envied Liya. This creature seemed to fear nothing, its confidence was unknown. Time rapidly passed. 2 ancient hours later. Liya, sitting atop the tower meditating, suddenly sensed something, opening his eyes to find the divine exotic city enveloped in darkness. Instinctively, he looked up, then his eyes widened in disbelief. How possible? Liya murmured to himself, his voice trembling, his eyes full of despair. In the third medicine valley. At the garden fence, Guan was stretching his muscles. Passing by, Yu Yingying curiously asked, "What are you doing? Isn't there exercise in the morning?" Guan replied, "Just felt like moving." "Is that not allowed?" What followed was sure to be a great battle. It must be said, the great cold demon sect was indeed frightening. The dense auras attacking from all directions were overwhelmingly oppressive, and once they arrived, if seen by the denizens of the continent, it would surely cause legs to tremble. Yu Yingying looked at him, unable to resist asking, "Everyone is worried about the calamity, why aren't you afraid?" "Because I'm not afraid, so I'm not frightened," Guan responded casually, his words leading Yu Yingying to glare, feeling the urge to punch him. She couldn't understand Guan at all, out for experience, he feared death, yet, with calamity impending, he seemed not to fear it. Truly a baffling person. Yet, somehow, the more anxious she felt, the more she wanted to talk to Guan, perhaps it was his fearless demeanor. Guan guessed her thoughts and smiled, "Whether you worry or fear, it won't change anything, will it?" Yu Yingying opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Guan drew his heavenly residence sword, suddenly unsheathing it. The sword's light gleamed in Yu Yingying's face, snapping her out of her trance. Looking at Guan holding the sword, Yu Yingying's earlier illusion re-emerged, his forehead marked with golden patterns, appearing extraordinary as if an immortal lord on earth. She had to admit, although Guan's cultivation level wasn't impressive, his appearance and bearing were truly out of this world, unlike a mortal. Guan raised his sword towards Yu Yingying, the blade's tip reflecting in her pupils, causing her to shiver. "If only this sword could slash away the fear in your hearts, how wonderful would that be?" Guan said wistfully. Yu Yingying was left in a daze. Chapter 296 The Strongest Sword. Sunlight shone on Guan, and Yu Yingying felt as if he were draped in a layer of rosy clouds, his whole being radiating with splendor. She actually believed that Guan was speaking the truth. Guan's gaze fell on her, and he raised an eyebrow asking, "What? Are you intimidated by my aura of righteousness?" Yu Yingying snapped back to reality and glared, "Who can't say things like that? If your sword is really that powerful, would you still be holed up here?" "Heh, what do you know? Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my cultivation." Guan smiled, then sheathed his sword smoothly, believing himself to look quite dashing. Sadly Yu Yingying was blind to it. Yu Yingying snorted and turned to leave. As she turned around, a smile appeared on her face. Talking with this silly boy had indeed had an effect, her heart felt much better. At the same moment, under the tree, Shen Zhenzi opened his eyes, his gaze profound. His hand clutching the prayer beads moved faster, clearly anxious. Next to him, Wu Xing and Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who were playing chess, stood up. "Let's call this game a draw," declared Nine-Finger Divine Lord without room for doubt. Wu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. You're almost wiped out by me, and you dare call it a draw? Nine-Finger Divine Lord said nonchalantly with a straight face and unwavering confidence, the outcome is uncertain until the end. Wu Xing shook his head with a smile but said nothing more, disappearing into thin air. Nine-Finger Divine Lord's gaze swept over Medicine Valley, landing on the distant figure of Guan. What a pity, I haven't won a single game against you yet. Nine-Finger Divine Lord muttered to himself before he, too, disappeared on the spot. Guan, who was stretching his limbs, felt numerous cultivators and demons taking flight across the continent, rushing towards its edges. Before the cataclysm, some wished to flee while others wished to fight. Those wishing to fight were driven by courage, righteousness, or compulsion, but at this moment, they had all made their decision. The question was whether they could maintain that courage once they witnessed the true might of the great cold demon sect. Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. Along the way, the number of disciples who greeted him diminished, everyone preoccupied with their thoughts. After reaching Mystic Valley, Guan made his way toward the outskirts of Medicine Valley. Entering the woods, he drew out the Heavenly Residence sword in one hand while unsheathing the Qinghong sword with the other. The Qinghong sword buzzed faintly as Guan used his own mana to sever its connection with the White Spirit sword. He could sense his junior sister's unease. Do not fear, junior sister, it will soon pass, Guan murmured to himself, and as his words dropped, he was shrouded in a dark purple demonic chi that quickly engulfed his body, blazing furiously. His figure vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace behind. At the edge of the continent, towering waves crashed against the shore. Above the mountains, great cultivators hovered in the air, with the vast landscape behind them and the endless ocean ahead. They hailed from different sects: Supreme Sect, Three Pure Ones Mountain, Taixuan Sect, Taixuan Sect, Sword Sect, Candle Sky Peak, Flame Sect, Hua Sect, and more. Sects across the world continuously dispatched cultivators to different edges of the continent. They were just one group gathering rapidly beyond 100, with more cultivators on their way. As their numbers grew, a newfound confidence began to swell inside them. Xiao Dai, a cultivator from Supreme Sect with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm, became the leader, calming the surrounding cultivators and beginning to give battle instructions. Just then, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descended, prompting them to turn their heads in shock. In the next second, their faces paled, and even the ever-confident Xiao Dai gaped in despair. A vast black fog rolled in from the horizon like a wave of darkness, unstoppable and devouring the skies and earth. Before the black fog, islands and demon beasts appeared insignificantly small, like dust. Even flying beasts were engulfed by the fog from behind, their fates uncertain. Looking up, shadows of different figures hovered above the black fog, clothed distinctly, wielding different dharma treasures. Some had glowing artifacts floating behind them, some rode fierce mounts, and others stood proudly atop sword chi with their hands behind their backs. Each one was shadowed by a towering phantom 1,000 feet high, appearing like demon gods, their silhouettes a mirror of themselves. At first glance, there were endless towering demon phantoms of 1,000 feet high that could not be counted, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, the continent cultivators were plunged into dead silence, everyone stunned as if struck by lightning, frozen in midair. Xiao Dai saw behind these 1,000-foot demon phantoms an even more terrifying presence, with legs walking forward, the phantoms unable to reach even the ankles of this mysterious existence. It was impossible to imagine the true size. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Some tried to look sideways. Wherever the ocean spread, there stood demon phantoms, casting them into despair not only by the disparity in cultivation levels but also the sheer numerical difference between friends and foes. How can we win? Someone said with a bitter laugh. No one responded, their courage faltered. Above the clouds, Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Wu Xing stood shoulder to shoulder, witnessing the entire continent surrounded by the great cold demon sect cultivators from all directions. There are so many, even the divine exotic realm is here. Wu Xing clicked his tongue, sensing that the number of demon sect cultivators was no less than the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Most importantly, these demon cultivators' combined aura was astonishing, with many individual auras strong enough to make him wary. Nine-Finger Divine Lord took a deep breath and scanned the continent as if searching for something. With such commotion, could the Saint World Holy King truly have reincarnated in this land? Wu Xing couldn't help but ask. Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked into the distance and replied, if the Holy Heart awakens, with the Holy King's capabilities, rising to power won't be difficult. But the Great Cold Demon Sect fears that the Holy Court might detect the aura of the Saint World Holy King. After hearing this, Wu Xing found it to make sense, and he stepped forward. What are you planning to do? Inquired Nine-Finger Divine Lord hastily. Without turning back, Wu Xing strode forward through the air, raising his hand with a laugh. Forgot to tell you, I am the divine exotic ghost king Wu Xing. Wu Xing is just a pseudonym. Nine-Finger Divine Lord frowned but didn't get angry, just watched as Wu Xing advanced. Wu Xing, return to your place at once. The voice of the Master of Divine Exotic Realm rang out, loud and clear. Wu Xing accelerated immediately, but suddenly, his face darkened. He looked up only to see an immensely large hand reaching out from behind the demon army, covering the sky and aiming to seize him. The size of this hand was beyond what words could describe. Wu Xing was horrified to discover that he was frozen in place. This is bad. Despair filled Wu Xing's eyes. At that moment, a powerful sword light forcefully entered his field of vision, and immediately after, the terrifying giant hand disintegrated before him. Subconsciously glancing over, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a figure he would never forget for all eternity. It was Guan, who had utilized the 9 extremes yin-yang body back in the divine exotic realm. Guan, holding 2 swords covered in dark purple demonic qi, brushed past Wu Xing. As his words hung in the air, Guan turned into a fleeting shadow, and in a flash, a streak of sword light appeared, boldly piercing through the distant black fog. Before Wu Xing could react, a terrifying wave of energy struck. His mouth agape, he looked on in disbelief. As he watched, a streak of sword chi burst from within the demon army, cutting a swath through the 1,000-foot demon phantoms at the waist. The light of the sword chi stripped the entire world of color in an instant. The continent cultivators were dazzled into closing their eyes, the mortal spirits unable to glimpse this sword light. Above the clouds, Nine-Finger Divine Lord's face also transformed, his soul shaken by the impact. In his eyes, the demon phantoms perished, the black fog churned, and a sword light rapidly stretched, as if intent on splitting the very heavens and earth in two. In that moment, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who had lived for 170,000 years, witnessed the strongest sword strike of his life. Who are you? A voice full of both shock and rage erupted, the tone laced with fear. Chapter 297 Guan takes action. The sword light between heaven and earth began to fade, and the voice of the mysterious great cultivator from the great cold demon sect still echoed over the ocean, awakening the continent cultivators who had not seen Guan's figure just now. Only Nine-Finger Divine Lord and stealing the 5 elements had seen clearly. But the immense sword intent made them think of one person. Sword Venerable Feudeo. It's Sword Venerable Feudeo. There's no mistake. It must be him. A mystic heart realm cultivator from the Supreme Sect exclaimed excitedly. He had also been to the heavenly repair platform and had experienced the sword intent within the word's righteous path. Xiao Dai was equally excited, his eyes filled with frenzied anticipation. At this moment, he remembered the scene when Sword Venerable Feudeo descended upon the 7 stars spirit realm. Stealing the 5 elements, who had narrowly escaped calamity, let out a sigh of relief, immediately retreated, and dared not approach the encroaching army of demonic shadows again. Guan stood atop the demon mist, sword in hand, with 1,000 Zhong demonic shadows dissipating in all directions, but even more demonic shadows approached, encircling him. He even saw some demonic shadows standing tens of thousands of Zhong tall and giant demons of indeterminate size. You have successfully seized 10,298 years of lifespan from Meng Chenglang, Wandering Immortal Realm 7th floor. You have successfully seized 1,459 years of lifespan from Su Lingxin, Loose Immortal Realm 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 12,080 years of lifespan from Tru Man Weun, Wandering Immortal Realm 6th floor. Notification after notification continuously popped up before Guan's eyes, but Guan didn't rush to make another move. Instead, he looked around. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. One had to say, the Great Cold Demon Sect's response was truly swift. As soon as he made a move, the remaining cultivators did not panic but instead immediately arranged a formation. Their formation was highly profound, not only capable of being formed in an extremely short amount of time but also containing powerful and mysterious forces. After the sword light vanished, in less than 3 breaths' time, the world suddenly changed, and in an instant, Guan found himself in the cosmic starscape, with rolling black mist under his feet, and still encircled by demonic shadows. The demonic shadows' feet held the Dharma treasures of the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators. Accompanied by Guan's arrival in the cosmic starscape, those titanic figures and even larger beings revealed their true forms. There were beasts as mighty as creation's god mountains, female cultivators who resembled fairies constantly scattering strange petals, and enormous birds with wingspans of 10,000 li circling overhead. The demon mist under Guan's feet churned violently, like surging waves. Who are you exactly? If you do not reveal your identity, do not blame us for showing no mercy. The previous voice sounded again, this time, its tone was incomparably cold. After the formation was set up, he seemed to have regained his confidence. Guan looked up and saw, within the layers of encirclement above, in absolute darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes lurked, as if an unimaginable existence outside the universe was peering at him, filled with an oppressive feeling. Sword Venerable Jizhun, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 8th floor 780,450/83000/880,000. An old monster who had lived for 780,000 years. However, killing this individual would only yield a little over 5,000 years of lifespan, which was too disappointing for Guan. As Sword Venerable Jizhun opened his eyes, 4 life-seizing immortals from the Carefree Primordial Immortal concurrently appeared. Fortunately, they had abundant lifespan, which improved Guan's mood. This is the Great Cold Demon Sect's Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation. Once this formation is completed, no matter how great your divine skills, it will be impossible for you to escape. The voice of Sword Venerable Jizhun rang out, majestic to the extreme. The other 4 Carefree Primordial Immortals took out their supreme treasures and dispersed in all directions. Once they stopped, the entire cosmic starscape rippled, numerous rainbow lights emerged. These lights were not mere illusions, but were also condensing a mysterious force. Guan looked up at Sword Venerable Jizhun and asked, "Does the Great Cold Demon Sect have anyone stronger?" As these words were spoken, Sword Venerable Jizhun's gaze immediately changed, and all the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect were scared, their eyes filled with fear when they looked at him. Someone stronger? How could this person be so arrogant? However, due to Guan's previous sword strike, no one dared to challenge him at this moment. All of them were on high alert. The face of life-seizing immortal turned extremely ugly, intuition telling him that the other party was not being arrogantly presumptuous. At this moment, he was filled with dread. Luckily he wasn't rash but instead gathered the strength of the Great Cold Demon Sect. Otherwise he might have ended up with his soul scattered like his disciple Baihong. For a time, silence fell within the Luo Tian Star's Immortal Capturing Formation. It seems there's no one stronger? Truly disappointing. You're acting so recklessly, I thought you'd have more to back it up. Guan spoke again, and suddenly, he threw the heavenly residence sword out. Boom! With this sword strike, he swept above the black mist, annihilating the great cold demon sect cultivators one by one, and when the sword blade arrived in front of them, a layer of light burst forth around their bodies, but it was shattered as soon as it appeared, utterly failing to protect them. One sword pierced thousands of li, directly penetrating the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation and returning to reality. The continent cultivators hovering in the air only saw a sword light cutting through the vast expanse of black mist in front of them, making them even more nervous, unclear about the state of the battle within that black mist. After Guan made his strike, Sword Venerable Jishan immediately gave the command, "Kill." The great cold demon sect cultivators from all directions cast their spells. Various spells and divine skills formed a stream of rainbow colors charging towards Guan. Guan raised his hand to grab, then retracted it, revealing an individual in his palm. Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. This was the inherent divine skill of the primordial chaos supreme holy skill. Today was the first time Guan had used it. The person in his hand was Sword Venerable Jishan, a white-robed elder. At this moment, Sword Venerable Jishan's face was filled with fear and despair. Guan directly crushed him to dust, then, taking up the Qinghong sword, he began the slaughter. Within the continent, an endless stream of cultivators rushed to the edge. When they saw the ocean, they all changed color. The fearsome black mist seemed as if it could devour everything between heaven and earth, giving one the feeling of an impending disaster. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. The black mist surged violently, as if countless demons were raging within. The morale on the side of the continent collapsed completely, with no one willing to fight. What they didn't know was that within the black mist, a large number of great cold demon sect cultivators were rushing in the same direction. The cultivators of the great cold demon sect had received the message someone had launched an assault on one side. All warriors were to immediately reinforce the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, enveloping the entire continent. The sound of thunder was oppressively heavy. In the demon land, within a subsect of the supreme sect, Yalan stood on a pavilion, looking up at the sky, tightly clutching the white spirit sword in her hand. She felt no anomaly from within the white spirit sword, but her heart would not be at peace. "I hope we can safely get through this calamity," Yalan muttered to herself, praying secretly. Although she saw no hope of longevity, she didn't want life to end like this. She had so many things unfinished, so many places unvisited. She had yet to fulfill her promise with her senior brother. How could she be resigned to death? Beneath the thunderclouds, Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Stealing the Five Elements stood shoulder to shoulder, unable to maintain composure, both unconsciously agape with faces full of shock. Not just them, but the continent cultivators felt the same. Newcomers slowed their flight speed due to the sights before them. Within the vast black mist, countless enormous demonic shadows were snuffed out, leaping out, and countless cultivators hovered, all attacking in the same direction, which glinted with sword light. Even though separated by a great distance, unable to see the specifics of the battle, everyone could sense a powerful sword intent. This was not a battle of evenly matched strength, but a massacre with a great disparity in power. The number of cultivators from the great cold demon sect was vast, forming an ocean of people, and within their encirclement, Guan wielded dual swords casually, yet each sword could kill a large number of cultivators and demons. His strength deeply struck the great cold demon sect. No good. We are not his match. Damn. He's doing it on purpose, deliberately not using divine skills, and relying solely on sword chi to slaughter us. Even the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation has been broken by him. How could we have any chance of winning? Be careful. His sword is swinging this way. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The world plunged into clamor and chaos. Each of Guan's sword strikes took not just life but also the overall morale of the great cold demon sect. Life-seizing Immortal dared not approach Guan, only able to use long-range divine skills. Giant hands resembling the clasping of fingers descended from the sky, pressing towards Guan, but were instantly shattered upon contact with him, having no effect. Guan strolled leisurely, walking above the black mist, each step followed by a sword swing as casually as if taking a walk, with no swordsmanship to speak of. Every time the great cold demon sect tried to form the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation, it would be dispersed by Guan's sword chi. Guan looked at the notifications before him, struggling to contain the emotions in his heart. He was not killing for the sake of killing, he was enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. Suddenly, Guan stopped in his tracks, and as he did, all the great cold demon sect cultivators retreated, leaving 100 li radius around Guan where no one dared to tread. The cultivators of the great cold demon sect fell silent, all staring dead ahead at Guan. Life-seizing Immortal gritted his teeth and said, "The sect leader will arrive soon, don't panic, everyone." His voice reached the ears of every great cold demon sect cultivator, yet these words did not boost their morale. "Don't panic." Guan's voice rose, filled with sarcasm, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Before life-seizing Immortal could speak, Guan suddenly vanished from the spot, frightening the cultivators of the great cold demon sect. "Up there!" A voice rose, laden with despair. Countless cultivators and demons all looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. What they saw was a colossal figure whose height could not be judged by the naked eye, standing proudly above the clouds, showing only its upper body, an almost illusory sight. Even the 10,000 Zhang demonic shadows appeared tiny in front of this figure, who was none other than Guan himself. At that moment, all the cultivators of the great cold demon sect felt an overpowering suppression that rendered them immobile. Some of the highly cultivated cultivators of the demon sect unconsciously looked down, only to see the billowing black mist below give rise to a land ablaze with dark purple flames, rushing towards them. Life-seizing Immortal lowered his gaze and his complexion drastically changed. What was that? A land on fire? No, it was unmistakably a hand. A hand large enough to grasp all of them. In the distance, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, stealing the 5 elements, and the continent cultivators were all dumbfounded. At the edge of the ocean, a city was rapidly approaching, and it was none other than Divine Exotic City. Li Ye, standing atop a tower in the city, had his eyes wide open, trembling all over, as he watched an immensely huge hand rise from within the infinite expanse of black mist. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't take in the entire hand. He had never imagined such a large hand could exist in this world. If there were hands of heaven and earth, surely it would be this one. Chapter 298 Breaking Through a Lifespan of 100 Million Years. I'm not dreaming, am I? Li Ye muttered to himself, questioning the divine exotic immortal spirit perched on his shoulder. The divine exotic immortal spirit also widened its eyes in shock, its mouth agape. From their perspective, the huge hand at the horizon of the sea seemed as large as the ocean itself. If not for the curved fingers, they could hardly tell it was a hand. It felt like it could grab an entire continent with ease. Li Ye recognized the demonic qi emanating from the gigantic hand as somewhat familiar. Wait! Wasn't this the hand of the primordial ancestor? At that thought, a surge of blood rushed through Li Ye's body uncontrollably, exciting him to the extreme. At the same time, the entire continent's populace could see Guan's figure, whose massive presence shook mountains and clouds on his path, a sight that overturned their understanding and imagination. In the Third Medicine Valley, thousands of disciples watched with their mouths agape. Ji Xiaohu also stepped out of his house, completely dumbfounded when he saw Guan's towering figure. It was as if they were beholding the descent of a deity. What is that? It's Sword Venerable Feudeo. It's the silhouette of Sword Venerable Feudeo. Really? How can it be so large? Is it not an illusion? Many texts record that Sword Venerable Feudeo perceives others using the demon shadow divine skill. I knew Sword Venerable Feudeo wouldn't abandon us. A roar of cheers erupted across the continent. Though the demon shadow divine skill was terrifying, the thought of it representing sword Venerable Feudeo uplifted their spirits rather than causing fear. Since the fame of sword Venerable Feudeo, which righteous deed hadn't he done, and which person he killed wasn't among the evil? If it were a normal competition among sects, sword Venerable Feudeo wouldn't have intervened, otherwise, Supreme Sect would have long become the foremost under heaven. Because of this, other sects respected sword Venerable Feudeo, acknowledging Supreme Sect's luck. In confrontations with Supreme Sect, they were wary of sword Venerable Feudeo, but they weren't afraid he'd harm them, as long as they didn't commit heinous acts. Since sword Venerable Feudeo appeared, many disciples had perished during Supreme Sect's expansion, yet sword Venerable Feudeo hadn't sought vengeance. The sects and clans that decided to stay were bustling with excitement, as if the spring festival had come early. While the continent was invigorated, the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect fell into despair. They watched as Guan's fingers slowly rose, appearing like ancient colossal peaks ascending, creating an overwhelmingly impactful scene. Even Immortal Path Realm cultivators watched in awe. The life-seizing Immortal desperately mobilized his mana, but he couldn't move an inch, feeling as insignificant as an ant. How many years had it been? Ever since he entered the Nirvana realm, not to mention the carefree primordial immortal realm, he hadn't been so embarrassed. The other three carefree primordial immortals were in the same state, utterly immobile despite their full efforts, despair beyond common understanding. If they were so affected, not to mention cultivators of other realms, despair shrouded every heart. This hand had captured millions of the Great Cold Demon Sect's cultivators and demons. Those arriving cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect, upon seeing this gigantic hand, fled in panic, throwing aside all their rules and consequences. Guan looked down at the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators and the demons they brought within his palm. He also hesitated. Killing too many would weigh on his conscience and he worried it might bring greater troubles. But remembering the countless lives Bai Hong had slaughtered, his heart hardened. Such a wicked sect, if it's to be extinguished, so be it. If even this act brought divine retribution, then Guan would question what heaven really stood for. Once Guan's thoughts cleared, he suddenly clenched his hand. His palm was so huge that a simple clench stirred up a terrifying storm, unleashing waves sweeping toward the horizon. The fierce winds assaulted Divine Exotic City, forcing it to activate its city protection array immediately. Liya watched as the protective barrier around Divine Exotic City violently distorted. He couldn't concern himself with the safety of the city as he looked into the distance, trembling. The sight of that mighty clenched fist was simply too magnificent. He even doubted whether immortal cultivation could really reach such a mighty level. He wondered whether the primordial ancestor was born an immortal, a true immortal, not merely a mortal who had cultivated into one. As Guan clenched, the heaven and earth fell silent, the terrifying oppression that had engulfed the continent and the surrounding seas was gone. Despite the rolling thunderclouds above, the masses felt as though they had emerged from the clouds into clear skies. You successfully seized 1,228 years of lifespan from Bai Lai, Loose Immortal Realm, 7th layer. You successfully seized 493 years of lifespan from Qin Suxin, Nirvana Realm, 9th layer. You successfully seized 58 years of lifespan from the Sea Crossing Old Immortal, Nirvana Realm, 8th layer. You successfully seized 2,780 years of lifespan from Yunhai Tianjun, Wandering Immortal Realm, 5th layer. Alerts continuously popped up before Guan's eyes, and then he vanished, but his remaining image in the sky left the beings in awe. The black fog enveloping the sea swiftly dissipated, signifying the end of a massive calamity. Liu recovered his senses and quickly urged the divine exotic immortal spirit to head towards the mainland. In the distance, the master of divine exotic realm stood atop the thunderclouds, infinite divine exotic resentful ghosts behind him, all displaying faces of fear, many visibly trembling. Even degraded to divine exotic resentful ghosts, they still felt terror from the formidable being they had just witnessed. How could such an existence be defeated? Their fear was palpable, dreading the realm master might order an attack. Fortunately, as the formidable presence disappeared, the Realm Master did not issue the command. The Realm Master turned and said, "Back to the divine exotic realm." Guan's strength filled him with ecstatic relief, though he restrained his emotions vigorously. Aligning with Zhang Buku was a move well played. As he turned, an unprecedented hope filled his heart. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, feeling Zhang Qiang's restless presence in the 8 scenic caves. Her steps were brisk. He immediately headed towards the 8 scenic caves. As Guan entered the cave pathway, Zhang Qiang's footsteps abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, the lifespan alerts continued to appear before Guan's eyes. Not yet reaching the cave entrance, Guan halted, his attention captured by 2 alerts. For the first time, your lifespan has breached 1 billion years, unlocking the lifespan samsara feature. Lifespan samsara, every 100 years, execute once, undergoing reincarnation evolution, the evolution will reflect into reality, each use consuming 10 million years of lifespan. All memories acquired during the reincarnation will be transferred into your mind as if you experienced them personally. The duration of the reincarnation evolution is limitless, entirely dependent on your karmic choices during the evolution. Integration of real-world memories requires only an ancient hour. You successfully seized 487 years of lifespan from Zhu Chongming, Mahayana Realm, 9th layer. Lifespan samsara. Seeing the 10 million year lifespan cost made Guan feel it was a rip-off. But after reading the explanation, he suddenly thought it might not be so bad. If during the reincarnation evolution he lived long enough, the deist sorcery, divine skills, and understanding of the Dao achieved in one lifetime could potentially be worth more than 10 million years of lifespan. Of course, he might also not survive past 100 years, a huge loss of 10 million years of lifespan. This was a massive gamble. As Guan pondered, Zhang Qiang's voice floated over, "What are you standing there for? Come in already." On hearing this, Guan immediately strode forward. Tips indicating lifespan seizures continued. This series was a massive win. Guan had originally planned to use high-rank medical herbs from an outer world cave to push his lifespan over 1 billion years, but inevitably, some would push their luck too far. Folks get cocky, but if the heavens don't act, then he would. As Guan reached the base of the green vine tree, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Zhang Qiang had dug a hole and placed a coffin inside. What was this, planning to bury himself? Zhang Qiang pointed at the coffin, "Lie down here with me, it might help us avoid disaster." Guan pretended to be reluctant, "Is this really necessary?" Zhang Qiang glared, swiftly came forward, and pushed him. If he hadn't suppressed his deist gang primal energy, Zhang Qiang might have been obliterated. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Guan had no choice but to lie down in the coffin. Zhang Qiang jumped in after him, forcibly pressing him down. Lying in the coffin, she swung her right hand, and the lid immediately covered them, plunging their vision into darkness. From the outside, the coffin began sinking into the earth, soon vanishing from sight. Confined in the cramped space of the coffin, Guan and Zhang Qiang squeezed together. In that moment, Guan's heart calmed. Massacring so many, even if all evil, his heart couldn't stay tranquil easily. Excessive killing bred malevolent energy, even a thrilling emotion of breaking free from moral shackles. He needed time to adjust. Now, lying in this darkness, his mood inexplicably steadied. Despite being in the dark, Guan could still see his lifespan alerts. Zhang Qiang's body began to squirm, her arm was soft, she seemed to feel too squeezed, constantly pressing against Guan. Guan couldn't help asking, "If the calamity doesn't strike, how long must we hide here before we can leave?" Being squeezed in the coffin with Zhang Qiang, he actually found it quite amusing, a completely novel experience for him. Hide for a few decades, at least until we get past the life-seizing immortals' 100-year mark. That long? No, I need to go back, there are disciples in the valley, I can't abandon them. Humph, don't even think about it. Now that you've already lain down, don't think about leaving. As her words fell, Guan felt his left hand grasped by hers. Her hand was cold, like a corpse's. Guan tried to break free, but she held on tightly. Only after all the lifespan alerts had settled did Guan come back to his senses. He hadn't checked his lifespan yet, planning to later enjoy the moment of unveiling his lifespan. He spoke up, "It's a bit uncomfortable squeezing like this, don't you think? Squeezing like this for decades, I'm afraid I might die." Zhang Qiang didn't respond but began to shift her body. Guan stiffened instantly. Zhang Qiang actually lay on top of him, face to face. In the darkness, Guan distinctly felt her breath was a bit agitated, though faint, not escaping his senses. Suddenly, Zhang Qiang's face pressed against Guan's chest, and he could feel one of her legs rubbing against his shin. "This is bad. Things have gone too far." Guan fake coughed, "Why are you so heavy?" Zhang Qiang's breathing hitched, then Guan felt a hand land on his waist, fingers pinching his flesh. Chapter 299 Terrifying Lifespan. "Kid, do you truly not know how to speak, or are you purposely trying to irritate me?" In the darkness, Zhang Qiang's voice resounded, somewhat grinding her teeth in frustration, but her hand did not forcefully pinch Guan, it was merely a warning. Guan, of course, had intentionally disrupted the atmosphere. He feigned a cough and began asking Zhang Qiang what she would like to do after the disaster was over. Zhang Qiang fell into silence, her limbs ceasing to move as she started to contemplate the question seriously. In truth, she had always been unclear about what she really wanted to do. She had done many things to become stronger, but when the apocalyptic disaster arrived, she felt that her actions were meaningless. Guan did not disturb her, allowing her to think it over. However, the moment the silence settled, his mind began to wander. Pinned down by Zhang Qiang, Guan could feel every part of her body pressing against him. How could he remain calm? At that moment, the plots of Green Hero Travelogue, Supreme Secret Records, Black Heroes Travelogue, and many others flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he felt Zhang Qiang tremble slightly. He hurriedly shifted his thoughts to ponder what exactly lifespan samsara was. As his thoughts shifted, Zhang Qiang calmed down. She spoke up, "If we truly can survive this catastrophe, then I'll focus on developing the Taixuan Sect. I won't wander around anymore. I feel like all these years of running about haven't really counted for much." "That's good," Guan replied, "to avoid any dangers." Zhang Qiang suddenly stretched out her hand, hugged Guan tightly, and whispered softly, "The calamity of the ephemera sect left me without any relatives. You are now the only person I care about. Back when you first entered the 8 scenic caves, I was considering whether to kill you or not. Who would have thought that after so many years, you would become so important to me?" Hearing this, Guan stiffened slightly and replied helplessly, "Is it that serious? I haven't been all that good to you. On the contrary, you've taught me quite a few spells." Setting aside the matter of sword Venerable Feudeo supporting Zhang Qiang, Guan genuinely felt that his outward contributions to Zhang Qiang paled in comparison to what she had offered him. Many spells Zhang Qiang taught him, he still used to this day. She had also given him magic artifacts and heavenly treasures. "How can you say you haven't been good to me? You've managed the 8 scenic caves very well, and you've never betrayed me. Every time I've come back, you've taken good care of me. Affection isn't entirely about contributions. If you were stronger, you would definitely treat me even better, I understand that. And I felt right from our first meeting that you had the ability to kill me. You hid it well, but I knew not only that you didn't kill me, but also that you were obedient to me." Listening to Zhang Qiang, Guan suddenly didn't know what to say. "Of course, you rascal, you are good to everyone. Everyone in the valley praises you," Zhang Qiang suddenly snorted. Hearing this, Guan immediately said, "That's what makes me a scary talent, being good to everybody, making it hard to interpret my thoughts. Yes, but you never ask others for returns, which means you genuinely care for those around you and aren't aiming for anything. Stop undermining yourself. I can feel whether you are genuine or not. Pretense cannot last long, Zhang Qiang said softly. Guan, seemingly startled, said, "You're not thinking of exchanging vows, are you? That won't work. My junior sister and I plan to get married in the last 100 years of our lives." Zhang Qiang laughed and said, "The last 100 years? What if one of you lives longer?" "Whoever lives longer, it's still the same path to go down. The pursuit of immortal cultivation isn't about enduring love, but about eternal life. You certainly see it clearly." "Yes, so don't harbor any improper thoughts about me." "Why can't I?" At the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, it's common for one person to have multiple deist friends, and female cultivators can have many deist friends too, as long as she is strong enough. Now I am stronger than you, and you can't escape my grasp unless one day your cultivation surpasses mine." Zhang Qiang said proudly, her hand catching Guan's face as she spoke. She suddenly began her offensive. "You demon cultivator, faking refuge from the calamity and actually abusing me. You can scream all you want now, it's useless. Be careful, I won't be nice. Come on, seeing your cultivation, I'm too lazy to immobilize you. I just like seeing you struggle. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Zhang Qiang laughed very proudly, grabbing Guan's wrists with her hands, pinning him down. Then, Guan felt something soft press on his face, beginning to explore around. Not good. This guy's gone wild. A thought crossed Guan's mind, and the earth suddenly trembled. Zhang Qiang immediately stopped, not daring to move. Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, Zhang Qiang suddenly launched a sneak attack, catching him off guard. "Wait, it seems the disaster is over," Guan suddenly said. "How can you be sure?" Zhang Qiang questioned. "Before finding you, I saw Sword Venerable Feudao make a move." "Oh? Then you still came, it seems you also expected something to happen between us. I just saw you were prepared and didn't want to waste our time, let's go out and see." "Is that so? Really, let's go up. I'll think about it." Boom! Beneath the green vine tree, the earth stirred, and a coffin rose, its lid popping open, and Guan immediately leaped out, then straightened his clothes. "Nearly lost my virginity. I can't let the over 200 years worth of my preserved virginity be breached." Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Mouth is okay, but can't leak vital energy." Zhang Qiang slowly climbed out of the coffin, her hair slightly disheveled, her clothes not neat. She raised her eyes to look at Guan, giving him a seductive smile that caused him to quickly turn his head. "We should stop calling me martial master. After all, I forcefully took Cheng Xuandan as a disciple, and Cheng Xuandan took you with ulterior motives, so it's not a real lineage. No, you brat never even called me martial master, really, all men are the same, it's just that you, kid, are reluctant yet compliant, guarding against something," Zhang Qiang said, glaring at Guan. Guan dropped a sentence and left, "I'm going to check the situation." He immediately slipped away. Zhang Qiang went to the edge of the pit, watching his retreating back, she licked her lips as if savoring something. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, the valley was still bustling with activity. Stealing the 5 Elements and 9-Finger Divine Lord had also come back, standing together with Shenzhenzi, separated by a restriction, discussing the formidable power of Sword Venerable Feudao, unable to contain their emotions. To suppress the entire Great Cold Demon Sect with one hand was too exaggerated. It subverted everyone's understanding. For decades, the power of the Great Cold Demon Sect had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Only because of understanding the terror of the Great Cold Demon Sect did everyone realize how incredibly powerful Sword Venerable Feudao was. Guan looked up and saw a figure hovering above the great heavenly spirit land, watching the continent where Guan was. The ninth layer of the carefree immortal realm. Although only one small realm higher than the sword venerable, the presence far surpassed the sword venerable, the gap enormous. Presumably, he was the master of the great cold demon sect. At this moment, this master only dared to watch from a distance, not daring to come down. Guan also saw those fleeing cultivators of the great cold demon sect disperse like monkeys scattering from a fallen tree, already completely devoid of will to fight. He did not continue to pursue the kill, one reason being that the remaining cultivators were not as powerful as those he had suppressed, and another being he felt many presences approaching, even the presence of divine immortal of wondrous dharma.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, definitely the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. However, the person did not come with malice, and the direction was exactly where the Holy Land of Holy Court was located. Now that the Holy Court had appeared, it would not be appropriate for him to continue the chase. Next, it would be seen what stance the Holy Court took. Guan brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 210/790, 407, 832. Physique, primordial karmic body. Cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer. 790 million years of lifespan. Guan suddenly felt like cursing. That was too awesome. The guilt from the killing faded instantly. Besides, he had not killed indiscriminately, he was executing justice on heaven's behalf, ultimately for the people. Finally, he could fully upgrade. Guan grinned. Very close to 1 billion now, should he wait a bit longer? Forget it, damn it, just 100 million years, he had to wait a long time, how much longer for the remaining 200 million years? Look for a chance to break through. And it was a comprehensive upgrade. Heart surging with excitement, Guan even felt like trying out a 10 million year lifespan samsara just to see what it was. He walked towards the pavilion clusters, shouting with mana, today, to thank Sword Venerable Fudeo for resolving the calamity, let's celebrate tonight, consider it a holiday, deacons get moving. His voice spread throughout Medicine Valley. Achieving this feat with core formation realm cultivation was not difficult, and soon, various cheers rose within the valley. When Guan reached his own pavilion, Ji Xiaohu came up to him indicating with her eyes. They both went upstairs and closed the door. I think Sword Venerable Fudeo's silhouette seemed familiar. Ji Xiaohu said seriously, causing Guan's heart to tremble. What did that mean? Could she have linked it to me? Guan immediately became uneasy, a supreme power who suppressed the great cold demon sect spooked by a core formation realm cultivator. He asked with a frown, could it be that Sword Venerable Fudeo originates from the Ji family? Ji Xiaohu shook her head, no, I saw him in a dream, it must have been a scene from a past life. Hearing this, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed even deeper. Today's battle was an eye-opener. I suddenly feel that I can't die too early in this life, I need to follow in the footsteps of Sword Venerable Fudeo. Ji Xiaohu spoke again, her face full of admiration. Chase after Sword Venerable Fudeo? He was divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer. Guan didn't discourage Ji Xiaohu, what if she really could achieve it? He started motivating Ji Xiaohu. They chatted for a while before Ji Xiaohu finally left. But when she reached the door, she stopped, turned back to look at Guan, and said, the scent of a woman on you is stronger now. It's still the same woman as last time. You two must have entangled a bit, although you don't seem to have leaked any essence. After that, she pushed the door open and left without closing it. Guan stood there puzzled. How did she figure that out? What kind of divine skill was that, or was it a talent? Guan didn't dwell on it, living another life, he planned to be carefree and at ease, why worry too much, just follow his heart. He started waiting for that divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to leave, as long as the person didn't mess around, and once they left, he would find a place to break through. Chapter 307 Divine Golden Bodies, Primordial Ultimate Body. The mysterious divine immortal of wondrous Dharma wandered in this mortal world region, never stepping onto the continent where Guan was located. A day and a night later, he left n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Starting from the second day, rumors about the great cold demon sect being annihilated single-handedly by sword Venerable Fuedeo spread like a hurricane across the seas, shocking the countless beings that were fleeing. Their first reaction was disbelief, as the news sounded too preposterous. The world was in an uproar, and within the Supreme Sect, it was a time of celebration, with dazzling lights and decoration everywhere. Everyone was singing praises of Sword Venerable Fuedeo's magnificent feats and mighty power. This time, Sword Venerable Fuedeo's rescue efforts had a wider reach than ever before. How could they not be proud? They were unclear if there truly were immortals who cared for the common folk in this world, but at least in their hearts, Sword Venerable Fuedeo was an immortal who brought salvation to all living beings. The day after the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma left, Guan quietly departed from the continent. He headed south, moving away from the mortal world region where the Supreme Sect was located. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate sea, where the number of beings was extremely sparse. Whether deep within the sea or above its surface, numerous lost souls and wild ghosts floated about. The sky above this place was covered with dense, oppressive clouds, but the spiritual energy here was quite abundant. After surveying the area with his divine sense, Guan discovered an island deep within the ocean guarded by powerful restrictions. If he were to break through forcefully, he would undoubtedly alert the entity within. He speculated that a carefree primordial immortal might be hiding inside because, although the restrictions were strong, he felt it wouldn't be difficult to break through if he wanted. No wonder the spiritual energy was so abundant here, yet there were so few beings. It turns out a malevolent deity was hidden within. Guan landed on an uninhabited isolated island and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. 790 million years of lifespan, the more he looked at it, the more invigorating it felt. He had never been so affluent before. Guan sat cross-legged in front of a withered tree, looking at his attribute panel, chuckling to himself. First, he would enjoy the moment for a while longer. After a good while, Guan then reined in his emotions and decided to give lifespan samsara a try. He would test the waters with 10 million years. If this function turned out to be ineffective, he would dismiss it forever, just like the lifespan deduction he had initiated before. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to trigger one reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection to Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation heaven and earth. You have the following heaven and earth options, choose any one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. The Great Multiverse. There's even a Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Guan thought if the reincarnation evolution reflected reality, could it be that it's not just memory fusion, but it could also affect reality itself? He wasn't sure, so after some thought, he decided not to choose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, to avoid any potential issues. He was drawn to the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. The name sounded well suited for his life-stealing ability. Since it was reincarnation evolution, perhaps he would still possess his current golden finger. That's the one. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. You choose to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you will retain the life-stealing ability, but cannot unlock stage-specific functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born in a village in the East Profound Domain, and your parents named you Chu Lu. At the age of 7, you accidentally pulled up a spirit grass in the mountains, stealing 8 years of lifespan, marking a turning point in your destiny. At the age of 8, you took an immortal cultivator as a master and traveled the world with him. At 15, you encountered a cultivator robbery. To protect you, your master died. You harbored a grudge, hid in the mountains, and began to accumulate lifespan. By 18, you evolved your cultivation level to the nascent soul realm through lifespan evolution, and you began your revenge. At 19, you infiltrated the residence of your enemies, killing everyone until only one person remained, a girl. Seeing her fearful demeanor, you felt some reluctance and struggled internally. Do you choose to execute her? The prompt stopped here. Guan paused for a moment, choosing not to execute her. Joking aside, with his life-stealing ability, he certainly wouldn't be hunted by this girl. You spared the girl, Cheng Jialan, and resumed your path of immortal cultivation. Seeing this prompt, Guan smiled. This girl, like his junior sister, also had Lan in her name. The previous prompts had no names. It seemed the deceased don't get named unless they survive. Hold on, his parents and master were initially alive as well, but they were not named. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this Cheng Jialan would live a long time? At 20, you joined the Taixuan Sect, and with your exceptional cultivation level and talent, you became a direct disciple, making a name for yourself within the sect. At 21, you utilized the lifespan deduction cultivation technique to master the 7 hearts technique. At 22, jealous of you, the sect leader's son ambushed you while you were on a mission, surrounding you with his people. You executed all his followers, leaving only the sect leader's son alive. He knelt before you, begging for mercy, and you hesitated. Do you choose to execute him? Kill. Guan didn't hesitate, and the prompt continued to appear. Killing men and sparing women? Seems like there's something wrong with the standard, hey? Guan criticized himself internally. Subsequently, the him in the reincarnation returned to the Taixuan Sect, faced continuous strife and enmity, and he always chose to kill, since it was others who provoked him. Killing led to the unveiling of secrets, and he was pursued by the Taixuan Sect and even placed on a wanted list. After that, almost every year, he was embroiled in battles, sometimes several times within a year. Once, Guan chose to save a wounded cultivator he encountered by chance, only for that person to summon a large group of cultivators to ambush him, intending to seize the magic artifact in his possession. Angered, Guan's killing intent intensified. One betrayal after another, jealousy, and feuds kept unfolding. What an impressive turn of events! Indeed, this was the dark great heaven and earth, and the world seemed excessively grim. Over the first 50 years, Guan encountered not a single kind-hearted cultivator, he was fighting alone the entire time. The most distressing part for him was that, in order to get back at him, his enemies extracted the souls of his family still in the mountain village and refined them into resentful ghosts to be embedded in ghost devices. Furious, Guan became even more ruthless in his subsequent choices, always responding to killing with killing. His lifespan accumulated rapidly, and by 50, he had reached the cultivation level of loose immortal realm, becoming the East Profound Domain's killing god. At the age of 65, you encountered the girl you once spared, Cheng Jialan. She had now become a disciple of the Blue Sky Holy Sect, a renowned genius. She recognized you and was very grateful. You were moved by her attitude. At 66, pursued by Cheng Jialan, you both became deist friends. At 67, Cheng Jialan gave birth to a son and a daughter for you, and you cherished her even more. At 68, while you were cultivating, a wandering carefree primordial immortal from the Blue Sky Holy Sect descended. He was known as the Black Profound Emperor and crushed you to death. Reincarnation ends. What? It's over already? Guan nearly spit blood for 10 million years of lifespan, he only got 68 years of life? Black Profound Emperor. Okay, very good. Without giving Guan time to ponder more, a vast array of memories flooded his mind, the life of Chu Lu, as if he had experienced it himself. However, since it was reincarnation evolution, he didn't feel the length during the assimilation process. It was like recalling past memories, recalling some experiences, a rather peculiar sensation. Although he only lived for 68 years in this life, Chu Lu improved a cultivation technique over his lifetime, and even evolved it into a divine skill that caused a sensation in both the past and the present. Developed from the Seven Hearts technique after numerous enhancements, it is now known as the Seven Divine Gold Bodies. 7 Divine Gold Bodies, with an inherent cultivation technique. Once mastered, it forms 7 souls, each equipped with divine skills, allowing him to resurrect even if killed. In memory, getting crushed by the Black Profound Emperor wasn't as straightforward. He resurrected 6 times in the Black Profound Emperor's hands, but the result was the same. The gap in cultivation level was too vast, his teleportation divine power was unable to let him escape. After assimilating the 7 divine gold bodies, Guan felt somewhat placated. It is hard to say if the value of the 7 divine gold bodies could match 10 million years of lifespan, but it certainly was not something to be gained with just 1 or 2 million years of lifespan. The skill was extremely powerful, allowing nascent soul realm Chu Lu to severely injure enemies of the second level of wandering immortal realm, proving its strength. Sigh, it was not enough perseverance. Guan realized that in reincarnation evolution, he could only make decisions at destiny's turning points and couldn't control his reincarnated self. Thinking about it, didn't this mean that all other worlds of reincarnation also had their own thought processes? Isn't this also the case with reincarnation in reality? Ji Xiao in this life was completely different from her previous life. Guan withdrew his thoughts, noticing that the ground was full of spiritual energy. This showed that reincarnation evolution also consumed real-world spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had changed locations to avoid affecting the Supreme Sect and the continent. Time to get down to real business. Today, he would break through a major realm. Guan accessed the attribute panel and poured 20 million years of lifespan into physique. Primordial karmic body advanced to primordial chaos body, then ascended to primordial ultimate body. Awakening the great divine power, the primordial chaos grand disk. This divine skill was an amalgamation of attack, defense, and sealing abilities, larger and more formidable than regular heaven and earth rules, possessing the might to crush heaven and earth rules. Guan immediately trained this divine skill to mastery realm. Vast spiritual energy surged into Guan's mind, and his consciousness entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Primordial ultimate body and primordial karmic body, although both named after primordial, had a huge disparity. By reaching ultimate body, one could easily see through heaven and earth rules as well as cause and effect, exerting absolute suppression over the primordial body type. Although Guan had not yet encountered a primordial body type, he felt that primordial must exist. After all, it was achieved through the elevation of his own body type, indicating that if the mortals of the great heavenly spirit land traced back their ancestry, they might very well be linked to primordial. He just did not know where primordial was located. As Guan devoured the spiritual energy, the silent and gloomy sea stirred into a tempest, as a powerful divine sense swept across the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how much it searched, it could not find Guan. An ancient hour later, Guan finally opened his eyes, and his physique was completely transformed into a primordial ultimate body. His current strength had reached a terrifying level, and the sensation of power was exceedingly delightful. He even wanted to find someone to test his newfound strength against. Fortunately, he resisted the urge. Cannot drift away. Chu Lu was too overconfident, killing throughout his path, only to be crushed to death by a cultivator several major realms above. Guan looked at the cultivation technique section. Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill and All Things Form and Energy Art were each worth 20 million years of lifespan. The reason he only used 20 million years of lifespan was that he started to covet the function that would unlock with a billion years of lifespan. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.